The silent night was suddenly torn apart by a series of miserable wails, sounding just like a horror movie playing on the front porch. Mother, even though pinned down and unable to budge, Li Yun still struggled to stretch his hand toward that cold, retreating back. Mother, what on earth is going on? Mother. Infuriated by the noise, Li Gang snapped his head back and lashed out blindly. What the hell are you all doing? Stop making a racket and get the hell out. Seeing that the anger wasn't directed at him, Li Yun continued to struggle wildly. Father, what did you just say? At that very moment, the old man's next words successfully paralyzed Li Yun right where he stood, and this matter must absolutely never be leaked. But he wasn't done yet, as the follow-up blow carried an even more devastating sting. Our Bai Li family will put the matter of revenge aside. Recovering from the brief shock, Li Yun quickly composed himself to question. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Li Gang avoided his son's gaze, but each word he uttered felt like a drill piercing into his mind. Everything I do is for the bigger picture and the family's interests. Bai Li Yun, don't blindly plunge into revenge. Even though his voice was cracking, Li Yun was determined to make his father understand. Father, you cannot do this. Fearing that gentle words would be wasted on him, he mustered up his courage, completely changed his attitude, and delivered a decisive blow. Not only are you too cowardly to avenge Mother, but you also shut your mouth and endure it in silence. Yet you dare to beat your chest and call yourself a great man? Father, you simply don't deserve to be called human anymore. Unfortunately, all of Li Yun's harsh words were like throwing stones into a pond, failing to make even a single ripple before he was shut inside by a slammed door. After enduring days of darkness and despair, Li Yun suddenly kicked the door open and rushed out, carrying an unyielding determination. I will leave this place. From this moment on, all ties between the Bai Li family and me are completely severed. Carrying a plan perfected down to the finest detail, he ran for his life to escape the cage known as Bai Li. Right now, revenge is nothing but an illusion. The urgent matter is to work hard and become so strong that no one in the world dares to look down on me. I must establish a new sect with my own hands, gather all my loyal brothers under one roof, and expand our influence everywhere. The vermin involved in my mother's death, even those who knew everything but pretended to be deaf and dumb. Li Yun's face at this moment was etched with nothing but sheer determination. I will definitely settle this score. Even if it costs me a decade of my youth. Time flew by as fast as a creditor chasing a debtor for his life. 12 seasons passed, and from a house burning like a torch, a tragic shriek suddenly rang out. Stop, I know my mistake. I will report it exactly like that to the Wulin Alliance. Mu Feng, now backed into a corner, desperately racked his brain for words to extinguish the anger. Surely there is something you desire, right? Just say the word, and I will satisfy your every wish. By contrast, Li Yun, with an expressionless face, casually raised his blood-dripping sword to admire it. Mu Feng glanced down at the headless corpse lying at the other's feet, breaking into a cold sweat as he pleaded further. This deal is too good for you, isn't it? Seeing him flustered like a hen on a hot griddle, Li Yun play-acted along. Well, it is true that I currently desire something. Clinging to this life-saving straw, Mu Feng's face instantly lit up again. Indeed, so what do you need? Unfortunately, Li Yun's subsequent reply only made him wish for a time machine to go back a few minutes and slap his own mouth. I want your dog life. Mu Feng's face turned purple with rage as he strained his neck, hovering between begging and threatening. Hey, don't push your luck too far. Li Yun was having a lot of fun teasing him, but since time was tight, he clicked his tongue and went with the flow. Well, fine, if you are too stingy to offer it yourself. As he raised his face, his entire aura and tone instantly transformed into that of an Asura. Then I will have to take it myself. Realizing that no amount of smooth talking would save him from a ticket to the underworld, Mu Feng snapped and decided to go down fighting. You bastard, how dare you play me for a fool? I will tear you into 1,000 pieces so badly that even your own parents won't recognize you. Unfortunately, Li Yun had already appeared right behind his neck out of nowhere, whispering eerie, ghost-like words. Your mouth is indeed as venomous as your face. The moment the words were spoken, Mu Feng's massive body went flying several zhang away. His landing zone was completely plowed up as if hit by a rocket, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere, blocking all vision. Having cleaned up, Li Yun stood there calmly, his gaze still fixed on his masterpiece to wait for the outcome. As expected, a split second later, Mu Feng emerged from the rubble, lunged behind his back, and roared, "I will throw your severed head to the Wulin Alliance." But Li Yun didn't even bother to give him a second glance. He calmly concentrated all his inner energy into the sharp blade in his hand. The cold sword light drew a perfect arc that tore through the night, carrying a terrifying pressure as if to rip the very fabric of space to open a path to another world. Due to that destructive power, Mu Feng's broken body was instantly sliced in half with perfect symmetry. While the mansion's courtyard was filled with flying flesh and blood, outside, a figure stood in a daze, staring up at the raging fire consuming the entire house. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Li Yun calmly pushed open the door and stepped outside, his body still pristine and completely unscathed. Witnessing him toss away the blood-stained sword, Hui Lion hurriedly ran forward to meet him. "Chief, you instructed that once the task was completed, this should be delivered to you." Despite his face still bearing the marks of a slaughterer, Li Yun offered an incredibly friendly smile. "Thank you, Mu Rong Hui Lion, you have been waiting a long time." Receiving this unexpected praise, she froze up, stammering for a long time before squeezing out a few dry words. Oh no, it was no trouble at all. While Li Yun kept his nose buried in the scroll, Hui Lion, like a sleepwalker, stared blankly at the blazing sea of fire behind him. Thanks to his lightning-fast reading speed, Li Yun finished in a flash, then casually wiped the still wet blood on his cheek. He used that very red fluid instead of ink to scribble a few lines of reply. Admiring his handiwork, a question suddenly flashed in Li Yun's mind. Has this chapter finally closed, or is this just the prelude? Of course, he was in no hurry to find an answer right now, so he casually tossed the item back to Hui Lion and ordered, "Please deliver this nuisance to the Wulin Alliance. From this moment on, I am officially washing my hands of this and retiring." She stood rooted to the ground, watching his figure fade into the distance, and curiously called after him, "Are you planning to pack up and go back to your hometown?" Li Yun merely tilted his chin, giving a brief grunt in response. "Exactly, I've hit all the K-piss set by the Alliance." Hui Lion seized the opportunity to ask for a spot. "Chief, if I ever get tired of the martial world in the future, could I come and seek shelter with you?" In high spirits, he nodded instantly, approved. "Whenever you are bored out of your mind, just drag yourself over to find me." But her next crucial question made Li Yun pause for a few beats. "You didn't give me a location, so how am I supposed to find you?" Snapping out of his daze, he spun around with a bright smile and gave a specific address. "Just go straight to Hualong County in the Hubei region." Putting that fiery, blood-soaked night behind him into memory, the present Li Yun stood proudly on the bow of a ferry, catching the wind as he headed toward his beloved hometown. Watching the water flow gently made him suddenly sentimental. After a long, grueling journey, Li Yun unconsciously rewound the life-changing movie of 12 years ago. The day he left his family, joining the Wulin Alliance to cultivate martial arts. Using techniques, he created himself to climb step by step to the chief's seat. In the blink of an eye, 12 springs had passed since his first day of joining. Remembering this glorious period, Li Yun couldn't help but smirk with pride. In short, all preparations to open a company, to establish my own sect are complete. Having tightened my belt and saved up enough for a manor, I accidentally stumbled upon a prime piece of land at an incredible bargain. Everything is going unbelievably smoothly. He kept standing on the bow daydreaming, leaving the old boatman Lu and looking utterly bewildered. And that wasn't all. Li Yun suddenly pointed to the sky, grinning from ear to ear as his mind roared. "Indeed, when your time comes, nothing can stop it. Heaven is truly on my side." Luen, having the typical gossiping nature of a long-distance driver, chuckled and tuned in. "It seems the young master has landed a very sweet deal, eh?" Though teased, he wasn't offended and laughed heartily to confirm. "Haha, I am indeed a bit overly excited." Lost in his delusion, without needing any prompting, Li Yun spilled everything. "My long-held dream of founding a sect is about to come true. I'm on my way to finalize the deal on a manor." Hearing that, Luen flattered him. "Oh, so you are a young and talented sect master." But when he turned away, the old boatman's face twisted in confusion. What on earth? Is there even any property around this area, or did he buy that haunted house? Because the words were carried away by the wind, Li Yun craned his neck and asked back, "What were you muttering to yourself?" Luan changed his expression faster than he could row, turning back with a fake, friendly smile. "Oh, nothing. I was just wishing your new sect great prosperity and good fortune." Catching these golden words, Li Yun was overjoyed. "Thank you, old uncle. Now I just need to pay and sign the papers. There shouldn't be any trouble, right?" With that, only the young man's self-satisfied laughter echoed across the wide river. But that extreme joy was snatched away by the river god, because the moment he stepped ashore, Li Yun's face scrunched up like someone suffering from chronic hemorrhoids. He stared blankly at the heap of ruins before him, stammering for a long time before squeezing out, this place. The real estate agent, Li Liang, still not sensing any danger, continued to brag enthusiastically. "Exactly. Do you see how magnificent it is? It's absolutely massive, right?" Unable to stand this deceitful act, he grimaced and stopped him. "Hey, brother." Without a word, Li Yun grabbed Li Liang by the collar, lifting him upside down, and growled threateningly, "We haven't met in years, but it seems you're tired of living, aren't you? Did you eat a leopard's gall to dare hoodwink me?" Despite being held upside down, the agent smoothly defended himself. "I wouldn't dare. This property is a rare find, extremely hard to get. Why don't you take a leisurely walk around before making a decision?" By the time they dragged themselves inside, he wasn't even angry anymore, just utterly speechless. Not a single soul had cleaned it, and even the security had been abandoned. Li Liang, having just been set down, patted his chest to calm himself and desperately tried to make excuses. "There's a reason for all this. Please, take a look around first, and I will explain in detail." He dragged him to a massive courtyard and began to ramble. Combining the main and side buildings, there are nearly 45 rooms, and there are 5 martial arts yards, 4 small ones and 1 absolutely giant. You can divide them up however you like. This bargain dropping into his lap made Li Yun suddenly suspicious. Which sect did this place originally belong to? Building 5 training yards is a rare thing indeed. Li Liang pouted and shook his head, pretending to be clueless. "I have no idea about that. This manor is just too old. You just need to spend some money to refurbish it a bit, and you can easily open a martial arts hall and establish your sect." The sweet temptation scratched exactly where it itched, but Li Yun still stroked his chin, pretending to contemplate deeply. "You have a point, but there's just one thing." Realizing this back and forth was getting nowhere, he laid his cards on the table. "So where exactly is the catch with this land?" Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Li Liang rubbed his hands flatteringly. As expected of Bai Li Yun, so incredibly straightforward. "It's just a tiny feng shui issue. Basically, the previous owners all logged out of Earth after buying it." Li Yun looked as if struck by lightning, dumbfoundedly repeating, "Dead." Li Liang continued to casually spill a shocking secret. "Yes, they all went to see King Yama due to heart attacks, with not a scratch on their bodies. The worst part is, they die right after signing the contract, so people rumor it's haunted. I heard some families even hired expert bodyguards and exorcists, but they still kicked the bucket as usual." By this point, the dark aura radiating from Li Yun had almost condensed into a physical mass. He glared at Li Liang with daggers in his eyes, spitting out every word. "So you want to dump this bloody curse onto me?" Though scared out of his wits, the agent, driven by the lure of money, gritted his teeth and pitched. "That's why the price is dirt cheap, only 1/10 of the market value, 5 gold bars. Wait, make it 4 and it's yours." Snagging such a sweet deal, Li Yun immediately did a 180-degree turn. "Oh, my friend, if only you'd been clear earlier to avoid misunderstanding. I almost falsely accused a good person." Though his heart was aching, Li Liang still managed to squeeze out a pleasing smile. Truly the mighty Bai Li Yun, worthy of being the former chief of Sang Tian Dai. "Here, please sign the deed while it's hot." Without a single second of hesitation, Li Yun grabbed the land deed and clutched it tightly with both hands. But right in that sacred moment, a demonic entity called the system suddenly popped up a notification, almost causing the new owner to faint. Transfer of ownership confirmed successfully. Seeing his partner's face turn pale as a ghost, Li Liang hurriedly asked, "Oh, what's wrong with you?" Although Li Yun's brain was still processing, his mouth automatically blurted out a denial. "Oh, nothing, not a single problem." Relieved of this burden, the agent slipped away as fast as the wind, leaving a rather irresponsible message before bolting out the door. Anyway, my duty here is complete. If you're still breathing tomorrow morning, just come find me. Li Yun, whose mind was completely elsewhere, only nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, let's do that. And so the buyer and the seller, carrying contrasting emotions, passed by each other in the blink of an eye. Once the surroundings became dead silent, Li Yun solemnly brought out the fruits of his 12 years of sweat and tears to admire. Before 60 seconds had passed, the passers-by on the street were completely frozen by his roar. Oh my God, I've finally bought a manor of my own. Delighted, he slapped the wooden pillar repeatedly to release his overflowing happiness. Awesome! The next step is to recruit disciples, which is perfect. But then, a shower of dust fell from the ceiling straight onto his head, making Li Yun awkwardly change his tune. Well, I guess I should roll up my sleeves and clean up the trash first. Just like any dirt-poor fellow getting a new house, he disregarded his noble status and turned himself into a hard-working janitor. From the courtyard as large as a soccer field to the dingiest corners, everything was single-handedly swept clean by Li Yun. Not only that, but he also smiled from ear to ear while working, as if he had hit the jackpot. As the sky turned to sunset, Li Yun carried his bucket and broom to a new spot. Finishing up this main hall, and I can call it a day and sleep. He pushed open the cobweb-covered wooden door, pumping himself up. Let's go, clean this place up quickly and take a rest. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Li Yun's eyes caught a sword lying abandoned in the middle of the room. Oh, what's this toy? He casually stepped closer to inspect it, stroking his chin in analysis. Did some previous tenant forget to take this when moving out? However, as he picked up the item to inspect it, Li Yun's greedy nature flared up. Is this made of precious material? Oh, selling this to a shop would probably fetch a handsome sum. Unfortunately, at that moment, the blade suddenly flashed with a bizarre light, reflecting straight into his eyes. Before he could even blink, the surrounding scenery shifted at breakneck speed. His muscles froze, his mouth stammering in terror. Wait, what corner of the world am I standing in now? Before he could recover, the system screen popped up with squiggly letters, announcing it was analyzing the examinee's stats, causing his brain to shut down further. What kind of trouble is this now? While a mess of questions was still swirling in his head, Li Yun suddenly detected a scent of killing intent aimed straight at his little life. His body automatically went into reflex mode, dodging swiftly, fortunately escaping the Grim Reaper's scythe to avoid an early reunion with his ancestors. With his tool already in hand, he used the momentum to swing the sword and block the attack. Failing the sneak attack, the cheap system cheated by buffing the test's difficulty. Only now did Li Yun recall Li Liang's warning, once the papers are signed, everyone dies. He smirked coldly, finally understanding the truth. So this is why those previous guys kicked the bucket. Li Yun's eyes locked onto the smoking black barrel, telling himself, that bullet earlier definitely shot out from this hole. Just as he finished that thought, the screen flashed with a deadly message, activating hell-level test. Li Yun gripped the hilt, boldly taking a fighting stance. You want to measure my power? Go ahead and bring it on, I'll take on everything you've got. Immediately after, an automated voice announced, Martial Force Evaluation Space activated. The gun barrel lit up with a brilliant glow again, then unleashed a hail of iron bullets straight at his position. Li Yun moved gracefully, dodging left and right while constantly using his sword to deflect the projectiles. Amidst the stinging rain of bullets, he still had enough breath to mock his opponent. Bring it on. The chief seat of Wulin Alliance's Sang Tian Dai didn't just fall from the sky for me to sit on. The weapon, having suffered the most misfortune on Earth, was now chipped and battered worse than scrap metal, yet Li Yun ignored it, smirking in challenge. Come closer if you dare. After satisfying his trash talk, he paused to glance at the dying tool in his hand. Just as he was about to check if it would shatter into 100 pieces, an invisible force suddenly dragged him backward. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Thanks to that recoil push, Li Yun landed safely in the system's blind spot. Wait, the gunfire stopped. Could this be a damage-immune zone? He stared again at the object that had saved his life earlier, muttering a few words and sighing with relief. But this sword, wait a minute. Suddenly, a brand new sword dropped out of nowhere, making Li Yun widen his eyes. Are you replacing it with a new one for me? He quickly grabbed the fresh weapon, not forgetting to toss some flattery. Oh, seems this test actually knows how to be humane. The moment he finished the sentence, Li Yun's neurons lit up with inspiration. Channeling energy into his legs, he used a flash step to dash straight to the blind spot he had deduced. You're purposely avoiding bombing this spot. Having found the enemy's weak spot, his voice grew even more arrogant. In other words, you are hiding a forbidden item behind you that needs absolute protection, right? But man's calculation is no match for a computer. As soon as Li Yun showed his face, he came face to face with a row of pitch-black cannons pointing straight at him. Hurtling forward without brakes and unable to turn back, his face instantly turned pale as a ghost. While Li Yun was frantically looking for an escape, the row of mortars fired in unison. Backed into a corner, he had to exert every ounce of his strength, twisting his body with a flexibility that would rival a professional acrobat to slip through the jaws of death. Countless trajectories crossed each other, weaving an inescapable iron net to trap and send Li Yun to the afterlife. As expected, this cheap tactic of overwhelming numbers successfully grazed his shoulder, drawing a bit of blood. Taking just one hit, Li Yun's movement rhythm was completely disrupted, and even his brand new toy met a bitter end, snapping in half. Before Li Yun could even shed a tear for the sword, he had to worry about saving his own skin, as a red-hot piece of iron whistled past his ear. Who knows if he took the full hit, but the surrounding ground was blasted into complete ruin. Thick smoke billowed up in waves, completely obscuring Li Yun's figure. But if the male lead died so easily, who would continue the show? He quickly escaped the blind spot, exhausting his spiritual energy to unleash his ultimate technique, the Liu Yue step. To ensure there was no slip-up, on his way up he added the illusory proof technique to create a smokescreen. Seizing the opportunity, having reached the golden coordinates, Li Yun raised his broken sword shard, channeling his last bit of Zai Yue inner energy into it. Without wasting a second, he struck the blade down hard into the core target he had spotted earlier, piercing deep through the brickwork right down to the hilt. From the crack he had just pried open, a terrifying shockwave erupted, grinding the sword to dust and sending Li Yun flying far back. He never expected that deadly explosion would blast him right back to the dilapidated main hall from earlier. But Li Yun's brain had not yet registered the new map, so his hand was still tightly gripping the hilt, eyes darting around warily. Where on earth did all these artillery shells come from? Unfortunately, the toy in his hand suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving him dumbfounded. The system screen popped up right on cue to conclude. Congratulations to the candidate for crawling through the test. Li Yun stood looking around for a moment, talking to himself. Oh, so I've passed. Why does this house look so strange? The moment his butt hit the tiled floor, the best notification of the day popped up. Power test successfully cleared. Releasing the key to activate all features of the property to max level. Li Yun stared at the item that fell from the sky, muttering in a daze. What is this? Are you giving me this dragon-slaying saber? Without even bothering to play hard to get, he snatched the item and held it to his chest, making up a highly logical excuse. Give and take makes a good deal. Since you tortured me to pulp, compensating me with something premium is only fair. The KPI-driven system quickly flashed another text box, cornering him. Please name the house to finalize the acceptance process. Li Yun swallowed his anger, grumbling, Why didn't you say so earlier? Now you ask for a name. Annoyed as he was, he still happily declared, The name for this place has been in my head for ages. Li Yun stood tall in the middle of the hall, looking up at the sky and shouting with pride. Acting on heaven's behalf with overflowing righteousness, the plaque shall bear the 3 words, Yitian Sect. The management software immediately stamped the character Tian onto the back of his hand and finalized. Registration of the new facility confirmed as Yitian Sect. From this moment on, Li Yun's impatience surpassed even the machine. He irritably cut it off. Whatever god or demon is haunting this house, step into the light and state your identity right now. But that mindless piece of iron only coldly generated a line. initializing sect management system. That ahead of its time terminology made Li Yun's face go totally blank, his mouth opening for a long moment before letting out a single word. Huh. He bolted like crazy out the gate. Li Yun dashed inside, growling like a hungry beast. Get out here, Li Liang. In stark contrast, the agent still wore his pageant-style smile. Oh, by Li Yun, did you sleep well last night? Nothing happened, right? Fury burning hot, Li Yun grabbed the other's collar and lifted him up. Damn you, did anyone warn me when selling the house that this nightmare would pop up? All night long this premature thing kept trailing me. What on earth is it? The unfairly scolded app cried inwardly. This system only follows the owner registered on the deed, okay. Li Liang squinted at him as if looking at an escaped mental patient. What empty space are you pointing at? Did you hit your head somewhere last night? Suddenly remembering that this control panel was invisible to outsiders, Li Yun could only slap his thigh and let out a deep, frustrated sigh. How aggravating. The agent stroked his beard with a chuckle, preparing to make a quick exit. Anyway, if you're not used to it, how about I refund your money and take the house back? Li Yun stubbornly tilted his chin and refused. Keep dreaming, I'm keeping this place. Seeing a sweet deal slip away, Li Liang's face slumped in disappointment. Well, then you have to worry about the grand opening of the martial arts hall now. There are so many headache-inducing steps. He sat up straight, seriously discussing business. The urgent matter is to get sect uniforms made. Do you have any contacts for me? Roughly 20 sets. The guy thought for a moment and scratched his chin. Recommending a few fabric stalls around here is easy, but getting them to take your order is going to be tough. The merchants are busy fighting for the chance to supply the Huanglong canopy. Those 3 words caught Li Yun's ear, leaving him stunned. The Huanglong canopy, could it be that place? Li Liang took a sip of strong tea and confirmed. Exactly. You've probably heard of them. The brand Huanglong Canopy is the premier merchant that has been wholesaling fabrics and silks to royalty since forever. With such powerful backing, this conglomerate has expanded its influence across the entire martial world. Both good and evil factions avoid them on sight. Rumors say even the top sects have to watch their step around the Huanglong Canopy. After boasting, Li Liang casually rubbed more salt into his client's wallet wound. But with your flat wallet, luxury goods from the Huanglong Canopy are just a dream. Forget about it to save yourself a headache. The mockery made Li Yun bristle like a cat having its tail stepped on. You're not wrong, but do you know how incredibly annoying that sounds? The old man put on his calm, innocent face again. I'm only worried that your haunted house reputation will scare the merchants into chasing you away. Well, let's just stroll down the Taylor Street and see. The eavesdropping software immediately threw a tantrum. How can you call me an evil spirit when I'm working so hard to support you? This is deeply hurtful. Li Yun shot at a glare as sharp as a razor. Shut your mouth. Wait a minute, I clearly just put pen to paper last night, so how did the rumor spread so far today? But then, Li Yun's brain seemed to realize a truth. Casting his eyes over, he saw Li Liang already trembling like a leaf, casually making excuses. Oh well, bad news travels fast, why do you care? Li Yun's face was now black as soot. Tell the truth, were you the one who spread that false rumor? The agent hurriedly made excuses to save his neck. Well, I only wanted to promote your martial arts hall to make it more famous. Forget about those silly rumors. The fact that you're still standing here breathing is living proof of good feng shui, isn't it? Things will definitely go smoothly. Li Yun rolled his eyes, pointing his finger straight at the other's nose and yelling, all of this trouble is because you pushed that graveyard onto me. And so he wore out his shoes knocking on merchants' doors, only to receive bitter rejections. Shoo, no business here. One shop owner, catching sight of Li Yun, slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Go away, bad luck, I'm closing shop. He could only desperately bang on the door and plead, wait, big sister, just listen to me for 15 seconds. Even worse, some aggressive guys almost punched Li Yun right in the face. I said we aren't selling, get the hell out of here, you ghost-possessed freak. Utterly discouraged, he trudged along the gravel road, muttering complaints about how fast big-mouthed gossips spread rumors. All right, calm down, take a deep breath. I can't let people treat me like an escaped mental patient on my very first day out. At that terrible moment, an ear-splitting shout echoed from behind. Let her go. The kid Zhu Yu was clinging to and pulling at Song Yuan's clothes, crying, "You promised to get medicine to save her." The thug tossed the little boy aside, cursing, "Get lost, you brat." Just in time, Jia Ming hurried over in alarm. "Zhu Yu, is that you? How did things turn out like this?" The boy roared in frustration, wanting the whole market to hear clearly. "Grandfather, these bastards lied and said they would save my sister, but they actually just stole all our money." Exposed in the middle of the street, Song Yuan furiously slapped Zhu Yu's cheek. "Your sister's illness is already terminal. Even the divine doctor shook his head in despair. Are you deaf?" Seeing this, Jia Ming's face darkened, and he frantically called out, "Zhu Yu, are you all right?" Looking at the uniforms they wore, they surely belonged to the Bai Jian sect. How could honorable martial artists bully a mere brat? The eldest senior brother, Meng Zhou, stood watching with folded arms from start to finish before speaking coldly. "Dial it down. If you want the sect master to punish you with kneeling, go ahead and make a scene, just clean this up properly." Song Yuan smirked, squeezing out a murderous smile. "Understood, eldest brother. If I'd known, I would have dragged him into a quiet alley and finished him off earlier." Jia Ming shielded Zhu Yu with his old body, casting a sharp glare at the thugs. "Pushing people too far, I'm afraid today we must wash this grievance in blood." Unable to bear the eyesore, Li Yun stepped in to disrupt them. "Hey, you little punks." Before Song Yuan's brain could register what was happening, he took a full kick that flattened his face. Struck by the sudden kick, Song Yuan fell head over heels, rolling onto the ground. Meng Zhou stared wide-eyed at the intruder who was poking his nose into other people's business, shouting, "What hole did you crawl out of?" Crossing his arms, he blocked the thug's view to shield Jia Min and his grandfather, calmly replying, "At present, this master has no title grand enough, but since you, brother, are so kind as to ask, I shall introduce myself. I am the leader of the Yitian sect, Bai Li Yun." Furious, a low-ranking thug drew his sword and lunged forward. "Are you tired of breathing, daring to block our Bai Jian sect? What kind of ragtag sect just crawled out of a corner?" Yet with a slight tilt of his body, Li Yun dodged the sword blade as easy as pie. The next second, he delivered a quick kick that shattered the thug's wrist. With a gaze as sharp as a razor fixed on the remaining thugs, Li Yun lectured them. "Using a sect's name to trample on others is incredibly cowardly, fellas. Not to mention, before you can gauge the strength of the person in front of you, you'd better tuck your tail in." Xiang Yan suddenly dropped in out of nowhere, screaming like a bandit. "You brat, even if your gall is as big as the heavens, don't you dare mess with the Bai Jian sect. Do you fully understand the price you will have to pay for this?" Li Yun lazily flicked his wrist, sending a blast of inner force that blew the man far away, casually muttering, "Who knows?" Xiang Yan's face dragged along the ground, sliding a long, painful distance. Seeing the shift, Meng Zhou quickly backed down, not daring to make a reckless move, only glaring at Li Yun with hostile eyes. The martial world rumored that some fake leader from the Wulin Alliance had just bought a haunted house, and it must be you. Sensing this sensitive topic, he wished there were a hole to crawl into to hide his shame. Damn it, did the human loudspeakers spread the rumors this fast already? Meanwhile, the culprit Li Liang, who was at home, suddenly choked on a mouthful of hot tea. Li Yun threw Meng Zhou a contemptuous look, complaining in frustration. This master is already furious about being unable to finalize the uniform order because of those cursed rumors. So stop rambling and rubbing salt in my wound. He curled his finger, motioning them forward in challenge. "Come at me all at once." The fuse ignited, and he charged furiously like a rabid beast. "You dare trample on our Bai Jian sect, I will send you to your grave to repent." A thunderous blow cracked the gravel underneath, but fortunately, Li Yun smoothly dodged it. Taking advantage of the opening, Song Yuan stealthily circled behind, planning to mount a sneak attack. In this current situation, Li Yun was sandwiched from both front and back. One would think his doom was sealed, but Li Yun simply used the momentum to drive an elbow into Song Yuan's face. And in the blink of an eye, followed up with a kick straight to Meng Zhou's ribs. Taking the full brunt of the internal damage, he collapsed to the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp. For the finishing touch, Li Yun plunged the sword into the ground, grazing past Meng Zhou's ear, and casually declared, "Exactly, let's just say I am looking for trouble. If you want revenge, this master is ready. Bring yourselves to the Yi Tian sect and knock on our door. But for now, if you don't want your bodies cut in half, beat it and get lost to save us the trouble." The Bai Jian sect punks immediately ran for their lives, not forgetting to throw back a cliché threat. "You just wait, kid." Having shaken off the trouble, Li Yun turned to ask Jia Min and his grandfather, "Are you two all right?" At this moment, young Zhu Yu's eyes shone with pure admiration. "Oh, my grand master, do you need to make sect uniforms? When it comes to this, my big sister is the absolute best." Before Li Yun could process the change of subject, he looked blank. "Huh, what?" The boy suddenly welled up with tears, grabbing his shirt and pleading, "Master Warrior, I beg of you, please have mercy and save my sister's life." Seeing himself getting entangled in a new mess, Li Yun stepped back, waving his hands in refusal. "Oh, if she's sick, you should take her to a physician. Why look for me?" Just as he was about to slip away, the troublesome system chimed with a notification. Signal of a level 3 potential candidate detected. Deal accepted. Li Yun flipped his attitude faster than a pancake, putting on a thoughtful expression. "Come here, whisper the whole story into my ear and let me hear it." On the way back, Zhu Yu choked back tears as he led the way, recounting. "Our parents passed away early last year, leaving only the two of us to rely on each other. Fortunately, she is highly skilled at sewing, so we didn't end up starving. The trouble is, over the past few days, she suddenly caught some bizarre illness that left her limbs as cold as blocks of ice." Walking beside them, Jia Min sighed sadly. "Oh, that must be the deep frost limb condition." Li Yun shifted his attention to the old man, politely inquiring, "May I ask your name, elder?" Jia Min cleared his throat roughly and slowly explained. "I run a small fabric stall in the next village. Today I came because I was worried about this sibling pair's order, which suddenly vanished without a trace." The entire group stopped before a shabby, run-down mud house, and Zhu Yu called out inside, "Sister, I'm back." Li Yun poked his head into the hut, his eyes scanning around as he complained internally. One gust of wind and this shack would fly away, no joke. Excited, Zhu Yu ran to his sister's bedside, boasting, "Look, sister, I just brought back a top-tier exorcist to cure you." Hearing that highly superstitious title, he waved his hands in alarm to correct him. "No, I am not a priest." But as he glanced over, he saw Zhu Hua calmly warming both her hands and feet directly over a blazing fire. Li Yun was so stunned that he swallowed the words he was about to say. The girl looked up at him with cautious eyes. "Who is this stranger, little brother?" Instead of arguing back, he silently assessed the severity of Zhu Hua's condition, calculating, roasting all 4 limbs over hot coals without even flinching. "This case is far worse than I thought." The system bot popped up like a savior to explain. "Report, the heat from the flame is neutralizing the frost energy emanating from the target's limbs." Li Yun knitted his brows, thinking, could she be suffering backlash from secretly practicing some dark, cold inner art? After connecting the dots, he spoke calmly. "You must be Zhu Hua. Your younger brother begged me to find a cure for you." Hearing this, she was visibly surprised. "What? Young Zhu Yu went and did that on his own?" Li Yun circled her to perform a clinical assessment, asking curiously, "Doesn't roasting your hands like that burn?" The girl pouted dejectedly. "Well, if I don't heat them like this, my hands will freeze solid like popsicles." Hearing this, his eyes widened completely. "Oh, is it really that cold?" Jia Min now edged closer to ask, "Zhu Hua, what kind of trouble have you run into?" Seeing a familiar face, she forced a wry smile. "Oh, grandfather, what wind brought you all the way to this corner?" The old man clicked his tongue, shaking his head gloomily. "Our supply connection suddenly broke, and none of my messages or calls were answered, which worried me sick." Zhu Hua quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. "I am terribly sorry. It's all because this useless body of mine caused such a mess." Cutting through the atmosphere, Li Yun intervened to check her. "Miss, would you allow me to feel your pulse?" She blinked, not yet understanding. "Are you planning to act as a doctor to diagnose me?" He nodded firmly, looking entirely serious. "Yes, I must examine the inside to see where the malfunction lies." Though freezing cold, Zhu Hua had no choice but to compromise. "Then please make it quick." Li Yun focused intensely, carefully examining every pulse beat on her wrist. A sudden bright flash of light shot out from between her fingers, dazzling like a shooting star. The system notification buzzed in Li Yun's ear again. Emergency warning. The target is absorbing a massive amount of yin energy. If she doesn't stop, she will explode. Irritated, he patted his ears to keep from going deaf. I see it. Stop nagging me, you noisy thing. About 5 seconds later, another summary board popped up. Extracting results. The accumulated yin energy is eroding all of the patient's cells. Li Yun's eyebrows furrowed deeply as he muttered, "This wretched energy is actually..." After putting all the clues together, he decisively let go of Zhu Hua's hand and declared, "It's settled. I have figured out your illness." Hearing this, the girl looked ecstatic. "Oh goodness, are you serious?" Li Yun nodded in confirmation and spoke in a solemn voice to enlighten them. "This condition is called the extreme yin constitution, a unique genetic mutation that allows the body to automatically gather and accumulate yin energy from the surroundings. The martial world rumors that the Great Sword Empress herself possesses this exact same constitution." As soon as she heard this, Zhu Hua froze completely. The Sword Empress? That was a cosmic name, the Grand Master of the Sword Pavilion, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the 10 heavens, sitting at the absolute pinnacle of the path of the sword. She looked highly amused, smiling. "Though I don't understand much, that title sounds incredibly awesome." Li Yun scratched his head, frustrated by this ridiculous optimism. To martial artists, it was a heavenly treasure, but to an ordinary mortal like her, absorbing too much yin energy would drain her yang energy completely. If things continue at this rate, you are guaranteed to meet the King of Hell within 90 days. You must have faintly sensed the stench of death yourself, haven't you? Zhu Hua paused for a moment, then regained her indifferent expression. "Spot on. So in short, do you have any way to fix this bug?" On the contrary, young Zhu Yu screamed with tears in his eyes. "You liar, talking nonsense and cursing my sister. It turns out you are just a scammer, exactly like those thugs from earlier." Jia Min was so anxious he was like an ant on a hot pan, wondering if the spiritual herbs he brought would also go to waste. But Li Yun could only shake his head helplessly. This was just a temporary fix, and the illness would eventually return. In his heart he complained, "The core is yang energy, but recharging long-term inner force is a complete dead end." The system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Li Yun to accidentally shout, "I told you to shut up." Yet that noisy thing offered a clever trick. Complete the essence quest, burn essence to immediately boost the disciple's recovery speed. Recovery function, the rate of replenishing the disciple's stamina and inner force is buffed, costing 50 essence. Use immediately. Glancing at the words, Li Yun was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, a buff for both stamina and inner force. A moment later, another notification popped up. Quest, secure your first disciple, reward 50 essence. Li Yun's mood instantly brightened. A disciple? Wait a second. This was truly a windfall, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Li Yun walked over to the siblings, clicking his tongue. "Although it is a bit risky, I have just thought of a brilliant plan." Zhu Hua quickly agreed to become a disciple of my Yitian sect. The girl startled, hugging Zhu Yu defensively. "Forcing me to become a disciple and learn martial arts out of nowhere, what kind of logic is that?" Li Yun's eyes widened, looking extremely sincere. "Trust me on this." Of course, Zhu Hua would not yield easily. "I have never practiced martial arts in my life. Out of the blue, you want to recruit me." Disguised as righteous heroes, the petty nature of some sects was truly repulsive. Contrary to their gentlemanly labels, they were actually just a selfish, greedy bunch looking to line their own pockets. Their mouths claimed to rescue others, but ultimately they only cared about saving their own worthless lives. Her parents had also lost their lives because they were caught in the vortex of their power struggles. Zhu Hua cautiously weighed her options. This guy is probably just wearing a mask of compassion and will use me as a shield, dragging me into that muddy swamp of the martial world. But when she looked at Li Yun's hand, she saw his knuckles turning dark and purple like frozen rocks. Zhu Hua's eyes widened in shock. "My hands are the ones suffering from this freezing numbness, though." The young man maintained his posture, sporting a highly convincing smile. "A mere trifle. The main thing is I cure your illness." The look Zhu Hua cast at the man in front of her changed completely. This man was absolutely not in the same league as those hypocritical sect quacks. She lowered her head slightly and smiled to hide her embarrassment. Fine, as long as my body is cured. Thus, she closed her eyes and took the leap, deciding to make a life-or-death bet. Immediately, Zhu Hua firmly grasped his hand, speaking in all sincerity. I leave everything in your hands, master. Ping, the flattering system voice chimed in his ear. First disciple quest completed. 50 essence successfully claimed. Due to contact with yin energy, the user's hand is as stiff as a block of wood. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant band of light enveloped the freezing chill radiating between their clasped hands. Activating minor recovery skill by burning essence. This bizarre phenomenon left Zhu Hua wide-eyed and open-mouthed. How strange, my hands are warming up. Another chat box slid into view. The disciple's recovery rate and inner force are rapidly increasing. Li Yun remained focused on curing his disciple, thinking, excellent, this is working. Notifications danced in succession, initiating minor recovery mode. Gathering spiritual energy, the disciple's tiny reserve of inner force is gradually filling up. Sensing success, Li Yun grew even more pleased. The yang energy is surging back. The final system notification popped up with a pleasant sound. The disciple's yang energy is fully charged. Zhu Hua stared at her hands, which were turning rosy again, completely unable to believe her eyes. It felt so surreal, like a dream. Even if she were beaten to death, she wouldn't have believed her limbs could be completely healed. Zhu Yu threw himself into his sister's chest and sobbed. Sister! Meanwhile, Jia Min, with his eyes glued to the fascinating scene that had just unfolded, slapped his thigh. Did you use Qigong to resolve that? Li Yun gave a vague answer because even if offered gold, he wouldn't dare reveal the truth. Yeah, something like that. Hearing the half-hearted answer, the old man burst into a hearty laugh. Then he slapped his thigh again in absolute delight. Having witnessed this firsthand, I find you highly agreeable. Now I finally realize why the Wulin Alliance leader favors you so much. The concluding words made Li Yun's face darken. Does this old man actually have ties to the Wulin Alliance leader too? As if reading the young man's mind, Jia Min chuckled. Oh dear, my bad for forgetting to introduce myself sooner. My name is Tian Jia Ming, the master of the Huanglong Manor, or you can just call me Lord of Huanglong Manor for short. Switching scene to the headquarters of the Bai Jian sect. Yao Huang cast a razor-sharp gaze down at his prostrate disciples, to the point of being humiliated by some nameless rookies. Meng Zhou mumbled, not daring to lift his head. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths, sect leader. Before he could even close his mouth, the old man coldly thrust a sword right through his hand. Yao Huang paid no heed to his disciple's throat-shredding scream, treating it like a passing breeze. Does it hurt? Compared to the humiliation of being ridiculed by the whole world, your little sting is nothing. Meng Zhou shrieked in agony, weeping. This servant has learned his lesson. Before sweeping his sleeves to leave, he did not forget to wave his hand to command. Drag all of these useless fools to the disciplinary hall. The remaining henchmen, pale with fear, hurriedly shouted, As you command, sect leader. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhou thrashed about like a fish on a cutting board. I beg of you, sect leader, please show mercy and spare this servant's dog life. Sect leader, let this servant redeem himself by making amends. Meng Zhou's desperate cries echoed through the sky. Sect leader. At this very moment, Li Yun had already landed a spot on Yao Huang's blacklist. By Li Yun of that tiny Yitian sect. Then this master must prepare a grand feast to welcome him. It truly makes one itch to peel back his skin and see what kind of sacred being he is. Returning to the verbal sparring, Li Yun stared at Jia Min as if seeing a strange creature. Did you just claim to be the lord of Huanglong Manor? Although I sensed early on that you were no ordinary person, I never expected it to go this far. Zhu Hua hurriedly fell to her knees in respect. This humble girl has eyes but failed to recognize the manor lord. Please forgive me 10,000 times. The old man quickly waved his hand, smiling warmly. Stand up, Zhu Hua, no need for such formalities. Next, Jia Min directed a sharp gaze at Li Yun. Listen, by Li Yun, join my Huanglong Manor, and I will cover all the wealth and glory you desire. Li Yun smelled the sparkling scent of money right under his nose. A notorious trading conglomerate that monopolized the wholesale and retail of silk for for the imperial family. A hub for countless exceptional talents, to the point that even the big bosses of the martial world had to show some respect. One sneeze from him was enough to shake the life-and-death boundaries of both the Wulin Alliance and the Evil Alliance. A sweet deal indeed, but unfortunately, this was not the path he wanted to take. After weighing his options, Li Yun tactfully declined. "I am immensely grateful for the delicious cake you offer, but I must grit my teeth and say no. The reason is that I have just taken in my #1 direct disciple." Hearing this, Jia Min's face darkened with anger. How audacious of you to kick away a bowl of rice offered by the Lord of Huanglong Manor. Far from being intimidated, Li Yun smiled and pressed on. "Indeed. In return, may I request a slot to do business with the Lord of Huanglong Manor? If you agree, I promise to grant you a glory so grand it will match your status." The old man was so provoked that he was about to fume. "It seems because I threw you a bone, you think you can play with me. What right does a mouthy brat like you have to claim you can grant glory to the Lord of Huanglong Manor?" The corner of his mouth curved into an extremely arrogant smile. 10 years. Within that time, I will forge an empire on par with the 9 great sects and 1 association of the orthodox path, and the 10 sects and 2 families of the unorthodox path. Is that brand strong enough to serve as leverage for our negotiations? This statement added fuel to the fire, raising Jia Min's blood pressure. What a lame joke. A lousy sect that hasn't even had its grand opening dares to boast that it will rise to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's best within 10 years. Li Yun casually replied, "You hit the nail right on the head." At this point, the elder was so angry that he burst into laughter. What nonsense! A man who knows no fear, casually playing with fire. The reputation I promise is not something to be thrown away, Manor Lord. Jia Min grimaced as if about to strike him. What on earth? Are you trying to put on a show for me now? Li Yun's tone was so insolent that he made no effort to hide his wild arrogance. "Please bring your disciple here for me to meet. The commodity I want to exchange is the bright future of the Huanglong Manor." After pondering and calculating for a long while, the old man decided to invest. "Fine, I will soon package my disciple and send them to your sect. Whether the deal goes through depends on their own consent. But if your trashy sect irritates me along the way." Jia Min's killing intent erupted like a descending evil dragon. "You had better prepare your coffin to bear the consequences." Li Yun remained entirely unbothered, not taking a single step back. "As for that, you can rest easy with your pillows high." Hearing this, the old man nodded in approval. "Well said, then this verbal agreement is settled." Just a split second later, Jia Min looked out the door and called out, "Bring the silk in." A group of black-clothed men emerged from thin air, leading a gold-trimmed carriage. The lord of the manor departs. Next, a whole mountain of high-quality silk was presented right before them. "Just consider this some petty cash. Take it for sewing, as a reward for the entertaining comedy you just performed. Don't even think about refusing." Li Yun was not foolish enough to reject free money, immediately clasping his hands in gratitude. "Yes, thank you, Manor Lord." Internally, he marveled at how perfectly life's script was written. He had faintly sensed a premonition, but who would have thought they would cross paths so quickly? Before long, the sun sank behind the mountains, giving way to the dark curtain of night. Jia Min crossed his legs in the carriage, laughing heartily enough to shake the walls. How bold to claim he would grant me glory, a cocky youngster through and through. After speaking, he suddenly called out, "Hey, coachman!" The driver outside bowed and replied, "Yes, Manor Lord." Jia Min's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. "Since we are out for a stroll, let's stop by to visit an old friend in the Evil Alliance. It has been several moons since I last shared a drink with the leader of the Evil Alliance." Then the luxurious carriage tore through the night and sped away. Meanwhile, at the Yitian sect, things were bustling from the break of dawn. How is it going? The mountain of silk from the other day was tailored into a new set of armor for Li Yun that looked exceptionally cool, exactly to his liking. With that, his stats skyrocketed. His cunning index shot up, and his appearance rating also soared. Li Yun waved his limbs and threw a few punches, nodding in delight. So lucky. To be honest, this is the first time I've worn such high-quality fabric, and it's incredibly stretchy for combat. Thanks to this, the minor side quest has been cleared, successfully producing the flawless fashion set. Guest, please claim your reward. Heavy-duty curse-breaking book, talent-buffing pill, and the privilege to unlock hidden passives. Li Yun scanned the reward board with a wide grin. This is absolutely insane. The curse-breaking book and brain-bursting medicine are nice, but let's take it slow. With that, he tapped directly on the screen, rewards claimed. The system announced that the hidden passive chest was opened. From this moment on, you have the right to manually activate your disciples' hidden skills. Instantly, Zhu Hua's resume popped up in front of Li Yun. The young man repeatedly tapped the air, but it was useless. Diligent, damage-absorbing, carrying the team, why were they all grayed out and unclickable? Another board flew out, splashing cold water on him. The disciple must grind levels to use this function. Seeing that line, Li Yun glared intensely. What a stingy miser. He lazily fixed his gaze on Zhu Hua's dazed face. No other choice. I must force this girl to grind levels to unleash her skills. Having completed his calculations, Li Yun cleared his throat and coaxed. Gear up, we are entering hellish training. With her heart pounding, Zhu Hua felt a rush of excitement. Will I really get to wield a sword? Can I actually pull this off? Even though the sect leader has laid out a red carpet to save me, what if I mess up and ruin his efforts? Li Yun's catchphrase from earlier flashed through Zhu Hua's mind again. A mere trifle, as long as I clear the remnants of illness on you. Thanks to that lifeline, the girl regained her resolve. She had to hold fast to her faith in the sect leader and deal with whatever came next. Zhu Hua's eyes sparkled. Yes, master, what supreme technique will this humble servant be taught as a beginner? But just 3 seconds later, her dreams shattered. Horse stance, commonly known as the riding posture. Zhu Hua's legs trembled violently as she felt utterly disappointed. She had expected to wield a sword majestically, only to be forced to act like a stone statue. Li Yun stood with crossed arms, looking as stern as the king of hell. This is the best morning exercise to fully charge your stamina bar. Now shut your mouth and focus on gathering energy. Her face fell, but she had to bite the bullet. How? How long do I have to hold this posture? The young man did not bother to answer, turning his back and walking away. The burn target of half an incense stick begins. Having received the signal, Zhu Hua had no choice but to brace herself and hold her breath. After a while, she nervously and timidly asked, But master, can a weak, clumsy novice like me really learn martial arts? Li Yun patted his chest confidently. Easy, you are more than capable. Did you forget you possess the extreme yin constitution? The extreme yin constitution is a heaven-sent reservoir of inner force. Although that energy is dense with yin, once your danshan is cleared, you can immediately build a solid foundation. Li Yun had mapped out every single step in his head, planning to push her extreme yin constitution to its absolute limits. Why on earth would he let such a heaven-sent martial arts genius monster go to waste? The system nagged its master again. The user's deviousness score has broken records once more. At that moment he was startled by a thunderous stomping of feet. Is a storm coming? Li Liang barged in aggressively, kicking the door open, grabbing Li Yun's collar and shaking him like a washing machine. The Bai Jian sect threw a challenge letter at you. What kind of connection do you have with their leader? Li Yun was completely bewildered. They are nothing, the Bai Jian sect. As soon as the name registered, Zhu Yu immediately bristled with anger. Those beasts. Now he finally pieced his memory back together. Oh, those clowns who got beaten up yesterday. Li Yun snatched the scroll, hurriedly opening it to inspect. Let's see what they're up to. The Bai Jian sect is organizing a martial arts assembly and cordially invites the Yi Tian sect to join the fun. The Bai Jian sect was the self-proclaimed center of the universe in this region, and their sect leader's arrogance was as notorious as his reputation. The martial world rumored that he loved using martial arts exchanges as an excuse to crush smaller sects. Li Liang's face darkened, but he usually only targets those of equal strength or slightly weaker. Why on earth would he pay attention to this ridiculous, rundown sect? As soon as those words left his mouth, Li Yun and his 2 disciples simultaneously glared at the old man. Old man, did you just throw dirty water on our faces? Li Liang was glared at until his spine went cold, cold sweat pouring down. My mistake, huge mistake, I misspoke. Despite being caught in a trap, the young man did not even frown. Just as Li Liang reported, his true scheme is to rub salt in the wounds of every small sect. How intriguing. All the better, it's a perfect coincidence, a perfect opportunity to promote our tiny martial school and blow everyone's minds. Zhu Hua, who was straining in her horse stance, chimed in with panic. But, isn't getting involved too reckless? Our sect only has you and my useless self. What if I end up being a drag on you, master? Li Yun gave the girl a scorching glare. What nonsense are you talking? The only one stepping onto the arena will be you, my eldest disciple Zhu Hua. Hearing this, Zhu Hua confidently patted her chest. Oh, I see. Then I will devote every ounce of my strength, I alone will. But as her brain finally processed the details, she shrieked loudly. What? I have to carry the whole show alone. The curtain of night fell, and the Yitian sect sank into absolute silence. Zhu Hua collapsed onto the floor with exhausted limbs. Indeed, my stamina tank is completely empty, but do I really have to stay frozen like a wooden statue forever? Grinding horse stance every day achieves nothing. I should be swinging a sword instead. Yet all I was taught is just a silly firewood-slashing move that even a 3-year-old could easily do. Her stomach was churning with anxiety. In less than 2 weeks, she would be sent to the chopping block. What on earth is the sect leader planning anyway? Recalling Li Yun's mocking smirk, Zhu Hua sprang up like a coiled spring, determined to go demand an explanation. Fortunately, the light in his room was still on. So the girl cautiously poked half her head in. Excuse me, master, are you asleep? What caught her eye was Li Yun pursing his lips as he clumsily threaded a needle to sew clothes, grumbling, Oh my God, I didn't expect sewing to be this draining. The system glanced at the white bandages wrapped around his fingers, speechless. The 23rd needle prick is about to bleed. Li Yun gritted his teeth and hissed, Shut up. My disciple is probably doubting this useless horse stance. Before she loses her temper, I have to finish sewing this armor for her to keep things smooth. He held up the patched outfit to inspect it for a moment, hoping the little rascal would be pleased with it. Zhu Hua silently swallowed the words she wanted to say, quietly stepping back with a warm smile. Ping! The machine chimed with its flattering sound. Zhu Hua's work ethic and sense of responsibility are blossoming. Li Yun scratched his head in bewilderment. Why the sudden change? Time flew by like a shooting star, and in the blink of an eye, the decisive day arrived. The opening of the martial arts assembly organized by the Bai Jian sect. Cheng Mo blurted out to the man beside him. Senior brother, why did the big boss suddenly decide to hold this assembly? Couldn't we just take our sabers and provoke those Yitian sect fools to settle this? Cracking his knuckles, Wang Ba whispered back. The news of our lackeys getting beaten to a pulp has already spread far and wide. Now we must humiliate them publicly to flex our muscles in front of everyone, letting those small-timers know exactly how they'll be crushed if they mess with our Bai Jian sect. The punk curled his lips into a wicked smirk. Let's see how long they can grit their teeth, those backwater dogs who dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers and walked right into the trap. At that moment, Zhu Hua edged closer to the registration desk. Excuse me, brother, could I sign in here? Cheng Mo quickly hid his inappropriate smirk. Ah, yes, miss. It seemed the young man was completely captivated by the beauty before him. Is this martial school recruiting disciples using good looks? Zhu Hua diligently wrote down her name, both master and disciple wearing fierce expressions of determination to win. It was only when they disappeared from view that Cheng Mo scratched his head and muttered, Why is that female disciple's taste in clothing so bizarre? Striding forward, Li Yun raised his chin and asked, Is the armor I sewed comfortable to wear? Zhu Hua covered her mouth and giggled, chirping happily. The stitching is a bit bumpy like a pothole, but it's very comfortable to wear, sect leader. Before long, the tournament officially kicked off. Yao Huang sat proudly in the highest seat, clearing his throat loudly. I solemnly declare the opening of the Bai Jian Martial Arts Tournament. This event is not merely to foster brotherhood among the righteous sects, but also a crucible to forge the youngsters who will soon shoulder the future of the martial world. Therefore, I have prepared a small reward." As the small chest clicked open, the spectating crowd immediately erupted into whispers. "Oh my, is that the highly coveted Xiao Qingdan?" The system's dictionary immediately popped up to inform Li Yun. Xiao Qingdan, one of the 2 legendary pills crafted from Wudeng's finest batches. Consuming this pill guarantees a massive boost to vitality and hardens the Danshan like cold steel. Yao Huang raised his voice again. "I will personally hand this authentic Xiao Qingdan to the sole survivor of today's tournament." A Qing Yue sect disciple named Qing San immediately cheered like a wild monkey. The Bai Jian sect leader is indeed peerlessly generous. The moment he stepped down the stairs, Meng Zhou and his cohorts quickly approached him with groveling flattery. "Everything is prepared for the drawing of lots, sect leader." Yao Huang merely snorted and didn't bother to reply, silently cursing them through gritted teeth as a bunch of useless fools. "I'll slap the wits out of you all. Don't you dare show your faces around the Bai Jian sect to cause trouble again. Go out there and show them our absolute power." Meng Zhou's lackeys shouted in unison, "Yes, understood, master." The scene shifts to the 3rd arena of the preliminary round. It was now Zhu Hua's turn to take the stage, and she looked extremely tense, breaking out in a cold sweat. Zhu Hua stole a glance at Li Yun, her voice trembling like a leaf. "Sect leader, can your weak disciple actually pull this off?" He immediately reassured her, "Just recall the secret techniques I have drilled into you these past few days." The girl's face blanked out, thinking to herself, "Is he talking about making me bend over and practice horse stances all day?" Li Yun flinched slightly, but patted Zhu Hua's shoulder reassuringly to cover it up. "Then just trust the one who put you through that hellish training. I guarantee you are 10,000 times stronger than before." The young girl stared wide-eyed at her rambling master. "Are you for real?" Still skeptical but with no other choice, the young disciple braced herself and stepped forward. The referee's voice boomed like thunder, "The time has come." Yet none of the oblivious onlookers could perceive the phantom of a colossal water dragon twisting behind Zhu Hua as the 3rd arena's matches officially commenced. Her opponent was none other than that talkative guy from earlier, the tough-acting Qing San of the Qing Yue sect. Zhu Hua politely cupped her hands to introduce herself as per protocol. "Zhu Hua of the Yitian sect, please guide me." He squinted, sizing her up from head to toe. This kid is not only green in combat, but even the way she holds her sword is incredibly clumsy. Zhu Hua nodded in agreement, admitting honestly, "Yes, you have a keen eye, brother. I've only been practicing for barely a month." Hearing this, Qing San scoffed in disdain. "A frog at the bottom of a well who doesn't know the meaning of death, yet dares to crawl onto the stage. Let me slap some sense into you." The referee waved the flag and bellowed, "Begin." The cocky fellow took his stance, gesturing flamboyantly like a senior. "Show me all your amateur skills, let's see what you've got." In the blink of an eye, Zhu Hua raised her wooden sword and struck Qing San directly across the face with a loud smack. He flew back like a rubber ball, his face scraping along the arena floor. Qing San foamed at the mouth and fainted after just a single strike. The referee rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. "Are you kidding me?" The spectating crowd was utterly stupefied. Unbelievable, a single strike ended the match just like that. Below the stage, Li Yun stroked his chin and spoke with casual pride. "I told you, just have blind faith in me." Recovering his composure, the referee shrieked, The winner is Zhu Hua of the Yitian sect." He gave her a thumbs up in approval. "Over the past half-month, I've instilled in Zhu Hua the mindset of a true martial artist. Unleashing all of one's energy into a single strike isn't as easy as people make it sound, especially for these inexperienced kids. Most of them hold back out of fear of accidentally killing their opponent. Simply put, Zhu Hua completely outclasses those greenhorns in her willingness to go all out and fight to the end." Zhu Hua went on to dominate, knocking out her opponents one by one with a single strike. "Sect leader, I've wrapped things up over here." Li Yun merely smiled to himself, thinking, "At this rate, the finals will be a walk in the park." Meanwhile, he cast a curious glance over at the adjacent arenas. Now that Zhu Hua is safe, I should scan the crowd for any potential talents to recruit. Just as he was looking around, the referee shouted, "Next up is Chen Guang, representing the host, the Bai Jian sect." Li Yun immediately focused his attention on the arena. So a fighter from the Bai Jian sect is taking the field. The moment the match began, Chen Guang disarmed his opponent in the very first exchange. Then, like a madman, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, giving his prey no room to breathe. "Wait, hold on." The opponent, beaten black and blue like a rag doll, cried out, "I surrender, spare me." Yet Chen Guang's bloodlust didn't abate and he didn't stop. "Damn, wait." Like a ravenous beast, he lunged forward and struck his unfortunate opponent square in the face. The referee rushed in to intervene, fearing a fatality. "Hold your weapon. The match is already decided." The opponent lay there foaming at the mouth, his teeth knocked loose. The referee quickly announced the result. Victory goes to Chen Guang of the Bai Jian sect. Below, Li Yun narrowed his eyes, analyzing the ruthless bastard. Look at his face. He clearly outmatched his opponent, yet still chose to use excessive violence. What scum. Just then, Zhu Hua came skipping over to boast, "Sect leader, I made it to the finals." He instantly hid his murderous gaze from earlier and smiled. "Well done, you deserve a reward." The girl bounced around like a joyful toddler showing off her achievement. "I did exactly as you taught, putting all my power into one strike, and I crushed them easily." Li Yun smirked, patting her head. "Yes, that tactic works wonders." But the moment Chen Guang walked past, Zhu Hua suddenly shuddered. "What is this disgusting pressure? It seems to be coming from that brutal guy." Peeking through narrowed eyes, she whispered, "How strong is he?" Li Yun shrugged nonchalantly. "At this rate, we'll likely cross swords with him in the final match." Just then, Yao Huang appeared out of nowhere with a hypocritical smile. "Congratulations on making it to the finals." Though Li Yun despised the old man internally, he maintained a fake smile. "Greetings, sect leader of Bai Jian." Yao Huang feigned sympathy, though his head was still held high. "About the incident with my reckless disciples the other day, it was truly negligent of us." Li Yun, refusing to be pushed around, immediately jabbed back. "A minor scratch is nothing to me, but you should probably discipline your disciples to watch their manners." The old man's gaze shifted to Zhu Hua, a fragile-looking girl actually climbing her way to the finals. Truly, a dragon emerging from a marsh. "But unfortunately, your next opponent is Yu Jian. It seems your run ends here. However, you do possess unusual talent. If you're interested, you're always welcome to seek shelter at the Bai Jian sect." Li Yun brushed Yao Huang's hand away and spoke coldly. "Thank you for your kind words about my Zhu Hua. Then again, those greenhorns from your Bai Jian sect are only barely passable themselves." The old man's smile instantly vanished as his anger flared. Barely passable. Before he could swallow his rage, Yao Huang bellowed for Wang Ba, who quickly scrambled over. "Why, yes, sect leader, you called." Feeling humiliated, the old man prepared to take his leave, instructing, "Escort our esteemed guests to the guest house." Wang Ba stammered, "Understood." In the shadows, Yao Huang wore a sinister, dark grin. "Then please take your time and enjoy the rest of this tournament. If you can stay alive, that is." Li Yun's sideways glance made the young boy shiver in fear. Compared to those other bastards, Wang Ba remained polite and obedient throughout the way. "I am Wang Ba, a first sword disciple of the Bai Jian sect, here to attend to you." The youth timidly gestured, "Please step this way." Li Yun stepped closer, squeezing Wang Ba's shoulder to test it. "You seem to have quite a sturdy build, young man. Your bone structure is remarkably solid too." The boy's eyes widened in sheer terror. Thank you for your praise, senior." Wang Ba immediately bolted like a fleeing ghost. "This is the resting quarters for the two of you. Please make yourselves at home." Li Yun watched his shrinking figure retreat and murmured, "Yeah, thanks." At that moment, Zhu Hua was still chattering about the upcoming finals. "Sect leader, my next opponent." But he cut her off. "What do you think, Zhu Hua? From this moment on, that boy Wang Ba will be your errand boy." Yao Huang walked straight up to Wang Ba and interrogated him coldly. "What on earth is your name?" The boy stammered in reply. "Our reporting to you, master, I am called Wang Ba." The old man patted his shoulder heavily, whispering sweet words of temptation. "Looking at your build, you have a solid frame and flexible joints. You clearly possess potential. Sign a contract to serve as a loyal hound for our Bai Jian sect. This sudden offer caught the boy completely off guard. Why yes, long live the sect leader. During training, Wang Ba was easily knocked down by Chen Guang with a loud thud. The onlookers cheered, praising the victor to the skies. Wow, Chen Guang completely beat Wang Ba up. Defeating a senior with years of experience on him, that's absolutely outstanding. The boy looked up at Chen Guang in confusion. W8, junior brother, we were just warming up. Was it really necessary to beat me so brutally? Yao Huang turned away in disappointment, throwing back a dismissive remark. It seems I overestimated you. It turns out you are nothing but a useless, hollow giant. Wang Ba stammered, staring at the cold, retreating back, sect leader. In this life, you are only fit to clean up the trash left behind by your juniors. As the cruel words faded, Wang Ba woke up with a jolt. He lay gasping on his bed, his eyes wide with lingering panic. Wang Ba bolted upright like a corpse, dripping with cold sweat as he muttered, "It was just a nightmare, right?" Chen Guang sat in the corner of the room, polishing his sword, and spoke coldly. "Have you finally come to your senses, senior brother?" Wang Ba stole a wary glance at him. "Junior brother Chen Guang, what brings you to my quarters?" Chen Guang replied casually, "It's almost time to fight, so I came by to use you as a punching bag to warm up." Still shaken by his dream, Wang Ba waved his hands. "Excuse me, but my back has been sore lately, and I'm feeling a bit weak so." Before he could finish, Chen Guang cut him off with a murderous glare. "Who cares about your trivial excuses? I'm in the mood to hit someone right now." Chen Guang sneered with utter mockery. "For a useless lump of meat like you, shouldn't you at least squeeze out whatever little value you have left at this crucial moment?" The boy could only swallow his bitterness. "I understand." The other gestured like he was calling a dog. "Loosen up your shoulders and get over here quickly." The boy gritted his teeth and remained silent, offering no resistance. Outside, the crowd had gathered densely around the arena. With that, let the semifinals begin. Zhu Hua gripped her wooden sword, her face full of determination. Understood. One look at Li Liang's face was enough to see how badly the old man craved the championship. "You actually made it to the semifinals." Li Yun turned around and nodded. "Hey, old man, you're finally here." Li Liang turned to him in awe. "That girl has only trained for a month, yet she climbed the ranks so fast. Impressive." Li Yun raised his chin arrogantly. "There is no need for congratulations just yet." He glanced down at the bustling arena. "Save the celebratory feast until I secure the championship trophy tomorrow." The old man's jaw dropped as if he had misheard. "Are you boasting?" On the stage, even before the signal was given, Yu Jian boasted loudly. "I'll give you some credit for crawling this far, but your lucky streak ends today, kid." He stared down at her short stature in disdain. "Everyone in this arena is waiting to see you get crushed." But Zhu Hua was entirely unfazed by his trash talk. "You've got it all wrong, mister. My boss said I'm going to sweep this whole place." Yu Jian scoffed, ignoring her words. "Birds of a feather flock together, like master, like disciple. Both of you are completely out of your minds." After exchanging glares, the referee waved his hand and shouted, "Fight!" Zhu Hua immediately dashed forward to steal the spotlight. "This match is mine." From the very first exchange, the tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. He raised his eyebrows and countered her with amusement. "Your spirit is admirable, I'll give you that." But before she knew it, Zhu Hua was pushed back several steps by Yu Jian's strike. He was indeed the star disciple of the Bai Jian sect, possessing a solid foundation that set him apart. The young girl bit her lip, sensing that something was amiss. He swung his sword wildly, unleashing continuous skills to corner Zhu Hua. "Oh, did you just expose your flank?" Her eyes remained glued to Yu Jian without blinking. If she couldn't distinguish his feints from his actual attacks, she would be in serious trouble. Suddenly, a gleam of realization flashed in her eyes. Zhu Hua raised her sword defensively before her face, murmuring to herself, "First, I must lock down the center." Fearing no one, Yu Jian swung his weapon downward with a devastating, hammer-like force. Unable to withstand the impact, she was pushed back by the powerful recoil. He smirked maliciously but kept up his aggressive momentum. "You block that." The sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a shroud of dark smoke swirling around him. It seems I underestimated you a bit too early. He waved his hand forward, directing the dark smoke. Then try tasting this gift. It lunged like a serpent toward Zhu Hua, leaving her no room to escape. The young girl felt a sudden pang of fear as the smoke dispersed. At this critical moment, Li Yun's teachings echoed in her ears. This type of illusionary sword qi is useless in close combat. He will definitely try to keep his distance from you. He had stroked his chin, offering a simple piece of advice. Just hit him on the head with your sword and it's game over. Bringing her focus back to reality, Zhu Hua took a deep breath to steady her body. Now, it's time to finish this. Not caring what ultimate move Yu Jian was preparing, she simply braced herself and got ready to strike. Still arrogant and fearless, he cheerfully unleashed his skills. Struggle a bit more, sweetheart. Zhu Hua lunged forward with explosive speed, slicing right through the dark aura. Yu Jian read her movements effortlessly. Sorry, but your attacks are far too predictable. Unable to stop in time, Zhu Hua took the full brunt of the impact. Watching from below, Li Liang cried out in alarm. But when he turned to look at Li Yun, the young man was completely calm, as if enjoying a cup of tea without a shred of worry. Staring down at Zhu Hua as she fell before him, Yu Jian sneered arrogantly, I win. The young girl slowly picked herself up, completely ignoring his mocking remarks. Yu Jian looked down at her and delivered his final verdict. I had some expectations, but in the end, trash can only get this far. Who would have thought she would be so stubborn? Gritting her teeth, she retorted, I'm not done yet. Zhu Hua pushed herself up on her knees, boasting fiercely, the show must go on, right? Infuriated, Yu Jian lunged forward as if to tear her apart. You can barely even stand, yet you dare talk big. Zhu Hua dodged his attacks effortlessly, slipping past like a ghost. Yu Jian bit his lip, his brow furrowing in utter shock. Are you playing with me? She even had the mind to casually warn him, this strike of mine is going to finish you. With just a simple swing from Zhu Hua, Yu Jian's lights went out and he collapsed. Basic strike second stage, split down the middle. Below, Li Liang cheered at the top of his lungs to encourage her. Amazing, we got this. Meng Zhou's grating voice suddenly shrieked from behind them, cheater, pretending to be defeated only to launch a sneak attack. This a direct violation of the rules. Li Yun didn't even bother to argue with the lunatic, thinking him beyond help. Meng Zhou continued to throw a tantrum. If not for some foul play, how could we lose to a greenhorn girl? Does that make any sense to you? Yao Huang's voice rang out as cold as ice. Since when did the members of the Bai Jian sect become so disgraceful? How dare a mere underling shout at another sect leader? Meng Zhou's face turned pale. Why yes, master, that is. The old man quickly stepped in to save face. My sincerest apologies for my disciple's insolence, Yitian sect leader. Meng Zhou tried to object but was silenced. Sect leader, I suppose I have no choice but to accept this apology. A moment later, Yao Huang glared at his lackey with eyes as sharp as knives. Your premature declaration of her defeat is the real blunder here. The Bai Jian sect concedes this match. On the stage, Zhu Hua beamed with a brilliant smile. Zhu Hua of the Yitian sect takes the victory. Good heavens, the Bai Jian sect disciple was defeated. Rumor has it she's only practiced martial arts for less than a month. How absurd. She waved to Li Yun, boss, I won this round. He smiled gently and replied, yes, you worked hard. In that case, Uncle Li Liang will have to treat us to drinks tonight. As the tournament drew to a close, Wang Ba walked away from the spectator stands. Ironically, he ran right into Yao Huang on his way out. Taking the opportunity, the old man forced a dirty task upon Wang Ba. Tonight, slip some paralyzing poison into those kids' food. As long as their movements are sluggish tomorrow, it will be enough. Shocked, the boy furrowed his brow, sect leader. Yao Huang's malice was truly boundless. Not content with just winning, he had also instructed Zhen Guang to break all of the girl's limbs and render her a cripple. The moment Wang Ba opened his mouth to refuse, he received a resounding slap. This is too severe, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. The old man roared in fury, you useless fool, if your martial skills are lacking, the least you can do is use your brain. In his rage, Yao Huang kicked and beat him relentlessly. It is because of your cowardice that your junior brothers look down on you, despite his pleas of sect leader. The old man showed no mercy. Just then, Li Yun suddenly appeared, speaking with biting sarcasm. You certainly discipline your disciples strictly, Bai Jian sect leader. The old man glared at him with resentment, but didn't dare initiate a fight. Seeing this, Li Yun held his head high, flashing a provocative smile at the sect leader. Yao Huang immediately lashed out. Someone like you who meddles in another sect's internal affairs is truly insolent. Maintaining a lazy smile, Yitian sect leader Li Yun calmly cut to the point. While I don't know the full story, treating the young boy like that is rather cruel of you. Brazen as always, Yao Huang lectured him in return. As a leader, no matter how useless your disciples are, you must guide them instead of abandoning them. Yitian sect leader, stop meddling in others' business and mind your own. Both of their gazes landed on Wang Ba. Actually, I came here precisely to discuss something with the Bai Jian sect leader. Please transfer Wang Ba to our Yitian sect. His words left the old man stunned. What on earth did you just say? The young boy's face turned pale with fright, and he stammered, why are you suddenly targeting me? Li Yun remained nonchalant, calmly explaining, from what I see, our Yitian sect's teaching style seems to suit him much better than the Bai Jian sect. This mockery was like a slap to Yao Huang's face, making him roar, what nonsense are you spouting? His anger flared up. It seems you've already formed a cozy bond with the Yitian sect leader behind my back, haven't you? Wang Ba hurriedly defended himself. It's not what you think, sect leader. Yao Huang pressured him with a threatening tone. Go ahead and accept his invitation. The boy pleaded, sect leader. The old man put his arm around Wang Ba's shoulders, speaking calculatingly. After all, parting with such a beloved disciple pains me deeply. How about I propose a little wager for you, sect leader? Li Yun accepted the proposal with composure. As expected, Yao Huang immediately targeted Zhu Hua. That girl Zhu Hua indeed has talent. Keeping her in a minor sect like yours is such a waste. He made a direct bet with Li Yun. In this martial arts tournament, whichever side wins the championship has the right to take a disciple from the opposing side. In panic, Wang Ba tugged at his sleeve, sect leader. Yao Huang shot him a sinister look. This is just a friendly proposal. I hope you don't mind. Li Yun responded resolutely, fine, let's do that. Then it's a deal. Standing aside all this time, Wang Ba finally found an opening to speak. Hey, you're taking this joke too far, Yitian sect leader. Please stop this. Yao Huang turned to leave, tossing back a sneer. I'll be watching. It looks like your only disciple is about to vanish from your sect. Li Yun lightly grabbed his collar and asked, do you know why I chose you? Wang Ba stared at him in daze. Pardon. His next words left Wang Ba frozen in surprise. I don't plan on recruiting you just for fun. Think about it carefully. Stepping into the main hall, a surprised exclamation was heard. So Lady Zhu Hua already knows about this wager. Li Yun laughed and told Li Liang, seriously, Zhu Hua would be thrilled to have a fellow disciple. A young talent like him would be completely wasted in the Bai Jian sect. It's simple, we just have to win, right? He patted Zhu Hua's shoulder, showing absolute trust. Zhu Hua, I don't want to pressure you, but do you think you can secure first place in this tournament? The girl replied firmly, yes. Of course I will give it my all, but the chance of winning is only 50%, just as you once told me. He immediately reassured her, that's true, but since it's you out there, you'll definitely pull it off. Li Yun placed all his stakes on this wager. I have complete faith in you. Zhu Hua clenched her fist, her determination burning bright. Yes, I will do my absolute best. At this moment, the sense of responsibility within Zhu Hua began to awaken intensely. On Yao Huang's side, the old man kept reminding Zhen Guang, do not underestimate your opponent under any circumstances. He complied obediently, yes, please rest assured. He roared, emphasizing Zhen Guang's core task, you must not bring shame upon our sect again, you must bring home the victory. With a murderous look, he replied, understood, sect leader. As he stepped out, Wang Ba called out in concern, junior brother Zhen Guang, take care out there. The other didn't even bother to look back, walking away indifferently. I won't be as weak as someone I know. Senior brother, you seem to enjoy betting on the luck of those rookies from the Yitian sect lately. This jab made him stammer, no, I was just. Zhen Guang's blunt words struck Wang Ba hard. I will crush those foolish hopes of yours. On the stage, he and Zhu Hua finally stood face to face. Both fighters, please step forward. Zhen Guang drew his blade, lowering his stance. To make it to the finals and face my Baijian sect, you do have some skill, but your luck ends here. The young girl remained perfectly calm, showing no signs of backing down. Bring it on. We'll only know who's better once we fight. The referee's shout signaled the start of the battle to the death. Begin. Zhu Hua lunged forward, having already formulated her strategy. He will surely try to dodge a direct attack to exhaust a rookie's internal energy, so it's best to use a flanking tactic. Zhen Guang bent backward, narrowly evading her slash. He frowned in surprise. Strange, this brat's internal energy is much deeper than I expected. At this point, the upper hand belonged entirely to Zhu Hua. Your opponent assumes you've exhausted your internal energy. Of course he would. She unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving Zhen Guang completely overwhelmed and unable to counter. But don't you possess the extreme yin constitution, that natural body structure that automatically replenishes internal energy? Zhu Hua's eyes narrowed as she told herself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She stepped back to gather momentum and leapt high into the air. She thought this decisive strike would end the match, but he managed to slip away. Seizing the chance to counterattack, Zhen Guang threw a powerful punch. With just a single strike, he sent Zhu Hua flying backward. Nevertheless, she immediately got back up, keeping a cool head. I admit your internal energy is stronger than I thought. Zhen Guang charged at Zhu Hua as fast as lightning, but in the end, you're still just a brat. He followed up with a powerful technique, but she dodged it smoothly. What followed was a barrage of attacks that forced Zhu Hua to defend with all her might. His physical strength is immense. Zhen Guang declared arrogantly, I will finish you off in just 10 breaths. A flash of panic crossed Zhu Hua's eyes. Could I really lose so pointlessly? At that very instant, a notification chimed from the system, signaling that her sense of responsibility had been activated. Her pupils suddenly flared as she discovered the traits of diligence and adversity. Zhu Hua focused all her visual prowess to analyze Zhen Guang's punches. The 3 traits merged into one, centering around her sense of responsibility. The ultimate skill, mind like still water, instantly erupted. In this precarious situation, Zhu Hua's speed and analytical abilities surged to their absolute peak. A second later, he knocked the weapon out of her hand. Damn it! Zhen Guang's entire body was enveloped in a sinister dark aura. He raised his blade with a sinister smile. Holding out this long is impressive, but let's see how you block this with your bare body. Zhu Hua's body stiffened, completely helpless in the face of this situation. Zhen Guang's bloodshot eyes locked onto her like a predator watching its prey. It's over. At the brink of life and death, Li Yun shouted her name from the stands, Zhu Hua. That very voice awoke her consciousness, his encouragement echoing, I believe in you. A deafening explosion resounded, and the entire stage was enveloped in a cloud of dust, completely obscuring both of them. Zhen Guang was thrown backward, his body sliding across the floor, unable to stop. Below the stage, Li Liang and Li Yun watched with bated breath. Yao Huang frowned, deducing, that is definitely yin cold qi. A pure white mist swirled around the girl's delicate hands. Drawing power from the third form of the basic strike, Zhu Hua's body surged with battle intent. 1 point. She stared blankly at her own hands. It's so cold. Suddenly, Zhu Hua collapsed onto the stage, making him panic, unable to sit still. Zhu Hua. The moment Li Yun leapt onto the stage, he was stopped by Zai Li. Intervention is strictly forbidden before the match is decided. Irritated, he pointed directly at Zhen Guang's motionless body. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see the victor is already clear? The muscular fellow lay sprawled on the floor, without even the strength to move a finger. At this point, Zai Li reluctantly announced, the winner is Zhu Hua of the Yitian sect. Zhu Hua grinned, eagerly seeking praise from Li Yun, sect leader. Sure enough, this result infuriated Yao Huang to no end. You dare humiliate my Bai Jian sect like this? Li Yun gently helped Zhu Hua up. Can you stand on your own? She murmured softly, sect leader. Zhu Hua smiled, proudly showing off her achievement to him. Your little disciple didn't let you down. He gave her a look full of warmth and pride. This girl, seriously. Even Li Liang down below was also excited and clapped loudly. Great fight, congratulations. Li Yun leaned down and whispered in her ear, now time to look like a winner. He raised Zhu Hua's arm high, proudly announcing the name of the tournament's new champion. Beaming with sheer joy, it was none other than Zhu Hua of the Yishan sect. Li Yun had no intention of leaving the stage yet. He seemed to have another announcement. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity, as the sect leader of the Yishan sect, I have a few words to share. With the large crowd gathered, he immediately dropped a bombshell. Exactly 1 month from now, I will personally host our grand sect founding ceremony. I warmly welcome all the heroes present here to join us in the celebration. The crowd below gasped in surprise. That guy hasn't even officially founded his sect yet. Was the 100 Swords sect actually defeated by a nameless sect? Unable to swallow his anger, Yao Huang harbored a bone-deep hatred for Li Yun. You brat! How dare you use our 100 Swords sect as a stepping stone to pave the way for your founding ceremony? He secretly hid 3 darts in his sleeve, intending to assassinate him. How dare you use such a thing like yin cold qigong and even put on a show to deceive this old man? But before Yao Huang could strike, his hand was firmly grabbed. His eyebrows furrowed in rage. You brat, what do you think you are doing? Wang Ba firmly advised him. Sect leader, please preserve our last shred of dignity. His blood boiled, and he raised his hand to strike the boy. You traitorous brat, have you already turned into a servant for the Yishan sect? Perhaps only at the very last moment did Wang Ba finally open his eyes to Yao Huang's corrupt nature. I must execute this traitor. At that critical, hair-raising moment, Li Yun appeared as if from nowhere, blocking the blow to save the boy's life. The old man clearly had not anticipated this. Yao Huang backed away, growling, Yishan sect leader, what are your intentions? Li Yun calmly and firmly declared the truth for him to hear clearly. From this moment on, Wang Ba is officially a member of the Yishan sect. I suggest you do not act rashly. He squeezed the old man's wrist tightly, releasing a powerful pressure. If you are still unsatisfied with the duel's outcome, I am always willing to trade a few blows with you. The excruciating pain made Yao Huang let out a miserable shriek. His face twisted and contorted in extreme agony. Seizing the opening, Yao Huang yanked his hand away but still spat out threats. Very well, you bastard, just you wait. Wang Ba anxiously tried to run after him, sect leader, but Yao Huang just waved his hand dismissively. What an eyesore, get out of my sight. He spun around, casting a resentful glare at Li Yun. Yishan sect leader, the humiliating disgrace you have dealt me today, this old man swears to never forget. His voice was gentle as he asked, do you still have lingering attachments to that place? Wang Ba froze for a few seconds, filled with self-doubt. But for a useless, terrible person like me, is there really a chance to start over from scratch? Before he could finish, Li Yun interrupted. You are naturally a martial arts genius. I will certainly prove that to you. Recalling those dark days, both Yao Huang and Zhen Guang had despised him openly. What an idiot. Forget it, senior brother, let's stop here. Truly an empty vessel that makes the most noise, all looks and no substance. Returning to reality, his reassuring words brought tears to the boy's eyes. Yishan sect leader. Wang Ba choked back his emotion, his eyes burning with a flame of determination. I am deeply grateful to you. From today on, I will dedicate myself to training. And so, Wang Ba naturally became the second disciple of the Yishan sect. The referee announced loudly, I hereby declare that the 100 Swords martial arts tournament has come to an end. Li Liang teasingly nudged Zhu Hua. Lady Zhu Hua is the one who won the victory, yet that guy is the one who takes all the glory. 2 weeks passed, and the scene shifted to the courtyard of Li Yun's estate. Wang Ba was dripping with sweat, holding a martial arts stance with a look of doubt. Unable to take it anymore, he complained, "Hey, senior sister, besides this horse stance training, does our sect have nothing else to teach?" Zhu Hua patted his back with a giggle. "Well, look who's obediently calling me senior sister now." Though she liked to tease, she still corrected Wang Ba's posture seriously. The sect leader always advises that the basic foundation is the most important thing. He nodded, yes. Moreover, Zhu Hua kept encouraging him. "Junior brother Wang Ba, don't be impatient. Just work hard and you will become talented like me." "Yes," Wang Ba scratched his head sheepishly, boasting about his strength. "But when it comes to manual labor, I am highly confident." Zhu Hua's mind worked quickly, immediately assigning him a task. "Oh, then carrying water by yourself should be easy for you, right?" All of his attributes and characteristics were clearly listed by the system. Wang Ba's raw strength alone was more than enough to lift both Zhu Hua and Zhu Yu. "Indeed, my eyes have never failed me." Li Yun seemed to see right through the boy. Wang Ba's talent lay in his comprehension of techniques, his rock-solid mental state, and a physical stamina resilient enough to offset any weaknesses. Even he had to admire his own foresight, first Zhu Hua and now recruiting Wang Ba. "My judgment of people is truly accurate." A moment later, Li Liang walked in carrying a basket. "Are the preparations for the grand founding ceremony going smoothly?" Li Yun politely replied, "Thank you, Li Liang. Thanks to you, everything is proceeding well." As he took out the items, he shared the good news. "As an investor, you don't have to worry. By the way, I just promoted this at the martial arts arena, and people are clamoring to attend the ceremony in droves." He smiled contentedly at the good news. The word-of-mouth effect is quite impressive, isn't it? But Li Liang's face suddenly fell as he hesitantly delivered some news. "However, there is also an official letter from the Wulin Alliance included." Hearing this, Li Yun found it strange. From the Wulin Alliance. He silently scanned the documents without uttering a word. A strange surge of energy from Li Yun's body flowed directly into the paper. By Li Yun. In an instant, the warrant burst into flames, burning away the words. "Request for investigation of basic martial arts theft from the Bai Li clan." An investigation into martial arts theft. Li Liang was completely baffled and wanted to verify. "You left the Bai Li clan 15 years ago, and only now they decide to cause trouble?" Li Yun sneered, speaking contemptuously. "Their behavior is completely unworthy of seniors." His words mocked the entire clan. No, it would be more accurate to say that targeting an opponent's vulnerability is exactly the style of the Bai Li clan. Damn it, I thought everything was going to be smooth sailing. Li Yun had gritted his teeth and trained hard to reach his current level. "Obviously, the martial arts of the Yishan sect are the essence of my 15 years of hard training, absolutely unrelated to the martial arts of the Bai Li family." Even so, he still anticipated the worst-case scenario. If the inspectors of the Wulin Alliance are biased toward the Bai Li clan, it will be hard to escape the charge of martial arts theft. Just thinking about this situation made his head spin. Once the audit fails, not only will we be banned from teaching martial arts, but we will also have to pay a massive amount of compensation. On top of that, if we apply for a re-examination later, Wang Ba naively ran over and called out, "Sect leader." Li Yun's brow furrowed tightly. "The standards will be even stricter than the first time." Li Liang patted his shoulder and left. "I shall take my leave." Wang Ba watched him go without questioning much. "Yes." Li Yun scratched his head, racking his brain for a countermeasure. "They will surely choose the exact time of the founding ceremony to cause trouble. We must bring out the basic techniques of other sects for comparison to leave them no room for argument. The more, the better. Where can I find the basic techniques of famous sects right now?" In the midst of this urgent crisis, Wang Ba kept calling out to him repeatedly. "Master, sect leader." Suddenly Zhu Hua rushed in breathlessly. The young girl even cried out, "Sect leader." That voice finally snapped Li Yun out of his thoughts. What's wrong?" Zhu Hua reported honestly, "Sect leader, we have visitors." He was dazed, unable to process who the guests could be. Outside the gate, Gong Yu and Qing He were already waiting. "Hey, did that stingy guy really spend money to buy this estate?" she coldly warned. "Stop touching things before I kill you." The three met, but Li Yun still could not recall his memory. "Excuse me, who are you?" Gong Yu seemed excited to see him again. Long time no see, Hall Master of Chuangshan. Ah, now it should be more accurate to call you the Yishan sect leader, right? Li Yun smirked, smiling quietly to himself. Zhu Hua stood nearby, looking at him in confusion. Sect leader. His laughter was filled with sheer joy. With this, I can turn the tables. At the same time, the scene shifted to Li Liang's location. He was pondering his next move. Due to their deep-rooted relationship with the Bai Li clan, if they made a demand, the Wulin alliance would surely side with them. Should we withdraw? Jia Yan stood beside him, offering a suggestion. Why do you hesitate? This difficult situation is different now. Those words suddenly gave Li Liang a lot to think about. Different. As he was about to leave, the old man quickly assigned him another task. Hey Jia Yan, stay back and help me write a letter. He looked at Li Liang with curiosity. Where do you want to send it? The old man did not answer directly, but kept muttering. Since we fear the influence of the Wulin alliance and the Bai Li clan, it's best we expand this chessboard. Li Liang wrote the letter with the intention of provoking more people. Let's try to drag Tai De Lion into this vortex and see. The scene shifted to the Bai Li clan. A stern voice echoed, "You are playing a petty game." The outer hall master, Li Gang, sat on his chair, not even bothering to look at Li Qing. Accusing another sect of stealing basic martial arts before they've even had their founding ceremony, isn't that a bit too much? Didn't I instruct that there was no need to take action? He firmly defended his view, regardless of the other's opinion. Yes, clan leader, but in the end that is merely your arbitrary decision. Li Qing showed clear distrust toward Li Tian and Li Zhu. The eldest son has no interest in martial arts, being both untalented and weak. Although Shan has outstanding talent, she has a hot temper, and most importantly, she is a female. Li Gang completely rejected that notion. Even if she is female, it does not affect inheriting the family. Our Bai Li clan has never had any rule prohibiting such a thing. Li Qing had the audacity to bring up the secrets of the past to question him. If so, why did you let that boy leave the family? Did you not treasure him dearly? He dared to mock the name of Li Yun. The child back then not only had a brilliant talent, but also possessed an extraordinary character. His shocking words silenced everyone, leaving no one daring to speak. Hearing this, Li Gang replied indifferently, "Indeed." But Li Qing remained determined in his resolve. I must let him know exactly where he truly belongs. The officials below all chimed in agreement. After all, that boy's roots still lie within this Bai Li clan. This is the will of the Elders' Council and the Outer Hall. Li Gang slammed his cup onto the table, making his decision. Fine, I will consider that I have fulfilled my duty as a father. Adversity is necessary for growth. He must also learn to defend his sect under the watchful eyes of others. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Go ahead, let him know that no matter where he runs, he cannot escape the reach of the Bai Li family. Li Qing smiled brightly, completely satisfied. I will definitely bring Yun back to the clan. Time passed, and the auspicious day for the Yishan sect's founding ceremony arrived. Right before entering, Li Ziu gently reassured him. Do not worry. Throughout history, no sect has ever safely passed an investigation into the theft of basic techniques. Li Qing waved his hand, completely unconcerned. Worry? I am not worried at all. I will drag Yun back at all costs. His eyes flashed with curiosity. I don't understand why you are so obsessed with Bai Li Yun. Despite his extraordinary talent, he is merely a traitor to the clan. The old man calmly countered. He is not simply a traitor. The image of Li Yun reappeared in Li Qing's mind. If Bai Li Yun had not abandoned the clan and had continued to practice the Bai Li swordplay, the position of the #1 swordmaster would certainly belong to him now. He revealed a crucial secret to Li Ziu. Even if he rejects his bloodline, this clan desperately needs him. Li Qing eagerly anticipated the upcoming reunion. Now, let's see how you will respond to the family's calling, Bai Li Yun. The rapid beating of battle drums echoed. Open the gates. Standing at the highest point, Li Yun observed and fully assessed the situation below. He smirked, muttering a complaint, so noisy. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yun freely leaped down from the height without warning. He slammed the banner in his hand firmly into the ground to make it stand straight. heaven splitting. A powerful shockwave of energy blasted outward, forcing everyone to struggle to keep their footing. Li Qing maintained a dignified expression, completely unmoved. Li Yun glanced around, scanning the area to locate everyone present. After settling everything, he spoke up to make an announcement. "Thank you very much, everyone, for gathering here. I am Bai Li Yun, the sect leader of the Yishan sect. I have many things to share with the guests gathered here today." He smiled mysteriously. "However, before we officially establish the sect, there is a matter that must be completely resolved. Let me recap for those who are not yet aware of the situation." He paused for a brief moment and went straight to the point. "The thing is, our Yishan sect here is being accused of stealing martial arts from the Bai Li clan." He chose to lay his cards on the table for everyone to know. This revelation took even Li Liang by surprise. What? Why bring this matter up himself in the middle of the founding ceremony? Xia Yue frowned, utterly bewildered by his action. Is he admitting to stealing martial arts? Dao Lion kept his eyes glued to Li Yun in anticipation. This is getting more and more interesting. Li Ziu observed the scene and turned to speak. "Hero Bai Lei, it seems the Yishan sect leader has already given up, but the old man dismissed it. I see it differently." Li Qing frowned, wondering to himself, what scheme is this brat plotting? The image of his nephew remained deeply etched in his mind. Yun certain that the delegation from the Wulin Alliance was hiding somewhere, he shouted aloud, "I know very well that the investigation delegation from the Wulin Alliance is here. Please step onto the stage." The Wulin Alliance. Li Qing parted the crowd and spoke up. "Long time no see, Yishan sect leader," whispers immediately broke out. "Look, isn't that the Waning Moon Sword, the expert of the Bai Li family?" Without any hesitation, he got straight to the point. "Why did you expose our scheme here?" he calmly replied. "There is nothing difficult to understand." He sneered transparently. "Right on this stage, witnessed by tens of thousands of eyes, I wish to undergo the investigation to prove that the accusation of martial arts theft is completely baseless." Li Qing immediately objected in anger. "An investigation right here. The regulations clearly state that it must undergo strict verification and must not be publicized to the crowd." Li Ziu immediately tugged his sleeve to correct him. "Hero Bai Lei, this place was set up by the Wulin Alliance to mediate disputes, not a place for the Bai Li clan to put on airs and prosecute the Yishan sect." The two stepped onto the stage to face Li Yun. "Very well. In any case, in front of the small and medium sects, the foundation of the Wulin Alliance, I cannot let the world think we are handling this unfairly. Let me temporarily preside over this matter." He abruptly demanded to get to work. "Shall we begin?" Li Qing politely replied, "Please." Li Yun got into position to demonstrate. "This is one of the two basic techniques of our sect, the pure art." Channeling a moderate amount of inner strength, he swung his sword behind him. The sword stroke concluded smoothly, decisively, and beautifully. Li Ziu strained his eyes to inspect but found no flaws. "You have clearly stolen the martial arts of the Bai Li family," he shrugged in admission. "Indeed, I borrowed the three talents principle of heaven, earth, and humanity." Li Qing quickly jumped in to make a judgment. "Exactly, according to the rules," but before he could finish, he was cut off. "At the same time." His eyes flashed with a provocative gleam. "This is also the exact technique I stole from the Nan Gong clan." Li Yun sheathed his sword, taking the opportunity to reveal everything. "According to verification, a total of 23 basic techniques of our Yishan sect are actually pieced together from countless other sects." Li Ziu broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly raising his hand to stop him. Wait a moment, isn't this just you resorting to twisted logic?" Li Yun crossed his arms and retorted sharply. "Where exactly am I making excuses?" the old man stammered, at a loss for words. "But there is no one from other sects here to verify, so who will make the judgment on this plagiarism?" Just then a hand was raised high, drawing everyone's attention. "I will," he was utterly shocked. "What?" Gong Yu excitedly ran up. Isn't that the kid from the Nan Gong family?" Furthermore, Qing He also stepped forward to support. "Reportedly, I am a hall master of the Wudang sect, Taoist priest Qing He, and I am here to bear witness as well." Li Ziu immediately interrogated Gong Yu. You are supposed to be at Chuangshan Palace. What on earth are you doing here? He ignored him, offering a casual excuse. I was on a nearby mission, heard my former boss was holding a grand ceremony, so I dropped by to join the fun. Gong Yu glanced around and made an accurate judgment. What he said is completely correct. Indeed, they are identical. The basic technique of our Nan Gong family's boundless palace originates from the earth, takes shape in humanity, but its final destination is the sky. In conclusion, it is still encapsulated within the concept of heaven, earth, and humanity. Qing He presented a wooden box to Li Qing. Our Wudang sect shares the same view. Please inspect this as well. He warily looked at the strange object. What is inside? A thick stack of letters was tossed out. Aside from the Nan Gong family and Wudang, these are letters accusing the Yishan sect of stealing martial arts from dozens of other sects. Her question struck a nerve. If we use heaven, earth, and humanity as the standard, does that mean the basic techniques of the Bai Li clan are also guilty of stealing martial arts from other sects? Li Qing skimmed through the document and argued loudly. Nonsense, clearly you are deliberately twisting the truth. Seeing him throw the paper away, Gong Yu mocked him with even greater delight. Oh, didn't the Bai Li clan claim the exact same thing earlier? Does any overlap with heaven, earth, and humanity count as plagiarism? Then it turns out, he widened his eyes, pointing straight at Li Qing's face. Is your Wulin Alliance investigation delegation also resorting to twisted logic? He startled, shouting in anger, You brat, what nonsense are you spewing? Li Yun stood watching Li Qing lose his mind, feeling utterly delighted inside. Those letters were like pouring fuel onto the fire of his rage. By Li Yun. Li Ziu was in complete disarray. How on earth are we supposed to compare them sect by sect? Are we supposed to copy down all the basic techniques on paper and distribute them everywhere for verification? Li Yun didn't bother to explain further, replying calmly, I have said everything I wanted to say. Now, it's the Waning Moon Sword's turn to speak. Actually, he had set a trap from the very beginning. Once his uncle stubbornly pushed the charge of martial arts theft, the basic techniques of the Bai Li family would be suspected of copying 23 other sects. Let's see if his uncle dares to take such a reckless risk. Looking over at Li Qing, the old man's hand was already on the sword behind his back, trembling with killing intent. Like a released tiger, Li Qing gathered immense power to execute a strike that split the world. The blow descended directly toward Li Yun's head, seeking to overturn heaven and earth. Seeing this, Gong Yu and Qing He turned pale, crying out in shock, Sect leader. Gritting his teeth as he blocked the strike with his sword, he yelled to stop his subordinates, Don't come over. This is my personal matter. Ignoring his nephew's attitude, Li Qing gritted his teeth and vented his anger. No matter what the world says, you still carry the bloodline of the Bai Li clan. You were born to lead the future of the Bai Li clan. He gave a faint smile and retorted, Uncle, have you still not given up on that delusion? Li Qing delivered a powerful slash and replied, You are the one harboring delusions. Do you still resent the family that much? Just because this miserable family refused to avenge you and could not protect your mother's life. I understand it all, but if you dare to plot the destruction of the Bai Li family, then I will. His eyes gleamed with an eerie blue light. Li Yun, like a waking sacred dragon, twisted his wrist to manipulate his sword, parrying the lethal blow and preserving his life. The arena was drenched in killing intent, as tens of thousands of sparks flashed when his sword and Li Qing's great Dao clashed repeatedly, promising an earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Bracing himself against the terrifying pressure, Li Qing had to thrust his blade deep into the ground as an anchor, trying not to be blown backward. Waiting until the air finally settled, Li Yun spoke up. I have never had any intention of discarding my bloodline. To say I don't harbor resentment would be a lie, but by this point, I have let some of it go. The old man frowned and pressed, Then why don't you bring yourself back? He answered clearly, Because under the title of sect leader, I must become even stronger. The current me is far different from the boy who left home all those years ago. He was still stubborn. How long do you think you can hold out? If the main family truly wishes to oppress you, can those small fry sects save you? Li Yun did not hesitate to shoot back. I have already laid out the script and will face it at any time. today is no different. This final statement left Li Qing standing frozen in disbelief. Old memories suddenly flooded back, recalling the days when a young Li Yun would eagerly practice swordplay with him. That year, the young boy was overjoyed when he blocked an attack for the first time. "Uncle. Look, I finally blocked one of your moves." Li Qing had smiled gently back then and replied, "Well done, let's do it again." The boy smiled sheepishly. "Uncle, wait, not so fast." The harsh reality pulled the two back to the arena, where they had to face off against each other. Li Yun slowly knelt on one knee in front of Li Qing, his voice firm. "With the honor of the Yishan sect leader, I tell you, uncle, our basic foundation and all types of martial arts are absolutely not plagiarized. But as a nephew of the Bai Li family, I ask you to please be patient with me for a little longer. One day, I will drag all the hidden secrets into the light." Hearing this, Li Qing involuntarily let out a satisfied smile. Right after that, he slowly put his sword back on his back. Seeing this, Li Ziu, who was standing nearby, could not help but wonder and called out, "Hero Bai Li." Ignoring him, Bai Li Qing walked straight toward Qing He and Gong Yu, loudly declaring his identity. "I am Bai Li Qing, the outer hall master of the Bai Li clan and the biological brother of the current clan leader. Today, in the name of the waning moon, I solemnly declare. The Yishan sect has absolutely not stolen any martial arts from our Bai Li clan." As soon as those words were spoken, he decisively turned around and walked away without the slightest lingering hesitation. From a distant hidden corner, Dao Lion took in the whole scene. With a smug look, he slowly turned around, muttering, "I thought I would have to step in to save the day, but it turns out I wasn't needed. That old man's judgment of people is quite sharp too." Standing right next to him, Zia Yue, a female disciple of Huanglong Manor, frowned and complained, "So noisy, it's giving me a headache." Her grumbling made him pause. He shifted his gaze to observe the young girl and teased, Well, you actually traveled all the way from Huanglong Manor to this middle-of-nowhere place." Dao Lion suddenly smirked as he noticed something strange. "Wait a minute, at first glance, this estate seems to emit a cold energy like some rare divine weapon. How bizarre." He chuckled with amusement, secretly estimating that the brat was quite interesting. Next, Dao Lion turned to Zia Yue and said, "I'll take my leave first." However, she paid absolutely no attention to his existence. Her eyes were fixed solely on Li Yun's back as she whispered softly, "Thoughtful person. Is definitely this lady's very first business partner." The scene shifted back to a bright, sunny morning, peaceful and quiet at the martial arts hall. Zhu Hua's face was currently distorted with a look of complete helplessness. It makes absolutely no sense. The grand founding ceremony is over, yet 3 days have passed and not a single soul has bothered to show up to join the sect. On the contrary, although a storm was brewing in Li Yun's heart, he still tried to squeeze out a strained smile, muttering to himself to stay calm. "Calm down, what's the use of getting worked up over these things?" Despite his thoughts, his grip on the brush was so tight that Zhu Hua broke into a sweat and nudged him. "Sect leader, you are about to crush the brush." She sighed and asked, "In short, how are we going to manage to recruit disciples?" Li Yun calmly replied, "Once the sect's reputation spreads far and wide, guests will naturally line up, or if we work hard to do good deeds and win the favor of the local folks, we might have a chance." He suddenly had an idea, or should we send Wang Ba out to perform some moves in the street to attract people? That idiot startled upon hearing his name, pointing at himself and exclaiming, "You want me to go perform?" Li Yun laughed teasingly, "Just kidding, quickly take this to the Heiyun caravan and then come back." Holding 2 scrolls in her hands, Zhu Hua asked with wide, curious eyes, "What is this used for, sect leader?" Li Yun smirked mysteriously, "It's the secret manual for hooking disciples." The scene shifted to the office of the Deputy Administrator of the Wulin Alliance, Ji Ping. He was holding a report stating that the Union Training Hall faction had collectively requested to withdraw from the training session. Ji Ping frowned in confusion, withdrawing, "What is the reason?" Zhou Ning, the one responsible for delivering the message, quickly replied, "Have you forgotten? The martial arts tournament is drawing near, and they are using the excuse that the current training method is overly biased." Hearing this, Ji Ping was even more perplexed. Isn't the allocation of training halls already unbalanced right from the starting line? In the Wulin Alliance's system, the Union Training Hall gathers disciples from small, scattered sects. So how can they compete with the privileged brats of the Elite Training Hall, who are all elite prospects from prestigious sects? Ji Ping analyzed further. On average, the Union Training Hall seems to be at a disadvantage, but occasionally a few outstanding talents taught by hidden masters emerge there, so in reality, the two sides have been evenly matched over the years. The trouble is, this year's batch is far worse. The disciples in the Elite Training Hall this time are absolute monsters. Meanwhile, the youngsters of the Union Training Hall have had their morale completely crushed after being thoroughly beaten in the arena for 3 consecutive years. Ji Ping sighed, so they are protesting and refusing to train altogether. Where on earth is the head of the Union Training Hall? Zhou Ning reported honestly. He is trying to appease and advise them, but it seems he is also secretly backing the kids' rebellion. Ji Ping nodded as if he understood. It is quite understandable. After being oppressed by the head of the Elite Training Hall for 3 whole years, who wouldn't want to regain some dignity? Zhou Ning stood nearby, asking anxiously, "How do you plan to handle this matter?" While Ji Ping was still stroking his beard and calculating, his eyes caught sight of a carrier pigeon landing on the windowsill. He quickly recognized the seal of the courier bureau. Instantly, Ji Ping slammed the table and issued an order, "Convey my order as deputy administrator. Herd all the prospects of the Union Training Hall into the training grounds. All plans will proceed as scheduled without any changes." Zhou Ning stared blankly, his face full of questions. The scene panned to a dense forest located next to Hulong County. Wu Gang suddenly startled awake, his forehead beaded with sweat after a terrifying nightmare. The young man sat up, his chest heaving continuously. Only when his heartbeat calmed down did he realize it was all just a dream. Wu Gang frowned in annoyance, cursing inwardly, "How much longer is this wretched thing going to haunt me?" Stepping out of the tent, he saw Ximen Kai sitting leisurely, flipping through a book next to the flickering campfire. Catching sight of Wu Gang, he teased, Hey, your shift is still a long way off. Go get some sleep so you can grow up, kid." Wu Gang sighed, "I can't sleep, mind if I sit here to warm up for a bit?" Out of nowhere, he suddenly offered a random apology, leaving Ximen Kai completely bewildered. Wu Gang explained remorsefully, "This exile is entirely my fault. I was the ringleader who incited everyone to boycott the training session. The higher-ups probably charged us with insubordination, which is why we were sent to this pathetic, broken-down sect for punishment." Hearing this, Ximen Kai stood up, patted his shoulder, and laughed, "Nothing to worry about. If you're upset, why don't we just drag the sect leader of that trashy sect out and use him as a punching bag? That should do it." Wu Gang stammered, speechless at such a bold idea. Ximen Kai reassured him, "We have to cause a proper ruckus so those bosses will finally open their ears to our demands." Wu Gang skillfully changed the subject. "It's time for the guard change, my turn now. Go inside and get some sleep." Ximen Kai squinted at the sky and muttered, "Let me calculate the time." While they were still conversing, a phantom-like dark shadow suddenly materialized before them, making both of them cry out in fright, "Who's there?" Li Yun emerged from the pitch-black night with his hands clasped, offering a friendly, polite smile, "A pleasure to welcome the talents of the Union Training Hall. I am Bai Li Yun, the current sect leader of the Yishan sect. Right now, please allow our entrance exam to begin. The rules of the game are very simple to understand." Those brief words instantly put the duo on high alert, and both instinctively drew their weapons from their sheaths. Li Yun changed his tone to a freezing cold one, declaring that as long as even a single one of you can drag your body past the threshold of the Yitian Gate, you will pass. Wu Gang did not understand what trick this guy was trying to play, so he strained his neck and shouted loudly, "All brothers of the Martial Alliance Academy, quickly grab your weapons and prepare for battle." Before the sound could even fade into the void, Li Yun was already like an arrow tearing through the wind, rushing straight toward them without any warning. Wu Gang was completely blind to that ghostly, terrifying speed. Before he could even raise his sword to block, he took a painfully heavy blow. Looking at the trembling figure of the young man collapsing before his sword, Li Yun smiled as he heard his teammates frantically calling out for Sun Wu Gang. He coldly spoke, of course, The condition to pass will only become reality if you shrinking turtles have the ability to crawl past my very life. At the same time, deep in the forest of Huofu City right next to Mount Wudang, a group of people was moving, whispering to one another, "Hey, have you heard about the drama surrounding those Martial Alliance Academy guys?" Peng Chen shrugged his shoulders under the weight of his luggage and cleared his throat, saying, "The martial world rumors that their training ground this year is some newly established, shabby and nameless martial arts school. What on earth is that sect's name again? I completely forgot." Gong Chuan curled his lips in disdain. Why bother remembering? No matter what training furnace that trash is thrown into, their end will be just as ruined. Hearing this, Peng Chen laughed along. Well, the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Alliance also have to put on a show to appear fair and square. Who knows, maybe that remote corner is harboring some godly figure. Walking at the rear, Li Zhu arrogantly chimed in. What a fuss about nothing, even if those small fry crawl to the ends of the earth, the ultimate glory will still belong to this young lady. In her mind, painful fragments of childhood memories flashed back, the day the senior brother she always respected turned his back and left, leaving only a bland apology, "I am sorry." Li Zhu, tiny back then, reached out with a dazed look, murmuring, "Brother, where are you going?" That back only paused slightly, glanced at her for a split second, and then heartlessly turned away. Just like that, he rushed forward without looking back, leaving his little sister stranded alone in the dark corner of the room. Tears streaming down as she called out, "Brother." Now the young girl named Bai Li Zhu, the pride of the Martial Star Academy and the biological younger sister of Bai Li Yun, firmly declared, "Until I pry open my brother's mouth to find out his reason for betraying the family, I will absolutely never allow myself to be defeated." Returning to Li Yun's battlefield, he was delightfully toying with Wu Gang's group, who held the status of successor to the notorious unorthodox blood sword sect. Effortlessly blocking a downward slash from Ximen Kai, Li Yun leisurely praised him. That strike was decent. Ximen Kai was now sweating profusely, straining to deal with the monster before him while calling out to check on his brother behind, "Sun Wu Gang, are you still breathing?" Li Yun narrowed his eyes and asked, "And what is your name, kid?" The other strained his neck and replied, "My name is Ximen Kai. Are you really the sect leader of the Yitian Gate? If so, why are you trying to kill us for no reason?" Li Yun calmly explained, "Consider this an introductory test from my sect. Before putting knowledge into your heads, I must first see how tough your bones are. Let me repeat, as long as one person slips through the main gate of the Yitian Gate, everyone passes." Ximen Kai grimaced and asked back, "But what if we all fail?" Li Yun strode forward, his voice razor-sharp. "If you useless bunch can't even crawl through this trivial trial, then forget about showing your faces in the arena to become a laughingstock for everyone." While pressuring Ximen Kai with a tempest of sword strikes, he calmly threatened, "If you lose, I will tie you all up like piglets and stuff you straight into the woodshed until that damn martial arts tournament concludes. To put it plainly, you will be disqualified, thrown aside before even facing your opponents. I will let you experience the most humiliating feeling a martial artist can endure." As he finished speaking, Li Yun gathered his strength, preparing to deliver the decisive blow, when Ximen Kai screamed in panic, "Wait a minute." The moment Li Yun's soaring sword chi was about to tear the target apart, Wu Gang leaped forward, heroically swinging his broadsword to parry, risking his life to act as a human shield protecting Ximen Kai. The silver moonlight cast upon Wu Gang's cold, sharp blade, reflecting Li Yun's arrogant smile. Wu Gang grit his teeth, preparing to throw down a challenge, when the distant sounds of arriving reinforcements echoed, calling out Sun Wu Gang's name. The appearance of his comrades was like a shot of adrenaline. He lifted his chin wildly and asked aloud, "What if we skin you right here on the spot? Does that count as passing?" Li Yun smirked and shot back, "If you have the guts, bring it on." The disciples of the unorthodox blood sword sect unsheathed their weapons in unison, releasing a soaring murderous intent and forming a pincer formation to shred Li Yun to pieces. Yet, the surrounded man casually clapped in appreciation, "Great spirit, very progressive." Flashes of sword light tore through the pitch-black night. With just an extraordinary spin, Li Yun unleashed a supreme technique, borrowing the power of a tempest to crush the entire offensive of the unorthodox crowd. Li Yun dodged with effortless grace, his tone teasing, "Nice tactics, but it's a shame you chose the wrong person to pick a fight with." In a bizarre blink of an eye, Wu Gang stood frozen like a statue, utterly stunned by his profound movement technique and terrifyingly precise swordplay. As the sword chi dispersed, Li Yun arrogantly turned on his heel, leaving behind the unorthodox disciples, some with bloodied mouths, others sprawling on the ground. Looking at the chaotic, ruined battlefield, he couldn't help but sigh in boredom. He frowned and snapped, "Where did all that fiery spirit from earlier go? Getting scared out of your wits over a minor setback, none of you dare to charge anymore." Seizing a fleeting opening, Wu Gang stealthily slipped behind him, planning a backstab. Unfortunately, his murderous slash only cut through thin air. Li Yun wasn't angry at all. Instead, he gave a thumbs-up good spirit. His movement was as fluid as mist, turning Wu Gang's perfect finishing move into a joke to the youth's utter bewilderment. Dodging, Li Yun silently evaluated, "This Sun Wu Gang has plenty of guts, but his limbs are just too sluggish." Realizing her comrade had missed, Dan Li Lion immediately dove down from midair to back him up, focusing all her sword chi to crush the opponent's spirit. Without even blinking, he rolled and unleashed a sword slash that tore through the night sky, forcing the terrifying true chi to surge back at the oncoming woman, and called out, "Dan Li Lion." A stream of freezing chi grazed her face by a hair's breadth, leaving her terrified as she watched a few strands of her hair get sheared off, gently drifting away in the night breeze. Amidst the smoke and fire, Li Yun stood with his hands behind his back like a deity, his eyes emitting a terrifying pressure of someone at the peak of martial arts. Unable to stomach the bitter defeat, Ximen Kai roared like a beast and charged forward, draining his last drop of internal energy for a do-or-die strike. This action made Li Yun utter an interested "Oh, I forgot about this Ximen Kai guy. His brain functions pretty quickly. He must have survived through many dangers in the martial world." The clashing weapons generated a terrifying shockwave. The fierce collision between the two furious fighters made the entire forest seem on the verge of being upturned. However, Li Yun's face remained entirely unruffled. With his robes fluttering, he began gathering strength for a final blow to clear up this mess. He sighed inwardly, "They have the advantage of numbers yet fight like a bunch of fools." With just a single palm strike carrying the power of thunder, he easily crushed the protective barrier and sent Ximen Kai flying head over heels into the distance. Thus, the last ray of hope for the demonic path to turn the tide was completely extinguished. Ximen Kai was tossed aside like a rag, leaving only Li Yun standing majestically in the middle of the yard. Shifting his gaze to the freshly defeated boy, he mocked, "Especially you, Kid Sun Wu Gang. When releasing attacks, your limbs are so timid and hesitant. Are you afraid of scratching me, or do you have something else on your mind that you fight like you're just tickling me?" Li Yun made a disdainful, mocking face. Bringing this kind of child's play to a fight is truly useless, but looking at the whole lot, you three are the most promising of the pack. Li Yun smirked and schemed, "Why don't I pour a little more oil on the fire to make things livelier?" As soon as the idea struck, Li Yun ran his hand through his hair to show off his romantic looks, and then let out insulting words. "Why did I even bother placing my expectations on you guys? Just hitting a small stumbling block, and you've already panicked and scattered like mice. The world rumors that you guys were eaten away by trauma after getting your faces beaten swollen several times, and it turns out to be true." Hearing this, Wu Gang swore bitterly, "Damn it." Crawling nearby, Ximen Kai seemed more sensible. He hastily pressed him down to the ground, gritting his teeth to warn him, "Perk up your ears and listen to what I say, Sun Wu Gang." Ximen Kai began assigning tasks. "Pull out your shield to block the attacks. That sect leader has a harsh mouth, but is actually holding back and giving us room. Gritting our teeth and clinging to that weak spot, if the three of us combine our strength, we will surely break through an opening. The moment I see an opportunity, I will tear that opening wide. As for the final backstab, we'll leave it to Dan Li Lion." Eavesdropping on their battle plan, Li Yun burst into laughter. Well, does the situation finally have some life in it? But the fun ends here, take this, you punks." Quick as a bolt of lightning, he strode straight toward Wu Gang, diving down with a sword strike bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Enduring the terrifying pressure squeezing his chest, he grit his teeth to regain his senses, frantically swinging his broadsword to block the net of sharp sword chi surrounding him. The explosive surge of internal energy from Li Yun's body allowed him to single-handedly sweep away the entire encirclement of the unorthodox disciples, rushing in like moths to a flame. His feet executed a profound movement technique, appearing and disappearing like a coiled dragon and a crouching tiger, turning every assassination attempt by his enemies into a puppet show. In the midst of that dangerous barrier, he remained as calm as ever, standing tall like a rocky mountain. At this moment, realizing the tight pincer movement from both Zai Men Kai and Wu Gang, Li Yun smiled in amusement. "Oh, looks like you know how to work as a team." A dense stream of black murderous intent immediately enveloped the space as the two desperate souls squeezed out their last drop of unorthodox power, roaring as they charged straight at the final boss. Though Li Yun's figure was swallowed by the vortex of the chaotic battle, the true chi shield enveloping him was as sturdy as walls of bronze and iron. The air was pushed to the absolute limit as he decided to unleash his divine power, meeting the desperate sneak attacks of the two unorthodox fighters head-on. Wu Gang glared when he saw his combo of strikes was like mere tickling to Li Yun. He flew into a rage and spat out insults, "You absolute freak of a bastard." Li Yun only needed to brush past his face like a toxic breeze, whispering a timely warning. The greatest naivety when facing a professional is the habit of underestimating the opponent. Who asked you to harbor the illusion that I would go easy on you? You really are incredibly naive. After a series of fierce clashes, he lightly waved his hand to deliver a thunderous blow, blowing away the fragile remnants of Wu Gang's resistance. With his internal organs crushed by the surging true chi, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, completely surrendering to this monster-level power. Looking at Wu Gang face down by the tree roots, Li Yun clicked his tongue and sighed dejectedly, "Tusk, I must have overestimated these apprentices. I thought you guys would have some hidden martial arts talent. Who would have thought that trash remains trash? Well, a gentleman keeps his word, so I shall keep my promise." Just when the play seemed to have reached its curtain call, a dark, ghostly evil energy suddenly swept in from nowhere, causing his relaxed face to briefly frown. The battle lust of an apex predator kicked in. Li Yun backed away in a flash, sweeping his sword in a blinding horizontal arc to disperse the sinister demonic technique emitting from Wu Gang's body. His eyes lit up once more with endless curiosity. Well, a delicacy served right to my mouth. An evil technique bearing a familiar, ancient flavor has just revealed itself. Observing Wu Gang's hideous appearance, Li Yun instantly recognized the great blood demonic sword manual of the Dark Path. Wu Gang's eye sockets were now blood-red. He howled with bone-chilling cries as the seed of demonic nature inside his body officially cracked open, devouring his humanity. Witnessing this transformation, Li Yun was extremely thrilled. Just to pass this petty test, you are actually wagering your miserable life. Excellent, let me see what your dark self can actually achieve. The fierce tempest of demonic power swept across all directions, forcing Li Yun into constant retreat, breaking a sweat as he parried the tempestuous and murderous attacks of the demon. Countless bizarre, dark sword strikes intertwined like a reaper's scythe, relentlessly pursuing him in an attempt to shatter the true chi armor enveloping Li Yun. The pressure from this blackened beast was indeed no joke, forcing him to fall back into a defensive stance, his eyes darkening with a touch of vigilance. Now Wu Gang was panting heavily like an ox, his demon eyes rolled back in a spine-chilling manner, making Li Yun scream internally, "Damn, this brat is actually a once-in-a-century genius." Seeing the kid's evil energy spike to the absolute peak after days of suppression, he was absolutely delighted, throwing his head back and laughing loudly, shattering the silence of the night. Li Yun licked his lips and thought, "This gold nugget, I must definitely stuff him into a sack and bring him home." Returning to reality, Li Yun's enchanting voice still echoed in Wu Gang's nightmare, blending with that familiar mocking laughter. "It seems your limit is only up to this level of wild flailing." Stung in his sore spot by those mocking words, Wu Gang woke up with a start. his mouth muttering a bewildered huh. Confusedly scratching his head, he muttered, "What is this middle-of-nowhere place? Is it the Yitan Gate?" Oh no, last night I went too far and unleashed my evil technique. Right at that moment, Yun Zhen's voice called out warmly from outside, "Brother Xian Wu Gang, are you awake?" Wu Gang glanced out the window and quickly called back, "Is that you, Yun Zhen?" Suddenly, a chilling thought flashed through his brain. Oh, wait a minute. Let me rack my brain and remember. Right in front of that freakish sect leader, I ended up unleashing the unorthodox technique of the Blood Sword sect. There is no way he didn't sniff out my dark background. Damn it, I was too hot-headed yesterday and lost my brakes. At this rate, forget about entering the arena against those Martial Star Academy guys. Just the crime of a spy infiltrating the orthodox path is enough to get my head shaved and my flesh sliced. How on earth do I fix this? Oh my God. Before he could think of an escape plan, Yun Zhen gently urged, "It's almost roll call time, brother, drag yourself out to the yard." Wu Gang nodded, acting obediently, yes, I'm coming right now." As he walked, the doubt in his mind grew. Strange, is Yun Zhen still completely in the dark? Or was the sect leader exposing me yesterday just a dream? There is no way that's the case. The Yitan Gate sect leader has definitely caught me red-handed. He saw that unorthodox sword Qi right up close, and even perfectly identified my master's great blood demonic sword. By right, he had more than enough reason to drag me to the chopping block with the label of an unorthodox spy, so why on earth is he keeping his mouth shut tight, not even dropping a hint to the surrounding disciples? Scratching his head, Wu Gang dragged his feet out to the empty courtyard. As the door creaked open, what caught his eye was Li Yun's sloppy appearance. He shivered in vigilance, mapping out dozens of conspiracy theories in his mind to figure out what dirty scheme this freak was plotting. Suddenly, Li Yun curled his lips into an incredibly cunning smile, opening his mouth wide to call out to Wu Gang, "Oh ho, is the little piglet squad all here?" As if struck by lightning, Wu Gang's heart leaped as he cursed silently, "Damn sect leader." Then Li Yun clapped his hands loudly and announced clearly, "Congratulations, you brats, you have survived the introductory test." Taking 15 lives for testing and still having 5 survivors pop out, this head count has exceeded my expectations. Wu Gang hurriedly slipped into the line, his eyes darting around to count the numbers, and his jaw dropped in shock. Wait, this is unreal. Did the rest of the forces fall, leaving only the few of us? Dan Li Lion, Yun Zhen. Wu Ling, Ximen Kai. Along with me, Xian Wu Gang. Li Yun stroked his chin and spoke up. For the next half-month, every day you will be exhausted training against the young recruits of the Yitan Gate. In your remaining free time, drag yourselves to study martial arts. Interrupting his own speech, he waved his hand to command the little girl, Zhu Hua, bring the equipment out and distribute it to them. The little girl obediently agreed. Then toddled over with the gear to stand before Ximen Kai, asking, "Big brother, Ximen uses a spear, right?" He snatched the staff from the girl's hands, scratching his head gratefully. "Ah yes, thank you, little sister." Just like that, Zhu Hua busied herself distributing the items to everyone, her small mouth politely reminding, "You brothers over there, please also take your weapons." Obeying the sect leader's instructions, this humble girl Zhu Hua will from today onward live and breathe weapons alongside you all. Li Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. The first thing is to greet each other warmly to build some rapport before you start slaughtering. Right then, Wang Ba scratched his head in embarrassment and stepped up to join in. Hello everyone. This disciple is named Wang Ba. Ximen Kai grimaced and growled, "That romantic greeting is enough. Talking too much hurts my throat. We might as well drag each other out and finish today's training." Zhu Hua innocently nodded instantly, "Deal." "Then let's play a game of 2 against 5 to make it quick. Let's gather and fight all at once to save time, shall we?" That innocent suggestion left the recruits frozen in shock, their eyes collectively glued to the little girl's face. Unexpectedly, the simpleton Wang Ba also clapped along. "Yeah, I also think this idea is approved." Li Yun pretended to wipe away a tear of emotion. "Well, if you guys don't mind, I will also give the green light to proceed." Suddenly, Ximen Kai arrogantly lifted his chin and yelled, "Does this nameless trash dare to look down on this great master?" I alone am more than enough to sweep this garbage pile. The rest of you just stand there and watch the show. Come on, jump in and get your share, even though we have been stepped on by those Martial Star Academy brats for 3 whole years. But this great master is also not an easy-to-eat shrinking turtle to be crushed by some shabby, nameless sect. Let's clean this up quickly to get it over with. Before he could finish his sentence, Ximen Kai leaped forward like a hungry beast. He struck down heavily toward Zhu Hua's head, but it was easily blocked by the little girl. Immediately, he spun the staff into a vortex in midair, gritting his teeth in provocation. The real fun hasn't even started yet, kid. Like a bolt of lightning, he focused all his strength to strike the staff directly down from midair toward Zhu Hua's skull. A split second later, he delivered another identical strike. Ximen Kai was so confident he cried out in delusion, "Eat dirt, baby." Unfortunately, now was the exact moment Zhu Hua unleashed her strength. The girl casually grabbed the shaft of Ximen Kai's staff, then channeled a terrifying power into the object. The overbearing power of the Ming Jing Zhai Shui officially awakened and exploded. In an instant, bone-chilling cold froze Ximen Kai's entire weapon, causing him to panic and scream, "What on earth is going on?" Zhu Hua grinned and warned, "This beatdown is going to sting a bit. Try to grit your teeth and bear it, big brother." As soon as the warning faded into the wind, the little girl swung her hand to deliver a thunderous blow that sent Ximen Kai rolling far away. Witnessing that terrifying scene, Wu Gang screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ximen Kai." Then Zhu Hua clapped her hands to dust them off, happily provoking, "Hello, now it's the turn of the swarm over there, jump in all at once to save some calories." Without hesitating for a single second, Yun Zhen leaped forward like a moth to a flame. Somersaulting as he threw a palm strike, he defensively corrected, "Who on earth is named the rest? This humble one's honorable name is Yun Zhen." Seeing Zhu Hua easily brush aside his fist strike, he immediately gave a thumbs up in admiration. That defensive angle is textbook perfect. It seems this little sister has trained incredibly hard. Praise to the skies, Zhu Hua blushed shyly, stammering in response, "Thank you for your generous praise, brother." Ending the banter, Yun Zhen instantly gathered all his internal energy into his hands, warning, however, "You won't stand a chance blocking this next gift." Just as he struck down like thunder, Wang Ba appeared like a ghost to act as a meat shield, blocking that tricky attack. Standing guard behind him, Zhu Hua cheered in delight, "Junior brother Wang Ba is so cool." Seizing the momentum, Wang Ba tightly grabbed Yun Zhen's wrist to neutralize the attack. He roared with passion, "Now it's my turn to return the favor." Unfortunately, before Wang Ba could even unleash his move, he was tightly bound by a rope seemingly from the netherworld. Wu Ling, coordinating with Dan Li Lion and Wu Gang, rushed in. She growled an assessment, "I have to admit, you freaks are indeed tough. So from this moment on, we have no choice but to throw everything we have into a fight to the death." The battle reversed rapidly. Wang Ba cleverly decided to throw Yun Zhen the moment he noticed Dan Li Lion and Wu Gang closing in on him in a tight pincer. Wu Ling grit her teeth and muttered, "These ghostly bastards have completely neutralized our team's play. Truly infuriating. What's the point of dreaming about overthrowing the Martial Star Academy when we can't even beat the young sprouts of a trashy, worthless sect?" Amid the chaos, Wu Gang's hawk-like eyes caught Wang Ba's slip-up. He immediately landed a vicious blow straight to Wang Ba's bicep. The speed was so terrifying that even Zhu Hua standing nearby broke into a cold sweat. Despite taking such a heavy blow, Wang Ba stubbornly held his ground. He squeezed out his remaining strength to yank Wu Ling's rope toward the opposite direction. Wu Ling was dragged by that momentum and stumbled, causing her teammates to widen their eyes and shout, "What on earth?" Not letting his prey escape, Wang Ba wrapped the rope once more in a flash, skillfully redirecting Wu Ling's flight trajectory right into the blind spot he had set up. As a result, Wu Ling was thrown like a boulder, smashing straight into Wu Gang's face. Seeing the two obstacles sprawling on the ground, Zhu Hua waved her hand to remind Dan Li Lion, "Hello, your side is all down, looks like this game is wrapped up." The little girl tilted her head mockingly, "Well, does big sister here want another beating?" Dan Li Lion stood dazed, scratching her head as if unable to digest this brutal reality. She frantically muttered, "Absurd, how on earth could our side be twice as numerous, yet get beaten to a pulp like this?" Right then, Li Yun burst into laughter, cutting off her train of thought. Well, it seems the battlefield has been cleaned up nice and neat. Let me also reveal this to crush your delusions. That little girl Zhu Hua who just thrashed you only took her first steps into the martial path about a month ago. Hearing this, the whole crowd let out a long, collective gasp of "huh" in utter despair. Wu Gang stood frozen, his mind racing. Cut the crap. What on earth did that little snot-nosed girl eat to train? At such a young age, her internal energy is already this profound. How is anyone supposed to compete? Li Yun changed his tone to instruct them. From this moment on, you lot better rack your brains to study coordination tactics for groups of 2 or more. In this chaos, teamwork tactics are the golden key to your survival. Especially for you who have harbored hatred for 3 years after being kicked in the face by the Martial Star Academy, you understand this bitterness better than anyone. To turn the tide, the first thing is to instill self-confidence into your brains. And above all, you must absolutely entrust your lives to the comrades behind your backs. When trust is great enough, it will form an indestructible armor, multiplying each person's combat capability exponentially. Dismissed, today's first torturous lesson ends here. Scram back to your dens to recuperate. The 5 battered figures obediently bowed, calling out their thanks in unison. Just as he turned to leave, Li Yun suddenly looked back and called out, "I'll wait, Xian Wu Gang, stay behind to offer me your life." Wu Gang gasped, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammered his agreement. Just like that, his fellow students happily slipped away, leaving Wu Gang stranded alone to face the music. Time flew by, the sun slowly reached its zenith, pouring down harsh rays that scorched all creation. The system's ringing tone sounded once more, transmitting a secret signal to officially establish an anti-eavesdropping barrier. Li Yun smirked and praised the device. "Oh ho, you've learned to be quite quick-witted today, haven't you?" With that done, he turned to interrogate Wu Gang. "All right, kid, now let's sit down and finish discussing that unfinished play from earlier. Try to rack your brain and explain why the successor of the unorthodox Blood Sword sect has shown up in this corner of the Martial Alliance Academy. Let me warn you, if the reason you provide sounds too pathetic, you know the consequences. Don't blame me for not warning you. The price to pay for keeping this quiet will be very steep." With that, Li Yun threw a scrap iron sword without hesitation, planting it firmly at Wu Gang's feet, his voice dropping low and filled with killing intent. "If you know what's good for you, spit out the truth. What on earth made a seed of the Blood Sword sect turn into a gentle sheep infiltrating the Martial Alliance Academy?" Holding his sword with trembling hands and sweating buckets, Wu Gang racked his brain for an escape. "Damn it, what do I do now? Do I throw away my dignity and run for it?" But before the brat could even make a move, a gust of wind from Li Yun's palm strike rushed in, scaring him out of his wits. Li Yun snarled threateningly, "Does a little brat like you think you can grow wings and fly out of this cage? Abandon that wild delusion. Your only way out is to confess. Bottom line, speak up, Xian Wu Gang. What reason drove you to this land?" Flashing back to the Blood Sword sect 5 years ago, a deep, cold voice resounded, criticizing Wu Gang. "Are you so merciful that you only broke the defeated foe's arm so he could no longer resist?" De Zhu flew into a rage, slamming the table and shouting, "Stand up straight for me." He howled like a rabid dog. Why didn't you slice his throat? Or at the very least sever his hand tendons so he would become a cripple who can never hold a sword again? You hold the status of our sect's successor. The Dark Throne was born for the world to kneel in terror. Are you trying to anger me to death? Go slit your disciple's throat for me." Hearing this bolt from the blue, Wu Gang widened his eyes and questioned De Zhu. "What nonsense did you just say?" De Zhu replied coldly, "You know very well that your precious disciple is volunteering on the front line against the Martial Arts Alliance, right? Regardless of what tricks you use, secret assassination, or playing the traitor to slip into the Martial Arts Alliance's nest, decapitate that wretched spawn before showing your face to me." Grieved, Wu Gang strained his neck to argue. "What did my disciple do to displease you that he must suffer this unjust sentence?" But De Zhu brushed it aside. That is the law of survival for the dark path. Your cheap compassion will sooner or later send thousands of lives of this sect to the Yellow Springs. If you feel aggrieved, I will stuff a blade into that brat's hand and force him to finish you. Forget about escaping quietly. If you don't take action yourself, I will slaughter that brat myself. Fate has decreed that one day you must step over my corpse to sit on the leader's throne of the Blood Sword sect. But if you dare to resist, I will execute your entire clan, killing everyone associated with you. Before you lies only a single path, which is to personally execute me and your disciple. Swallowing his hatred, Wu Gang bowed in submission. This disciple obeys your arrangements. I will play the role of a traitor to enter the martial arts alliance, personally execute the wretched disciple, and bring his head back here to report. But in his heart, the youth was frantically plotting, for now I will just act obediently to buy time. As long as I slip away from the shadow of this old madman, I will easily make my escape. Carrying that thought, Wu Gang grit his teeth and swung his broadsword, launching a counteroffensive aimed at Li Yun. Li Yun sneered, planning to play a straightforward head-on card. Although your ability to judge strength is quite immature, your courage is worthy of recognition. Quickly pull out all your hidden cards so I can broaden my horizons. Wu Gang watched him tensely. What on earth are you plotting? Li Yun replied leisurely, a half-baked spy like you entering the martial arts alliance is just like throwing a pebble into a lake. It won't kill anyone. Unfortunately, if you keep restricting yourself with that mediocre orthodox martial arts, when will you ever unleash your full potential? Bring out your true power, and I guarantee your battle against those Martial Star Academy guys will be as light as a feather. Perform a few moves to let me see how much your life is worth. Wu Gang struggled to block Li Yun's sweeping sword strike, his mind in a panic as he thought to himself that this killing intent was 10,000 times more terrifying than that nonsense test from earlier. Just a split second of distraction, and he would be sent straight to the underworld. Thinking this, he desperately squeezed out every drop of his inner energy and channeled it into his blade. Seizing the moment, Wu Gang unleashed a powerful downward slash that tore through the air, aiming directly at Li Yun's throat. With just a casual wave of his hand, Li Yun easily deflected the attack. He commented, "This is much better than those clumsy orthodox martial arts moves from earlier. But then again, your natural constitution was not born to align with these dark arts. A person's nature is hard to change, after all." Wu Gang grimaced and retorted, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Li Yun calmly replied, "It means your life was never meant for the dark sword, a style born solely to slaughter living beings in exchange for victory." These words instantly triggered a memory of De Zhu's cold remark, for that was the very essence of the dark path. Provoked, he snapped at Li Yun, "What does an outsider like you know about it anyway?" Li Yun smirked, "Your sword tip is filled with hesitation. There is not even a single drop of real intent to kill." Unleashing a flurry of strikes, Wu Gang roared, "What right do you have to act like you can read me like an open book?" Immediately after, Li Yun delivered a brutal punch like a sledgehammer straight to his face, declaring, "Your mouth can make excuses, but those cowardly sword strokes have already exposed everything." Wu Gang stumbled and staggered back a few paces. Li Yun continued to press him, "Tell me, what is the ultimate martial arts aspiration you are pursuing?" Wu Gang spat out a mouthful of blood and growled, "In the end, it is just a game of survival of the fittest. Why care about those meaningless ideals when they are useless in the real world?" Li Yun did not let up, pressing further, "Then what is the motivation that drives you to pick up the sword?" Wu Gang found himself speechless and cried out in frustration, The reason I swing my sword is to." He tensed all his muscles, gritting his teeth to withstand a thunderous downward blow from Li Yun. The two figures collided again and again, pouring all their fury and strength into deadly life-or-death strikes. The shockwaves of the clash blew away dirt and rocks, leaving a thick cloud of dust swirling in the air. The ground beneath Wu Gang's feet had cracked into deep fissures. At that moment his legs gave out and he knelt down, his voice trembling, "This disciple. There must be a reason for me to exchange everything just to attain power." My master was not some legendary powerhouse who could summon storms, but he was a true man of honor who valued his word above all else. He was a warrior who stood his ground alone on the battlefield, even when others fled in cowardice. Even if the world mocked it as a meaningless death, Wu Gang shuddered as a bloody memory rushed back, depicting his father's battered body pierced by dozens of swords and blades. He swallowed his tears, secretly telling himself that even if the injustice that took his father's life reached the heavens, rushing into reckless action now would only make him a moth to a flame, dying a foolish death. Therefore, the absolute priority was to desperately pursue strength. Even if he had to swallow dirt and gravel, he had to survive at all costs. Cruelly turning a blind eye and immersing himself in slaughter to gain power had completely strangled his identity as the flesh and blood of Xian Wu Yang. Turning this disciple into a killing machine, bearing the title of the young master of the bloodthirsty blood sword sect. Li Yun sighed softly and spoke with empathy, "Do you regret what has happened?" Wu Gang shook his head quickly and replied, "This disciple really does not know either. I only wish to protect my father's honor, so the world can see that he did not pass away out of cowardice, but as a truly peerless warrior. As his son, carrying the blood of Xian Wu Yang, I am the sole successor of that great man. Yet things have come to this, and I seem to have lost my way entirely. Now, whether you want to execute me or hand me over to the Martial Arts Alliance, either is fine. I only beg you to spare my brothers. Sneaking in here under a false identity was entirely my doing." Hearing this, Li Yun slowly sat down opposite him and calmly uttered, "I see. So you fought with your life on the line just to protect that." Saying this, Li Yun flicked Wu Gang's forehead, the force sending him tumbling backward. Wu Gang clutched his forehead and cried out in pain, while Li Yun leisurely urged him, "Get back up. Seeing you like this reminds me of a stray kid years ago who lost his way and only knew how to plunge headfirst into hatred." Wu Gang listened, wide-eyed with confusion. "What did you say?" Li Yun reminisced. "Back when I left the Bai Li clan and stayed at the Martial Union Academy, I once went through the process of crippling my own martial arts just to sever all ties with the Bai Li techniques. While those other students are busy refining their foundation, I will personally restructure your bones and reshape your martial arts." Wu Gang stammered in shock. "Are you planning to take me in as your disciple?" Li Yun indifferently tossed a comment to Wu Gang. "The Martial Arts Alliance probably won't care about losing track of an insignificant nobody like you." But in his heart, he was ecstatic. One of the 10 heavens and a direct descendant of the 7 sects and one clan delivering himself right to me. What a bargain. He declared solemnly, "In the next half-month, I will dismantle and rebuild your entire martial foundation. You must completely forget your old self. This journey will be excruciatingly painful. Do you have the courage to entrust your life to me?" Wu Gang inquired curiously. "After learning, will I become stronger than I am now?" Li Yun smirked confidently. "Sleep easy. Molding you into a genius is my specialty." Deep within the solemn halls of the Martial Arts Alliance, a deep, booming voice echoed from above. "It seems the young sprouts of the Martial Star Academy are quite aggressive this year, aren't they?" Lin Kao respectfully reported, "Yes, their scores are exceptionally brilliant. The Grand Masters of the combat departments are already fighting tooth and nail to snatch them." The speaker was none other than the Sword Saint, a formidable pillar among the 10 heavens of the orthodox martial world. Ancestor Zhai Zhu slowly dropped a bombshell. The leader of the Unorthodox Alliance just proposed a wager for the upcoming grand battle, causing Lin Kao's eyes to widen as he gasped. "What?" Zhai Zhu leisurely continued. "He bet that the Martial Union Academy will win. If he wins, I must agree to a minor condition of his. Otherwise, he will withdraw his forces and remain completely inactive without causing trouble for a whole year." Putting his foresight on the line like that, perhaps that old man noticed something I missed. But this bait is too tempting to refuse. As long as he stops causing trouble while I am in charge, I will have more than enough time to reorganize our ranks. This chessboard has expanded. The Martial Star Academy absolutely must not lose the upcoming battle. The head instructor for this combat event is a veteran who graduated from the Martial Star Academy a decade ago, praised as Wudang's future #1 sword, Tang Jin, currently known as Qing Liu. Qing Liu stroked his chin and muttered, Bai Li Yun is staying at the Martial Union Academy. It has been so long since I last heard that name. The fun is about to begin. As night fell, Zhu Hua began her usual lamentation. Ah, my poor body is completely exhausted. She lay flat on the ground, letting out a long sigh. Being tormented in a 2-on-5 spar every single day against the toughest fighters of the Martial Union Academy wasn't forcing people like this a bit too cruel. Only then did Li Yun slowly stroll over to tease her. Foaming at the mouth already? Startled, she asked. Oh, sect leader, when did you slip in? He nodded in approval. Good training. This seat shall reward you all. He revealed some groundbreaking news. Once the closed-door training at the Martial Union Academy ends, our delegation will head to the Martial Arts Alliance to watch the exchange. Nearby, there is an old friend of mine who used to forge weapons for me. If you can secure at least 8 victories out of 15 matches against those kids from the Martial Union Academy, then I will immediately take you to get custom divine weapons. Hearing this, both Wang Ba and Zhu Hua's eyes lit up. Oh my, is that true, master? But before she could celebrate, she froze. Wait, what exactly is that? He clarified. It is a weapon custom-tailored specifically for you, of course. Zhu Hua was overjoyed, her shouts echoing through the air. Absolutely fantastic. I must definitely achieve this goal no matter what. The group threw themselves back into training. Someone argued, Zhu Hua, why is that new move you practiced yesterday already so sloppy today? She smirked proudly. Please, I am your senior sister after all. Speaking of which, that tricky move from the day before was 10 times harder to master. The other person gasped. Huh, what? Shifting focus to Men Kai and Wang Ba, the latter poked around while exchanging blows. I must admit you have been reading my moves really well lately, but today your fighting spirit seems to be burning like fire, doesn't it? The opponent blurted out. Well, we have some real motivation today after all. Suddenly, he whispered in the other's ear, Hey, our sect leader seems to have favorites. Only those who catch his eye get special treatment, right? He could only scratch his head and offer an awkward laugh. Huh, what? At that very moment, Li Yun was carrying Wu Gang over his shoulder like a sack of rice, tying him tightly to a huge boulder while scolding him. You simpleton, the talisman clearly states no moving. Did you return all your literacy to your teacher? Wu Gang still protested, but making this disciple sit curled up in a ball like this is a total waste of my youth. While he was still grumbling, Li Yun slapped a talisman onto his forehead with the inscription, Do not move. Wait, what? The next second, a jolt of electricity surged through him, leaving him numb. This was the special binding control talisman, a crafty tool used to restrain bloodthirsty demons without having to go through the trouble of destroying their dantian. Li Yun smugly explained, As long as you move your limbs or secretly circulate evil arts, this thing will instantly tighten around your body. Of course, there is a way out. Try using your inner energy to see if you can break the talisman without moving. Suddenly, Wang Ba chimed in with a question. Sect leader, rumors say you are hiding your best techniques and secretly favoring Xian Wu Gang alone. Is that true? He jumped up and denied it flatly. What nonsense are you talking about? There is no such thing. Stop gossiping and go back to sparring immediately. While you wait, show me how much stronger you have gotten lately. The student quickly complied. Yes, master. Then he turned and tapped Wu Gang's head. Keep your eyes wide open and watch your brothers train. Then use your brain to figure out why this seat locked up your limbs like this. They all trained hard together. Summarizing the clashes between Zhu Hua and Men Kai, just like in previous bouts, the moment he widened the distance to unleash a move, they would immediately rush in to exploit the opening. They clung to him like leeches, refusing to leave even an inch of space for him to build momentum for a spear thrust. A thought flashed in his mind. The fatal weakness of spear techniques is close range, so I will use my body to cover it. Wu Gang blinked repeatedly and asked in confusion, Is that Men Kai planning to put aside his spear and go straight for close-quarters combat? Since when did he develop that technique? Zhu Hua was pushed back, her heels scraping along the ground, thinking, was that slide earlier a slip? No, it was completely intentional. Li Yun patted his shoulder and pointed, See that? Look at how fast your fellow disciples are improving. He gasped in shock. just in the blink of an eye, and all of them have improved this much. Knowing exactly what the kid was thinking, he said, "Seeing them perform, you must be itching to draw your sword and join them, right? In this situation, it is only natural to fear being left behind." At that moment, the system notification popped up for the temporary disciple. Men Kai has reached the realm of spear-body unity. Wu Gang kept his eyes glued to his every movement, jarringly shuddering inwardly, making the spear a part of his own flesh and blood. Men Kai gripped the spear shaft tightly, his expression cold as he thought, once this body becomes as fluid and sharp as a spear tip. Wu Gang suddenly pleaded in a panic, "Please release my seal, I cannot just stand here like a scarecrow forever." He coldly threw cold water on his hopes. "This seat already commanded you not to move. Letting you run out with a sword now would definitely lead to failure." Zai Menkai fought through blood and dirt on the battlefield to find his own martial path, whereas you are just a shallow copycat, repeating the ready-made sword forms of the blood sword sect. Unable to swallow his anger, he asked, "Then what on earth do you want me to do?" Li Yun bluntly exposed the truth. "Your body has grown accustomed to outdated martial arts, deeply rooted in old habits, so how can you break free? Do you think I tied you up like this just for show?" In an instant, a spark of realization flashed in his brain. "Ah, if my limbs are locked and I cannot adjust my physical movements, then what needs to be changed is the flow of my inner energy." As if reading his mind, Li Yun snapped his fingers. "Exactly. Your companions are working hard to create new moves to shed their old shells. However, you must take a step further. You must completely purge your old inner energy. The human body contains 365 acupoints, yet common martial artists barely utilize about 70 of them. Your answer lies within those neglected acupoints." His body began to tremble violently. "Then I will force open the new acupoints, channeling all my energy to smash through the resistance of those old paths." At this moment, the chaotic inner energy mixed with impurities within the temporary disciple Xian Wu Gang was violently churning. Li Yun warned sternly, "Do not rush. If you allow your inner energy to backfire and consume you while clearing the acupoints, your Danshan will be permanently ruined." Men Kai, busy sparring on the other side, was also dazed by this sight. What on earth kind of bizarre training are those two doing? Suddenly, Wu Gang coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of dark, mysterious fluid, causing Men Kai to panic and try to rush over. "Hey, Xian Wu Gang." But Li Yun raised his hand to stop them all. "None of you are allowed near him. Leave him be, he must overcome this on his own." His inner self screamed as he gritted his teeth. "There is no turning back now. I must not wave the white flag. I would rather die than return to those days of disgrace ever again. I must thoroughly cleanse the old acupoints, squeeze out all the impurities in my body, and expel them once and for all." At this very moment, a miracle began to unfold as the temporary disciple Xian Wu Gang started to open his minor heavenly cycle, even as his entire body convulsed from the excruciating pain. He collapsed limply to the ground, violent coughs ripping through his chest. Sitting beside him, he patted him reassuringly. "It is over now, you are fine, kid Xian Wu Gang." After a near-death ordeal, he successfully passed the threshold. Li Yun walked over, clapping his hands. "Congratulations, you have finally flushed away all the martial arts of the blood sword sect." He wore a warm and sincere smile. "Congratulations, recruit, on becoming a blank sheet of paper." Joy broke out on the kid's face. "Wow, only a blank sheet. Then please let this disciple train quickly, I do not want to be left behind." He laughed heartily, pulling Wu Gang back up. "Yes, now take your own sword and fill that paper." The group of brothers gathered around, everyone genuinely happy for him. Shifting to another location, a shriveled, desiccated corpse came into view. Gong Yu paced around the scene with Qing He, commenting as he chewed, My, drained completely without a single drop of blood left." She snapped back irritably, "Shut your mouth, Nan Gong Yu." Frowning, he examined every corner. Even this diagonal cut on the neck is identical. This pattern of hanging the victims upside down and draining all their blood, it is definitely the guy we are hunting. She stomped her foot and sighed, "How frustrating, we missed him again." Scratching his chin, the young man analyzed, Just as I thought, there are no common traits among these corpses. Perhaps all it wants is fresh blood. If this is the work of some demonic or evil sect, it would be extremely foolish. While we cannot rule out thrill killers, the highest probability is likely. The next word he uttered sent a chill down Ching He's spine: demons. He continued his reasoning. If it were a great demon, the casualties would be far worse, but this creature seems to have intelligence. It cleans up the scene thoroughly, leaving nothing behind but the corpse. For now, let's withdraw and call for backup. But she dismissed it, raising her chin. Absolutely not. While we are heading back, more victims could lose their lives. If our master were here, he would surely act immediately. So, do you have any better ideas? Gong Yu could only raise his hands in surrender. Since the superior ordered us not to retreat, we have no choice but to stay and endure. Though he said so, his mind was racing with anxiety. But thinking about it, getting involved in this mess has a 90% mortality rate. Maybe I should buy some insurance just in case. Finishing his thought, he grabbed a sharp stone and quickly carved a few lines. In case Handa vanishes without a trace, please contact the sect leader of Righteous Heaven Sect to save us immediately. Meanwhile, Li Yun suddenly shuddered, as if sensing an omen. He turned his head and looked around with an extremely vigilant expression. Several weeks flew by. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced around and declared, "You all have trained incredibly hard over the past half-month, haven't you? Although there is still an idiot among you struggling to figure out what to draw on his blank sheet, I can feel that your abilities have clearly improved." Zhu Hua and Wang Ba managed to secure 8 wins. A man of his word, I will take you shortly to craft your custom weapons. You all have every right to be proud of yourselves. With this pace of progress, the second phase of training should go smoothly. Hearing this, the group was absolutely thrilled. All right, steel your spirits, the second training phase begins. Li Yun curled his lips into a sinister smile. Fight to the death, my dear disciples. A moment later, he pulled out a secret letter and raised his chin. Do you know that rumors have been circulating lately about a sudden surge in missing persons around this area and the Lake South region? Li Liang, standing nearby, frowned and repeated, "Missing." Stroking his beard, he analyzed. The problem is that all the bodies found had their carotid arteries severed and were completely drained of blood. Moreover, most of the victims were ordinary commoners traveling alone. His face grew deadly serious. Is it some bloodthirsty killer or a monster on the loose? How does the Martial Arts Alliance plan to handle this? Li Liang quickly reported, "It is said that the southern Hunan side has dispatched young hero Nan Gong Yu and Taoist master Ching He to personally investigate, while the northern lake side has been left to the fierce Tiger Squad." Hearing this, he calmed down. Good, if that duo is taking action, there is no need to worry. Ching He is highly skilled in martial arts, while Nan Gong Yu is quick-witted. The combination of these two is exceptional even within the Creation Palace. That is fortunate indeed. I do not have to worry. But suddenly, a fragment of memory flashed through Li Yun's mind: fate. Whenever the word demon was mentioned, unpleasant memories of the past would flood back and tear at his heart. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside, but wait until which lifetime to report back to the Martial Arts Alliance. This is Wu. Wu Ling and Yun Zhen were bickering and fighting. Where are you running to? Who said this lady is running? Indeed, when giants clash, it is the bystanders who suffer. Only poor old Li Liang had to bear the brunt of the pain. He bent down and patted his old friend on the shoulder. Are you all right? You seem okay. Then Li Yun put his hands on his hips and roared at the youngsters. Have you all lost your minds, putting on such a disgraceful show in front of our guest? Then he turned abruptly back to the old man. But are you truly all right? Do you know who is currently teaching at the Martial Star Academy? The next piece of news left him astonished. It is rumored that Qing Liu of the Taiji clan has made an appearance. Qing Liu, the current top successor of the elite dojo, the one considered closest to the title of #1 in the world. Li Yun marveled. That guy is personally teaching. That is totally unexpected. He is clearly a natural-born genius, so how could someone who grasps everything so easily have the patience to teach others? Or perhaps the recruits at the Martial Star Academy this time are just that exceptional. After the chaos subsided, Yun Zhen timidly bowed to apologize. This unskilled junior begs your forgiveness. Li Liang leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Are you sure it is fine? They seem rather odd." He waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it. During the 4 years I spent at the Martial Union Academy, I faced him in the finals of every tournament. He raised his head with absolute confidence, but I never let him win even a single time." The old man's eyes widened in surprise. "Not even once." Yun Zhen cautiously approached and asked, "Master, it might sound strange to ask now, but what title did our sect leader hold back then?" He replied nonchalantly, "Ah, did I not tell you? Back then, the martial world called me the White Sword Dragon. It has been over 11 years since I graduated." Yun Zhen felt as if struck by lightning. "The White Sword Dragon? Then, could it be that you are actually the Palace Master of Creation Palace? The legendary, famous senior? O sect leader of Righteous Heaven sect, from now on, please forgive this junior's foolish doubts." Li Yun replied casually, "The past is long gone. Now I am just the sect leader of Righteous Heaven sect. Well, do you still plan on doubting me?" A moment later, everyone stood in a line listening to his guidance. "First, let's be clear. You all have trained hard over the past month. You followed the curriculum much better than I expected, so it is time to rest and recover, isn't it?" To his surprise, the whole group passionately surged forward and shouted, "No, Master, we still have plenty of energy to keep going." This caused Li Yun's blood pressure to skyrocket, and he barked, "Shut up and just do as you are told, you lunatics." They all shrank back. "Yes, Master." Men Kai was the first to voice his curiosity. "But sect leader, we really are fine. Strangely, no matter how hard we train, we wake up completely refreshed the next day, and our wounds heal incredibly fast." The system immediately notified him. This is because of their temporary disciple status, which grants them accelerated recovery effects. Then Li Yun cleared his throat to cover it up. "Even if your bodies are tough, you still need to rest and recharge for next month. Physical health is important, but mental well-being must not be neglected either. Just relax and enjoy yourselves today. For martial artists, visiting the music halls along Dongting Lake is a wonderful experience." The youngsters were overjoyed. "Yes, Master." But before leaving, he raised his chin to lay down the law. His expression shifted, his tone dripping with cold intent. "Right now, you represent the Righteous Heaven sect. If any of you dares to cause trouble outside once this training ends, you will crawl back to the Martial Arts Alliance on all fours, understood?" The whole group was devastated, answering in unison like obedient puppies, "We will engrave your words into our hearts, Master." Before long, they arrived at the recreational spot. "Wow, we are finally here, Dongting Lake." Yun Zhen sighed regretfully. "If only Zhu Hua and Wang Ba could have come along too." Everyone was excited, wanting to visit so many places, but since time was limited, they had to make a quick plan. "Then let's head straight to Falling Flower Tower to enjoy some of Dongting Lake's specialty drinks to warm up." But when they arrived, everyone froze. Baijin scratched his head with an awkward smile. "I am sorry, dear guests, but the seating is. As you can see, the first and second floors are fully packed. The third floor is empty, but that area is reserved only for elite martial artists. As for the prices," before Baijin could finish his sentence, Men Kai turned around, grabbed the group, and pulled them away. "Too expensive, let's go." Wu Ling resisted reluctantly. "Wait, but..." His expression remained cold and unmoving. "Stop complaining, let's find another place." Suddenly, Xia Yue appeared out of nowhere and proposed, "Well, how about letting this lady pay the bill for you? On one condition, tell me about the man who is currently training you." Saying so, she took off her hat, revealing a refined and exceptionally beautiful face. "A fair trade, tell me everything about Bai Li Yun. Do we have a deal?" Wu Gang got goosebumps, taking a defensive stance. "Who is this stranger?" Rewinding time a bit, Xia Yue was listening intently as the Yellow Dragon Manor Lord announced, "Shang Yue, I have found a worthy rival for you." She smirked and thought to herself, "The first time I heard that old man blabber, I thought he was just talking nonsense. How could such an impulsive old man be trusted with important matters?" However, the first impression when meeting him at the opening ceremony of the Righteous Heaven sect was quite deep. This time, I must find him and leave a powerful impression. To ensure we stand on equal footing when we clash, I had to set up a shop around here to build my reputation before seeking him out. I am confident in my embroidery skills, and the Yellow Dragon Manor Lord even promised that if I was too lazy to go, he would send a letter, just as I was planning to settle down. In the blink of an eye, she was already sitting at the same table eating with the kids. Wait, why has he not reached out to contact me even once up to this moment? How can he be so indifferent? Wu Ling laughed, pouring a bowl of wine. Our sect leader is just forgetful. Sister, have another drink to cool down. Menkai sitting nearby couldn't help but exclaim, My goodness, earlier I thought she was some spy from the Unorthodox Alliance who would have thought she would suddenly jump out to interrogate the sect leader. She pouted, looking slightly sad. I am used to this kind of thing. I get misunderstood wherever I go. Menkai panicked and quickly bowed. Oh, that was not what I meant. I apologize, senior sister. Then Xia Yue rested her chin in her hand and asked, So, did that boss of the Righteous Heaven sect not mention me at all? Wu Gang blurted out mockingly. He probably threw that thought into the trash and forgot all about it. The last sentence felt like rubbing salt into her fragile heart. How could that be? Yun Zhen hastily tried to smooth things over. Oh, he is just incredibly busy with work. He probably did not ignore you on purpose. Lately, he has been working day and night to train us, and his work is piled high like a mountain. Hearing this, she felt a bit relieved. That makes sense. The pressure from the wager with the Unorthodox Alliance is quite heavy after all. He frowned in confusion and asked, What wager are you talking about? Seeing their reactions, she guessed that no one at the table knew about this. Before the bilateral tournament, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Unorthodox Alliance had signed a truce to cease all conflicts. The Alliance leader and the Unorthodox Alliance leader had turned this microscopic vision into a gambling match. The Unorthodox Alliance leader bet entirely on the victory of the Martial Union Academy, while the Martial Arts Alliance went all in on the Martial Star Academy. Yun Zhen stood up in agitation, using the tournament as a bet. Our sect leader is clearly not even participating, she explained calmly. If the Unorthodox Alliance loses, all of their territorial encroachments will be frozen for a whole year. Xia Yue smiled. See, the stakes are quite unique. In return, if they win, the Martial Arts Alliance must grant a minor request of the Unorthodox Alliance leader. With such a tempting offer, the Martial Arts Alliance had no reason to refuse. The atmosphere at the table suddenly grew heavy and tense at her words. Currently, the entire alliance is waiting for you all to lose. In the end, you kids are nothing more than sacrificial pawns in the Unorthodox Alliance's bet. Menkai's eyes widened in disbelief. The alliance is using us as sacrificial pawns. What proof do you have to back up your words? Wu Ling's blood boiled as she slammed the table in anger. How can we accept this? We should march straight to the Martial Arts Alliance to demand answers. The young man quickly held her back. Calm down, think about our sect. Xian Wu Gang and I have nothing to lose, but you guys need to consider your status as disciples under the Martial Arts Alliance. Feigning defeat in this round won't hurt your pride much, and the Alliance might even offer some compensation. Looking at it that way, it isn't entirely bad. Wu Ling's face darkened. How can you even think that way? She puffed her cheeks and voiced her discontent loudly. Easy for you to say. Your side has nothing to lose and only needs to fight for a win, but we have to hold back and throw the match to hand them the victory. Menkai replied with an icy look, confirming, Yes, that is exactly how it is. This blunt and provoking answer made her blood boil with rage. You, Zai Menkai, are tired of living, aren't you? Just as things were about to spill over, Wu Gang hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Calm down, please calm down, you two. He quickly steered the conversation in another direction. After talking for so long, is our big boss completely in the dark about this? What kind of scheme is that mysterious old man cooking up? The camera pans to Li Yun, who stands deep in thought with hands folded behind his back before the roaring flames. Standing next to him, Li Liang whispers, What's your next move, brother? The higher-ups of the Wulin Alliance are bound to keep putting pressure on us. He shrugs, completely unbothered. As if I have time to cater to those idiots. Once I've given my approval, those kids are officially my disciples. I've decided to stand against the Wulin Alliance this time. What do you think, old man? Planning to back out? Startled, the old man quickly waves his hands. Hush, rebelling against that alliance is way too risky. He gives a devious smile. Well, it's a win-win scenario, killing two birds with one stone. If you're too chicken, go ask that backer of yours for permission. Li Liang's eyes widen with curiosity. What? Since when did you catch wind of that? He clicks his tongue, as if I ever tried to hide it. Just at that critical moment, Qi Huai rushes in, panting heavily. Master of Yishan, Uncle Liang, we're in deep trouble. The martial artists of the Wulin Alliance and the entire Heterodox Alliance are gathering with weapons in hand. Li Yun curls his lip in a sneer. Oh, are they planning to start an all-out war? Shaking his head frantically, he stammers, No, sir. It's demons. Demons have descended. The news hits them like a thunderbolt, leaving both utterly stunned. An army from the night parade of 100 demons is marching silently toward Dongting Lake, while bone-chilling roars echo from the distance. A giant demon is frantically devouring the living without a second thought. The demonic realm is a bizarre domain that manifests when a powerful demon occupies a territory and distorts the space around it. Normally, as long as no one encroaches upon its territory, there would be no trouble. The trouble is, the scent of a newly born high demon attracts countless other monsters, which will then sniff their way to nearby villages to feast on human flesh. The martial world calls this disaster the night parade of 100 demons. Sweating profusely, Qi Huai reports, Boss, a horde from the night parade of 100 demons is swarming Dongting Lake, originating from the Beichang region. Their numbers are estimated at over 250. Having caught the gist of it, he immediately realizes, which means a major boss demon has just emerged from its cocoon. Bad news keeps pouring in. Over the past month, reports indicate we have completely lost contact with the duo, Master Qing He and the young Master Nan Gong Yu, who went to search for the missing people. Before vanishing, they left a sign at the entrance of the demonic realm, instructing that if they did not return within a month, the Yishan sect leader must be notified immediately. With that, Li Yun brushes off his sleeves and stands up to take action. I'm heading to Beicheng myself. Li Liang scampers after him, calling out, Wait, aren't you going to join forces in Yuyang? He calmly replies, The great righteous sects in the area must have already gathered, so there's no need for me to interfere. The old man retorts, But the academy disciples are also stranded at Dongting Lake. He flashes a confident grin. Please, those kids have not only obeyed the summons, but as students of the two great academies, they are top priority targets for protection. The Yuyang branch leader of the Wulin Alliance will surely escort them back safely. With that, his pace quickens until he vanishes. The urgent matter now is to slay that high demon before it absorbs enough demonic energy. A single delay, and everything is ruined. The blurry image of the monster Hai Yi flashes through his mind. Your miserable life is truly annoying, and my followers are clearly the finest delicacies. A shiver runs down his spine, and a deep anxiety rises within him. If that beast is left to roam free, this entire region will turn into a living hell. Cutting to the mountain range, the entire sky has been dyed pitch black, tinged with a gloomy purple. At the gathering point, the students are in a panic. Go demand answers from the Yishan sect leader. Did the Wulin Alliance really use us as sacrificial pawns? Let's see what excuse he can come up with. Before they can finish, Guang Yan kicks open the door and bursts inside. He lands gracefully on the floor. Well, looks like everyone is gathered here. Ximenkai gets defensive and takes a guarded stance. Who goes there? The newcomer strokes his chest and boasts, Listen closely. I am the head of the Yuyang branch, Guang Yan. Then he delivers a series of shocking updates. Urgent situation report. A horde from the night parade of 100 demons is heading this way. This area is about to become a battlefield. You kids pack your bags and head back to the academy immediately. Wu Ling jumps up in agitation. Are you telling us to tuck our tails and run from the battlefield? He waves his hand to correct her. Nonsense, it's not fleeing, it's a tactical evacuation. You are top priority trainees under the protection of the Wulin Alliance. It's written clearly in the regulations. She hesitates and mutters, But we have hands and feet too, we can fight. But Guang Yan raises his voice, cutting off all hope. Military orders are absolute. This is an order. He demands harshly, Do you have any idea how many prestigious sects are gathered in this region? I told you, no one needs the amateur skills of small fry like you. She still tries to argue, but he immediately shuts her down. Silence! I don't want to hear another word. Do I need to write an essay to explain my orders to you? Forced to swallow her anger, Wu Ling obediently accepts. We wouldn't dare. Meanwhile, Wu Gang tries to make sense of it. Something is off. His words sound reasonable, but he can't hide his panic. Guang Yan turns around, preparing to slip away. Very well, pack up your things and return. The playtime ends here. Once he is gone, Wu Ling cries out in disbelief. What on earth is going on? A whole horde from the night parade of 100 demons out of nowhere. Ximen Kai strokes his chin. I bet 10-1 that this branch leader is keeping us in the dark. Wu Gang analyzes sharply. The strange thing is, why is he so insistent on pushing us back to the academy? He said this place is about to become a battlefield. Does he already know that the defensive line out there is going to collapse? Yun Zhen scratches his head, still confused. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Didn't he just say there's a bunch of elite sects around here coming to the rescue? Wu Gang cuts him off immediately. What if those sects are stuck and can't make it in time? That's why he concluded the clash will happen right in the streets, and hurried to herd fragile glass vases like us back to the academy to hide. But Ximen Kai takes a different stance. That's just your own speculation. As subordinates, we should just follow orders. Furious, Wu Gang yells, did this Ximen Kai take the wrong medicine today? It's the same old tune, using the sect as a shield all the time. He lowers his voice in concern. Cut it out. If we turn tail and run now, the innocent lives around here are as good as gone. The sect leader clearly stated that while we are here, we represent the Yishan sect. What kind of Yishan disciple would run away like a coward, turning a blind eye to the people in their hour of need? The proud figures of his companions flash through his mind. No, absolutely not. Wu Ling slaps her thigh in agreement. Exactly, we don't just carry the sect's name. As academy trainees, we are also the pillars of the orthodox path, and those of the righteous path never run away in times of danger. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Hearing this, Ximen Kai finally gets it. So if we say we're retreating but accidentally get caught up in the fight, that would be perfectly reasonable, right? Wu Gang claps his hands. Now you're talking, that actually makes sense. Acting like a leader, the boy begins delegating tasks. Dan Li Lion, go scout ahead and see how large the horde of the night parade of 100 demons is. Yun Zhen and Wu Ling, map out the surrounding terrain. Ximen Kai, come with me. We'll find a spot to set up an ambush before they catch our scent. Gripping their weapons, the group marches forward with fiery determination. As of this moment, the operation to hunt the night parade of 100 demons officially begins. Xia Yue, who has been ignored all this time, mutters in a dejected voice, Great, I knew it. You guys have completely forgotten about me again, haven't you? The camera cuts back to Li Yun, who looks around and mutters to himself. The first lesson I drilled into my subordinates back, when I was the master of Chuangshan Hall, was how to run for their lives to keep their heads on. If Nangong Yu and Qing He are holding out in some godforsaken hole, their provisions must be completely exhausted, and this place must be the very source of the densest demonic energy. He prepares to strike, his instincts warning him of an impending threat. I need to end this quickly and cleanly. The giant demon is still noisily devouring living humans. Its bloodshot eyes blink as it sniffs the air. An unfamiliar scent, an intruder has slipped through, and it's not those brats. I've just tasted a few sweet prey to awaken and transform into a boss, yet some insect comes to disturb me. But how did those other pests manage to hide and evade me in my own domain? What a bunch of pathetic human trash. It lets out a thunderous roar. Show yourselves if you dare, you little rats. Hiding in a dark corner nearby, Qing He frowns. Boy, that monster is getting worked up. I can't stomach this defeat, but I must admit you were right. We should have put it down before it awakened. Gong Yu touches his forehead and sighs. I kept telling you, but you just had to show off, and now it's all for nothing. Poked where it hurts, she snaps back in embarrassment. Shut your mouth. I know that already. Do you think I still can't wring that monster's neck? Qing He grits her teeth in regret. Damn it, we had that pig cornered. If only those intruders hadn't gotten in the way. Just then, the prey approaches. Hush, quiet, it's right there. Like a gust of wind, she charges straight at the giant demon. Her sword strikes cut through the air, sharp and decisive, leaving no trace. Did you have a hard time looking for me, you low-class insect? Yet the beast's body seems cast in solid steel, completely unfazed, and it even grabs her in a countergrip. Fortunately, Gong Yu leaps in to save her, sweating from the effort. Qing He breathes a sigh of relief. Good job, brother, that strike was perfect. Thinking they had finished off the monster, the young man turns to ask, "Are you all right?" Her eyes widen in panic as she warns him, "You idiot, look straight ahead." But it seems the words leave her mouth too late. The monster delivers a devastating blow right to his chest. Gong Yu is thrown 10 meters away, collapsing and coughing up blood onto the spiderweb-cracked ground. The giant demon charges forward like a runaway train, accompanied by her frantic scream, "Oh God, Nan Gong Yu." At the very moment of life and death, just as it is about to crush his skull, its entire spiked arm is severed and sent flying into the air. It lets out an agonizing roar that echoes through the sky. The one who descended is none other than Li Yun. Dusting off his hands, he smiles faintly. "Thank goodness, that saved me the trouble of searching." Seeing his arrival, Qing He trembles with joy. "The master has arrived," he winks playfully. "Call me the Yishan sect leader instead, kids." Sprawled on the ground, Gong Yu still manages to mutter, "Why did you only show up now of all times? We were almost dead." Li Yun shrugs. "Well, I have a million things to do, and I'm even unlucky enough to have to clean up after the two of you." As soon as he finishes speaking, his hand tightens around his sword hilt, making a cracking sound. In an instant, the beast lunges forward. Terrified, Qing He screams in panic, "Yishan sect leader, watch out." A single sword slash cuts through the air, slicing off half of its horn. He calmly remarks, "How strange. For a high demon, its skill is so poor that it couldn't even match the two of you." The strike leaves the monster dazed, completely frozen for a full 5 seconds. Suddenly, a familiar, eerie voice hisses in its ear, "You fool. Step back and let me handle this." A swirling vortex of purple energy wraps around the giant demon. Li Yun lowers his stance and readies his sword, prepared to fight to the death at any second. "Bring it on." The demon Hai speaks in a smooth voice. "It's been so long. We haven't met in ages, have we, my beloved child?" The being manifests in a human vessel, a form that has been forgotten for centuries. Li Yun's pupils contract sharply. What on earth is this? The horrific memories of the past tear at his heart, that bloody day when all his brothers fell dead, leaving only his lonely body behind. Li Yun roars at the top of his lungs, calling his close friend's name, "Han Lin." Then he points his sword directly at the leader, demanding, "How dare a beast like you play such a despicable trick?" At that moment, Han Lin, like a puppet with cut strings, is controlled to charge and stab him. "I'm sorry, this broken body. It no longer listens to me." Half of his face is completely shattered and distorted. In that split second, Li Yun had only one path left to take. Then, the memory snaps shut, pulling him back to reality. Hai continues to rub salt in his wound. "How long has it been? The scene of you stabbing your childhood friend with your own hands, then running away from me with a bleeding head. Oh, it's still etched in my mind." He grits his teeth without making excuses. "Yes, that's exactly how it was." The old demon looks him up and down. "I remember your scent perfectly. You're the brat who once leveled half of the Imperial Palace all by yourself. A formidable piece of the 3 great demon realms, the Lord of the Immortal Valley." His sharp gaze sweeps over the demon. "The martial world rumored that you were chained and sealed. How did you manage to crawl out and show your face here? Are you using that deceitful avatar technique again?" The old demon curls his lips into a smile and casually snaps his fingers. The giant demon immediately twitches and undergoes a massive transformation. "Now, let me kick those annoying pests out of my sight." At this, Li Yun sneers. "You just paved the way for him to slip away. How strange, a demon who actually sacrifices itself for a comrade. I thought Lady Hai was too picky to care about hunting trivial lives like his." He shrugs and admits, "That's true, but I still have a mountain of debts to settle with that beast. Once I deal with you, I will capture it and send it to its grave immediately." Hai tilts her chin up arrogantly. "Big words. Do you really think you have what it takes to defeat me? Where does that confidence come from?" He calmly responds, 10 years have passed. For humans, that's enough time for the world to change completely. His eyes flash with a cold, murderous intent. I will beat you until you lose your memory forever. Meanwhile, on another front, the monsters are dropping like flies. Wu Gang exhales deeply. Thankfully, there aren't any formidable monsters lurking around here, but Ximen Kai keeps his weapon raised. Don't celebrate just yet. Let's get out of this cursed place quickly. He asks in bewilderment, retreat. Why do we have to back down? The other glares back. Are you so brainless that you don't even know why? What do you think we've been doing here doing nothing for the past half-month? His reply is hopelessly naive. I didn't do anything. Ximen Kai almost fumes with rage. That's exactly it, that doing nothing is the point. The terrifying image of Li Yun returns to haunt his mind. He begins to lecture. All this time, the only thing you've focused on is seeking out your opponent's openings, while practicing how to completely conceal your presence. Fighting monsters, in the end, is just about finding flaws and striking their weak points. At the very least, after a month of hard training, we have undergone a clear transformation. Half doubting, he asks, could the sect leader have planned all of this in advance? Deep down, he admits they have made spectacular progress. Right now, I still have to grit my teeth and seal the martial arts of the Blood Sword sect, but honestly my hands are itching for action. I also long to grow stronger. Ximen Kai suddenly throws a question at him. If we get out of here alive, what do you plan to do next? Wu Gang remains as clueless as ever. What do you mean by that? He puts it bluntly. Assuming we clear out the monsters and make it safely to the Great War, do we even stand a chance of winning? He grins. Ximen Kai, are you worried because I told Wu Ling to obey the Wulin Alliance? He shrugs. I'm just kindly reminding them not to lose sight of our core objective. Wu Gang delivers a definitive reply. The cold hard truth is, if we have to head back without having a chance to unleash the martial arts we've learned, we'll probably cough up blood from frustration. He lets out a long sigh. Definitely. Wu Ling charges forward in frustration. You troublesome bunch. Have your legs gone on strike? Ximen Kai slaps his face to regain focus and rushes ahead. Exactly, now is the time to use the enemies before us as punching bags. Wu Gang takes a stance, his face grim. Sounds good, but we have to stay alive to make any plans. The members of the Wolian Academy have fully gathered. The crowd cheers excitedly. Oh my God, finally, our job is to buy time until the reinforcements clean things up. Guang Yan roars a warning, don't do anything reckless. Straining his voice to the limit, he shouts, do not tremble, these monsters are merely parasites feeding on human panic. Holding our ground here means risking our lives to protect what is most precious. For our families, fight to the death. So they charge into the fray, oblivious to everything else. Strangely, the night parade of 100 demons is severely congested. Not only are they late, but the movements of these beasts seem sluggish and foolish. The monsters' numbers grow exponentially, and they are much hardier, leaving Guang Yan scratching his head. Could some force be holding them back? At that very moment, a spear thrusts out of nowhere, skewering the monsters like kebabs. Guang Yan stares at the familiar face. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the order to retreat? Ximen Kai replies flatly, my hearing is perfectly fine, I heard you loud and clear. Brandishing his spear and piercing monsters, he grits his teeth and scolds. I told you this is no place for kids. Ximen Kai repeats the same response. Yes, my ears are still working normally. Furious, Guang Yan spins around, completely forgetting to guard his rear. Then why are you still rooted here? Fortunately, Wu Gang leaps in to save the day and clear the danger. Both look at him with shining eyes. It's simple. Before we became disciples of the Wolian Academy, we were already true martial artists. Hearing that deeply philosophical response, he is momentarily frozen and speechless. Then Guang Yan turns to glare at the monsters, shouting, just buy a little more time. Reinforcements will arrive to save anyone who can hold out. If anyone flees like a coward, I'll chop them to pieces later. So he reluctantly lets them join. Answer me, yes, sir, good. With a swift tear, the sharp claws of the giant demon pierce straight through Guang Yan. The monster laughs savagely. What kind of medicine did you puny humans take to suddenly become so tough? Its eyes glow crimson, radiating fury. I will devour every single one of you. Zaimenkai leaps out from a blind spot and slashes with all his might. Taste this, you beast. He looks back at Guang Yan and asks urgently, Boss, are you still breathing? The reply is a faint cry, flee quickly. As the giant demon prepares to strike, Guang Yan hastily warns, Fools, your martial arts are no match for it, but… Zaimenkai calmly interrupts, We came to be the heroes who save you. He yells loudly, Get down. A sword slash rings out, sending several minor demons to their graves. Zaimenkai is too busy showing off to notice the deadly claws about to strike him. We definitely don't make a habit of abandoning our friends. Panicked, Guang Yan rushes over. Zaimenkai, watch out. But as he looks up, the giant hand of the demon already casts a dark shadow over them. His pupils contract frantically. Is this the end? Wu Gang is about to rush out to block the attack but hesitates. Wait, this is bad. Li Yun's warning echoes in his mind like a broken record. Even if the sky falls, you are strictly forbidden from using the blood sword sex techniques again. Otherwise, the bloodline you just purified will become defiled once more. Caught in a dilemma, his mind races. Damn it, I can't just stand by and watch in such a critical situation. Ultimately, his sense of duty prevails, and he decides to strike to save him. There's no way I'm letting you die. The blood sword manifests, slicing off the demon's hideous hand in an instant. It lets out a high-pitched, deafening roar. Zaimenkai stares at his friend as if seeing a strange creature. Wu Gang, meanwhile, his insides are in turmoil. It's over, I ended up using the forbidden technique after all. He gulps and asks, Your sword. At that crucial moment of life and death, a unique path of sword Dao belonging to Wu Gang blazes to life, radiating a brilliant golden light. Li Yun's voice echoes in his mind. Eventually, you will find it, the path of sword Dao that belongs to you alone. Overjoyed, Wu Gang shouts, I did it, sect leader. Stepping back in time, when the giant demon first clashed with Hai Yi, it even had time to mockingly praise, Your combat strength is quite impressive, girl. It kept rambling with self-sabotaging remarks, Let me put you in my stomach to digest. Before it can close its mouth, its head is sent flying, more like let me turn you into fertilizer. Another giant demon hiding nearby watches in shock. Just for blocking her path, she severed its head with a wave of her hand without batting an eye. Such overwhelming power would make any creature tremble. In the blink of an eye, the monster grabs Wei Qing by the neck. I also long to be as powerful as her. Suspended like a piece of meat, Wei Qing weeps and begs, Great King, spare my life. But the monster only mutters like a broken machine, I. A cold blow strikes. I ask, are you trembling with fear? And so the giant demon drains his blood. Excellent, I must evolve into an even more terrifying version. Its body distorts, turning into a truly horrifying monster. From this moment on, I am the true hunter. Returning to the scene, the giant demon displays its sinister ambition. You humans kneel in terror. But Wu Gang doesn't even spare it a glance. Instantly enraged, it swings its claws. How dare you look down on me? Zaimenkai yells from the side. Wake up, buddy, the fight isn't over yet. The sharp claws strike down, but fortunately, Wu Gang reacts swiftly and dodges with ease. Right after, Zaimenkai's spear flies like a rocket, piercing straight into the monster's back. He grins triumphantly, as if he had struck gold. Taking a leap, Wu Gang springs into the air. My turn to take the stage. In an instant, he closes in on the giant demon. A rope tightly binds the monster's wrist. Wu Ling and her companions land right on time. Let's get to work. Yun Zhen, Li Lion go. Seeing his comrades, he sighs in relief. Thank you all. Wu Ling, Yun Zhen, and Li Lion immediately gang up on the monster mercilessly. Amitabha, take this. Zaimenkai is also supplied with a new weapon. Thanks, brother Wu Ling and sister Li Lion. Overjoyed, Guang Yan cries out, The 5 experts of the Wolian Academy have come to the rescue, everyone. Let's crush this night parade of 100 demons together. Wu Ling frowns in confusion. But what kind of beast is that? Its demonic energy smells of evil, unlike the other monsters. Guang Yan guesses, it must be the final boss of this domain. Despite being covered in blood, he still shouts a warning, watch out for its claws. This guy only uses tricky dark arts. Full of fighting spirit, Wu Ling charges. Leave the killing and guarding the rear to us. The giant demon is quickly restrained, but unfortunately, a black hole suddenly manifests. From within the hole, an arm reaches out, attempting to ambush her. Reacting quickly, Yun Zhen delivers a strike to save her in time. Seeing this, Wu Ling smiles in approval. Fired up, Zai Menkai yells, "I've been a punching bag long enough. Now it's my turn to skin this boss and clear out these minor pests. Charge." Spears thrust repeatedly into the giant demon's body. Even while taking a severe beating, the demon still hypnotizes itself. "I am invincible, I am the strongest, I cannot lose." Looking around, it spots a nearby monster standing idle and reaches out to grab it. Then it devours its own comrade's head. What on earth? Is he crazy? He's eating his own kind. Completely horrified, Guang Yan screams at the top of his lungs, "Tear it apart now." The fear of the monsters is feeding it more power. Its claws tear its companion to pieces without mercy. From this moment on, my level far surpasses those worthless monsters. I am the true hunter. Yun Zhen grits his teeth at the disgusting sight. What a sick, deranged freak. The giant demon's body begins to distort, spewing a thick cloud of crimson energy. This is bad. Not only does it draw strength from its own kind, but it also absorbs the fear of humans. Sensing impending death, Guang Yan screams, "Run, everyone." Wu Gang steps up to take charge. "Everyone follow my lead." Understood. Without a word, everyone obeys instantly. Zai Menkai guards the rear, while Wu Ling covers the flanks. Keeping his eyes fixed on the monster, Wu Gang steps forward to create space. "Leave no blind spots. Chasing it will be tough, but we have to take the risk." Guang Yan is panting heavily. Since using the divine heavenly chi technique risks his life expectancy, continuing like this would surely kill him. But in this situation, we can't drag this out any longer. Receiving Wu Gang's signal, Zai Menkai charges with his spear. "Zai Menkai, now is the time." He grins with satisfaction. "Wu Ling, Zai Menkai, thank you, experts of the Wolian Academy." Immediately after, Wu Gang swings his sword to deliver the finishing blow. Unfortunately, his sword snaps in half with a loud crack. Crap, the cheap sword couldn't take the pressure. Enraged, the giant demon grabs his arm. It grips him tightly, as if trying to tear him in two. The monster roars in triumph, "I've got you now, die." Turning pale, Zai Menkai cries out, "No, Wu Gang." Just at the critical moment, Li Yun's familiar voice rings out. Descending like a god to save him, he says, "Well done, kid. Now go find a place to rest." The giant demon's body is instantly sliced in half vertically. What on earth just happened? As soon as he lands, the crowd rushes over, calling, "Sect leader." Seeing Li Yun's disheveled state, everyone is stunned. He frowns and asks, "Why are you guys standing around here anyway?" Hai Yi, whose face is swollen from his punch, slowly retreats. "You've improved a lot, even though this mission was a bit unfortunate." She gradually fades away but leaves behind a cryptic remark. "Still, I look forward to your next performance." On another side, reinforcements pour in. Charge. They charge in to wipe out the remaining monsters. Don't let a single demon escape. Li Yun also casually swings his sword to clear out a few of them. His eyes flash with a sharp light. "Hai Yi showed up earlier than I anticipated. I need to speed things up." Some time later, at the Yangyang branch, after the night parade of 100 demons has settled, some mutters doubtfully. Just a few lives from the Wolian Academy managed to hold off a whole horde of monsters. Inside the study, Long Chen is sweating profusely as he reports. These ridiculous rumors are completely undermining the blood, sweat, and tears of the real heroes. You just need to declare that the Wolian Academy is entirely useless. And that those who exhausted themselves to protect the peace were the warriors of the Wulin Alliance. Before the sly man can finish, Guang Yan cuts him off. As the old saying goes, an awl kept in a bag will eventually pierce through and show itself. He frantically protests, "Minister Guang Yan, you know very well they don't have what it takes to be heroes." Vice strategist Long Chen, the minor sects were already annoyed and refused to support the Wolian Academy in the fight against the heterodox alliance. if we let them get arrogant like this. He adds, and how can we keep them under our thumb and ensure their defeat in the martial arts tournament? Long Chen says cryptically, it's all for the greater good. Do you intend to disobey orders from above? Suddenly he coughed up a pool of pitch-black blood, firmly squeezing out each word. Wu Lion Hall is also a pillar of the Martial Alliance. They are the future generation who will shoulder the organization. Long Chen supported him in a panic. Director Guang Yan. Using his remaining strength, he urged, please submit a report to the higher-ups. At least the students of Wu Lion Hall that I saw with my own eyes that day are absolutely not useless. They are true martial artists. The scene shifts to an eatery. Li Yun and his disciples were feasting boisterously. Impressive, right? I just took down 22 monsters. If only Wang Ba were here to see it, I probably could have taken down about 22 as well. If I got 25. Wu Gang smiled awkwardly as he saw them bickering loudly. Sorry, boss, they are usually very gentle, please bear with them. It is fine, it is normal to be a bit mentally unstable after returning from the brink of death. However, his next words froze everyone at the table. Have you heard the news that the Martial Alliance is forcing us to lose? Li Yun slowly took a sip of lotus tea. So you know everything already, what is the plan then? Wu Gang cupped his hands and explained seriously. Rumor has it that if we fake a loss, the wicked Dao Alliance will declare a one-year truce. If we win by chance, our sect will court disaster. Not to mention the Martial Alliance. Before he could finish venting his thoughts, he interrupted. If the Martial Alliance respected you, they would have held a closed-door meeting to negotiate. Instead, they just threw down a single sentence. Concede on your own initiative. Do you know why they look down on you? Li Yun flatly declared, because you are too weak. He continued to rub salt in the wound. For 4 long years, you have never won a single honorable match against Wu Xing Hall. Defeat is a given for you, so why on earth would they need to discuss anything? The atmosphere dropped below freezing. That is exactly how useless you are in the eyes of the Martial Alliance. Now, let me ask you. His gaze was as sharp as a razor. What do you intend to do? Wu Gang strained his neck and roared, we want to win. A satisfied smirk appeared on his lips. Good, then go smash their faces in. Defeat Wu Xing Hall, slap the Alliance leader's face to let him know how blind he has been. Show the whole world that you, too, are pillars of the Martial Alliance. After finishing his speech, Li Yun set down his teacup and asked, anyone have any objections? No, sir. He smiled with satisfaction. Very well. Anyway, the director of the Yang branch is paying for this feast tonight, so eat and drink to your heart's content. Yes, sir. On the other end, Guang Yan was fidgeting in his seat. What on earth is this? Such an unsettling aura. Li Yun glanced at the mystical system interface. Only 1 month left. Tomorrow, the purgatory training will reopen, so make the most of tonight. A notification popped up. Congratulations! Thanks to the efforts of the sect master and the proxy disciples, the reputation of the Yitian sect has spread far and wide. The sect's overall level has risen to level 9, and the system has officially upgraded to a superior version. Suddenly, the area shook violently. The system chimed again. It is time to plan the future of the sect. Please choose a development path. The accompanying research facilities will be unlocked based on your choice. Path 1. Expand the organization to maintain hundreds of disciples, build a private force, boost stability, spread fame rapidly, establish the secular gate, and increase the applicant rate by 50%. Path 2. Elite legacy. Establish a teaching system to prevent deviation, accept only core disciples, train world-renowned experts, increase the leveling speed of all disciples by 30%, grant the sect master a 20% bonus when creating new martial arts, and dramatically increase the intact inheritance rate of ultimate techniques if the student count is under 10. The sky had turned as dark as ink. Li Yun stood as still as a statue, staring at the system interface. A voice called out, bringing him back to reality, "Sect Master, the table has been cleared." He sat down at the inn's dining table with his 3 disciples and nodded. "All right, let's eat." Then his mind drifted off again. Once a development path is locked in, there is no turning back. Whatever, I will deal with it tomorrow. Zhu Hua suddenly asked out of curiosity, "But Sect Master, The girl wondered, are those Wu Xinghall guys really that tough? Why is everyone so sure they will win? He scratched his chin. I have not seen them with my own eyes yet, so I cannot say. Then he asked her back, Zhu Hua, do you know how the match between these two top academies is conducted? The girl confidently patted her chest. One-on-one combat, right? I have sparred before. Li Yun shook his head to enlighten her. That is for local spars, but the grand tournament is on a completely different level. These two academies specialize in producing elite candidates to lead the Martial Alliance. Upon graduation, they are immediately thrown into the military, gathering battlefield experience for a few years before returning to assume leadership roles. Thus, the goal is not to produce mere brawlers, but to nurture talents with cool heads and extensive real combat experience. He described it clearly. The tournament consists of 3 stages. The first stage is an obstacle course. The second stage is one-on-one duels. The third stage is a team battle. Whichever side wins 2 out of 3 stages takes the trophy for that year. At this point his face fell. Word has it that Wu Lionhall has been feeding points for the past 4 years, failing to win even a single honorable match. Zhu Hua gasped, not even once, but we worked our butts off this time. So, Sect Master, what do you think our chances of winning are? Just as she finished speaking, Peng Jai suddenly appeared, laughing heartily as he cut in. Obviously, Wu Xinghall is going to crush you completely, right? He grinned widely. Is that you, kid? 7 years of no contact and you still remember my face. Zhu Hua frowned and nudged him, whispering, Who is this middle-aged guy? Li Yun recognized him instantly and roared, Peng Jai, you bastard. He pretended to ignore the comment. Ah yes, long time no see, Peng Jai, the young head of the Peng family. Back when you were idling at Wu Lionhall, I used you as a punching bag. Hearing the title, Wang Ba was startled. The young head of the Peng family? Then I should bow properly out of courtesy. Peng Jai slapped his shoulder hard. No need to be formal, skip all those tedious procedures. The slap almost broke Wang Ba's collarbone, so strong my whole body is numb. He pulled up a chair and sat down naturally. Are you here to watch the tournament too? I heard you are playing babysitter to the Wu Lionhall group this year. He tossed his head. None of your business, they will be crushed by my Wu Xinghall anyway, why bother watching? He remarked. Quite confident, aren't we? He pointed at himself. Of course, those kids were not named Yellow Flag Knights for nothing. Seeing them so eager for battle reminds me of my own youth. Li Yun retorted directly. So I assume you won the trophy back then? He was taken aback. Huh, what? He sneered mockingly. Pardon my asking, but did your generation ever have the fortune of defeating my Wu Lionhall even once? Peng Jai's face turned red as he tried to save face. But it was almost a draw, only to be immediately shut down. Not a single win. How embarrassing. Shame turned to rage as he fumed. I have changed since the old days. Back then, if not for your trickery. Li Yun immediately proposed a wager. Then do you dare to make a bet? Peng Jai flinched, getting defensive. What kind of trick are you planning now? Just looking at that scheming smile makes my stomach turn. He glanced sideways with disdain. Coward are you? Provoked repeatedly, Peng Jai lost his temper and took the bait. Fine, let's do it. Either way, Wu Xinghall is going to crush you. What are you betting? Li Yun calmly replied. The Divine Physician Healing Card, the legendary card capable of bringing someone back from the dead. Wang Ba was shocked. What, you possess such a rare item? Yes, and in exchange you must bet the cold iron. That block of frozen iron ore emitting bone-chilling cold that your Peng family is keeping. The request made him break into a cold sweat. That is a national treasure. How can I put it on the line? Li Yun continued to provoke him. Scared out of your wits, aren't you? Driven by his massive ego, Peng Jai nodded immediately. Fine, I am in. What is there to fear? But where are those delusional Wu Lionhall disciples of yours? Aren't you leading them? He replied mysteriously. They are on their way. They are undergoing a special training course. Peng Jai's jaw dropped. A training course. Rewinding to yesterday, Li Yun met with the team. But we are already late to set off, Sect Master. He threw them a very easy task. The task is as light as a feather. Get yourselves safely to the Martial Alliance. Wu Gang scratched his head. Just walking. He nodded, correct, but you must split into groups. Wu Gang and Zai Men Kai form Group 1. Yun Zhen and Wu Ling in Group 2. and Li Lion will go solo, Group 3. Ignoring Li Lion's frustration, Li Yun declared, "The time limit is 10 days. All groups must gather at the Martial Alliance 3 days before the tournament begins." Darkness fell, and the moon was high in the sky. Men Kai and Wu Gang were warming themselves by the fire. He noticed the other's expression. "Wu Gang, are you overthinking?" "Huh, me? Yeah, worried about the upcoming tournament, right?" Wu Gang nodded in admission. "Exactly." His mind was in a tangle. Once you start, there is no turning back. I have switched to the way of the sword, but my ties with the Blood Sword sect are still clear. Who knows how furious the Blood Sword sect master will be. Just then, the bushes rustled. The two young men immediately went on high alert. "Huh, who is hiding there?" Hui Lion stepped out proudly, announcing herself. "I am Mu Rong Hui Lion, the hall master of the Sang Tian Palace." The two were stunned and shouted, "The head of the Sang Tian Palace, why did you wander all the way here?" Her face was cold as stone, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "I have come to deliver a challenge letter to the talents of the Martial Alliance." Wu Gang cried out in panic. "Wait, who are you drawing your sword to slash?" Hui Lion took a stance, declaring solemnly, "I am going to put you through a physical training session." Too lazy to explain further, she got straight to business. "You two are Wu Gang and Ximen Kai, correct? Now draw your weapons." Wu Gang scrambled to ask for a pause to understand the situation. "Wait a moment, sister, why is the great head of Sang Tian Palace taking the time to spar with commoners like us?" Hui Lion said calmly, "To repay a debt of gratitude." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward like a whirlwind. "On the night of the night parade of 100 demons, you two saved the lives of 2 of my subordinates. Did you think I would default on my debt? The law of our group is to return favors." He dodged the attack, sweating as he thought, "So fast," then yelled, "But why are you repaying the favor by fighting us?" Shifting to Wu Ling and Yun Zhen, those two were clashing with Qing He. Hui Lion revealed, "The other groups are also taking a beating from the people of Sang Tian Palace." Left entirely on her own, Li Lion had no choice but to engage in combat with Gong Yu. Hui Lion began to speed up her attacks, and only then did Wu Gang slap his thigh. So that is what the sect master meant by getting safely to the alliance. With no way out, the two young men rolled up their sleeves and got ready. "Since we are forced into this, getting beaten by the Sang Tian Palace Hall Master can be considered a privilege. Bring it on, sister." She smirked playfully, "My hands are itching for a fight anyway." Elsewhere, the crowd was buzzing like a market. "They are here, the Wu Xing Hall crowd has arrived as well." Gong Xuan grimaced in annoyance. "What a headache, this is why I prefer to use the quiet gates to avoid all this." From behind, Peng Chen called out, "Hey, Nan Gong Xuan." He grinned to pacify him. "Cool down, brother, the fans are here to cheer for us." The reply was a look of immense disdain. "Cheer for us, as if I care." Then he grumbled, "Crushing that weak Wu Lion Hall is the absolute truth, where am I wrong?" Zhu Gu turned away coldly. "Shut your mouth, please, I do not want to catch your bad luck." Gong Xuan cursed in annoyance, "Uncultured fool." Peng Chen quickly put an arm around him to stop him. "Calm down, if you slip up you will get scolded severely, Nan Gong Xuan." In the heat of the moment, Qing Liu spoke up to reprimand the youngsters. "Hey, junior brothers." His expression was as stern as a proctor. "It seems you are getting ahead of yourselves. You do not even know what the opponents look like this year, yet you are already claiming the championship trophy?" He glared. "Do you think they could not make progress in a single year? While they were working hard, we also shed blood throughout the year." Qing Liu looked toward the horizon, "But this time is different, because the monster by Li Yun is leading them." Hearing the name, Li Zhu was stunned. "What did you say?" She grabbed him and asked urgently, "What did you just say?" Qing Liu suddenly remembered. "Ah, now that I think about it, is that guy related to you?" "I heard he is acting as the head coach for Wu Lion Hall this time. That guy is full of dirty tricks. No matter how bad the situation is, he will corner his opponent and turn the tables. As long as he is breathing, you must never let your guard down." His face was filled with murderous intent like an assassin. "Your time as predators is over. That role has been snatched by the disciples of Wu Lion Hall. From this moment on, engrave this in your minds. Do not let them hunt you down. You must turn into beasts and bite the hunter's neck. After finishing his long speech, he swept his sleeves and walked away. Li Zhu bit her lip. Did that bastard really show his face here? The scene shifts to a sunny, windy clearing. Dao Lion lay sprawled on top of the carriage, yawning deeply. So boring, it would be fun if some bandits jumped out to entertain us. A grumble came from inside the carriage. Behave yourself, please. Sect leader of the Wicked Dao Alliance, crossing this line means entering the territory of the Martial Alliance. He pouted in disagreement. Aren't you excited to watch the two sides clash? Yao Huang let out a sigh. This is a risky gamble, we might get nothing out of it and lose everything. I have no time to sympathize with your moody feelings right now. But do we really have to call a truce? If we drag this out for another half a year, cleaning up the Martial Alliance later on will be much easier. Dao Lion smirked wickedly. I will not declare a truce if I lose the bet, so we just need to win, right? The voice from inside exposed him again. But we stand no chance of winning this. Do you think that Alliance has nothing better to do than to let the Wu Lion Hall crowd take the trophy? Perhaps the Martial Alliance people dare not play dirty openly for fear of being exposed, but the Wu Lion Hall group are all descendants of prestigious families, not nobodies. Would they be willing to risk their lives for the prize, as long as they do not bring trouble to their own sect? Dao Lion bounced up like a spring, his eyes shining. What you said makes sense. I only mentioned the truce to bluff them. There is no way I am letting go of this bet. He pulled out his trump card. Dazhu Evil Sword, among his disciples, isn't there one that he has been drooling over but could not recruit? What a waste of talent. Knowing that, leaving him aside is deeply regrettable. The Martial Alliance has expanded too much. Therefore, they are blind, unable to see the solid block of gold rolling right at their feet. With the condescending attitude of the Martial Alliance, this is just a minor request, so how could they refuse? Yao Huang asked back timidly, what do you mean? His eyes flashed with bloodlust. I only need to plant a tiny seed of doubt. That will be enough to make them tear each other apart. Is it time for us to lay the bait? Right now, at the Martial Alliance headquarters, the Wu Lion Hall waiting room was buzzing like a disturbed beehive. Why has no one returned yet? They must have gotten lost somewhere. Stay calm, everything takes time. Yan Kun scratched his head and lamented. I told them to play along and lose, yet they stubbornly showed their faces at the assembly. Those rascals. Just then, Su Zio burst through the door with news. Hall Master, they are here, they are here. He was overjoyed and turned around. Oh, finally they dragged themselves here. Clean up the rooms for the kids to rest and recover immediately. But Su Zio stammered hesitantly, not the kids. But the boss of the Wicked Dao Alliance has arrived. They got here even before our own people. This shocking news almost gave Yan Kun a stroke. What did you say? He glared over at Li Yun. He was still leisurely sipping his tea like an enlightened being. Truly fine tea indeed, so aromatic, he roared. Former Captain Bai Lei. Yan Kun questioned anxiously. In short, when will your students bother to show up? Li Yun replied nonchalantly. I have now been promoted to the head of the Yi Tian sect. Those young rascals will be here shortly. He wiped his face and sighed. I know you are capable. Turning the Sang Tian Palace into a formidable force is beyond dispute. Before he could finish, he puffed up with vanity. You are welcome. Your praise makes me quite bashful. He snapped helplessly. Let me finish my sentence, man. Even with divine talent, you cannot turn clay into gold instantly. It is very hard. Li Yun remained thick-skinned without a change in expression. As long as our disciples show up before the opening day, it is fine, right? Yan Kun held his head. Then are we throwing all the formal procedures out the window? He angrily slammed the table. The disciples of Wu Xing Hall have already arrived, and once the Wicked Dao Alliance faction shows up, we must roll out the red carpet and perform the lion dance immediately, he shrugged. That old leader of the Wicked Dao does not care for such tedious ceremonies. He yelled, foaming at the mouth, I know that, but our orthodox faction has to save face. Just then, someone ran in to report. Hall Master, the stage has been set. The Wicked Dao Alliance team will arrive in half an hour. Li Yun instructed, make sure to reserve the best seats for Wu Lion Hall. Yan Kun grimaced, but even if those kids were flying here on rockets right now, it is already. He asserted firmly, they will arrive. Li Yun's face exuded overconfidence. Not a single one will be missing. At the gate, the wicked Dao Alliance convoy had stopped, was hunting me down all the way to my lair. Not embarrassing enough, and now you put on a show to welcome me with a sedan chair. That old sword saint must be busy in secluded training. Yao Huang sneered with contempt. Childish tricks, trying to intimidate me before the negotiations. Ahead, Yang Zai stood waiting, smiling in greeting. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. He appeared surprised. Well, what a surprise. The reclusive master strategist himself comes out to greet me. He cupped his hands respectfully. We have prepared a feast, please come inside. Then he waved his hand to command. Open the gates wide. Tuan L letter 1 EC7NH. The trio stepped inside, Dao Lion smiling slightly. This turn of events is indeed unexpected. Li Gang and Zhu Ling stood there smiling politely in welcome. Long time no see, leader of the wicked Dao Alliance. Dao Lion laughed heartily, 2 of the 3 swords personally coming to receive me. My, what an honor. He invited him, let me show you in. Walking a few paces alongside the wicked Dao Alliance leader, he began to mock him. I never imagined a scenario where you would lead the way for me, as I always pictured us cutting each other to pieces. Zhu Ling glared at him and retorted immediately, are you looking for trouble with me? Dao Lion laughed it off, oh my, I would not dare. Then he grew curious about the crowd in the distance. She explained that they were the students of Wu Xing Hall, the young faces about to enter the ring this time, and then asked, what do you think of those kids? He smirked, did you not once praise them as the golden generation of the martial world? In terms of talent, even in the wicked Dao Alliance, only a few could match them. She smiled proudly, you flatter them. Yet in the next second he threw cold water on her, though seeing them in person, they are far more disappointing than I expected. Yang Zai frowned and inquired, are you saying that because your chances of winning have narrowed? He denied it completely, not at all, on the contrary, I am bound to win this bet. Zhu Ling was puzzled and asked, what exactly do you mean? At that exact moment, Dao Lion looked in another direction and exclaimed, the main characters have arrived. Wu Gang led his 4 brothers back home. The entire group landed with a thud right in the middle of their debate. Li Zhu's group instantly shifted their attention over there. Dao Lion remarked casually, judging by martial world standards, Wu Xing Hall is still quite young and green. The group of 5 simultaneously cupped their hands in salute, and Wu Gang reported proudly, Wu Lion Hall Captain, Sun Wu Gang, along with 5 disciples, have finished training and are present. Observing the boy, Dao Lion thought to himself with delight, well, this side is actually far better than I expected. Wu Gang's group squeezed through the crowd of commoners, keeping their eyes fixed on the city gates. Men Kai whispered to the person next to him, look, the main gates are wide open, and Wu Gang was also staring intently at the crowd. Indeed, the leader of the wicked Dao Alliance was stepping in arrogantly. This is the first time the gates have been opened since the Martial Alliance and the wicked Dao Alliance officially cut ties. It looks like this will shake the entire martial world. Are you really going to go through with this tense situation? There is no other way, this is the only path to sneak inside. You already know what happened last week. Men Kai suddenly spotted a suspicious figure lurking in the distance and hurriedly patted his comrade's shoulder. Even as a captain, you cannot defy the orders of those old men in the Martial Alliance. We are done for, we are exposed, let's retreat quickly. In an instant, both of them executed lightwork and leaped into the air, let's go. Following their lead, Yun Zhen, Li Lion, and Wu Ling also leaped and followed closely behind. The 5 landed right in front of the 2 elders of Wu Lion Hall, including training Captain Sun Wu Gang and 5 apprentice disciples. They all obediently cupped their hands and bowed deeply, saying, we have just returned from our secluded training. Wu Gang was still dazed in front of his friends, unable to comprehend that they all shared the same goal of recovering strength and shaking off pursuers, but still. Standing right in front of them was the leader of the wicked Dao Alliance. How should they handle this situation? Hui Lion had been keeping watch, and seeing them succeed, she turned to leave with a sigh. They do have some brains after all, good luck, junior brothers. Dao Lion glanced at the youngsters, chuckling with satisfaction. There is a good show to watch now. By the strict standards of the wicked Dao Alliance, the disciples of Wu Lion Hall have passed. The official standing beside him also quickly agreed. It seems the alliance leader favors the Wu Lion Hall students quite a bit, deliberately arranging such an impressive entrance. He laughed as he heard it. That hits the spot. Dao Lion tossed out a challenging question that froze everyone. Well, do you dare to claim with certainty that you will win? Since I already placed my bet on you, I have every right to demand an assurance. The other person also went along with his words. Indeed, a highly pressuring and mischievous question, but time will tell. Wu Gang was the first to stand up, locking eyes with his opponent. Our side will definitely win. Dao Lion, of course, did not miss the opportunity to mock. Oh my, do you even realize the weight of the words you just spoke? Wu Gang's determination burned even hotter. It is a certainty. He seemed to nod in acknowledgement of the boy's stubbornness. If you actually take the prize, even if the Martial Alliance reprimands you, you will all remain unscathed, correct? He asserted firmly once more, there is no way we will be punished. The glory of victory this time will fly straight back to Wu Lion Hall. A burst of mocking laughter shattered the silence as soon as he finished speaking. Do you even know what you just said? Wu Lion Hall is forcing everyone to reconsider the situation. Those who once believed Wu Xing Hall would easily take the prize are now sweating and viewing you as real obstacles. A simple slip-up, and you will ruin your own easy meal in the first round. I am sick of hearing the word victory from the opponent's mouth, just because Wu Lion Hall is resting on its laurels. Do you understand? Whatever, my legs are tired from walking, clean up your gear and find a place to rest. Leaving them with those words, Li Yun turned and walked away, ignoring his disciples. Where are you heading? I also have some minor matters to attend to. He did not even slow down, only tossing a casual line over his shoulder, going to meet an old acquaintance. In an instant, someone polishing his sword spoke warily, What are your intentions here? Bai Li Yun sat comfortably in a chair, calmly sipping his tea. Old friends who have not met in 10 years, do we need a reason to reunite? I am the one who is truly curious as to why a guy who hates teaching kids like you would take on disciples. Qing Liu turned around, losing his patience completely. Your annoying habits are still exactly the same, aren't they? Li Yun did not bother to wait, cutting him off. The naked truth is that you have not defeated me even once over the past decade, so out of pity, I have brought you a great opportunity. Therefore, let us change the rules of this spar to a 5 versus 5 match to keep it simple and avoid wasting each other's time. The other man raised an eyebrow and mocked him upon hearing this. Well, so the rumor of 11 people dropping out midway through training is actually true. In his mind, the image of those mischievous students screaming in the ancient library flashed by, leaving only 5. Why do you torture us like this? He was speechless and could only nod, yes, indeed. Qing Liu sank into the chair opposite him. If the numbers are already uneven from the start, that is too unfair. Li Yun regained his arrogant demeanor, shooting back. Yes, I am rolling out the red carpet for you. If you lose despite having numerical superiority, the embarrassment will be unbearable. Qing Liu began to fume at the provocation, asking seriously, do you seriously believe Wu Lion Hall will win? He swirled the teacup in his hand, speaking slowly. Of course. The other gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his rising anger. Even though you do not fully know the strength of our Wu Xing Hall disciples, Li Yun put on an indifferent face, each word rubbing salt into the wound. You are the one who shaped them, so it is not hard to guess even with my eyes closed. You have never had any talent for teaching. A person who always pays for his own mistakes and constantly bows at my feet. Who could you possibly instruct? Hearing this, Qing Liu lost his last thread of patience and stood up abruptly. I reject this 5 versus 5 match. He also stood up quickly, his face tense as he went on the defensive. What? The other did not bother to waste any words, directly ordering him out. That is your own karma for failing to manage your disciples. Get out of my sight. Li Yun played his thick-skinned card, calmly sitting back down. Settled, I accept your refusal. Qing Liu grimaced as if chewing on a fly, snapping back. You have no right to accept anything. He persisted with more bargaining. Then let us settle it this way. For just one full day, let us swap our apprentice disciples and see how they train. Qing Liu remained as solid as a rock. Why should I bother doing that? Li Yun then whispered sweet words, because the glory of Wu Xing Hall is not your personal achievement. Everyone is betting on Wu Xinghao to win, so even if they succeed, the world will not bother crediting you. Because the starting line was uneven. But if we play by clear rules before initiating the battle, the tide of the game will turn completely. Qing Liu was still full of suspicion regarding the capabilities of the man before him, after observing the Wu Xinghao disciples for just one day. Do you really believe you can turn the tide and bridge all the gaps in numbers and strength? Li Yun stroked his chin with utmost confidence indeed, and the sparring between you and me will also be fairer. Old friend, would a little compromise kill you? Or are you hesitant because you are terrified of losing? He was finally provoked into losing his temper by Li Yun. How dare you look down on others to this extent? At the same time, a young lady was leisurely soaking in a hot spring bath. Li Zhu emerged from the water, her expression filled with pure bliss. Relaxing her body, her thoughts drifted back to him. Why did he only show his face now? Even if I confront him directly, I will not get any answers. Even if my revenge against Bai Li Yun has to be brought forward, it does not matter. I will crush the Wu Lion Hall group in the most miserable way before taking my leave. Are you heartless enough to abandon the whole world just to pursue these things? How many moons has it been since I last saw you? Focus your mind. The group had lined up in the yard, waiting to spar. Good morning, juniors of Wu Xinghao. Today I, Bai Li Yun, will be teaching you a painful lesson. Qing Jing timidly raised his hand to object. Junior begs to ask, why must we take orders from an instructor of the Wu Lion Hall faction? Qing Liu quickly shouted to suppress him. Consider this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity granted by your instructor to enlighten you. You are quite something. What is the point of digging up information about Wu Xinghao at the very last minute? How absurd. Li Yun remained calm as he cleared things up. After all, you are just juniors who came after me, and I have no interest in playing tricks to harm you. Anyone who does not believe it is free to step back. Having said that, once the group settled down, he glanced at Qing Jing. Good, it seems no one is backing out. You step forward. Standing face to face, he laid down a few rules. From this second, you will line up and take turns fighting me. I will actively hold back and lower my level to match yours, so do your best to hold on. Understood, please guide me. Qing Jing immediately mustered all his power and charged straight at him like an arrow. Unfortunately, no matter how tricky and swift his moves were, he easily parried and knocked him back. Qing Jing stubbornly refused to give up, keeping his eyes wide to seek an opening in his opponent. He confidently claimed he would hold back his strength. Yet I cannot even touch a hair on him, completely overwhelmed. This is truly absurd. Li Yun beat him to a pulp, leaving him kneeling helplessly on the ground, then turned back to the rest of the crowd. Who is the next victim? Instantly, another junior brother rushed forward, sword in hand. Unfortunately for him, in the blink of an eye, Li Yun smoothly snatched the weapon straight out of his grasp. Oh. Gong Xuan did not seem to have fully processed what kind of absurd situation was unfolding, and Peng Chen was also getting too restless to just stand aside. And how voti, I let one EBFP die. After that, the group of junior brothers took turns rushing him using human wave tactics, but unfortunately, none of them were any match for Li Yun. Every single one of them was punched flying far back into the distance. Li Yun scanned the surroundings, his posture still maintaining its sheer arrogance. Is that everyone? The young men who had been bursting with energy earlier had now shrunk back, none of them daring to charge forward. He was so incredibly tough that he might even surpass instructor Qing Liu. Their foundation could be considered solid, but Nan Gong Xuan was truly the most outstanding trump card. If Sun Wu Gang hadn't wasted his time on trivial, vague things, he might already be on equal footing with him. Li Yun waited a bit longer, yet still no one dared to step up. If you're all out of people, let's call it a day here. Just as he was about to leave, a sword blade stabbed straight into the dirt right between his feet. Wait. A figure walked close to him. Everyone got to spar except me. What is the meaning of this? Li Zhu strode over to snatch her sword back. Pointing the sharp tip directly at him, her eyes showed no trace of warmth. If you want to stay alive, draw your sword. In her childhood, Li Zhu had insisted on going out to play, only to be immediately shut down by the servants. Absolutely not, young lady. The little girl rolled around on the ground in frustration, protesting, but my feet are itching, I want to go out so badly. The servant, with a stern expression, steadfastly refused. Absolutely not, the dangers out there are unpredictable. Besides, as a daughter of the Bai Li family, you are strictly forbidden from slacking off on your studies. Please go back inside immediately. The little girl had no choice but to give up, returning to lie dejectedly in her room. If only mother were still alive, she would have definitely let me go. At that very moment, a dark shadow stealthily slipped through the cracked-open door. It was Yun Xuan. He quickly raised his hand to signal her to stay quiet. Zhu do you want to sneak out? The little girl felt as if she had found a ray of hope amidst her suffocating, tedious days. The two youngsters sneaked out, enjoying themselves immensely. Are you having fun, Zhu? You must keep your mouth tightly shut about this, don't let the servants find out. Even if the sky falls, as long as you feel like going out, I swear I will take you anywhere. The Li Zhu of back then looked up at her brother with absolute admiration. Pinky promise, brother. Then late one quiet night, when the little girl was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, yawning repeatedly but trying to stay awake. Where do you want me to take you tonight? A servant frantically knocked on the door. Li Zhu was utterly bewildered. Has something happened? Clutching his chest while panting heavily, the servant cried out, This is bad, young lady. Young master Bai Li Yun has vanished. What? 12 years later, Li Yun was the first to speak. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Bai Li Zhu, Gong Xuan carried his sword as he approached her. Rumor has it that you also enrolled in Wu Xingguan, so we are from the same training ground. What are you planning to do now? As soon as he drew near, what caught his eye were her hands covered in scars and wounds. Then his gaze shifted to the pile of shattered wooden stakes behind her. Stop bothering me, I'm busy training. Gong Xuan's entire body broke out in a cold sweat. You've changed so much. You've lost the joy of enjoying combat. Why is that? What kind of demon has corrupted you to this extent? Cut back to the present arena, Li Zhu. She pointed her sword directly at him, her face filled with murderous intent. Draw your sword quickly. Li Yun remained perfectly calm. Zhu it has been a long time. Ignoring him completely, she immediately launched a preemptive strike. Zhen Yan Bai He Jai, Yang Zai Zi Fang Si Jai Man. Li Yun cast aside his casual attitude and swiftly raised his hand to block the attack. Li Zhu rushed forward like a whirlwind, pouring all the refined techniques she had grit her teeth to master into an all-out clash with the one who was once her closest kin. The dirt and sand from all directions exploded under the pressure, scattering wildly into the air. Right where the two stood, a massive crater had formed. Your cultivation has improved significantly. You must have gone through a lot of hardships, but why did you choose Zhen Yan Bai He Jai? A supreme technique that is rooted in pure yang and physical strength, meant to crush opponents with brute force, which runs entirely counter to a woman's physical constitution. Li Zhu ignored him, her hands still unleashing continuous strikes. And now it's your turn to lecture me? Who do you think you are? Does a traitor who abandoned me even have the right to say those words? Li Yun continued to block her strikes in a steady rhythm. Zhu She grew increasingly dark, her attacks becoming more brutal. You swore with your own mouth that you would take me to the ends of the earth. Give me an explanation. How dare you turn your back on the family and slip away so easily? Li Yun retreated a few steps. I am forced to keep that matter a secret. Li Zhu ignored him, her sword strikes remaining razor-sharp. I figured you would say that. But he only needed to pivot lightly on his heels to effortlessly dodge her deadly strikes. The two clashed back and forth, locked in a fierce, undecided battle. Li Zhu tightened her grip on her weapon. Your patronizing attitude is getting ridiculous. How long do you plan on playing defense like a turtle hiding in its shell, or do you still feel too soft-hearted to hurt me? If so, I will force you to show a weakness. Li Yun's eyes widened when he saw a stream of dark energy rushing straight at his face. What on earth is that? But in just half a second, his mind reacted, and he deflected the attack as easily as a feather. Qing Jing stood watching from the sidelines, his voice full of admiration. Wow, the instructor has finally drawn his sword. Li Yun stared at the younger sister before him with a bewildered expression. This is completely different from the Yan Tian I knew by heart. Has she broken through her limits and created an entirely new technique? Li Zhu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. She sank to her knees on the ground in helplessness, but her tone remained incredibly sharp. In this lifetime, I might never be able to defeat you. That is true now, and it will probably be the same for 10,000 lifetimes to come. But under the heavens, you are the only thorn in my side that I cannot pull out. Is there anyone around Wu Lianguan who is worthy of standing on the same level as me? Having delivered her final words, she turned and walked away. I will make that vision a reality. Li Yun wasn't angry. On the contrary, a proud smile crept onto his lips. I didn't expect you to have grown this incredibly strong. His mind replayed scenes of her as a child. Brother, watch me swing my sword, he chuckled dotingly. In the blink of an eye, are we already standing on opposing sides? The entire crowd of underlings in the yard froze in place, holding their breath. Is the action over? Having said that, he rested his sword on his shoulder and prepared to leave. Is it over already? Li Yun replied casually. There's still plenty of time left. Keep practicing on your own. If you get stuck anywhere, come find me and I'll guide you one by one. Peng Chen hurriedly shouted, I have a question. He stopped in his tracks. What is it? Taking the chance, he yelled. About 15 years ago, what on earth made you leave your homeland? Qing Jing rushed over, knocked his fellow senior brother aside and frantically apologized. Please forgive him, instructor. He's forgetful and doesn't know how to speak properly. Being open-minded, he didn't care at all, just laughed it off and walked away. Don't worry about it, it's just a trivial matter. But deep in his mind, those questioning words kept echoing. Say something. What could he say now? If he let it slip, all of his mother's efforts to protect them would go down the drain. I am deeply sorry, Zhu. Gong Xuan stepped forward again to stir things up. I have an issue to discuss. This time, Li Yun was starting to lose his patience. Good grief, what now? He remained as stoic as a block of wood. I'm just naturally stubborn, so please don't take it personally. Li Yun tried to keep his composure to respond. What do you want to ask? Gong Xuan brought up the previous topic, but before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off. I refuse to share this with an outsider. He quickly added, No, I have a request for you. In this tournament, Wu Lianguan's chances of winning are extremely slim. Not only does my side have Bai Li Zhu, but we also have Peng Chen, Qing Jing, not to mention myself. Therefore, I have a wish I'd like to entrust to you. Li Yun frowned, asking in bewilderment, Do you mean to advise me to wave the white flag? He strode right up to him and bowed deeply in respect. Please, in this tournament, eliminate Wu Xingguan. You don't know the full situation. Bai Li Zhu has completely transformed compared to her childhood self. I was clueless about this mess for years, but today, I finally understand the reason why Bai Li Zhu was forced to hold a sword. As long as the fire of her resentment is directed at you, even if Wu Xingguan wins the trophy, it won't quench that bitterness. The only solution now is for you to smash that Wu Xingguan to pieces. Li Yun stared intently, trying to read the other man's mind. Why would you sacrifice so much for Zhu? His mind drifted back to his memories. The reason? At the same time, Li Yun sheathed his sword, preparing to decline. I refuse this deal. Gong Xuan put on a gloomy face and explained, I'm stuck in an engagement. Li Yun let out a dry laugh. And what does that have to do with me? His tone grew a bit bitter. You want to know the reason. Memories of Li Zhu as a child rushed back. Swing your sword, Nan Gong Xuan, to me. She is the very first soulmate of my life. I know this request is rather shameless, as Wu Xingguan is formidable, not to mention that I am the final boss myself, but I still hope you won't give up too easily. Li Yun interrupted him, Save your whining. Either way, I've already planned to slap some sense into all of you. Nestled inside an inn that displayed exquisitely crafted hairpins, priced at 7 taels and 9 copper coins each. There was a man who kept staring blankly at the display, his mind occupied with who knew what calculations. Someone waiting in line behind him got annoyed and sneered, If you don't have the money, move aside and let others do business. The man quickly grabbed a hairpin and pointed it at the shopkeeper, Who says I'm not buying? Wrap one up for me quickly. The shopkeeper immediately poured sweet words, "Thank you, generous customer." The man plunged deeper into the bustling market. "With a crowd as thick as ants, I should have come earlier. Every inn I checked is completely booked." Then he stopped by a roadside eatery where the waiter enthusiastically welcomed him. Zhang Feng got straight to the point. "I'm alone, is there a table left?" The owner eagerly suggested, "Would sharing a table be all right? Let me go negotiate, please wait a moment." He looked around the packed eatery, his face falling. This is hopeless. After wandering for a while, Lady Luck finally smiled upon him. "Well, this guy seems to enjoy finding someone to chat with while eating." This time Zhang Feng hesitantly declined. "How awkward, let me go somewhere else." The other guy held him back even more frantically. "Hey, just sit down. Where else are you going to find a seat out there?" He was about to turn and leave, but his legs froze at the sight of the massive crowd in the market. Zhang Feng reluctantly agreed to share the table. "All right, just bring me a serving." The other guy loudly ordered for him. "Is that enough to fill your stomach? Let's add another serving of 5-spice braised pork." Zhang Feng muttered nervously, I don't have that much money." Li Tian quickly laughed it off. "Oh, meeting each other is destiny. Let me pay for it. I can't finish all this by myself anyway. Just consider yourself lucky, brother." A weight was finally lifted from his chest. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Li Tian curiously poked at his basket. "What did you pick up, brother?" Zhang Feng was still tense. "Why are you being so nosy?" The young man grinned, brushing it off, and changed the subject. "I'm treating you to this meal, so at the very least you should tell me your name." He hesitated for a moment before uttering, "Zhang Feng." Li Tian added, "Looking at your appearance, I bet you have some connection with one of the trainees, right? Even a timid guy like you risked coming all the way here." Taking a sip of water, his voice was hesitant. "Yes, I have a disciple there. Her name is Dan Li Lion." Li Tian suddenly slammed the table, jumping up in shock. "You are Dan Li Lion's master. That's incredible." Thinking he had found an old friend, he eagerly asked, "Do you know my disciple?" To his dismay, a second later, the other man maintained that exact same tone but poured cold water on him. "No, I was joking. I don't know her at all." Zhang Feng's face turned dark. He stood up to leave immediately, but the other man quickly grabbed him. "Just a little joke to brighten up the day, sit down." The waiter then hurried over with the tray. "Your food is served." Holding the large bowl in his hands, Zhang Feng felt uneasy. Rumor has it that Wu Lion Guan will only end up in second place, which makes sense. They're all small fry from nameless places, so I assume you're also betting that Wu Lion Guan will lose. Li Tian casually picked up some food, his voice calm. "Wrong, Wu Lion Guan will crush them." Zhang Feng focused on his food. 9 times out of 10, you must believe Wu Xing Guan will win." "Wait, did you just say Wu Lion Guan will take the cup?" "Don't lie to make me feel better. It's a well-known fact that Wu Lion Guan is the underdog." Li Tian threw a piece of meat into his mouth. "Why would I care about sparing your feelings? I'm just someone who likes to meddle in others' business." Zhang Feng put down his chopsticks, his expression tense as he asked directly, "Then why are you so sure Wu Lion Guan has a chance to win?" Using his brain to analyze, Li Tian began to explain. "Whichever group sticks together better than individual strengths will surely reign supreme, right?" He was still a bit skeptical. The theory sounds smooth, but when it comes to teamwork, Wu Xing Guan is no slouch either. Li Tian began to enlighten the man in front of him. "It's simple, because Wu Lion Guan is hiding a monster who would never waste his energy on a bet he is sure to lose." Zhang Feng steered the conversation elsewhere, realizing he had forgotten to ask his name. Li Tian waved his hand, replying in a playful tone, "Just call me the carefree young master to keep it stylish." Ignoring the joke, he said sternly, "Cut the dull jokes and tell me your real name." Li Tian smiled faintly. "I usually hate showing off my name, but since you insist, Tian." The young man straightforwardly stated his full name, Bai Li Tian. Dao Lion hung suspended on the rooftop. "Finally, this fiery tournament has begun." De Zhu also walked over, his voice corrective. "Adjust your posture, sir." He still showed an indifferent attitude. "No one is free enough to pay attention, why be so uptight?" Without even glaring, the old man replied, "Your everyday habits will eventually show in public. Those minor flaws combined will lead to fatal mistakes." Dao Lion was sick to death of this lecture, so he jumped down. All right, I've heard it 1,000 times." Hey, Duo Mingjian, how do you assess the situation of this tournament? The arrogant kid bragging about taking the cup on opening day is your disciple. I hear he is rooted in Wu Lian Guan. The figure of his disciple flashed through his mind, along with the supreme technique of Du Jian Men, whose core lay in crushing and preempting enemies. That kid possesses a natural talent for overwhelming and slaughtering that even surpasses mine. My disciple's flashy antics are nothing to brag about. I only hope he tones down his impulsive nature. Dao Lion adjusted his collar, his voice teasing, "You're so cold-blooded. As a master, when you see your disciple succeed, you should be clapping to celebrate." De Zhu remained as unyielding as steel when discussing the state of the battle. The key to the truce is that Wu Xingguan must win this. If Wu Lianguan manages to achieve something, things will get highly complicated. He remained carefree, secretly looking forward to the truce. Whichever side takes the cup will ultimately have to sit at the negotiating table. Unfortunately, if the righteous faction loses face, the door to peace talks will be shut. I only hope my small provocation can create a ripple on this silent lake. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let's see what on earth your strategy is. Who is lingering over there? Li Yun gathered his disciples at the last minute before heading out. How is your morale? Listen closely, you have sweated out every drop. 2 months of torment at Yitian Men, combined with 4 long years at Wu Lianguan. Even though you suffered defeat in the past, it doesn't mean you will lose this time. Even if you have swallowed bitter regrets 99 times, the one who grabs the prize at the finish line is the true champion. Step onto the battlefield and show that truth to open the world's eyes. Outside, a sea of people packed every corner of the stands. Let's fight. Wu Gang led the team in, his aura soaring with arrogance. Captain Sun Wu Gang and 4 members are locked and ready. Gong Xuan and his group also arrived aggressively, looking ready to tear their opponents apart. Captain Nan Gong Xuan and 15 brothers are also ready for battle. The referee strode to the center of the arena. This tournament is a clash between Wu Xingguan and Wu Lianguan. Its essence is for 2 formidable sects of the same generation, who will become close as blood brothers in the future, to exchange skills and strengthen their bond. The winner will gain absolute confidence and enlightenment, while the loser will carry bitterness to push their limits. This year's rules have some updates compared to previous seasons, and the crowd is suffocatingly large, but the core objective remains unchanged. The only sincere advice I want to give is for everyone to fight with all their might. The entire crowd roared in unison, "Understood." In an instant, a cluster of talismans filled with spiritual energy soared into the air. With that, I officially declare the opening of the tournament from this very moment. A junior brother stepped up with a curious look. "Sect leader, what on earth is this?" Li Yun calmly explained, "The illusion array chart." In order to comprehensively assess actual combat abilities, it is necessary to capture every movement within the arena to eliminate any blind spots for the judges. The 2 elite teams will be thrown straight into the challenge within the illusion array chart. The talismans floating in the air began to interweave, binding tightly together like a spider web. Once everything was set, the referee's voice instantly boomed, "Begin." The 2 elite academies will engage in a friendly yet fierce clash to compete for the title of #1 disciple. The challenge is to snatch the secret manual, one of the 10 rare books that vanished 200 years ago. Jiu Yu Jian Mo, the unorthodox path, is plotting to desecrate his tomb. The task for the opening match is set. At all costs, seize the Jiu Yu Jian Mo manual before the enemy does. Gong Xuan indifferently glanced at his comrades. This is a vicious move. The referee began checking on each team to gather status reports. A series of status reports echoed back one after another. Team 1 is normal. Our side has no issues, everything is fine. It seemed everyone was safe for now. Gong Xuan turned to command Gu "Could you clear the area surrounding this array?" The young boy checked the surroundings. If it's just a basic mechanism, it's no big deal, but the tricky part is that it's easy to get caught in a hidden illusion array, so we must be extremely cautious. Gong Xuan turned back to issue orders to the rest of the group. "All right, Team 2 will handle the trap disarming, while the rest will provide rear-guard security and follow behind. The other side has fewer people and weaker individual power, so the only tactics they can use are sneak attacks or setting traps. I guarantee they don't have the guts to face us head-on right now, so we'll just use our numbers to scour the area for the manual first. A burning incense stick later, he went over to check on their progress. How is it? Can we pass through quickly? Gu hurriedly reported. These minor traps are easy to disarm, but this system is highly unstable. Breaking one could trigger the collapse of the entire setup. As long as we tread lightly, there's nothing to worry about. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden earth-shattering explosion swept through the area. A small figure gradually materialized. There is absolutely no joy in running into you, Nangong Xuan. He immediately raised his hand to shield his face. This guy. Wu Gang, wearing tattered clothes but with eyes full of confidence, gradually stepped out from the smoke. Son Wu Gang, what's with that arrogant attitude? He walked forward, his eyes shining with confidence. I just used the mechanism to guide my way all the way here. Gong Xuan, utterly shocked, roared, What nonsense are you talking about? In Wu Gang's mind, the lesson plan that Li Yun had drilled into them flashed. With large-scale arrays that consume massive resources, they cannot afford to pack significant force into basic mechanisms. They will only consist of traps that use poison or confinement, rather than physical force traps that can lay waste to the map. Meaning, Sun Wu Gang, did a guy with such deep internal energy like you have to risk your life absorbing poison just to clear a path through here? Gong Xuan questioned him in a rage, putting on a load of armor and charging straight in. Has your brain short-circuited? He shrugged calmly, adding, probably. He drew his sword and took a stance for a duel. I must give you credit for your sheer recklessness, daring to show up here all by yourself. But first, I'll have to tie you up and beat some answers out of you. Wu Gang calmly raised his hand. He also got into position, ready for a life-and-death clash. Wu Gang stared at the item in his hand with an extremely cocky expression. Is that so? I bet that scenario is far from going the way you imagine. With those words, he seized an opening to strike first. What on earth are you trying to do? The underlings had now crowded together. Are you planning to drag us all to a shared grave? Do you honestly think the judges would approve of this suicidal tactic? Wu Gang slammed his sword hard into the adjacent wall. I'm putting my life on the line for this match. It is essentially a spectacular deception strategy. Let's begin. In the very next second, a bizarre slime poured out from the crack. Another earth-shattering explosion blasted everyone away. Wu Gang's face showed a rare determination and stubbornness. Time to change the stage, guys. Li Yun's voice echoed in the study. To take the trophy in the martial arts tournament, what do you think is the key? Everyone shouted in unison, resilience. He immediately agreed. Exactly, resilience is absolutely vital. So now, do you dare boast that you are more resilient than Wu Xingguan? At that moment, the disciples fell silent, speechless. He began his lecture to brainwash them. The root of power is intellect. Small fry crushing sharks is all due to adaptability, gathering information that the enemy is completely blind to. That is the key to turning the tables. Engrave that principle deep in your hearts. Wu Gang frowned in confusion. Are all the clues hidden here? Li Yun pointed at the mountain of books scattered on the table. The creator of this maze array is only mortal. They design challenges with an imaginative mind, but their cognitive limits are still a barrier. The terrain of every stage copies reality, and all the secrets are captured in this stack of papers. The disciples broke into a sweat. But how can we digest this much knowledge in just 1 week? Li Yun activated the system with one hand while reassuring the kids, it will definitely work out. Have complete faith in yourselves. The system flashed a notification, fully loading memory for all members. Having handled everything smoothly, Li Yun proudly watched his disciples bury their heads in the books. This is the specialty of Wu Lianguan. Ximen Kai laboriously carried a towering stack of books, muttering, Isn't doing this bending the rules a bit too much? He tapped him on the head to teach him. What's wrong with studying the exam questions beforehand? As long as you achieve the goal, the method doesn't matter. Besides, studying for an exam is just common sense. If you're completely clueless, you'll just end up packing your bags and going home early. Thinking of this, Wu Gang was filled with fighting spirit, taking on the entire crowd by himself, shouting, Let me make you suffer. Gong Shuan, furious, launched a counterattack. Sun Wu Gang, have you eaten a tiger's heart? A palm print pressed deep into the ground, obliterating the surrounding area. Amidst the scattered rubble, Peng Chen stumbled his way out like a miracle. Holding his aching head, he muttered, "This is sheer madness. After closed-door training, this guy has turned into an absolute monster." Scanning his surroundings, he realized there wasn't a single soul around. "It's obvious there's a trap. I need to get out of here. Should I go look for the manual alone or gather the others? Well, let's explore this direction first." Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, followed by a whip slicing through the air right next to his face. "Take another step and you'll lose a foot." Startled, he quickly drew his sword and took a defensive stance. "Why are you here?" Wu Ling strolled over with a slight smile. "If I let you guys gather, who would watch my play?" Hearing him say her name, Wu Ling showed a highly satisfied face. Spot on, good memory. He gripped his weapon, his mind still blank. "Only 60 days have passed, what on earth has changed?" Wu Ling teased him casually. "Shocking, isn't it?" Peng Chen grit his teeth stubbornly. "Are you delusional? Do you think you can take me down all by yourself?" Before he could finish his sentence, two dark shadows loomed directly behind her. "Do I look like someone who likes to go solo?" Wu Ling casually waved two small pieces of wood in her hand. "I admit you are formidable, but wouldn't a 3-on-1 fight be much more fun?" As soon as Peng Chen saw the items, his face turned pale with shock. "Thought those name tags. Don't tell me my teammates have already been wiped out." Though his mouth muttered about the honor of a martial artist who would rather die than surrender, his body was completely honest. He suddenly stopped and asked timidly, "Can we settle this peacefully? How about we call it a draw?" Wu Ling didn't want to waste her breath, swinging her whip with full force. "Keep dreaming, bait it." On the judge's bench, Qin Feng slammed the table and stood up. "This is cheating, I object. This is clearly breaking the rules. Earlier, Wu Xingguan handled the situation quickly, acting exactly like true elites. Yet those Wu Lianguan kids played dirty, collapsing the entire maze and wiping out more than half of Wu Xingguan's forces. How can you call this a tactic?" Yang Zai folded his arms calmly, his steady presence carrying an overwhelming weight. "Military advisor, once on the stage, please leave your emotions behind. Our position is to remain as balanced as water." Perhaps the kids got restless and broke the stone pillars, causing a landslide. Could it be just an unfortunate coincidence? That area was affected by a disorienting array, so everyone was running around blindly. But the way they grouped up to hunt down the disciples of Wu Xingguan is clearly a pre-calculated solution. In truth, Yang Zai was also breaking into a sweat. He knew they had a scheme ever since he heard that instructor Qing Liu and that master had swapped identities for a day. He thought that guy was just idling around doing nothing, but who would have expected him to orchestrate such a terrifying spectacle? The designers of the array swore to keep it a secret, but to set such a smooth trap, they would have to memorize the maze map. And all the records of the arrays from previous years are kept safely in the libraries of the two sects. A wild thought flashed in his mind. Don't tell me. He memorized hundreds of blueprints, then formulated a strategy and brainwashed his disciples in just 7 days. If that's true, this guy is not human, but some kind of demon. Tossing the newly acquired token, a cheerful voice said, "That's the 6th one eliminated, smoother than eating candy." Yun Zhen let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens we landed right in this disorienting array. Wu Ling looked at the defeated opponents lying on the ground, triumphant at having successfully taken advantage of the situation. The two of them suddenly recalled their master's divine advice. If you get separated, just go to the meeting point before unleashing your skills. It's much easier that way. Filled with both respect and fear, they thought, nothing escapes the sect leader's eyes. He is truly brilliant. Now let's go clean up the rest of the enemy forces. Wu Ling excitedly high-fived her teammate. Catching small fish one by one like this, our basket is almost full. But they had no idea a dark shadow had loomed right behind them. Ah, so this is the scheme you're using. Luring them one by one and then ganging up on them, what a cute tactic. Throwing a figure he was holding down to the ground, he roared, "Wu Ling! Is this that guy's scheme?" The two of them immediately took defensive stances, utterly bewildered. Why is he here? Gong Xuan struggled to deflect a barrage of strikes, grimacing. Are you playing dirty again? What kind of trick is this? Just now, a flash of light went off and the sword grave collapsed. In the blink of an eye, I found myself all alone. Searching around, I saw that only one person was left on the enemy side. How on earth did they suddenly spring out as if they had been waiting for me since a past life? Did I step on another trap? Is everything still going according to their script? With just a second of distraction, he took a heavy blow from Wu Gang, but the problem is, the durability of this group far exceeds my imagination. Echoing in his mind was Li Yun's overly confident statement, "No need to beg, our side will take the trophy anyway." I must hand it to your scheme. Let's say you got lucky this time, but hiding in the shadows and ganging up on people like this, did you throw your martial artist's honor to the dogs? Wu Gang smirked. Well, the famous young master Nan Gong Xuan actually has to resort to buying time. How hilarious. You are the last boss left, Nan Gong Xuan. Even if you stall until tomorrow, no superhero is going to fly in and save you. It only makes sense that a big shot like you is saved for last. Gong Xuan stepped back, his face turning pale. Did they clean them all out so quickly? Unbelievable, but these two are truly the carry monsters of Wu Lianguan. Pushed to the wall, he could only grit his teeth and bet everything on a make-or-break gamble. Since I am going all out, the least I can do is drag one of you down with me. Is this the limit of your strength? But in the blink of an eye, Li Zhu flew in to reinforce, mocking, "Look how pathetic you are." She spun around, raising her chin sarcastically, "Enough with the theatrics." Gong Xuan, as if pumped with adrenaline, declared passionately, "Now, I will go all in against you." Li Zhu ignored him, calmly gathering energy for a new move. After all, once eliminated, everything is lost, and those glories are just fleeting. Do you plan to hold out to the end? Li Zhu nodded firmly. Exactly right. Seeing the two of them out of breath, Wu Gang also felt a bit nervous. Wu Ling, in the end, things still went off track, didn't they? Try to hold on, let me send Nan Gong Xuan on his way. Hearing the familiar name, Li Zhu was suddenly startled. Wu Ling. Earlier I saw him sneaking around like a thief, probably looting the secret manual, right? Wu Gang stared wide-eyed at the wooden pieces scattered on the ground, his brain unable to process. Are those our team's tokens? Are you kidding? Our forces are completely wiped out. Gong Xuan urged loudly, "The clock is ticking, get a move on. That earthquake earlier left me with aftershocks to the point where I still can't stand steadily." Li Zhu unleashed her move decisively, speaking coldly, "To save time right here, I will clean up everything." Memories rushed back, a child struggling under a towering pile of messy corpses. Muttering for a life-saving straw, "Save me, please. Please have mercy and save this worthless life." The man who was busy rummaging through trash for gold nearby snapped, "Everyone for themselves, truly bottom-of-the-barrel trash, even begging for a dog's life, how disgusting." The child stared blankly at the piled corpses, their throat tight with bitterness. My childhood was spent dancing with death. For someone crawling out of the mud, the only way to survive was to beg with open hands. Or sell my life at the edge of the blade. It is the same everywhere. If you have no value, you become fertilizer. Weakness is forbidden, for tears cannot fill an empty stomach, having walked through the gates of hell on the battlefield countless times. I showed my face at the Martial Arts Alliance, just hoping to be a normal person, for someone who once chewed on garbage to survive like me. This was the only way to wash myself clean and become a heroic figure, because my greatest talent is the ability to discard pride to cling to life. Fortunately, upon entering Wu Lianguan, I found loyal brothers, allowing me to completely forget that filthy past. Death could knock on the door at any moment. But those deeply buried dark fragments rose from the grave during the death match against the night parade of 100 ghosts. The ghost of childhood choked my mind. Am I really going to lose my life in this corner? The shadow of death and the raw reality of life once again crushed my shoulders. Hands gripping so tightly they trembled, leaving the brain nearly clinically dead. But I had forgotten that this fear is a gift shared equally among everyone. It is just that others know how to trample over it. He braced himself against the rain of blows from Li Zhu, screaming, "Damn it! How can you be as unyielding as stone in the face of the Grim Reaper's scythe? Li Zhu stepped back slightly, her eyes showing a few hints of admiration for her opponent. Dao Lion, sitting as a spectator, could not help but nod in praise. Tougher than I thought. In a flash, they overturned a 16 versus 5 situation into a 2-on-2 battle. Choosing the moment the disciples were in a panic to ambush them is truly a brilliant plan, making me desperately want to kidnap this mastermind. Tian La, wrong, now I should address him as the Yi Tian sect master, by Li Yun. With this situation, Wu Lion Guan has the victory in the bag. Zai Zia Sword, do you have any brilliant insights? De Zhu calmly replied, are you kidding me? The script has played out to this point, and you still think Wu Xingguan has no chance to turn the tables. On paper, the plan is perfect, but life is not a dream. No matter how carefully a trap is set, those who crawl out of the depths of hell will still slip through. They are the kind of people who like to take the wheel of their own lives. In this case, Wu Lion Guan can forget about crushing Wu Xingguan, because to stop someone willing to risk their life, the only way is to pit another madman against death. Gong Xuan and Wu Gang were also throwing punches at each other. Sun Wu Gang, why have you suddenly gone soft like a soggy bun? The boy, red-faced, yelled. What the hell are you barking about? His mind drifted back to his master's warning, keep your tricks hidden. Wu Gang scratched his head in confusion at that time. I already cleaned up any trace of the evil path. Why does master want me to hide it? Li Yun instructed with a serious face. The rumor has it that the leader of the Zai Dao Alliance will personally show up to watch the grand tournament. He will smell it out no matter what. Wu Gang pouted stubbornly. Who cares about him? After the tournament, I will pack my bags and leave Wu Lion Guan. I have no interest in staying in the Martial Arts Alliance, and I have no desire to return to the Zai Dao Alliance either. Li Yun turned around to leave, tossing back. Do whatever you want, I have no time to interfere. But if that old man finds out your martial arts are mixed, he will lock you up and drag you back. If you want Wu Lion Guan to win the prize, you must hold your ground here. So hide your tail well, don't let it slip out. Ending his flashback, he strained his neck and roared, Nan Gong Xuan. Both sides glared at each other, waiting to bite at any opening. Taking on this guy single-handedly will break my teeth. If I stall any longer, I'll be foaming at the mouth. He tried to mutter to reassure his small heart, I must have faith in Men Kai. I have to hold out like a beast until that guy takes care of Li Zhu and runs over to save me. I'm counting on you, Men Kai. Gong Xuan took a small step back, his face smug as if he had won the lottery. The scales are tipped completely in our favor now. All that is left is to dig up the secret manual. He recalled the conversation from earlier. Unless their mouths were spewing lies, this corner must have been dug up already. They are the last line of defense. I'm sure that damn book is just around here. But if we go wild and cause a cave-in, we won't find it even if we dig until our arms drop. Striking blindly will collapse this cave in an instant. Li Zhu didn't even bother to look back, tossing a dry remark. Finish them off before the ceiling collapses on our heads, that's all. Those brats under that guy are the real thorn in my side. I will crush you all into pulp. With that, she rushed forward like a whirlwind, unleashing her signature move, the 100 Flowers art. Men Kai struggled to use his body as a shield. Boom, another explosion shook the basement. A roar echoed from afar. Sun Wu Gang, are you planning to demolish this entire place or what? Wu Gang suddenly leaped right over Gong Xuan's head. Everyone leaped high, slowing down the pace of their deadly exchanges. Watch closely, I will end this play in a heartbeat. Li Zhu refused to let go. She squeezed her dantian, gathering true qi, then unleashed a wave of force straight at the crowd at the speed of light. Men Kai rubbed his eyes repeatedly. Before him was only a blinding sheet of light that threatened to blind him. The two of them took the blow head-on, flattened like cockroaches. Li Zhu, still battle-hungry, gathered energy to deliver another blow. Men Kai, his body horribly bruised, shrieked, Do you inhale air to recharge? How are you still so monstrously tough? Before he could compose himself, the tiled floor of the basement began shaking violently as if having a seizure. Gong Xuan frantically called out, Li Zhu, our mission is to retrieve the book. go dig up the secret manual first. Unfortunately, the aggressive girl snapped back, clear out these obstacles first. In a flash, she lunged forward again, unleashing skills blindly. We're doomed, her hatred for Bai Li Yun has completely snapped her sanity. Wu Gang suddenly took off, leaving Men Kai dumbfounded. Where do you think you're escaping to? He yelled back, move aside. Men Kai, the stage is yours. He was speechless, looking at the woman who was driven mad by resentment. Bai Li Zhu, why do you have to risk your life like this? Does death not scare you even a tiny bit? She paused, replying indifferently, exactly, because no matter the cost, I must take the cup. After years of digging, that bastard has finally shown his face to me. On the sidelines, Li Yun's voice trembled, his heart burning like fire. Zhu. Within the combat zone, she kept swinging her arms and legs. The opportunity is right before me. I cannot just sit and wait for fortune to fall into my lap. An even more tyrannical aura began to take shape. Men Kai, barely hanging on, raised his arms to block. The King of Hell has already written my name in his book. To survive, I must dodge this strike. If Sun Wu Gang were in this mess, he would. And if it were the sect master, he would definitely. A second later, she lunged forward with tons of killing intent straight at the unfortunate victim. Men Kai could only self-hypnotize. That's right, I am a prodigy after all. Let's boost my own ego. Then closed his eyes and leaped, taking a huge gamble. Come at me if you dare. With more recklessness than brains, he plunged headfirst into that deadly vortex. Men Kai split the wave of force, advancing centimeter by centimeter. And boom, a fatal blow pierced through Li Zhu's heart. The darkness was so thick it was suffocating. Deal is done, I will go clean up this mess to be rid of the hassle. Li Gang stood frozen, his voice raspy. This trip is easy to go but hard to return. The woman paused slightly. Are you planning to tail me? He blurted out without thinking. What if circumstances demand it? In the fading illusion, Li Zhu blankly stared at two familiar figures. Who are you? The woman's voice sharpened, hiding her bitterness. Stubbornness only brings disaster. The feud must end in our generation. You understand that very well. Therefore, absolutely do not let the kids know about this. He glanced sideways, clearing his throat softly. Its little mouth is pouting, trying to eavesdrop. She looked at the child, her coldness half melting away. Nothing to worry about, just a wet behind-the-ears brat. The two of them silently watched the tiny life blinking in the cradle. With eyes full of mixed feelings, Li Gang looked down at the tiny life. These kids. Suddenly, a panicked shout dragged her back to reality. Zhu. Seeing the girl weakly open her eyes, Gong Xuan hurriedly approached. Bai Li Zhu, has your soul returned to your body yet? Li Zhu blinked slowly, her brain still loading data. Which realm is this? He calmly replied. It is the illusion realm of the Zhuge clan. She propped herself up, her face filled with questions. Why am I lying here? Gong Xuan quickly supported her under the arms, his tone calm but his eyes anxious. Sit still, even in the virtual world, your mana bar has hit rock bottom. Li Zhu clenched her hands, her pupils trembling. He looked at her, hesitating to speak. To make it worse, when you fell, you were actually pierced right through the chest by a spear. A wave of regret washed over her, making Li Zhu's voice crack. My heart! Is it possible that I have really lost? She hung her head in frustration, beating her chest. Did I really fail? I can't let that guy gloat even for a single round. I should have shut him down. Li Zhu suddenly screamed. At least he should have turned back to look at me. Just because I lost my temper for a bit, I threw all my efforts down the drain. Gong Xuan quickly grabbed her shoulders, shouting, Bai Li Zhu, calm yourself down. Li Zhu's breathing was erratic, her bloodshot eyes locked onto a single thought. I must defeat him completely, otherwise I. He frantically called her name, Bai Li Zhu. Right at this critical turn, a familiar voice drifted from the wind. Once you hold a sword, your hands are your livelihood. Li Yun clicked his tongue, looking at her, a warm gaze hiding a trace of scolding. So you must wrap them in velvet and cherish them. I brainwashed you with that when you were tiny, remember. Li Zhu's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O as she stared at the thorn in her side. Bai Li Yun. He curled his lips in a wry smile, winking at the person beside her. Could you lend us some private space to chat? Gong Xuan, taking the hint, slipped away immediately, leaving behind a sentence. Rest up, Bai Li Zhu, until we meet again." She rolled her eyes looking at the scene before her, her brain twisting. What kind of cheap trick is this? Li Zhu took a few steps back, puffing up her defenses like a porcupine. "You, what scheme do you have sneaking in here?" On the other side of the spectator stands, Zhang Feng looked at the chaotic mess before him, his head steaming. What the hell is going on here? The referee waved his flag and shouted loudly to finalize the score. "Clear out, Wu Lianguan has won." He narrowed his eyes looking at the battlefield, feeling horrified inside. The first match to win the secret manual between the two sides, Zhang Feng still hadn't fully digested this surreal outcome. Wu Lianguan won? Unbelievable. Whose brain could have come up with such a bizarre script? Li Tian crossed his arms, his face as flat and calm as autumn water. Zhang Feng, completely bewildered, turned to the man beside him with a curious look. "Brother, did your jaw not drop?" Li Tian shook his head slightly, speaking firmly, "Not at all." He slowly cleared things up, his eyes still fixed on the arena. "This is my first time wandering into this arena, but it's clear as day that round one is a survival game of environmental adaptation. With such a perfectly low and dirty scheme, it would be weird if Wu Lianguan didn't win." Zhang Feng frowned, his brain still waiting for a signal. "Why? Where do you get that confidence from?" Li Tian smiled faintly, casually dropping the punchline. "Because Wu Xingguan has no player from the Zhuge clan, while the one pulling the strings for Wu Lianguan is Bai Li Yun." He looked down at the fiery arena, his voice slow but powerful. "Since childhood, that guy has possessed a superb radar for finding solutions, not to mention studying at the Zhuge household, honing his sly tricks to perfection. But the key is, his competitive spirit is absolutely burning hot." Li Tian's eyes suddenly darkened. "Because of that, the next round will be much tougher." His friend turned his head, face full of questions. "Speak human language, will you?" He gestured toward the stands. "Just take a look around and you'll understand." All around the arena, dozens of furious people stood up, the killing intent so thick it could be cut with a knife. Li Tian relaxed as he watched the agitated crowd. They probably thought this match would be a walk in the park, since Wu Lianguan has acted as a point-withdrawing ATM for the past decade. Who knew this ambush would shatter their dreams? He narrowed his eyes, uttering each word with deep meaning. Wu Xingguan slapped the big shots right in the face. This match is going to be messy for sure. Li Tian's gaze settled on the Wu Lianguan crowd. Who would have thought they, who were cast as the losers, have now completely leveled the playing field against nepotism, suddenly becoming the pride of those minor sects. This time, the righteous label of the Martial Arts Alliance is about to be put through a trial by fire. He chuckled like an enlightened master who had memorized the script. People always applaud the underdog fighting against the sharks, don't they? Especially the faction that always preaches righteousness. The crowd in the stands was like a disturbed beehive. The next round is guaranteed to be a good show to watch. In the tavern, Peng Chen's head was steaming, his face bewildered. Truly crazy, everything is completely ruined, brother, this matter. Peng Jai clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Are we really going to end up empty-handed like this? He turned away, sighing deeply. Was it necessary to air our dirty laundry in public, completely stripping away my dignity? The other guy crossed his arms, staring straight ahead and muttering, I already predicted our defeat in the first round from the start, and it was the same for our side, but the problem is. Peng Jai ground his teeth, unable to swallow his anger. Even though I saw it coming, it still boils my blood. His eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Do you know what I'm thinking? Had I known, I would have crippled his legs from the start to save myself the trouble. Peng Chen perked up his ears, gossiping curiously. Hey, who exactly is the leader of the Yitian sect? Rumors say he's incredibly domineering. Peng Jai furrowed his brows, blurting out, he's a guy who deserves to be chopped to pieces. He clicked his tongue, his brain automatically replaying haunting memories. This little trick of pulling Wu Xingguan's whiskers is nothing. In the past, he even instigated 2 great righteous sects to take up arms and wipe out the evil faction. He gasped, the master of the Yitian sect. Peng Jai nodded firmly. He used his cunning brain to stir up the entire world. Though he cursed him, his tone carried an undercurrent of respect. So talented it's infuriating. Clearly a petty wanderer, yet somehow no one can bring themselves to hate him. Everyone from Wu Xingguan to Wu Lianguan is fascinated by him. Though he cursed him, his tone carried an undercurrent of respect. So talented it's infuriating. Clearly a petty wanderer, yet somehow no one can bring themselves to hate him. Everyone from Wu Xingguan to Wu Lianguan is fascinated by him. Peng Jai's eyes suddenly became dead serious. His real skill isn't being smart or strong, but his art of exposing others' hearts and bringing everyone onto the same boat. Because he is someone capable of squeezing every last drop of potential strength out of people. He laughed bitterly as that guy's catchphrase came to mind. Learning martial arts must be fun, that's what he always boasts. Peng Chen caught the vibe, his face full of questions, but why was he so heartless and cutthroat with his own biological younger sister? Peng Jai paused, his brows knitting together. Sister. Ah, that Bai Lizu brat. He stroked his chin in thought, replying casually, rumor has it that when she was still a newborn, he abandoned her and slipped away. Yet his mouth is always bragging about his younger sister to everyone he meets. Peng Jai sighed deeply, his gaze drifting away. Surely, he must have had some hidden trouble, a massive reason that forced him not to return home to be that ruthless after all. In the quiet space, Li Yun looked at her and chuckled. I was so worried your attitude would get you beaten up wherever you went, but surprisingly you're still alive and kicking. Li Zhu turned her face away, her voice as cold as ice. What did you show up here for? To brag about your achievements? The guy covered his mouth with a giggle, blinking like an innocent deer. Do I look like the type who loves to show off? She snapped crossly. Take your hand away if you don't like showing off. Why did you crawl all the way here? Li Yun looked at his sister, his gaze visibly softening. With my sister bedridden, does her brother need to submit a permit just to visit? Hearing that, Li Zhu, feeling both resentful and self-pitying, roared, You bastard, do you still consider this life of mine as your sister's? She crumpled the corner of her blanket, her voice beginning to tremble with anger. 15 years completely vanished, not even a shadow to be seen. He remained silent for a long moment, then choked out, I had my own painful reasons. Li Zhu hung her head, resentment rising. What kind of damn painful reasons? Li Yun averted his eyes, sighing helplessly. This matter, I cannot utter a word. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with familiar weariness, the same old story, always the same script. He smiled faintly, his eyes a chaotic mess with no way out, at least for now. Li Zhu froze, her face blank with confusion. Fragments of memories rushed back to Li Yun's mind. 15 years ago, upon receiving the tragic news of Mother's death, I spent a great deal of effort digging up every clue to find the truth. The culprit was none other than the leader of the Taizu sect from the Zai Dao Alliance. His eyes darkened when he thought of his father's indifference back then. But father, the patriarch of the Bai Li family, cast aside the blood feud. Although the Taizu sect had influence compared to the Bai Li family, they were just insignificant shrimp. The days of wandering sped past Li Yun's eyes. Mother's death was shrouded in so many mysteries, which was why I left the family registry to dig up the truth. I dropped by the Zhuge family, sneaked into Wu Lianguan, and even entered Chuang Tian Palace. His heart was heavy like a stone. Only by stepping onto the front lines of the Martial Arts Alliance, a place where the octopus tentacles of the Bai Li family cannot reach, could I uncover the shocking secret. Li Yun's eyes trembled as if he had just touched upon forbidden ground. Why did mother lose her life? Why did father swallow his anger in silence? And for what reason have I forever become a homeless person? An incantation etched deep into his bones suddenly roared in his heart. 10,000 demons submit, blazing fire reborn. Li Yun looked at his sister silently, his eyes filled with an unspeakable anxiety. Once the truth was exposed, there would be no turning back. Because Zhu is not like me, she cannot easily escape their watchful eyes. Li Zhu froze, her face reflecting a mess of questions. What the hell? Why is that? Seeing her painful expression, he clenched his fists. But I can't bear to watch Zhu keep tearing herself apart like this. Li Yun flashed a mischievous smile, suddenly proposing a deal. Zhu how about making a bet with me? She looked up, her eyes vacant. A bet. Li Yun fixed his eyes on her, his tone turning unusually firm. I bet you aren't strong enough yet to hear the truth about why I left home to wander. Li Zhu grimaced, angrily slapping the bed. Are you planning to use me for your entertainment? He shook his head gently, softly uttering each word. If Wu Xingguan takes the cup in this tournament, I will spill all the secrets. Her eyes blinked, her voice sparking a ray of hope. "You're not lying, are you?" He nodded firmly, his gaze steady as a rock. "I swear. Every single thing I've hidden, the reason I didn't dare to crawl back, absolutely everything." He paused for a beat, looking deep into Li Zhu's eyes, and concluded, "But in return, if Wu Xingguan fails, you must pack your bags and follow me to the Yitian sect." Wu Ling cheerfully waved a jar of wine in the air. "We've survived the disaster, guys. Waiter, bring another jar to this table." The companion sitting nearby whispered to remind her, "Sister, tone it down a bit, people are watching." But for someone whose brain was already soaked in alcohol, how could she understand a single word? "Why should I hold back? The big boss cleared us to party. The time and place are perfect, and we're even celebrating a victory." Wu Ling grinned and wrapped her arm around Zhu Hua's shoulder. "If only the big boss crawled over here to drink with us, that would be so fun, right, Zhu Hua?" The girl smiled brightly like a flower in bloom. "Absolutely, sister. It's a bit sad that the boss disappeared, but with you sitting here, we can party through the roof." That flattering remark put the older sister over the moon. Zhu Hua was truly born to make everyone feel pleased. Suddenly, someone at the table spoke up. "The master of Dan Li Lion, the shadowless swordsman Zhang Feng, has come looking for her. You know how cowardly that girl is, right?" Wu Ling slapped the table hard, jumping up. "Dead wrong. We fought tooth and nail in so many battles. Can't we invite each other for a cup of cheap wine?" Yun Zhen muttered mockingly. "That's just a rule you made up yourself." Yu Jian spoke up to soothe things. "That lady probably won't show her face. Maybe we should scatter and try to look for her." Suddenly, the neighboring table shrieked with mockery. "What the hell are you doing showing your pathetic face here? Calling yourself the shadowless swordsman, yet so trashy, just like a sewer rat crawling out of a ditch." The master of Dan Li Lion, the shadowless swordsman Zhang Feng, quickly gave a hollow, flattering laugh. "Greetings, great hero Nan Gong. We haven't met in a long time. I wish you eternal longevity." The eyesore looking for trouble was none other than Nan Gong Zhou, the deputy leader of the Yun He Sword Squad of the Nan Gong family. The two sides had inherently despised each other for ages. No one knew why he showed up at this feast. A bystander on the outside whispered, "Wait, isn't that person standing next to him a member of Wu Lianguan?" He rolled his eyes, grinding his teeth and snapping. "Speak clearly and articulate your words. This master has no time to greet some apprentice disciples of Wu Lianguan, those freeloading parasites who eat dirt to survive." Nan Gong Zhou stood with hands on his hips, boasting, "Ungrateful traitors, bold enough to back the evil path. Your entire sect is just a nest of smelly sewer rats." Zhang Feng quickly pulled Li Lion's sleeve to diffuse the tension. "I am unharmed, let it go for peace, Lion-er." He cowered, shrinking back to excuse himself. "Surely my presence has annoyed you. We beg to leave first, wish you a good meal, great hero." Nan Gong Zhou also waved his hand, about to turn away, tossing back a contemptuous remark. "Shameless fool, use that light footwork you're so proud of and get the hell out of here." While he was spewing his high and mighty words, a piece of meat fell from the sky, landing with a splat right on his face. "One day heaven will strike you with lightning and split your head in half." Nan Gong Zhou peeled the meat off, his eyes flashing with fire as if he wanted to eat her alive. "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, Wu Ling's sweet, dripping voice chimed in. "Oh dear, great hero Nan Gong, please forgive this humble girl." The tipsy sister stumbled right into the confrontation. "The alcohol kicked in too hard and my hand slipped, hee." Nan Gong Zhou roared in fury. "Who is this brat?" Rewinding to an earlier memory, Li Yun's voice still echoed in Wu Ling's ears. "Ling-er, come to this corner, let's have a quiet chat." An uneasy premonition welled up, making her stammer tearfully, "Ling-er awaits your orders." He stood tall and serious. "I haven't even said a word yet." She thought she had read her boss's mind. "You're going to instruct me to tone down my attitude when going out, right? During heated moments, just stay quiet and behave. Drawing me to this corner makes your intention clear, doesn't it?" To her surprise, he burst out laughing, quite the opposite. Wu Ling heard this and her brain froze. "Huh, what do you mean by the opposite?" Li Yun's voice was firm, indeed. "If you encounter something deeply offensive that you cannot stomach, just roll up your sleeves and beat them to a pulp for me." She was so shocked she stood frozen, only able to utter a tiny word, "Yes." And so we have the present scene. Nan Gong Zhou pointed his finger straight at Wu Ling's face. "You, a lackey of Wu Lianguan? Li Zhu shrugged casually. Yes, indeed, I am Li Zhu, the authentic member of Wu Lion Guan. Because I had a bit too much to drink, my hands and feet just started acting up a bit. He glanced sideways at the table situated far away, his face full of skepticism. Your hand slipped, from that corner a whole kilometer away. Nan Gongzhou arrogantly pointed his finger at the floor. Fine, kneel down and apologize, and this master will show mercy. Wu Ling, using alcohol as an excuse to act wild, chuckled. The great hero indeed has a heart of compassion. How about we play by this rule for fun? Her eyes suddenly turned cold, boring into him. You'd better apologize first. Bow your head and admit you're wrong to Senior Shadowless Swordsman and the disciples of Wu Lion Guan, then perhaps I'll reconsider whether to let it slide. Gongzhou gasped, stammering. What nonsense are you babbling about? Memories of the days standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Yun suddenly rushed back. It seems you guys are still quite wary of each other. The deeper you go into the first round, the easier it is to become targets. Someone is bound to find you an eyesore and come stir up trouble. If something happens, just strike first to make a statement on behalf of your hesitant fellow disciples. Li Yun patted his chest with pride. Leave all the consequences afterwards to me. Thanks to this massive umbrella of protection, Wu Ling was able to act so arrogantly. Right then, Zhang Feng, sensing the tense atmosphere, hurriedly dragged Li Lion away. Lion, come over to that corner and give me a hand quickly. The rage inside Gongzhou boiled over. An apprentice brat dared to pull the tiger's whiskers, but Wu Ling didn't even care, pointing straight at Zhang Feng. Senior Shadowless Swordsman is of a much higher and nobler status, isn't that right? Gongzhou pressed on, humiliating him in front of the crowd. You expect me to kneel before that coward? He is the coward who abandoned his brothers and fled with his tail between his legs during the joint mission with the Nan Gong family 15 years ago. Do you understand how many lives from the righteous faction were lost because of that cowardice? The surrounding crowd began to gossip loudly. Is that true? If so, how does that old man have the face to mingle in the martial arts world anymore? Wu Ling seemed to vaguely recall this incident. Do you mean that event 15 years ago, when demons caused chaos, forcing the entire martial arts alliance to take up arms to suppress them? Gongzhou admitted in a low voice. Exactly, so you're aware of this too. Wu Ling talked endlessly as if she were an insider. Back then, the Nan Gong family used a blitzkrieg tactic to strike straight into the monster's lair. He also closed his eyes and nodded. That was originally an excellent move. So what was the catch? From the perspective of the Nan Gong family, destroying the lair as early as possible would minimize casualties. Suddenly, her tone grew deep and solemn. But because the minor monsters scattered outward, the surrounding villages ended up suffering the collateral damage, while there was a severe shortage of manpower to protect those small places. From the perspective of the Wulin Alliance back then, those villages were nothing more than discarded pawns. 15 years ago, the shadowless swordsman Zhang Feng, he went solo, charging into the jaws of death to risk his life against the ferocious beasts. His eyes welled up with tears, filled with the sheer terror etched deep in Zhang Feng's mind. Those gentle, ordinary folks did not even know that the monster disaster was about to rain down on their heads. Wu Ling pointed her finger at Li Lion. The only surviving witness of that village back then is Dan Li Lion, this very girl right here. She loudly asserted with certainty, at least in the eyes of us fellow disciples, he is a real living hero. Apologize to him right now. Gongzhou would never swallow such a humiliating insult. He stubbornly argued back. What kind of ridiculous logic are you spewing? He put his hands on his hips arrogantly, as if to preach the ways of the martial world. Morality sounds nice, and those on the orthodox path naturally must uphold it. But on that very day, just because he went completely missing, the entire plan fell apart, causing 10 masters of the Nan Gong family to lose their lives in vain. All of them belonged to the Yun He Sword team. Had they survived, they would surely have saved hundreds of lives. Great heroes must always swallow their tears and prioritize the mission to save the majority. Yet that bastard let a bit of cheap compassion cloud his judgment, causing the masters to die miserably like stray dogs in an alley. Wu Ling's face darkened, her anger flaring up. Are you saying we should discard a life right in front of us just to dream of saving people we might not even meet in the future? Gong Zhou kept blathering, "That is exactly what a great hero must do. How can a greenhorn's puny life even compare to 10 top masters?" His voice grew increasingly harsh. Human lives are inherently born with different price tags. Gong Zhou even smirked mockingly. "Besides, if your talent is so mediocre that you get blown away by a single flick of a hand, what right do you have to call yourself a great hero?" Wu Ling whipped out the lash tucked at her waist. "Take back those words right now." He did not even bother to look at the dark shadow leaping over his head, his mouth still blabbering threats. "The moment you draw your weapon, it means declaring war on the Nan Gong family. Do you think you can handle the consequences?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice chimed in, interrupting. Doing that would spoil the fun. Li Yun landed gracefully right next to Gong Zhou, hero Nan Gong Zhou. Only then did the old man realize with a start who the sect leader was. "By Li Yun, your disciple dared to disrespect me." He took half a step back and shrugged. "Although I did not witness it firsthand, I heard a bit of it." Gong Zhou still refused to back down. "I demand a proper apology." Li Yun leisurely spoke up to defend his disciple. "Earlier, you misspoke and offended senior shadowless swordsman first, which was why Ling kindly reminded you." "Did I say anything wrong?" Not knowing his own limits, the old man still argued stubbornly. "Are you also taking their side to defend them? Do you truly think so? Is that brat completely innocent?" Li Yun's voice suddenly softened gently. "Of course, abandoning one's duty for personal reasons is a grave offense." Hearing this, Wu Ling cried out, "Sect leader." He calmly explained the matter. "However, I heard that he had already cleared his sins 15 years ago. Otherwise, the Wulin Alliance would not have let it slide so easily. Furthermore, your philosophy about human lives having different values does not sound very pleasant to my ears." Gong Zhou sneered disdainfully. "Are you going to say all lives are equal?" On the contrary, he maintained an easygoing expression. "Not at all, that is just your own way of thinking, and I do not care to interfere. But saying the Yun He Sword team is more valuable because they saved more lives sounds a bit." He jumped up as if stung. "You dare to look down on my Yun He Sword team?" Li Yun remained deadpan. "Not really, I did not mean that." His final blow left even the old man stunned. "What I mean is, who knows if the child saved back then might end up saving even more lives in the future." Gong Zhou argued stubbornly. "That piece of trash cannot even take care of her own business, let alone others." But the smile on Li Yun's lips remained unshaken. "Then why don't we make a bet?" This invitation immediately piqued his curiosity. A bet. He turned his gaze toward Li Lion. "In the second round of the upcoming tournament, if this girl performs her task excellently, no, if she can handle the work of 10 people combined, then at that time, you must kneel and apologize to senior shadowless swordsmen and the disciples of Wu Lingguan." Gong Zhou sneered with utter contempt. She was completely useless in the first round and achieved nothing. Li Yun immediately shut him down with another line, "And you must kneel and apologize to me as well." Gong Zhou froze completely on the spot. "Why on earth should I apologize to you?" His face suddenly darkened, and an overwhelming killing intent flared up like a demon manifesting. "Because you dared to look down on my disciple right in front of me. This punishment is already quite merciful." Seeing Nan Gong Zhou tuck his tail and run, Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Hero Bai Lei, for your righteous intervention." Only then did he withdraw his killing intent, returning to his usual demeanor. "I merely did what needed to be done." Li Yun also did not forget to remind him. "How you value yourself is none of my business, but at least you should hold your head high with pride when standing before Dan Li Lion." Zhang Feng averted his eyes to hide his embarrassment. What Nan Gong Zhou said was not wrong. "It is an undeniable fact that I abandoned my mission." Hearing this, Li Yun solemnly got straight to the point. "Did you regret your decision to save those people back then?" He immediately turned back, his gaze resolute and unwavering. "Absolutely not." Having received a satisfying answer, he made his final judgment. "This time, I will let the whole world witness how much the child you saved back then has transformed. How your disciple has grown into an outstanding heroine with boundless potential." Li Yun's face lit up with confidence. "I will prove that thoroughly in the very next round." He placed his hand on Li Lion's shoulder, passing on to her a sense of stability and abundant warmth. "Spot on, isn't it, Dan Li Lion?" In the quiet chamber of Wu Lingguan, as the moon hung high overhead, the silent night was still bustling with the sound of voices. "Where are you planning to wander off to at this hour?" Menkai carried his spear on his shoulder, looking like he was getting ready to practice. A sleepy Wu Ling trotted along behind him. "Let me come along." The young man's eyes were full of concern. "You haven't even sobered up yet. It will be troublesome if you cause trouble like that incident at the tavern again." She shrugged teasingly. Menkai is just good with words, but in reality he is just an expert runner. Having no choice, he snapped in self-defense. "I avoid things because I'm afraid they'll blow out of proportion. If we get in trouble, cleaning it up is exhausting. If the sect leader hadn't shown up then, how did you plan to clean up the mess? Don't you understand that we need to keep a low profile now more than ever?" Wu Ling stubbornly twirled a lock of her hair and replied sleepily, "Did we do anything wrong? Seeing Dan Li Lion's master getting trampled like that, could you really swallow your anger? You guys are overthinking. We just need to do our best to take the trophy in this tournament. The elders will naturally find a way to clear the path for any minor issues afterwards, right? I'm gritting my teeth to win this tournament solely for Lion Er's sake. Don't you guys share the same thought? I just remembered there are some chores I need to handle. After that, I'll go get some sleep." Suddenly, two more tails tagged along happily behind them. "Let me tag along too." At the same time, Li Lion in her room was so giddy with joy that she couldn't sleep. Everyone is just so warm. Li Yun's declaration kept replaying in her mind. In the upcoming second round, Dan Li Lion will carry the workload of 10 people combined. A wave of anxiety suddenly surged in her heart. Why did the sect leader dare to boast such a grand guarantee? Li Lion toyed with the simple hairpin resting in her palm. This was the gift Zhang Feng gave her, along with his red-faced, embarrassed look back then. "I just happened to see it. I don't know if you like it." A hint of warmth gently spread in her chest. "It looks really rustic." Even though she said so, Li Lion still used it to tie her hair up. "That's right, I absolutely cannot just sit here and wait to lose." She strode out of the room in annoyance. "If it is hard to handle all by myself, then I'll just go ask for backup. Luckily, there is still someone in this place strong enough to back me up, right?" Li Lion stopped in front of a room and knocked gently. "I'll just have to be thick-skinned and consult the sect leader." Li Yun's voice drifted from inside. "The door is unlocked, come in." Before the door could even open wide, he spoke up. "How fortunate, it seems you have finally cleared your mind." Li Yun's eyes were as deep as if they could see through the world. "I have been rooted here waiting for you for a long time, Dan Li Lion." And then the fated day arrived. Dao Lion sat cross-legged on the host's chair, a content smile on his face, a complete transformation compared to before. It looks like the first round did indeed change their mindset. He even winked provokingly at De Zhu. "Hey De Zhu, aren't you going to make a bet with me? I bet Wu Lingguan will strike gold again this time." The other's voice grew deep. What can those petty tricks solve anyway? But Dao Lion was not about to let him off so easily. "If I lose, for this entire tournament, I will keep my ears open to listen to all of your grumbling." De Zhu's eyes instantly became sharp. "This bet sounds interesting. But Wu Lingguan's chance of winning this time is very slim." The old man seemed completely clueless about this. "On what basis do you say that?" Only then did Dao Lion slowly explain. "The martial arts foundation of Wu Lingguan is still quite poor." How could the situation escape the old man's cunning eyes? If that guy Bai Li Yun indeed possesses the talent to govern the world as the alliance leader rumored, he might barely pull them through that fatal weakness. But unfortunately, this second round relies on stealth guerrilla warfare. Whoever is well-versed in battlefield combat experience will be the king. Exactly, how can a bunch of greenhorns fresh in the martial world have any real combat experience? But what if some expert passed on painful experiences to them? Then the situation would turn around instantly. At that very moment, Li Yun sensed an oppressive wave of true qi. Whatever, it's safer to just play dumb and act innocent. De Zhu immediately steered the conversation elsewhere. If Wu Lingguan wins, what reward does the alliance leader want? Dao Lion answered straightforwardly. After the tournament concludes, no matter what astronomical request I make, you must not stand in my way. And then the announcement speaker echoed across the land. Is it time? The second round of the friendly two-sect tournament, the flag capture battle has officially begun. The referee's voice announced loudly, "You are required to firmly protect your own flag while crushing the enemy's flag." Gong Xuan waved his hand to signal the formation. The rules are quite easy to understand, aren't they? 10 people on patrol, 6 staying behind to guard the position. Peng Chen seemed a bit hesitant. Why not keep more people at home just to be safe? Who knows what tricks they might play? He weighed the pros and cons of the chosen strategy. In a situation where the enemy flag's location is completely unknown, whoever finds it first holds the advantage. We were caught off guard in the first round, which indeed caused some confusion. This time, we must launch a highly aggressive preemptive strike. However, the core force will be led by me, the tranquil Peng Chen, and by Li Zhu. Even if the probability is extremely low, even if all 5 members of Wu Lingguan charge at once, our side is still more than capable of crushing them. Qin Feng, overhearing this, could not help but nod and clap. Wu Xingguan's formation is exactly out of the military manual, quite solid, no joke. Yang Zai, standing nearby, reminded him in a low voice, "So many eyes are watching, third strategist." His eyebrows furrowed instinctively. So what will that handful of people from Wu Lingguan use to defend themselves? Suddenly Qin Feng's eyes widened like saucers. Wait, what on earth is this? Dao Lion burst into a smug, gleeful laugh. From within the dense forest, someone's grumbling echoed. Where have they all vanished to? 2 hours slipped away and Peng Chen climbed onto a large boulder. How do we resolve this situation? Should we urgently recall the patrol team? Gong Xuan refused to back down. Absolutely not. The search progress must not be halted. Completely opposite to the bustling of those two, Li Zhu quietly found a nice tree to lean against and rest. She was still deeply concerned about a promise someone had etched in her heart. If you win this tournament, I will reveal the truth to you. Li Zhu was lost in her tangled thoughts. Could it be another trick? But how much can one trust the words of that sly fellow? Suddenly Gong Xuan rushed over and asked rapidly, "By Li Zhu, is your mind in the clouds? I called you until my throat was sore, why didn't you answer?" But she acted completely indifferent. "Is something wrong? I'll take care of my own business, don't call my name for no reason." His voice showed clear panic. "We can't contact the patrol team anymore. If we recall them here arbitrarily, it'll easily expose our camp's location. Is anyone free to go check the situation? My hands are tied here, and the only one capable of successfully escaping when surrounded is you." Annoyed by the endless nagging, she got up from her shelter. "I get the situation." Gong Xuan still shouted after her, "I've already ordered to leave marks at the places we finished searching." He stubbornly followed Li Zhu all the way to the edge of the cliff. "If anything happens, you are forbidden to play the lone hero. You must fly straight back here immediately, understood?" She turned and walked away, the fire of determination burning bright in her chest. "In this championship tournament, I must take the prize. I absolutely cannot lose." Li Zhu carved a few lines onto the tree trunk. "How is leaving signs exposed like this even acceptable?" Split into several groups, dispersing in all directions to search. 20 miles northeast is cleared, shifted to the northwest to inspect. It is all just needless worry. They just haven't found it yet. Even if Bai Li Yun had 3 heads and 6 arms, trying to mold a bunch of rookies in 2 months has its limits. After leaving the mark, she immediately flew off like the wind. Going northwest will definitely lead to an encounter in a bit. Reaching this spot, Li Zhu also spotted the left-behind mark. Northwest cleared, shifting to due west to inspect. She even mumbled a praise, quite a fast execution. Next was the mark in the due west direction. Inspection complete, shifting southwest to search. And even the mark located in the southwest. Cleared, shifting northwest to inspect. Only at this moment did Li Zhu sense something fishy. Has the entire area really been completely searched? As she diligently carved the mark, she racked her brain. Something is not right. We turned the whole place upside down and didn't catch a single enemy. As Li Zhu was deep in thought, an anomaly flashed through her mind. Wait, on my way here, why didn't I cross paths with a single soul? Her sharp senses made her instantly draw her sword into a defensive stance. Li Zhu seized the opportunity and charged into the attack. What on earth is this, an enemy ambush? But Hui Guan reacted in time to parry and cried out, "By Li Zhu, what ill wind brought you all the way here? Only then did she snap out of it and recognize him, Hui Guan. Only then did he lower his weapon to explain the situation. Nangong Xuan couldn't get in touch with the patrol team, so he sent me out here to investigate. She sheathed her sword. Are you guys working so half-heartedly? The marks clearly stated that the areas had been checked. But Hui Guan looked completely blank as if falling from the sky. What marks? We didn't even have time to leave any marks, let alone step a single foot out of this corner. Li Zhu's face instantly turned pale. What gibberish are you talking about? An extremely bad premonition struck her mind, making her sprint like a hurricane, turning back toward the main camp. Those two still stood there dazed. Wait, what's going on? Why? Li Zhu snapped at them to hurry, move your legs and run fast. She frantically urged them to report to Nangong Xuan. Hurry up, they've figured out our entire signaling system. In another development, Li Lian was also traversing the forest and crossing streams all by herself. She seemed extremely focused on this mission. Hurry up, must go faster. Because earlier, Li Yun had finalized the strategy for the second round. I will entrust the entire responsibility to Dan Li Lian. The whole group gasped in astonishment. Are you kidding us? He looked directly at her dazed face and asked, How about it, Dan Li Lian? Do you think you can handle this task? Wu Gang showed unease. Will it really be all right to do that? But Li Yun sneered with confidence. Do you think that without my shaping hand, you would be crushed by Wu Xingguan? The young man immediately bowed his head obediently. Yes, of course not, you are exaggerating. He kept a mysterious smile on his lips. I have already passed on all the necessary essence to Dan Li Lian. Oh right, there is one more extremely important matter. Li Yun carefully guided his naive disciples. Our ultimate goal in this match remains exactly the same. You must not let overexcitement ruin the plan. Bursting with morale, they shouted in unison, Understood. He did not forget to soothe Li Lian's anxiety. Just relax, you only need to apply all the efforts from the past week. She didn't say a word, just quietly bowed her head, exuding a sorrowful air. Li Lian recalled Li Yun's difficult question from before. What do you think is the core element to dominate the battlefield? To her answer of her superb martial force, Li Yun nonchalantly replied, That is also a plus, but not yet the truth I'm looking for. The second option Li Yun presented, being both wise and brave, was also dismissed by him. Well, that is indeed important, but still not quite there. Seeing her remain silent, Li Yun had to prompt her. Is it too hard to figure out? He decided to lay his cards on the table. The most accurate answer is information. The grandmasters of military strategy have said that winning without shedding blood is the pinnacle of strategy. And the solid anchor for any strategy is information. Where the enemy is hiding, where they plan to march, and which way they will retreat when pushed. Blocking the enemy's information to guide them as we please, and even manipulating their future actions. So to wrap up, to reign supreme in this tournament, what is the thing you must roll up your sleeves to do? Li Lian timidly answered that it was to gather information, but Li Yun still frowned in dissatisfaction. If you are only a collector, it is still not enough. He pointed his finger straight at her, his voice resounding. You must take control of the entire information network. That is your true mission. Then Li Yun tossed over 3 notebooks. These are the cipher books of Wu Xingguan that we have gathered. Of course, they won't use them exactly like this, but try to rack your brain to find the hidden rules behind them. He also took the chance to remind her of the deadline. The deadline is before the second match begins. There is still a whole week left, surely plenty of time to finish it. In internal skirmishes, using codes is a vital leverage, because one must maintain smooth communication with allies while remaining invisible to the enemy. Wu Xingguan is certainly not foolish enough not to exploit this advantage. Therefore, if you successfully crack the cipher of Wu Xingguan, then Dan Li Lian, you yourself will hold the entire outcome of this tournament in the palm of your hand. Don't scare yourself anymore. With your sharp eyes and diligent nature, you will surely decode it successfully. Then Li Yun used the system to boost her stats, temporarily activating the scholar path to enhance Dan Li Lian's observational insight. When she officially entered the mission, the system also gifted her, temporarily borrowing scholars' path to realize Dan Li Lian's brand new skill. With those boosts, she quickly sniffed out a clue. I've got it, that rule. In another development, Luo Yan was fleeing headlong all on his own. Damn it, I thought this search mission would end smoothly. He gritted his teeth in extreme anger. It turns out those bastards dug a pit beforehand to lure us into jumping in. But there was no escape. Menkai stood tall, waiting ahead. An honored guest has come to visit. Luo Yan turned pale and looked around frantically, drawing his sword in defense. You didn't even bring your flag and brought a pack of 4 here. Do you brats have absolutely no intention of protecting your flag? Right before the match took place, Menkai only left a light remark. Rest assured, everything is still running extremely smoothly. Having finished off one target, the young man calmly discussed. That's the 6th one sent away. Our performance is pretty decent, isn't it? But Menkai didn't seem very pleased. The more idle we are, the more it proves Dan Li Lion is carrying all the hardships out there. Wu Ling fell silent but couldn't hide her curiosity. Who wouldn't feel bad about that? But while we're at it, cracking codes, when on earth did that guy master such a skill? His face was rugged, his gaze resolute. That guy must also be harboring a lot of deep thoughts. We must also put in our best efforts. Only at this point did she comfortably unleash her power. Deal, just take down 2 more and we can set off too. Meanwhile, Li Lion in some hidden corner was still working like a diligent worker bee, burying herself in her task. Seizing the throat of information is dominating the battlefield, exactly as the sect leader instructed. She was also buffed by Li Yun's system with a temporary scholar's path package, boosting Dan Li Lion's vision and expanding her basic search range manifold. The harvest achieved now was thanks to her meticulous lurking, shadowing the opponents in the dark. As soon as the second match began, she quickly gathered the codes of the Wu Xingguan scouts. After verifying the pattern and successfully decoding them, this time she gave them a taste of their own medicine, using their very own codes to lure them out. Luring them one by one to surrender at the exact spots where the Wu Lingguan disciples were lying in ambush. At this stage, the chess game was still running smoothly according to plan. Now I must also set out to search for the flag of Wu Xingguan. Suddenly, the face of a familiar person flashed past where Li Lion was hiding, Bai Li Zhu. She also partially envisioned the situation. Oh dear, Wu Xingguan must have sensed that something was wrong with their scouts, and there's a high chance she is heading out alone to investigate. So I'll just follow the direction Bai Li Zhu just rushed toward. Li Lion narrowed her eyes to look into the distance, calculating in her mind. The end of that path is definitely where they hid Wu Xingguan's flag. I must send a signal to the brothers immediately. And if necessary, I will step forward myself to block Bai Li Zhu. Only by doing so will this strategy be truly perfect. Zhu Hua watched from outside, her voice filled with worry. It seems she has to suffer quite a lot in this second match. But on the contrary, Li Yun was brimming with confidence. Indeed, despite winning the first round, Dan Li Lion still doesn't truly believe in herself. He always silently watched Li Lion's every move, especially since for someone with weak martial arts, her self-doubt must be even greater. Perhaps deep down, she was always terrified of becoming a burden that drags down her brothers. And because of that very thought, entering this second round, she made a resolute determination. In local battles where information is key, mobility is also a heavy weapon no less than martial arts. In fact, Dan Li Lion was already able to sneak around and scout an area several times larger than Wu Xingguan's search range. From Yitian Gate to the Wulin Alliance, during the training camp where they had to flee from the pursuit of the Shang Tian de Yuan members. Ever since the fierce clash at departure, Dan Li Lion was the only individual who was never captured once and safely made it through. Hearing this, Zhu Hua grew even more curious. Then for what reason did you leave Sister Lion all by herself back then? Li Yun folded his arms across his chest and smiled proudly. Because I wanted to awaken the hidden talent of someone who always doubts herself. The kid still didn't seem to understand the meaning. What's the big deal about just having the talent to run fast? He then softened his tone to analyze the matter. In the current critical situation, that is precisely the superior gift that crushes everyone else. Wu Gang on another front was overjoyed as if striking gold. This is our side's code, a message from Dan Li Lion. The location of Wu Xingguan's hidden flag is finally revealed. Only now did Men Kai let out a sigh and reveal a refreshing smile. Currently, Wu Xingguan's numbers are down to only 8 people. Although we want to double-check to be sure, now is not the time to be greedy. According to the situation, Bai Li Zhu has left the camp and is searching for their search team. Peng Chen's hands and feet started to itch to make a move. It's our turn to strike. Wu Ling didn't even bother to hide her excitement. Let's go tear Wu Xingguan's flag to shreds. Meanwhile, Li Zhu was still dashing like an arrow cutting through the wind. There is something very unusual going on. I have searched all the spots where the cipher was left, yet found no sign of anyone. Those who haven't been detected yet are probably all eliminated. It would be a waste to head back now, so I might as well venture deeper into the unexplored area to see. Suddenly, an obstacle blocked the path ahead, forcing Li Zhu to brake hard. She stared back in shock at the path she had just crossed. Could they have left these traces on purpose? And then Li Zhu finally realized in panic, quickly turning back, those bastards, it's the south. Furious, she gritted her teeth. Because Hui Guan and Zhang Dao were still alive, I smugly assumed that the flag couldn't be in the south. To prevent us from discovering the trap, they deliberately spared those two, turning the area those two were responsible for into the least suspicious place, or simply because the hunt wasn't over yet. Whatever the scenario, the last place where Hui Guan survived is definitely the most suspicious spot. Suddenly, Li Zhu was blocked by a figure leaping out onto the cliff, Dan Li Lion. Her mind was in a complete mess right now. What on earth is going on here? After all, Li Zhu was very sharp, and she quickly connected the dots. Of course, no wonder I turned everything upside down and couldn't find the flag. You turned yourselves into moving flags and ran everywhere, so this was the plot. Her eyes bloodshot with ferocity. Freeze right there, Dan Li Lion. If you don't want to end up broken and battered along with the flag, then stand still. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, filled with a constant sense of unease. In another development, Gong Xuan stood watching from the high platform, his anxiety burning like fire. This is taking too long. Peng Chen plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it. Indeed. Could we have fallen into their trap again? He cast a stern look at him. In such a dire situation, how can you still lightheartedly make a bet out of this? Only then did Peng Chen lower his voice, his expression becoming serious. Not at all. Bai Li Zhu reported that they didn't deploy to search, but only went to verify the information. Don't you find that very strange? Gong Xuan also had to nod in agreement. Indeed, there is something strange. He pulled a signal flare hidden in his shirt. Bai Li Zhu has been gone for a long time, yet not even a shadow of the scout team has returned. Especially since it's Bai Li Zhu. If we look on the bright side, there is a high chance they have merged with the scout team and are returning together. Right after, Gong Xuan issued a firm order, immediately reinforced the defenses of the main camp. But Peng Chen grimaced in disagreement. More people gathered here again. If we reinforce the barricades even more, won't it make it easier to be discovered? It seemed he had sensed the danger. I will take the risk. The situation appears to be taking a turn for the worse. Yet the other fellow acted indifferently. Why worry about exposing our location? Suddenly, the entire group from Wu Lingguan leapt out of nowhere in an ambush. You were discovered ages ago. The Wu Xingguan group fell into extreme panic. What, since when? Has the entire force of Wu Lingguan gathered here? Gong Xuan looked smug instead, entrusting the flag to someone as weak as Dan Li Lion. He drew his sword with a sharp clang, preparing for battle. Dan Li Lion has vanished without a trace, while all of you came here with full force to attack. It seems you underestimate our scouting team too much. Wu Gang charged into the front lines, fighting left and right. Who knows, I'm afraid your scouting team is completely exhausted by now, without even the strength to find our side's flag. Gong Xuan swung his sword to block the strike. Don't tell me your entire scouting team has been completely wiped out. He even spat sarcastic mockery. Then what is that thing dangling behind your back? Can't use a sword, so you switched careers to practice spear techniques. But Wu Gang threw a bucket of cold water in Gong Xuan's face. Who knows? Or let's just call it the flag of victory to make it sound grand. The mocking smile on his face completely vanished. The flag, don't tell me. Gong Xuan only now realized the truth. Sun Wu Gang, you beast, so it turns out you are the one carrying the flag. The young man laughed heartily in response. Our numbers weren't many to begin with, and we didn't know who to trust, so we decided everyone should carry one to be fair. He stared blankly at the remaining people. Gong Chuan's voice sank heavily. Sun Wugang, Menkai Wu Ling, are all of you holding flags? Wu Gang's spirits were at their peak as he spoke solemnly. I declared it right from the first round. We came here determined to win. His voice began to carry a hint of contempt. What a ridiculous scheme. Gong Chuan forced back a smile and hissed an order. Wu Xingguan, focus your attacks on the knapsacks that the Wu Lingguan crowd is carrying on their backs. One of them is definitely holding the flag. At the same time, Wu Gang roared, his towering aura no less impressive than his opponent's. His voice boomed throughout the area. Everyone, stick to the plan. Wu Ling excitedly tightened her grip on her whip. Excellent. And then Wu Gang offered a bright smile as if bidding farewell, wishing everyone the best of luck in battle. Gong Chuan frantically screamed, capture them all, do not let a single one escape. He charged forward alone to face him directly. Sun Wu Gang, do you not plan to run away? The young man heartily swung his sword into a fighting stance. Because I have taken on the task of dealing with you. The atmosphere around Gong Chuan grew heavy. You want to create a one-on-one situation with me. Such confidence is indeed admirable. However, he chose to take a step back. Very well, if you have the ability to defeat these two, I will personally lower myself to trade blows with you. Gong Chuan grinned smugly. I am more than willing to play with you. But tell me, can you even hold on? After just our first encounter, you are already panting and looking so battered. Wu Gang silently channeled his inner energy into his sword. It was true that he had struggled like that before. This sight left both Dao Lion and De Zhu wide-eyed in astonishment. Gong Chuan, still wearing his arrogant face, ignorant of the world, sneered. Well, so it turns out you've been playing dumb to catch a tiger all this time. The young man's battle intent exploded, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat his enemy alive, all for the burning desire to grasp the ultimate glory. At this time, the father of Nan Gong Chuan and head of the Nan Gong family, Nan Gong Yantian, was also sitting on the platform. He cried out in panic, "What on earth is going on here?" A sycophant standing nearby quickly tried to soothe his anger. "Please calm your anger, master of the Nan Gong family." But how could Yantian listen? He continued to roar. Not only was the flag taken from its designated spot, but they even dared to openly run around carrying it. Not to mention, the signals of Wu Xingguan have clearly been completely compromised. At this rate, there must be a traitor in the military department. Yang Zai, finding it too irritating, couldn't help but speak up to remind him, "Master of the Nan Gong family, please think twice before speaking." The old man immediately whipped his head around, glaring with murderous intent. "What did you say?" Yantian stubbornly argued, "If the Wu Xingguan side with their formidable backing did this, I could temporarily accept it. But does the small fry of Wu Lianguan actually have the ability to plant a spy deep inside the military headquarters to steal secret letters?" In contrast to that aggression, Yang Zai took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "Do you truly believe in such a far-fetched theory?" Then Yang Zai casually exposed the truth. Besides, the competition has just opened. Where would they find the time to gather and crack the signals in the blink of an eye? Did you sit there watching for fun and see nothing? Though I know this directly involves your esteemed son, so many eyes are watching. Please maintain some dignity. Yantian resentfully glanced over to where Bai Li Yun was smiling triumphantly. Swallowing his anger, he cursed inwardly. Who could have anticipated that this group would be so incredibly sharp with codes? Could this be a play directed by that Bai Li Yun? The stubborn old man still refused to yield, his face turning red as he shouted, "Enough, even if that is the case carrying the flag." Before he could finish, Yang Zai cut him off. What rule on earth forbids someone from carrying the flag and running around? Yantian's eyes bulged with rage, radiating a chilling, cold aura. In the distance, Bai Li Yun casually turned around and smirked. As expected, the great sword master had figured out the situation instantly, but wasn't exposing everything at this moment a bit too hasty. In the other corner, Wu Gang's fierce battle was reaching its most intense phase. Standing on the perimeter, Gong Chuan did not miss the chance to mock. "You have immense guts. daring to take on all three of our masters alone. Your arrogance is truly beyond cure, Xian Wu Gang." However, there was not a trace of panic on the young man's face. Instead, he gently swung his hand and deflected the enemy's sword tip, to the point that Gong Qiuan had to stare and reassess, admitting that this brat had completely transformed. This was not just an upgrade in inner strength. What kind of miraculous elixir had he taken in such a short time? Wu Gang puffed out his chest and solemnly made a firm declaration. "Right on this very ground, I dare to guarantee with my life that our side will definitely take the prize today." Nevertheless, Dao Lion, who was watching, only saw it as a cheap comedy. He laughed mockingly. "Is that brat named Xian Wu Gang? Looking at that aggressive manner, he must have resolved to leave his life here today, hasn't he?" Zhang Feng stood stunned, his eyes welling up with tears. What? Our side has the upper hand. Dan Li Lion is so amazing." The old man excitedly grabbed Li Tian's shoulders and shook him wildly. "My beloved disciple is carrying the entire team and sweeping them away." Being squeezed painfully, Li Tian grimaced and smiled wryly to stop him. "Brother Zhang, I understand your joy right now, but please let go of my arm. My bones are about to shatter." Realizing he had gone too far, Zhang Feng quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Li Tian." The young man immediately stood straight, his tone turning serious. "I forgot to explain it clearly to you. The core strength of an alliance does not rely solely on muscle, but battle strategy as well as the ability to fully utilize each individual's strengths is the key." From Brother Zhang's profound martial arts, Dan Li Lion's sharp vision, to the solid solidarity of the entire Wu Lion Guan Dao. With such a basket of premium ingredients, prepared by the master hand of someone like Bai Li Yun, a satisfying result like the present is naturally a piece of cake. Li Tian elegantly unfolded his paper fan and leisurely continued. "Even though we can just sit back and enjoy the show now, but..." Hearing the word, "but," Zhang Feng's unnecessary anxiety began to flare up. The old man's stomach began to churn. What if Wu Lion Guan Dao wins the trophy? Where will the consequences lead? His face turned pale with fear. If our side's achievement accidentally tears apart the peace treaty, ultimately becoming a stepping stone for the Dao Lion to dominate, won't our old bones carry the reputation of traitors for eternity? Seeing this, Li Tian waved his fan and chuckled. "You worry too much. Wu Lion Guan Dao winning doesn't mean the Dao Lion will benefit for doing nothing. Our young ones are not foolish enough to be easily led by the nose." Zhang Feng listened but remained confused. What on earth is your plan after all this hinting? But the young man only kept a mysterious, vague attitude. Instead of guessing, why don't you just keep your eyes open and watch the show? Li Tian raised his fan and pointed straight at the arena. "Enjoy the artistic performance of your own disciple." At that exact moment, Dan Li Lion was leaping as fast as a whirlwind. Following closely behind was none other than Bai Li Zhu. Being led in circles made her furious, and she angrily shouted, "Coward, do you intend to run until tomorrow? Didn't you purposely stay behind to welcome this lady?" Despite the cursing, Dan Li Lion kept rushing forward without stopping. How could any of these developments escape the eagle eyes of Bai Li Yun? Zhu has been exhausting herself running around in all directions to uncover the enemy's whereabouts. Her stamina must have hit rock bottom. It seems my little sister is getting quite impatient and angry. Standing nearby, Zhu Hua could not help but pry curiously. "Sect leader, don't tell me you are also completely in the dark about who is hiding the original flag." The young man kept a calm, leisurely face, observing his side's battle formation. "Well, that's true. I threw the entire responsibility onto Dan Li Lion's shoulders. But since that kid's lightness skill is top tier, 90% of the flag is resting safely in his pocket. Stealing the enemy's flag is of course a good thing, but protecting our own bread and butter from being taken by others is the ultimate key to survival." Bai Li Yun smirked proudly. "Once we have tied down Bai Li Zhu, the trump card of Wu Xingguan, the play that Dan Li Lion set up can be considered a success." Meanwhile, realizing the situation, Bai Li Zhu had to switch to plan B, gritting her teeth and threatening. "Do you plan to play the coward and hide forever?" With that, she cornered Dan Li Lion, forcing him into a dead end with no escape. A trace of anxiety flickered in Bai Li Yun's eyes as he muttered his disciple's name, Dan Li Lion. Zhang Feng, sitting outside as if on hot coals, jumped up and cried, "Lion-er!" Inside, Bai Li Zhu changed to a teasing tone. Well now, are you finally willing to pick up your sword and fight me fairly, or are your legs weak and you've run out of steam? Danli Lion tightened his grip on the sword hilt until his veins bulged. The female demon Bai Li Zhu was right. If he kept running away with his tail between his legs, there would be no chance to turn the tables. She leisurely stroked the cold sword blade, casting a contemptuous look at him as if looking at a tiny bug. On second thought, that makes sense. To show my hospitality, I will send you to the heavens in just a single beat. Danli Lion decisively drew his Cao Qing sword to face her. For the bright future ahead, he could not back down from this battle. At the same time, the scene shifted to where Peng Chen and Wu Ling were fighting fiercely to snatch an object wrapped tightly in rags, suspected to be the flag. Suddenly she let go of her hand and decisively threw the wrapped bundle to the other side. Do you want it that badly? Then I shall bestow it upon you. The man also panicked and yelled his opponent's name, Wu Ling. Peng Chen grabbed the object and raised his eyebrows smugly. Many thanks for your kind gesture, little sister. Seeing him leap to clutch tightly what she had just thrown, Wu Ling narrowed her eyes and revealed a sly smile. Oh, I am the one who should bow and thank your limitless stupidity instead. With those words, Peng Chen's figure could be seen rushing off while screaming loudly. On the ground, Zai Menkai stood firmly, holding his sharp spear, his frowning eyes locked onto the target. Without a word, he frantically swung his weapon, delivering fatal blows toward the enemy without any mercy. On the other side, although Luo Yan twisted and dodged in various ways, he still took a severe beating. In pain, he whimpered and cried for mercy. Stop, hold on, Zai Menkai. Zai Menkai withdrew his spear after teaching him a costly lesson, slightly frowning as he let out a long sigh. Though the Shizai group had dropped all their flags, overall this play had come to an end. Still, thinking about it, Bai Li Zhu's absence here felt off. He wondered if Wu Ling could escape her alive. At that exact moment, Wu Ling's heavy, exhausted panting echoed through the corner of the forest. Holding the sword hilt tightly in her hand, sweating profusely, she lamented inwardly. This female demon is truly a monster. Facing her, Bai Li Zhu cast razor-sharp glares, frowning with a mocking smile. Is your capability only at this level, Wu Ling? Wu Ling gritted her teeth, muttering the name Bai Li Zhu in her head. If she continued to play the coward running from Bai Li Zhu at this moment, her conscience would surely torment her for the rest of her life. Having made her decision, she threw the cumbersome item on her back hard onto the dirt ground. Wu Ling frowned, establishing the truth in her heart. I must fight for the honor of the sect leader and for my own self-respect. Seeing her prey bite back, Bai Li Zhu swung her sword, pointing it directly at her opponent's face, and praised with a smirk. Great stance, Wu Ling, then this lady will also go all out against you. The frame immediately shifted to Wu Gang and Gong Xuan, glaring intensely at each other. A massive question mark appeared in Gong Xuan's head. Did this brat really just defeat those two single-handedly? He began to feel anxious, sweat pouring down his face. If the flag this kid held was the real deal, he wouldn't be standing there so casually. But remembering his resilience in the first match, this guy was indeed a wild beast beyond imagination. Gong Xuan gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, if only I could determine if that rag he's holding is the real flag. Right at the peak of tension, a piercing shout echoed from behind him, Xian Wu Gang. The young man turned his head when called. Have you cleared out all the trash? Zai Menkai raised his chin proudly. Of course, the Shizai group has also had all their flags stripped away. Gong Xuan's face went blank, his eyes widening as he muttered. Are you kidding me? Are they all wiped out? His brain started working rapidly. Wait, if all the flags have been confiscated, then the only ones holding them are Xian Wu Gang standing right here and Wu Ling. The trouble is, there is no telling which corner Wu Ling is hiding in. Had I known, I shouldn't have urged Bai Li Zhu to hunt down the scouting team. Now everything is ruined. If only that nuisance Bai Li Zhu were here on the field right now. Ask and you shall receive, a shrill voice cried out, calling Nan Gong Xuan's name. He was overjoyed, quickly turning his head as if grasping a lifebuoy. Hui Guan and Zhang Dao ran over as fast as they could, panting heavily as they asked, What on earth is going on? Gong Xuan squinted and laughed happily. Oh, so your worthless lives haven't ended yet. Huiguan didn't waste any time and immediately reported the situation. We dragged ourselves back here because of Bai Li Zhu's orders. She said our side's secret letters have been completely exposed. Gong Xuan's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he questioned. Exposed? No wonder there's been silence with no news. Is the entire group wiped out? He began to lose his temper and shouted, Then where is Bai Li Zhu? Huiguan scratched his head and replied honestly, That lady said she would search around on her own and rushed off. It seems she picked up Wu Ling's scent. Hearing this, Gong Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Huiguan added, The few remaining flags are only in the hands of Xian Wu Gang and Wu Ling. Gong Xuan clenched his fists, his brows furrowing as he calculated. The flags? Could those ruffians really have dared to carry the original flag? Fine, let's just leave that brat Wu Ling to Bai Li Zhu. Having decided, he puffed out his chest and shouted, Everyone, focus all your power in a general offensive to seize the flag from Xian Wu Gang's hands. The young man, hearing them plot, only let out a faint chuckle and gestured with his hand. Bring it on if you dare. Right then, Gong Xuan pulled a signal flare from his chest, held it high toward the sky, and muttered, Members of Wu Xingguan who are still alive, I hope you open your eyes to see this signal and drag yourselves back to assemble quickly. Swoosh, the flare shot into the sky, leaving a bright red trail of fire behind with a deafening screech. Without wasting a second, he swung his sword, pointing directly at the enemy and shouting, Charge and tear him to pieces for me. Zhang Dao and Huiguan obediently listened like two hounds, immediately rushing forward aggressively. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing to calculate. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for our side. Ignore all the trivial things. Just taking Xian Wu Gang's head to seize the flag is enough. As the thought finished, Gong Xuan erupted with inner energy, immediately unleashing his sect's ultimate technique. The 8 forms of the boundless heavenly sword, invisible blue sky. Instantly, a swirling torrent of deep blue energy enveloped his entire body like a storm, after which Gong Xuan channeled all his killing intent to deliver a thunderous strike toward his prey. Witnessing that terrifying power, Wu Gang also clicked his tongue in admiration. Nan Gong Xuan, I must truly acknowledge your capability. With an extremely arrogant face, he laughed boastfully as he delivered the blow. Struggling is useless, brat. The strike, carrying destructive power, roared straight toward Xian Wu Gang's bare back. Gong Xuan went all out without leaving a retreat. Taking the full force of the deadly blow, the young man bent over, crying out in bone-shattering pain. Seeing his opponent fall, his face twisted in glee as he grinned happily, caught the little rat's tail. However, in his smugness, he forgot about Ximen Kai, who was quietly closing in from behind like a ghost, holding a deadly spear. He showed no mercy as he drove his weapon through Gong Xuan's flank, whispering in his ear, Celebrating a bit too early, Nan Gong Xuan. Taking a fatal thrust, he instantly spat a mouthful of dark red blood, his final conscious thought flashing, Bai Li Zhu, all hope relies on you. Meanwhile, the frame shifted to Bai Li Zhu, who was scowling and clicking her tongue loudly in frustration. The reason was that she kept unleashing strikes, but Wu Ling's slippery dodged them all, leaving the ground beneath their feet completely shredded. Bai Li Zhu growled with cold words, I give you credit for your dodging speed, but don't even think about scratching a single patch of this lady's skin. While talking big, Wu Ling's shadow suddenly descended right behind her back, causing Bai Li Zhu's heart to leap in sheer panic. What on earth is this? When did that brat get behind me? Without a second's hesitation, Wu Ling ruthlessly slashed a sword strike through the air directly at Bai Li Zhu. Taking the full hit of the slash, she grimaced in pain, letting out a groan. Now Bai Li Zhu had to plant her sword tip firmly into the ground for leverage, trying to steady her trembling, injured body. Wu Ling slightly curled her lips, feeling refreshed as she thought, Finally, my ultimate move managed to pluck her feathers. As for Bai Li Zhu, sweat poured off her like water, frowning as she muttered incoherently, Wu Ling, you brat. At that moment, a brilliant orange flare erupted behind her, causing her to turn around in surprise. She looked up and muttered a guess. The signal calling the subordinates back to the nest of Wu Xingguan is the main force being ambushed, but to hell with them, grabbing the flag in front of me is all that matters right now. Unfortunately, Before her brain could send orders to her limbs, her opponent had already swiftly glided behind her, holding the tightly wrapped flag bundle in her arms. Bai Li Zhu's blood boiled as she rushed forward in a rage, her eyes wide as she screamed loudly, "Stop acting like a fool, trying to take the flag and slip away. Delusion. I will chop you into 100 pieces along with that flag." The cold sword tip ruthlessly cut through the air, almost touching Wu Ling's delicate throat. In the spectator seats, De Zhu took a sip of mild tea and spoke, "Please enjoy yourself, Alliance Leader. It seems glory has called the name of Wu Xingguan." Hearing this, Dao Lion smiled with delight. "Oh, wonderful, so I have won the bet." He lightly crossed his legs, calculating inwardly. This drawn-out struggle has also drained the strength of both sides. It's best to draw the curtain and end it here. After all, this was just a bet to buy time for the truce treaty, mainly to save face for the Wu Lin alliance, but under these circumstances, there's nothing to be done. Returning to the hotspot of the flag struggle, Wu Gang took in the sight of Nangong Xuan lying flat like a cockroach and sneered mockingly. "Tusk, the ending seems rather bland and anticlimactic, doesn't it?" The frame immediately shifted to a hand squeezing the flagpole. Then this person ruthlessly snapped it into 2 pieces, splinters of wood scattering everywhere. Wu Ling raised her precious sword horizontally to shield her chest, her face as serene as an autumn lake, staying silent without uttering a word. Just as Dao Lion was yawning in boredom, a timid voice echoed, "Please show some self-respect." Being interrupted, Dao Lion suddenly snapped out of it. Meeting his eyes was the sight of that girl proudly holding the remains of the flag, raising it high. Witnessing that crazy display, he froze and muttered, "What on earth is going on? Is that brat crazy to destroy the flag of Wu Lianguan with her own hands?" In another corner, Bai Li Yun leisurely crossed his arms with a smile, while Zhu Hua craned her neck to look over with curiosity. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he burst into a fit of laughter. Dao Lion clutched his stomach, threw his head back and laughed wildly. "Good, very good. Your play has truly made my blood boil, Bai Li Yun." The young man completely ignored Dao Lion's mad state, casually raising an eyebrow and smirking with a suggestive smile. Dao Lion's roaring laughter tore through the quiet space, mixing with his wild exclamation, "This game is truly addictive." Looking back at the battlefield, even though Bai Li Zhu's deadly sword tip was pressed against her jugular vein, Wu Ling remained unmoving, proudly holding high the remains of the flag. Bai Li Zhu furrowed her brows in anger. "What tricks are you people playing? Wu Ling, did you trap me from the very start?" In response to that wrath, the girl only silently offered a deep gaze, refusing to utter a single word. After witnessing this self-destruction, the crowd outside gasped in shock. What? Did the Wu Lianguan side destroy their own chance of winning? Oh my God, what on earth is going on? Countless conspiracy theories blossomed in their minds. Though fully capable of winning, Wu Lianguan threw it away just for a grander gesture. Creating this situation to publicly expose the decision before everyone, this Bai Li Yun is indeed a cunning old fox. Yang Zai stood to the side, sighing in frustration. At this rate, I might end up playing a dirty villain. The old man cleared his throat, reluctantly preparing to announce the results. "Very well, I declare that the champion of this second round officially belongs to Wu Lianguan." Suddenly, a sharp shout cut through the air, causing the old man to shudder with a cold chill down his spine. "Stop right there." Dao Lion's entire body radiated a towering dark aura, his eyes wide as he scolded. "Swallow that result back down immediately." Hearing this, Yang Zai also flared up. "Leader of the Dao Lion, what is the meaning of your outrageous behavior?" The old man shrank back a step, stammering to recover. "The situation is already clearly decided if you stubbornly act so outrageously." That wealthy man had no time to wait for him to finish, immediately cutting in, "Outrageous. Is this what you call the noble style of the righteous faction? Forcing people into a dead end to bear humiliation just because of current pressure? Frankly, I absolutely love that brutal practicality. It's highly commendable." Having said that, Dao Lion raised his face and scanned the crowd below, smirking in challenge. "Why is everyone as quiet as a mouse? Have your mouths been sewn shut?" In the midst of the tension, a calm voice echoed from behind to advise him, "Cut out the arrogant barking." He was startled, whipping his head around to ask, "Who dares to speak to me like that?" Bai Li Yun kept his face cold, raising his eyebrows as he enunciated each word. "I sincerely advise you to draw the curtain and end this cheap circus show, respected Dao Lion leader." Dao Lion clasped his hands behind his back, raising his chin to probe, "Brat, state your name." The young man casually brushed his robes and replied briefly, "I am Bai Li Yun." The name caused him to narrow his eyes in assessment. "Ah, I have heard rumors of your reputation. You are the ringleader who trained that Wu Lion Guan crowd, correct? Your cunning tricks and talent for turning garbage into gold have indeed opened my eyes. When I have some free time, I'd like to come and learn a few of your training methods." Bai Li Yun closed his eyes, smiling gracefully with immense self-love. "The credit mostly goes to my exceptionally clever students. Of course, the core foundation remains my own genius brain that designed the supreme strategy." Hearing this, Dao Lion's face went blank as he asked back in confusion, "So in the end, what is this circus you just insulted me with?" The young man slightly spread his arms, giving a deep shrug. "Oh, is this corrupt situation not the very goal you painstakingly crafted from the beginning?" The wealthy man stared blankly at the youth before him, asking back, "What on earth makes you dream that I am pulling the strings behind this?" Bai Li Yun's playful expression vanished, replaced by a murderous aura. He warned in a stern voice, "For your ambition of dominance over the next 10 years and your desire to muddy the waters of the Wu Lin alliance, you are willing to crush the future of these kids just to pave the way for your personal glory. You are a grand figure, so please show a little magnanimity." Dao Lion, after hearing the rebuke, still cocked his chin in challenge. "What if this seat prefers to trample on it anyway?" The young man showed no hesitation in delivering an immediate threat. "In that case, you had better prepare to meet a fatal disaster." Bai Li Yun concluded in an icy tone that pierced straight to the heart. "To those who dare touch a single hair of my students, I swear I will make them wish they were dead." He bulged his eyes in mock horror, blinking sarcastically. "So your meaning is that I must shut down all my plans for dominance just because I'm afraid you will throw a tantrum?" Immediately after, Dao Lion burst into contemptuous laughter. "You are making me tingle all over. This arrogant nature of yours is highly to my liking." His eyes shone as bright as car headlights as he smirked and threw the bait. "Join the Dao Lion and work for me. I will appoint you as the Grand General to command the army." Dao Lion kept his eyes on Bai Li Yun, his tone turning into sweet coaxing. "This is the most sincere invitation from the bottom of my heart. Join the Dao Lion, Bai Li Yun." Hearing that cheap coaxing, the young man openly curled his lips in disgust, revealing his white teeth as he flatly refused. "No thanks. When you shave your head and follow the Wu Lin alliance, perhaps I will reconsider. But anyway, so you don't lose face in public, I shall humbly offer a clever plan." Dao Lion, starting to lose interest, frowned and snapped. "Insolent brat, spit it out quickly." Bai Li Yun dropped his playful attitude and went straight to the point. "If the division between victory and defeat is too distinct, where is the fun in that? Therefore, regardless of the outcome, let our two sides just sign the truce and get it over with. In the event that Wu Lion Guan wins this competition." Dao Lion ignored the world, raising his pinky to pick his ear with a rustling sound, squinting his eyes as he sighed. "You have quite a bold mouth, little brother. But tell me, where has the great sword master disappeared to? Not hearing his lecturing for a while makes me feel rather empty." Standing far below with hands clasped, Jiang Yi reported, "He has gone out for a stroll in person." Hearing this, he craned his neck curiously. "Gone for a stroll? Where?" Jiang Yi shook his head and shrugged. "I have no idea either. He even kicked away all the guards who followed him." Dao Lion stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "So that is how it is. Could the old man be secretly meeting someone for a covert plot?" He continued to play with his beard, clicking his tongue in assessment. "It is quite pitiful, actually. Seeing his prized disciple suffer such a miserable defeat, it is only natural that he left. That boy is truly a gem, what a waste. Once this useless competition is over, I must send the Tianyi sect leader a little surprise. Of course, I cannot be sure whether he will be grateful or weep in despair upon receiving the gift. As the saying goes, what does not kill you only makes you stronger, which is absolutely true, is it not?" With that, his wild streak flared up again. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. I am eagerly looking forward to watching this drama unfold. The scene shifts to Wu Ling, who is grimacing as if eating a hot pepper, snapping angrily. What are you all laughing about? Suddenly, an interrupting voice complains, Oh my God, why are those two big shots throwing a tantrum again? After all, the script for the second round was a resounding success anyway. Then, she glares at the two beside her. Hey, Jin Huang Sword Dragon and Kang Xuan Shadow, do you two have any bright ideas? Wu Gang calmly chews on a blade of grass, while Ximen Kai sweats profusely in embarrassment. What kind of alien language have you been rambling about? I did not understand a single word. Suddenly, the three of them fling the door open and step outside, striking cool poses. The crowd gathered outside bursts into wild cheers upon seeing this. Oh my God, the Jin Huang Sword Dragon, Xian Wu Gang, is here, and there is the Kang Xuan Shadow, Ximen Kai too. The moment the door closes, Wu Ling's face turns incredibly dark. She growls, Do you have no excuse for that show-off behavior? Wu Gang, sweating profusely, can only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly to apologize. Wu Ling sighs deeply, looking up at the sky in frustration. Forget it, I can understand how nervous you two have been since the preliminary round. In a corner, Dan Li Lion covers her mouth, chuckling secretively. At that moment, Wu Ling continues to babble on. Honestly, I have to take my hat off to the title of Shadowless Shadow Blade. Technically, I carried the whole team on my back during this second match. Wu Gang, finding this highly unfair, jumps up and points straight at Yun Zhen, yelling, This makes no sense. Why does that bald monk have a title in the martial world while I have absolutely nothing? Yun Zhen, holding his teacup, smiles cheerfully and teases, Calm down, little sister Wu Ling. She is provoked to the point of turning red in the face, pouting as she curses, Shut your mouth, you arrogant bald octopus. Seeing the commotion, Ximen Kai rubs his temples and groans, Cut the nonsense. The focus now is the third round. We need to pull off a continuous winning streak. The sect leader has already prepared the feast for us, has he not? Wu Ling frowns, waving her hand to assign the battle formation. Listen carefully. Kang Xuan Shadow of the martial world will be in charge of beating Nangong Xuan, while Jin Huang Sword Dragon will take care of skinning Bai Li Zhu. As for the rest of the garbage, just leave it to the bald monk and the shadowless shadow blade. Her anger still smoldering, she slams the table and yells, You guys are thrilled to be given these titles, aren't you? Losing all our flags just to get 3 empty titles in return, is that something to be proud of? Pull yourselves together. Wu Gang can only laugh sheepishly and stroke his hair. Suddenly, a deep, eerie voice echoes directly into his ears, startling the boy, Be at Guandai Temple tonight at the hour of the pig. Absence is strictly forbidden. Completely bewildered, Wu Gang quickly turns his head back, searching for the sender of the sound transmission. As night gradually drapes its pitch-black velvet curtain over everything, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly becomes eerily quiet. Dazhu strolls alone through the royal garden, his eyes landing on a cluster of fresh flowers by the path. The old man slowly squats down, muttering under his breath, In a lush courtyard like this, the key is for everything to harmonize in unison. If they clash violently, they are no different from the weeds by the roadside. Even if we cultivate thousands of rare, blooming flowers, they will still be worthless. Ending his train of thought, Dazhu's rough hand grabs a young sprout and ruthlessly tears it out by the roots. To maintain the order of nature, disruptive weeds must be eliminated. Immediately, he whips his head around, his eyes burning with rage as he questions. If the beast I spent so much effort fattening up decides to become sworn brothers with a wild bear when it is time to perform, to the point where even its fangs become too dull to bite, how should I deal with it? Little Zhu Yu stands with her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks to lecture him. I have no idea what nonsense you are talking about, but plucking flowers and snapping branches is a very bad habit. Old man, has no one taught you these basic rules? Just then Wu Gang rushes over, muttering to himself, Am I late? Wait, why is Zhu Yu wandering around here? Seeing someone she knows, the little girl points accusingly at Dazhu, tattling, Brother Xian Wu Gang, this old man must have a screw loose. He is pulling out all the flowers in someone's garden. The young man brushes the accusation aside and hurriedly drags little Zhu Yu away. Come on, my little ancestor, your sister is crying her eyes out looking for you. Don't pay attention to him, he is just a crazy old man. After seeing the little girl off, he walks over to the old man and bows respectfully. It has been a long time since we last met. This disciple pays respects to the sect leader. The old man slowly approaches and suddenly throws out a mocking remark, a useless hunter playing friend with a wild bear. Hearing this, Wu Gang is utterly bewildered. "Huh, what did you say, master?" Dazhu finds this irritating and waves it off in annoyance. "Forget it, just erase that from your memory." At that moment the boy drops to his knees on the packed earth, his voice turning extraordinarily firm. This disciple swears to seal all the techniques of the Blood Sword sect, and of course will never pass them on to outsiders. But I beg you to grant me a little more time. If the sect leader orders the destruction of my Danshan, I will end it with my own hands. If you want me to commit suicide, I am willing to die. I only beg you to spare my meager life until this competition concludes. The old man has no patience for those sorrowful words. Glaring, he roars to cut him off. "Your rotten nature never changes. Get your ass back home right now." With that, he waves his hand and turns to leave, bitterly issuing his order. "I do not care how much your mind has been brainwashed and dirtied by the righteous faction. Even if your corpse rots, you must still obediently crawl back to our den. And remember this, pack your bags and withdraw from this ridiculous tournament immediately." Though still hesitant and fearful in his heart, Wu Gang raises his head and stubbornly utters every word. This disciple absolutely cannot obey the order to return. Hearing this act of rebellion, Dazhu lowers his voice to a bone-chilling tone. "What did you just bark?" Gathering the last bit of his meager courage, the young man pours his heart out. "For a long time, I have constantly questioned my conscience about the purpose of swinging my sword. Harboring burning hatred in my chest, I willingly threw myself into the abyss of the Blood Sword sect, becoming a cold-blooded and ruthless killing machine. I worked myself to the bone in that dark abyss, even though no one ever cared about or acknowledged my meager efforts. But with every slash I made, my mind screamed that this was not at all the legacy left by my father, a martial art filled with humanity, a sword style born to shield the weak behind my back." Though both his knees are still pressed to the ground, Wu Gang's eyes burn with unwavering determination. "The martial truth that I yearn to perform is absolutely not that of the Blood Sword sect, but the essence created by my father, the precious sword of Xian Wu Yang." Having spoken, the boy earnestly kowtows and begs, "Please have mercy and set me free. I will be eternally grateful to you." Dazhu slowly unsheathes his sharp sword, lowering his voice with dark intent. "Oh, quite a big mouth you have there, don't you?" His eyes bloodshot, he gnashes his teeth and raises his lethal blade. "Then pay with your life in this very spot." Hearing the death sentence, Wu Gang turns pale and recoils in shock. Immediately, the old man unleashes his power, driving down a devastating sword strike that shatters the ground into pieces, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscures all vision. At the very edge of life and death, Bai Li Yun appears out of nowhere, blocking the furious attack with his own weapon. Gritting his teeth, he growls, "Keep dreaming, I won't let that happen." Dazhu's eyes widen in utter surprise at the interloper, blunting out, "Tianyi sect leader." What catches the eye is the moment Bai Li Yun uses his own precious sword to brazenly deflect Dazhu's merciless strike. Immediately after, his eyes shot with blood, he throws back his head and lets out an earth-shattering roar. Channeling the full force of his power, Bai Li Yun pushes back hard, forcing the old man to stumble backward. Dazhu's face darkens as he narrows his malicious eyes to interrogate. "So there has been a rat lurking in this corner all along. It was you, you bastard, who infected my disciple with toxic ideas and ruined him, wasn't it?" With a smug expression as if challenging the world, he smirks and says, "So what if it was? The boy was too deluded to see the truth right under his nose, so I had to slap some sense into him." Between the two masters lies a tranquil pond. Bai Li Yun suddenly adopts a firm tone to negotiate. "The point is, you should drop that pathetic look. I bet neither you nor I have the time to blow this out of proportion." Hearing that provocative insult, the old man flares up with rage, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Who are you calling pathetic? Rebellious scum must be hacked to pieces. Furthermore, this brat is sitting comfortably on the throne of our sect's young master, a powerful position capable of spreading toxic ideas to thousands of other disciples." Wu Gang stands frozen on the sidelines, sweating cold bullets without daring to utter a word. Bai Li Yun's immediate retort leaves Dazhu speechless in astonishment. And that is exactly the loophole I have been racking my brain about. For the most promising heir of the Blood Sword sect to go through the trouble of hiding in the enemy's den as a spy, while the smart heads of the Martial Alliance remained completely blind to it. The whole thing is absurdly ridiculous. Stroking his chin, he lowers his voice to expose the truth. According to what my intelligence network gathered, your Blood Sword sect already has someone wearing the crown of the young master, none other than Xian Wu Gang's senior sister, Zhu Hudai. Even if a brilliant genius suddenly dropped from the sky, it wouldn't be easy to kick the current rightful young master out of her seat. So, your aging brain came up with a scheme. The most sinister trick is to force Xian Wu Gang to fight Zhu Hudai in a death match to seize the throne, correct? That is also the root cause of why you threw Xian Wu Gang into the Martial Alliance as a spy, backing him into a corner with no retreat, leaving him with no choice but to drag Zhu Hudai out as a sacrificial lamb. Zhu does not even bother to deny it, nodding in instant agreement, spot on. Then, furrowing his brow, he explains further, but the problem is that Xian Wu Gang's soft and sentimental nature is too weak compared to his genius potential. That disposition makes him hesitate every time he swings his blade to take a life. Because of that, molding Xian Wu Gang was a top-secret plan. In the entire world, only this old man as the sect leader and that brat Zhu Hudai, the current young master, know of his true background. To save his own pathetic life, that brat had to personally slaughter all his own fellow disciples. Hearing these sharp words while kneeling limply on the ground, Wu Gang is suddenly frozen in sheer shock. In his excitement, Zhu refuses to shut his mouth, but suddenly his conscience flares up demanding justice, and he refuses to make a move against his senior sister, then starts crying that there is no way for him to return to the Blood Sword sect. What a load of repulsive, garbage excuses. My sect has no rule to pardon a cowardly traitor and let him keep breathing. However, Bai Li Yun's immediate sarcasm splashes cold water on Zhu, freezing him in his tracks. Oh please, you blabber about killing, but your tone contradicts itself completely. Dep down inside, you have absolutely no intention of taking this boy's life, right? Even your pinky toe knows that obvious truth, great evil sword. Hacking Xian Wu Gang to pieces at this moment is entirely useless and offers you no benefits whatsoever. On the contrary, your dramatic swordplay and barking just now look exactly like a desperate lover throwing a tantrum, solely to hold onto a prized disciple whose soul has already departed to another place. Wu Gang tremblingly raises his tear-filled eyes, muttering, "Sect leader." At that moment, Bai Li Yun bends down to pick up the crushed flower from the mud, clicking his tongue in comfort. As the saying goes, love flows downward. What parent could be heartless enough to strangle their own flesh and blood? Why not use this game to saddle this boy with a massive debt of gratitude instead? Next, Bai Li Yun lifts the pale purple flower to catch its faint scent, continuing leisurely. You know his foolishly kind nature all too well. Therefore, if you lend him a helping hand just this once, he will surely do whatever it takes in this life and the next to repay your kindness. Finally, he holds the crushed stem straight toward Zhu's face. Putting things on the scale right now, great evil sword, you have exactly two paths to choose from. The first option, hack Xian Wu Gang to pieces immediately in exchange for a few minutes of self-righteous satisfaction. Suddenly, Bai Li Yun's face turns deadpan as he threatens in a dangerous, low voice. The second path is to stir up trouble in this martial alliance, tear up the truce agreement, and fight me to the death. Of course, the price to pay for my life is that you must leave one of your great evil sword arms behind. Because, to put it bluntly, even if you kill me, I will never stand by and watch you slaughter my disciple. Zhu stands frozen, silently processing every word the young man said. A moment later, he slowly closes his eyes and lets out a sigh, forced to admire the shrewdness of the unorthodox alliance leader for picking such a crazy lunatic to do his bidding. Yielding to such stubborn persistence, Zhu finally relents. Fine, I will bite the bullet and agree to your deal. Hearing those concluding words, the boy sheds tears of joy, sobbing, "Oh, my revered master." Clang, Zhu's giant sword plunges into the packed earth right next to Wu Gang's face. The old man's face stiffens like a wrathful deity delivering an ultimatum. Then prove the value of your life to me with your actual strength. Take your body into the third round and turn things upside down. Only then will I finalize the verdict." Hearing these threatening words, Wu Gang feels a chill run down his spine, sweat pouring like a waterfall. Lingering for a moment longer, the young man dazedly drags his heavy footsteps out of the dark garden. Wu Gang slightly raises his eyebrows, muttering to himself that this is a rare occasion where he has seen such an unusual expression on his respected master's face. Reflecting on it, the harsh terms of that deal ultimately only put pressure on the sect leader, without having anything to do with him at all. In the silence, a cold voice suddenly pierces the night. "You are far too late." Wu Gang starts hurriedly looking up. "Good grief, are you not asleep yet?" Sitting comfortably on the roof, Zaimenkai replies casually, "I am busy with a light warm-up and taking the chance to enjoy the cool breeze and the bright moon." Wu Gang breaks into a cold sweat, sighing as he pours his heart out. "I feel like I am just a burden to the sect leader. Since I would only toss and turn without being able to sleep anyway, it makes more sense to practice martial arts in hopes of defeating Bai Li Zhu." Leaping down to the ground in one swift motion, he tosses out a casual remark. "Haven't you heard the gossip yet? Everyone is saying that Bai Li Zhu has refused to eat or drink, completely shutting herself off from the world." Hearing this, the young man gasps, his eyes wide in disbelief. "What? Are you kidding me?" The scene changes as Gong Xiuwen stands there with arms crossed, flatly suggesting in a freezing tone, "It is best that you turn back immediately." Next, he slowly speaks, saying that Bai Li Zhu has ordered no visitors and closed her doors to everyone. In particular, Li Zhu has locked herself in her room, remaining silent without uttering a single word. Hearing the details, Li Yun warmly responds, "So that is the case. Please pass a message to her, saying that our promise remains unchanged and has not expired yet." Hearing this, Gong Xiuwen starts, stumbling back a few steps and stuttering, "I am deeply regretting this now, regretting it to my core that I foolishly asked you to flatten the Wu Xing pavilion." Showing a triumphant look, he spins around and smirks with absolute confidence. "Just as I declared to you before, no matter how bizarre your request may be, our side is guaranteed to secure the victory from the start." Hearing that tone, he scowls, looking visibly displeased. At the same time, Qing Liu stands inside leisurely, slightly raising his eyebrows in curiosity. "Is it really okay to keep hiding like this and refuse to show your face to meet him?" The young girl remains completely silent. Li Zhu, with a face full of resentment, gnashes her teeth and harbors deep bitterness. "That guy once confidently promised to reveal the truth to me. And yet, even though I squeezed out every last drop of my strength, glory still turned its back on me, a forced victory, thick with the taste of humiliation." Grabbing the edge of the blanket as if to tear it apart, she mutters, "What is the point of those trivial matters now anyway?" Li Zhu violently unsheathes a dagger, gritting her teeth as she cries out in frustration, "So right from the starting line, you all only saw me as a puppet for your entertainment, didn't you? Are you all laughing at me?" Just as she is about to plunge the weapon down, the man reaches out and catches the sharp blade, asking calmly, "Do you hate Bai Li Yun?" Li Zhu still exerts her strength to grip the hilt, roaring in rage, "Let go! Get your claws off my hand!" Qing Liu ignores his bleeding hand, tightly gripping the blade, continuing his questioning, "Well, don't you want to beat him to a pulp to satisfy your anger?" Right after, he narrows his eyes, his voice shifting to a highly solemn tone as he declares, "If you have the determination to throw away all the ideals you have pursued up until now, and if you are prepared to gamble your very life, then I am willing to stand behind and support you." Hearing these inciting words, the young girl cannot help but stare wide-eyed, her entire body shaking. The scene transitions to the third day of the martial arts tournament. Dazu's voice echoes, "Bai Li Yun, was it? That name is indeed extraordinary." Dao Lion casually looks back, smirking as he inquires, "Well, you met him already, didn't you?" Hearing the question, the old man clicks his tongue and confesses honestly, "That brat is like a darling molded from pure talent. Looking at him, I feel as if I am witnessing the ghost of the unorthodox alliance leader from 20 years ago. Besides, he has this habit of never letting go once he gets his hands on a talented prospect. At this rate, he probably intends to sweep all the victories again today. Even if that stubbornness means making a whole bunch of enemies from the martial alliance." He clicks his tongue in response. Exactly. It seems this guy thoroughly enjoys that kind of risky play. However, with this consecutive victory format, his Wu Lion Pavilion is facing an obvious disadvantage in terms of numbers. Continuing the conversation, Dao Lion is curious to know what trick Wu Lion Pavilion plans to pull to turn the tables. Da Zhu narrows his experienced eyes, analyzing thoroughly. The consecutive victory format forces the strong to stay on the stage until they are defeated. In this tight spot, they will likely send out their first fighter as a sacrificial pawn to test the opponent's strength. At the same time, Wu Ling, with immense confidence, smirks and swears, "Let me volunteer to start. No matter what, I will knock out the teeth of at least one of them." Suddenly, Li Yun raises his voice to ask for an opinion. "What do you think, Zhu Hua? Who should our side send to the chopping block first?" Startled upon hearing Li Yun call her name, Zhu Hua turns around in confusion. She gently places her index finger on her lips, looking thoughtful. "If it were me, I would definitely call brother Ximen Kai." Before she can finish, a booming voice cuts her off. Zhu Hua. Carrying an imposing and majestic air, he firmly decides, "Exactly what I was thinking. Ximen Kai, step onto the stage." Ximen Kai raises his eyebrows and obeys, "Understood, sect leader." At that moment, Li Yun majestically and loudly shouts in provocation, "Where is Wu Lion Pavilion? Bring out your vanguard." 3 seconds later, he shows an utterly confused expression, frantically looking back. He calmly raises 3 fingers to the sky, delivering a cold command, "Finish them off and get back here. Your time limit is exactly 3 seconds, no more, no less." Ximen Kai's jaw nearly drops upon hearing this ridiculous request. Looking at the towering opponent in front of him, he scratches his head and mutters to himself. The prospect of Wu Lion Pavilion sweeping an easy victory has been completely shattered after the first 2 rounds. Worse still, this third match is not some imaginary fight, but a real, head-cracking clash. All the bloody wounds from the matches, even the risk of meeting death, are 100% real. The only one reckless enough to dive into this match without hesitation is probably Bai Li Zhu. Sitting in the spectator area, Gong Chuan slightly frowns in confusion. Ximen Kai actually managed to get the vanguard slot. Meanwhile, Li Zhu still sits like a stone statue, her eyes tightly shut, ignoring everything around her. Yang Zai's starting shout tears through the air, "Begin!" Upon hearing the signal, Ximen Kai lunges forward at lightning speed. Without any hesitation, the young man decisively unleashes a storm of violent strikes aimed straight at his opponent's position. Gu Yi, standing opposite, is scared out of wits by Ximen Kai's brutal techniques, stuttering out, "I surrender." With the outcome decided, Ximen Kai claims the victory. Having finished his moves, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. On the contrary, he yells loudly in frustration, "Are you crazy? Do you know that with just a tiny slip, your arm would have been completely gone?" At the same time, Ximen Kai is wincing as he tightly clutches his bleeding, red arm. Ignoring the throbbing pain of his wound, he furrows his brow and calculates. That is 1 down, which means there are still 15 left on the waiting list, correct? Knocked out on the floor, Gu Yi gnashes his teeth in fury. "What?" Ximen Kai replies with an icy tone, "If you don't have the guts to demand a rematch, please step down." Gripping his spear tightly with eyes burning with murderous intent, Ximen Kai solemnly declares, "From now until Bai Li Zhu decides to show her face, I will sweep away every single one of these lackeys." Li Zhu in the distance still sits quietly, her eyes shut, not bothering to utter a word. Like a madman, Ximen Kai violently swings his spear down toward Gu Yi, who is groaning on the ground. The destructive chain of attacks from this maniac seems to have no brakes, raining down relentlessly. Ximen Kai's aggressive aura is more than enough to overwhelm the opponent before him. Gu Yi is kicked far back into the distance by him. The entire spectator area erupts in deafening cheers. The announcer's voice resounds, "Ximen Kai is officially the winner." With his battered body covered in scratches, Ximen Kai pants heavily and gasps, whispering, "The show is not over yet." A high-pitched male voice echoes through every corner of the arena. The Kang Chuan shadow sweeps the field again. This guy is the 10th victim to fall at his feet. Waiting outside with an anxious heart, Wu Gang yells, "Ximen Kai, is your tiny life still hanging on?" Throwing back a highly confident look to reassure him, he replies, Stop worrying. I will put everything on the line to fight them. Besides, you stayed up all night practicing until your eyes went blurry too." Hearing this, he stammers advice. Yes, but don't force yourself too hard either. Though he says so, his heart is screaming in anxiety. If things continue to go smoothly like this, my vow to prove my strength to my master will go down the drain. There might not even be a stage left for me to show off. Gong Chuan breaks into a cold sweat, scratching his head in utter bewilderment. Why on earth would Ximen Kai risk his life so fiercely like that? Qing Liu narrows his cunning eyes, speaking leisurely. At this point, the next candidate from the Wu Xing pavilion to step up will be. Gong Chuan immediately steps up to accept the challenge. Leave this to me. I will personally step onto the stage and completely shave off Ximen Kai's soaring morale. Though still skeptical, he finally raises his eyebrows in approval. Go ahead, Nan Gong Chuan. I will leave the stage to you. Standing proudly in the middle of the stage, he frowns as he sifts through his thoughts. Since the end of the second round, Bai Li Zhu has been secretly training under instructor Qing Liu. God knows what kind of torturous training that was, but it is obvious that Bai Li Zhu's nerves are being pushed to the edge of the abyss. Li Zhu still sits on the spectator bench, her eyes tightly shut to focus all her mental energy on gathering qi. Meanwhile, Gong Chuan secretly plots, if all goes well, I will end this myself, saving Bai Li Zhu the trouble of lifting a finger. Staring at the opponent blocking his way, Ximen Kai points his sharp spear straight at him without hesitation, truly a rare sight. I didn't expect you, Nan Gong Chuan, to actively show your face so early. Tightening his grip on his sword hilt, he retorts mockingly, this young master also did not expect a brat like you, Ximen Kai, to stubbornly cling on and make it all the way to this round. Right after, the sharp signal sounds begin. He swings his cold blade straight at his opponent's throat, delivering a ruthless warning, forgive me, but weapons have no eyes. I will pressure you to the point where you won't even have half a second to breathe. Hearing that arrogant tone, Ximen Kai grits his teeth and curses silently, Nan Gong Chuan, you cold-blooded bastard. At the same time, Ximen Kai quickly formulates a battle plan in his head. I must knock him out quickly before he can charge his inner energy to the maximum. Putting his thoughts into action, he immediately unleashes his ultimate technique, the 6 Harmonies 3 Powers Lotus Technique 15 Demon Spears. The strike grazes his neck with a whistling wind, shaving off a clump of Gong Chuan's hair which falls to the ground. Maintaining a completely expressionless face, he calmly performs a sword strike bright as a flash of lightning. Wuji Heavenly Thunder Sword Play 8th Form, Formless Clear Sky. The force from this strike is so powerful that it knocks Ximen Kai backward. Refusing to relent, Gong Chuan follows up with another lethal strike. The young man does not easily throw in the towel, straining his body to block that devastating blow. Unfortunately, the merciless power of his blade is too terrifying, gradually overwhelming and crushing the defense. As expected, after gritting his teeth to hold out for a few exchanges, Ximen Kai is finally knocked flat on the floor by the counterforce of the strike. Yang Zai's jaw dropped in shock as he shrieked, oh my god, how could Kang Chuan Ying be wiped out in just one single move? The name of Nan Gong Chuan is indeed not just for show. Gong Chuan put on an indifferent front, speaking in an apologetic tone, oh, I am so embarrassed. I was just a bit overly excited and couldn't restrain my strength in time. Meanwhile, Ximen Kai, whose body was beaten to a pulp, was lying flat on the freezing cold tiled floor. Wu Gang, witnessing this tragic scene from the sidelines, broke into a cold sweat, his teeth grinding furiously. If he hadn't been quick enough to block with his spear earlier, that poor soul might have met his maker already. Nan Gong Chuan, that damn bastard. Wu Ling cracked her whip through the air, loudly declaring war. It is my turn to step up now. I swear I will settle this blood debt so that Ximen Kai can rest easy and recover without any worries. Lying flat on the ground, he suddenly strained to groan, hey, I am not dead yet. Li Yun eagerly glanced over at Zhu Hua and asked with excitement, in your opinion, who will be the next victim? After racking her brain for a moment, Zhu Hua pointed straight at senior brother's son Wu Gang. The eldest sister grimaced upon hearing this, affectionately scolding her, Zhu Hua, you mischievous little brat. Meanwhile, our main protagonist stood there dumbfounded, pointing at his own nose in bewilderment. Wait, what? Is it me again? Gong Shuwen, standing far away, pricked up his ears and caught the name of his next opponent, growing suspicious in his heart. Sun Wugang. The guy I assumed was the hidden final boss is coming out this early. What kind of scheme is the sect leader of the Yitian sect plotting? But on second thought, this turn of events makes it even more interesting. After all, the most annoying obstacle in my way is still Sun Wugang. If I crush him right now, I can sweep away the rest of the small fry with just a flick of my fingers. The solemn and calm voice of Liu Yun echoed slowly. The Wuji Heavenly Thunder sword art is a peak technique used to circulate the surging internal energy within the body, making the opponent falsely believe that one's true qi is limitless. Every strike displays the arrogant nature of the Nan Gong family, always wanting to pierce the high heavens, or to put it bluntly, their desire to trample over everyone else. Wu Gang frowned in confusion and asked back, limitless internal energy. If I encounter this kind of broken sword technique, what move should I use to counter it? The man shrugged in amusement and tossed back a blunt answer. You will have to rack your own brain to figure that out. You just got an eyeful of Ximen Kai's performance earlier, didn't you? Hearing this, the young man could only frown and sigh deeply in utter helplessness. Immediately after, he lowered his voice, asking provocatively, So, have you guys finished your little neighborhood meeting to finalize your dirty tricks? Wu Gang scratched his head in bewilderment. Plotting dirty tricks? What tricks? Gong Shuwen drew his sword with a calm expression and declared loudly, Sun Wu Gang, once I grab you by the collar and throw you onto the floor, this martial arts tournament will be officially over. I will make sure Bai Li Zhu doesn't even get the chance to step onto the arena. The young man, equally stubborn, grinned and drew his weapon. Well, I also have my own worth to prove. At this point, even if my own father told me to, I wouldn't back down a single step. Hearing this fierce boasting, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in slight surprise. Dao Lion and De Zhu sat glued to their VIP seats, intently watching every single detail of the confrontation. Yang Zai's deafening signal shrieked through the air, Start! As soon as the word left his mouth, the two clashed fiercely like hungry tigers. A series of ear-splitting, clashing sounds of swords echoed all around the arena. Both figures leaped backward in unison. Immediately, Wu Gang charged forward like a mad bull, shouting as he ran, Nan Gong Shuwen, no matter how vast your tank of internal energy is, you still need time to channel your true qi. Therefore, I swear on my life that I won't give you any room to breathe. Gong Shuwen smirked in disdain upon hearing this. Are you naive enough to believe that this young master only relies on this deep internal power? In the very next blink of an eye, he sneered sarcastically, What a blockhead, Sun Wu Gang. As soon as he finished speaking, his wind-wrapped kick left a boot print squarely on the poor boy's cheek. Wu Gang frantically plunged his sword into the ground to break his backward slide. Looking over, he saw a menacing aura of overwhelming pressure and murderous intent swirling around Gong Shuwen's body. As for the young man, he had to wobble and dodge like a roly-poly toy to evade the lethal blows from that madman. The wise voice of the elder echoed in his ears, You boy have completely lost your upper hand. At the same moment, Li Yun called out to Zhu Hua. With his arms crossed, a curious smile played on his lips as he asked, What trick should Sun Wu Gang use to turn the tables and win? Upon hearing the question, Zhu Hua looked up with round eyes to analyze the issue, based on the teachings the sect leader used to drum into us. The Wuji Heavenly Thunder sword relies on overwhelming pressure to suppress the opponent. However, this boastful sword technique exists solely to show off an infinite reserve of internal energy. In return, if the user keeps unleashing strikes recklessly, their accuracy will plummet, and their efforts will be utterly wasted. In this tight spot, he must rack his brain to come up with a trick to exploit the openings in that wild fighting style, or perhaps use an even greater force to completely crush the opponent. Hearing the girl's analysis, Li Yun nodded with satisfaction and prompted further, This theory sounds quite convincing. But if we temporarily set aside the overwhelming force scenario, how on earth can we find a massive opening amidst his barrage of moves? The playful girl winked and gave a completely flat reply. As for that tricky issue, even now I am still completely clueless and haven't figured it out. Boom, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire arena violently. Wu Gang was pressed so hard by his opponent's terrifying pressure that he could barely breathe, gritting his teeth and questioning himself. Damn it, closing this gap to regain the rhythm is indeed an incredibly tough task. Do I really have to play cat and mouse, desperately dodging and waiting until that madman runs out of moves? Suddenly, the invaluable advice that De Zhu had once taught him echoed in his mind. When facing a monster 10,000 times stronger than you, the moment they eagerly flex and show off their muscles is precisely the golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to launch a counterattack. You must learn to master the art of hiding within your opponent's flashy attacks. Does this old man really have to guide you by the hand for such basic principles? Remembering this part, Wu Gang couldn't help but smirk. Although he couldn't openly display the martial arts of the Blood Sword sect right now, he was determined to engrave his master's precious teachings into his heart. Gong Xuan squinted at the thick cloud of dust in front of him, muttering with some regret, "Did I overdo it? The dust is so thick." His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the hilt of his sword, bitterly admitting to himself that trying to force an incomplete ultimate technique had backfired. The acupoints in his body felt as if they were in total revolt. His condition was so pathetic that merely lifting his arm felt like carrying a mountain. Well, let's just temporarily use this dust as a screen to observe the situation. At that critical split second, Wu Gang suddenly lunged out of the gray haze, swinging his sword in a ruthless arc. Gong Xuan's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in utter shock. What on earth is this? When did he get here? Immediately after, he grit his teeth and delivered a sharp knee strike straight toward the young man's ribs. Unfortunately, just as Gong Xuan was about to raise his leg, it was instantly stopped by Wu Gang's vice-like grip. Seizing the opportunity, the boy used the man's knee as a springboard, launching himself into the air and performing an elegant spin. Witnessing this ridiculous yet extremely lethal display, he could not hide his surging panic. Following the rhythm, Wu Gang descended from above, plunging his sword deep into the floor right next to Gong Xuan. The young man glanced down at the chillingly sharp weapon, sweat pouring from his forehead as he cursed, "You absolute bastard!" In contrast to his fury, the boy calmly offered a cold piece of advice: surrender. Splashed with cold water, he shrieked, "What did you just say?" With a razor-sharp gaze, Wu Gang raised an eyebrow and warned clearly, "If you stubbornly keep fighting in this battered state, prepare to suffer permanent injuries for the rest of your life. With just one wrong move, your precious arm will be severed from your body." Though backed into a corner, Gong Xuan's stubbornness remained unchanged. "Do you think those childish threats are enough to force this young master to wave the white flag?" The young man paid no heed to his arrogant attitude and calmly continued to advise, "You still have a bright future ahead of you. You are the chosen successor of the Nan Gong family, the one who will eventually lead the entire martial arts world. There is no need for you to risk your life in this obscure corner. This tournament will be my final life-and-death battle." Hearing this, he was utterly bewildered, glaring and demanding, "Son Wu Gang, what on earth are you plotting in that head of yours?" Suddenly, Wu Gang lowered his voice and murmured, "Or, why don't you try putting your trust in Bai Li Zhu for once? The person you are currently so worried about that you are losing sleep over." He reached out and pulled Gong Xuan to his feet, declaring firmly in an extremely serious tone, "My greatest wish is to enjoy one final duel with her." Understanding his words, Gong Xuan smirked faintly. "Fair enough, I admit defeat. I will leave your fate entirely in the hands of Bai Li Zhu." The announcer and referee on stage loudly proclaimed the final result. "This victory goes to Sun Wu Gang." Upon hearing this shocking verdict, the entire crowd gasped in disbelief, and a wild clamor broke out everywhere. Nan Gong Xuan was defeated. How on earth could such an absurd thing happen? Then Wu Gang glanced behind him, challenging with an imposing air, "Show yourself, Bai Li Zhu. Step down to the arena and face me in a fair fight right now." Li Zhu only now leisurely opened her cold eyes, muttering in an annoyed, low voice, "What a noisy, deafening bunch." The sounding of the gong for the final match rang out urgently, and the life-and-death battle finally raised its curtain. Wu Gang stared at the proud figure before him and asked gently, "Rumors in the martial arts world say you have been starving yourself terribly these past few days. With such a battered body, can you even hold out?" Li Zhu, expressionless as ice, replied flatly, "Well, yes, that is indeed true." Hearing this, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and let out a soft sigh of relief, In that case, I can put my mind at ease. Hearing his nonchalant tone, Li Zhu frowned and snapped. What nonsense did you just say? The young man, still wearing an innocent expression, replied, Well, seeing that your complexion has recovered quite a bit, I can rest easy now. She roughly drew her sword from its scabbard, casting a contemptuous, mocking smile. Look at that self-satisfied look of yours. I bet you are thrilled, thinking you have this championship in the bag, aren't you? Hearing this, he was stunned, staring blankly. Huh. Suddenly, Li Zhu shrieked. You are just a weakling who has hit rock bottom, so how on earth do you have the leisure to worry about me? With that, Li Zhu did not even blink before instantly unleashing the opening move of the true Fire 100 Flowers art. A blazing dragon's head manifested majestically, shocking Wu Gang out of his wits as he scrambled backward. However, he was not one to turn tail and run so easily. He quickly responded with a fierce counterattack. Gale Sword Refining Form, 7th Stance. Wu Gang's thunderous slash easily split the fierce flaming dragon's head in two. The young girl's eyes turned crimson, casting a fiery glare that seemed to pierce right through her opponent. Wasting no time, Li Zhu followed up with another vicious strike, but her sneak attack was narrowly dodged by him as he bent his neck back in the nick of time. Looking like someone possessed by a demon, she roared at the top of her lungs. So you are starting to get addicted to this cat-and-mouse game, aren't you? You and that Bai Li Yun are cut from the exact same cloth. Watching his beloved's crazed state from the sidelines, Li Yun broke into a cold sweat and called out softly in anguish, Zhu. Wu Gang bit his lip in thought while struggling to parry with his sword. This girl is truly on a completely different level compared to Nan Gong Chuan. Trapped amidst these wildly burning flames, how can I possibly find an opening to strike? However, if this momentum isn't stopped, then. Standing on the sidelines watching, the young man confidently declared, The tide of this match will turn in the blink of an eye. Peeking from behind, Zhu Hua asked in confusion, Huh, but to the untrained eyes of the crowd, he is clearly being suffocated under her pressure, isn't he? Li Yun slowly explained to enlighten his sister, The moment the fire is about to turn to ash is also when it flares up most violently. The true Fire 100 Flowers art that Bai Li Zhu is forcing herself to use is ultimately a grave mistake, completely incompatible with her physical constitution. To squeeze out the full power of this technique, she is actually using her own acupoints as firewood to fuel the flames. Hearing this clearly, she jumped out of her seat. How could the people around her just stand by and do nothing to stop this? If this tragedy goes on any longer, both her martial arts future and her life might be entirely ruined. Although he was also anxious, the young man forced a gentle smile to soothe her. Nonsense, how could such a terrible thing be allowed to happen? Her master backing her is no small fry, but indeed the head of the Bai Li family. The firm figure of Bai Li Gang gradually emerged, followed by a stern voice of instruction. The fire will die out on its own when there is no fuel left to ignite. If you want to keep this body from being consumed by the flames and reduced to ashes, you must hold the reins tightly to control it. The old man turned his head back sharply, casting a piercing gaze as he questioned, Do you think you can handle this challenge? Shifting back to the arena, Li Zhu still held her weapon, growling bitterly, That sweet mouth of yours keeps pretending to care, yet at the crucial moment, you won't even throw me a shred of genuine concern. At the same time, the sweet words poured into her ears by Qing Liu echoed in Li Zhu's mind. There are two shortcuts for you to reap the sweet fruit of victory. The first option is to completely abandon that foolish Yang attribute martial art immediately, and turn to cultivating Yin attribute martial arts instead. Although your proficiency will decrease slightly, as long as you are willing to cast aside your stubbornness, your chances of turning the tide will be much brighter than your current miserable plight. Hearing the analysis, she showed clear unease and confusion. That, ignoring her, he calmly pressed on, What lacked the courage to do it? Then Qing Liu sneered and delivered an ultimatum. If you are that cowardly, then simply abandon your martial path to save yourself the trouble. Burn all those acupoints alive to scorch the enemy blocking your way. As Li Zhu vented her anger with a thunderous strike charging forward, she roared like a wild beast. What is that damn safety and stability worth anyway? I long to break all the limits of this very body. A ruthless, destructive technique was unleashed, true Fire 100 Flowers art, continuous fire wheels. Instantly, her thunderous strike crashed down, bringing a storm of blinding dust that covered the sky. Having exhausted all her strength to unleash the move, Li Zhu stood gasping for air, looking utterly drained. Wu Gang still stood there unshaken, whispering a warning, "Without me saying it, you must know that your battered body has already reached the absolute red limit of its endurance." Refusing to stay quiet, she pushed through her exhaustion to bite back. "So what if it has?" Seizing that very moment, Wu Gang cut her off. "Bai Li Zhu, quickly wave the white flag and surrender. I am only interested in competing when you are at your peak. If you keep dragging this out, I will step down and concede myself." Touched on a raw nerve, Li Zhu roared in a frenzy, "I have told you 10,000 times to never use that dog-shit superior tone to lecture me." In her fury, Li Zhu exploded with her ultimate move, True Fire 100 Flowers Art Secret Technique, 100 flowers in full bloom. In her heart, a melancholic monologue flashed. "Instructor Qing Liu, I must swallow my pride and yield to your wishes." Seeing her charging fiercely as if to tear him apart, the young man still tried his best to shout a warning. "Bai Li Zhu, if you blindly exhaust yourself any longer, you will." However, Li Zhu had long abandoned all reason, refusing to listen to a single word. She pointed her sharp sword and lunged straight toward his throat, scaring Wu Gang out of his wits. He scrambled backward to evade the lethal blow, muttering in utter shock, "What on earth is this emerging force? Are those damn flames completely extinguished? Wait, this spine-chilling sensation is actually a freezing chill that cuts straight to the bone." While she, with her eyes still tightly closed, bypassed all barriers to summon her remaining skill, the Blue Moon Heavenly Roar art. Li Yun stared blankly at the bizarre phenomenon before him, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. What kind of horrific scene is unfolding over there? By what magic can she harness both yin and yang techniques at the exact same time? That is not our family's martial arts, but rather a signature technique of Wudang. Jolted awake as if by an electric shock, he spun his head back, stammering in terror, "The yin-yang heart art. It is the work of Qing Liu. Could it be that he has?" Right at that moment, Qing Liu, wearing a look of absolute satisfaction, smiled sinisterly and muttered, "Finally, that brat managed to pull off this move. The filthy greed of the Bai Li family truly knows no bounds." Even with a cold blade pressed against him in threat, he shamelessly and confidently remarked, "I do not have the habit of fleeing, so stop playing these meaningless, petty tricks." Liang Jin knit his thick brows, questioning solemnly, "I am only curious about one thing, and I hope senior brother can answer it." Speaking decisively and cutting straight to the point, he asked, "Is it true that you secretly passed the yin-yang heart art to that girl? Tell me clearly. Depending on this disastrous turn of events, not only will you have to pay the price, but I fear that child's life will also." Qing Liu shrugged indifferently, as if it were no big deal. "I only threw out a tiny, vague clue. As for the rest, she dug it up and paved the way herself." Liang Jin's blood boiled, roaring in fury, "Damn it! If this hybrid martial art is not taught properly, her entire meridian system will surely revolt and collapse." Hearing this, the other man's lips curled into a sick crescent smile. "Exactly. That brat dreams of this being her final life-and-death battle, and is risking her own cheap life as fuel." Hearing such twisted logic, Liang Jin growled, "Senior brother Qing Liu." Highly amused, Qing Liu squinted and mocked, "Tell me, who was the one who once loudly claimed that a martial artist with no ambition in their heart is destined to regress into the grave? Isn't that right, Bai Li Yun?" At the same time, Gong Chuan, standing nearby, frantically jumped forward to stop Bai Li Zhu. "Stop right now, you must not." Li Zhu glanced at the surging internal energy radiating around her body, mentally assessing. The meridians that felt like they were burning up and about to explode have finally cooled down a bit. At this rate, I still have enough breath to keep fighting. Having finished, she chillingly declared, "With this toy, the championship is surely mine." Meanwhile, a dizzying train of thought swirled in his head. She is quite clever to use yin techniques to cool down her acupoints, but constantly switching back and forth in this cycle will one day tear her meridians completely apart. At this moment, Liu Yun frantically shouted, "Sun Wu Gang, use all your strength to put an end to this farce. Show me the true determination of a real man." Wu Gang shivered and stared in surprise upon hearing these violent, instigating words. At the critical moment, she decisively unleashed her ultimate skill, True Blood 100 Flowers Secret Method, opening form. With a burning fire in his chest, the young man grit his teeth, staring straight ahead. My only desire right now is to use 100% of my power to settle everything. Of course, Wu Gang was not foolish enough to stand still and take the hit. He immediately retaliated with his ultimate technique, blood sword, blood flowers blooming. Witnessing this earth-shattering sight, De Zhu's eyes widened, making no attempt to hide his utter astonishment. Beside him, Dao Lion stared silently in deep contemplation. The two figures of opposing attributes clashed head-on. That colossal wave of power seemed more than capable of shattering the entire arena to pieces. Wu Gang frowned, muttering to himself, "At this rate of bloody deathmatch, one of us might end up being sent to the underworld. No matter how conflicted I am, I cannot just stand by and watch Li Zhu die." Suddenly, his feet shifted rapidly, and Wu Gang's sturdy frame instantly slid backward. An earth-shattering attack was unleashed mercilessly, accompanied by a booming, powerful roar. "Settle this right here." Neither side had any intention of giving an inch. Two giant dragons of contrasting colors emerged, furiously tearing into each other, creating a sea of gray smoke and dust that swallowed the entire arena. A confused murmur rose in the thick air. Who on earth is going to take the cup? The moment he saw that the only one left standing on his feet was Wu Gang, Yang Zai immediately shouted, "It is Sun Wu Gang. What is this spectacular turn of events?" On the other side, Li Zhu slowly closed her eyes as her delicate body swayed and collapsed. The elder gasped and shouted, "Oh dear, both of them have passed out and fallen into a coma." Like a flash of lightning, Li Yun leaped forward to catch her slender body. At the same moment, Wu Ling and Yun Zhen rushed over to hoist the boy up by his arms, shouting in panic, "Open your eyes and wake up, you damn Sun Wu Gang." Nestled in her brother's arms, Li Zhu sobbed and pleaded desperately, "I beg of you, please do not leave me all alone, big brother." Witnessing this painful scene, he could only offer a gentle, comforting smile, "Silly girl, my Zhu." And right at this moment, the calm voice of De Zhu slowly analyzed. Trapped in that deadly clash earlier, a single slip could have easily cost one of them their life. Ironically, it was that brat's cowardly hesitation, worrying about killing his opponent, that ultimately saved his own cheap life. That weak nature of his is indeed deeply rooted, remaining completely unchanged. Standing nearby, Dao Lion asked in surprise, "De Zhu of the evil sword, why do you look so delighted today?" The screen showed Wu Gang frowning deeply, muttering a few incoherent groans in his sleep. Suddenly, he bolted upright like a spring, shouting aloud, "I know my mistake, master." Next, Wu Gang stammered, "Ximen Kai, you managed to drag your battered body all the way here too." Looking at the chaotic mess before him, he could not hide his utter confusion. "What kind of mess is going on here?" Standing solemnly in front of him, Ximen Kai demanded sternly, "Answer my question quickly, Sun Wu Gang." He turned his head back in anger, glaring and growling, "Can you dare to declare that you are not a lapdog spy for the Blood Sword sect? Speak up and defend yourself to clear your name." Hearing these accusations, he startled, his teeth grinding together. What on earth? Blocking Wu Gang's view was a chaotic battlefield, with dozens of malicious curses ringing loudly in his ears. "You damn, filthy maggots, get the hell out of here." At the same time, Ximen Kai aggressively grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up, roaring in rage, "Get on your feet, Xian Wu Gang. Reveal the whole truth to us and prove that you are not a cheap spy. Open your mouth." But Wu Gang did not utter a single word, only shifting his eyes shiftily to avoid the gaze. Catching this reaction, he barked in shock, "Xian Wu Gang." What caught his eye was the sight of Jiang Yi holding a gleaming sword, charging recklessly like a moth to a flame toward Li Yun. Then he glared threateningly, "Absolutely no interfering in this matter. Yitian sect leader, slaughter that spy for me right now." He forcefully flung Jiang Yi away and shouted angrily, "They are ultimately just wet behind the ears kids who have just been beaten black and blue in the Joint Alliance tournament, and their bones haven't even had a chance to rest and recover properly. How could you be so easily led by the nose like a cow by that evil sect leader? As a prominent elder in the martial arts world, how can you do such shameful things?" Li Yun pointed a finger at his own chest, raising his eyes as he proposed, "Those kids are completely innocent. Prioritize getting them treated first. If you still find me an eyesore and refuse to believe me, then come on and cuff me instead." He thought boasting like that would show off, but in a twist of bad luck, he was actually chained and thrown into prison. Gripping the iron bars tightly, he grit his teeth and muttered, "Those old geezers are truly beyond hope." While the kids were still fast asleep and unconscious, the Joint Alliance tournament quietly continued at the medical hall of the Wu Lin Alliance. 3 novices from the Wu Lion Pavilion and 4 disciples from the Wu Xing Pavilion had registered for a ticket into the survival deathmatch. Despite being bruised and battered, Wu Ling still managed to beat down 2 prominent rivals. Dan Li Lion on this side also secured a glorious victory, causing the tournament atmosphere to instantly become lively and bustling. Right up to the final moments, Yun Zhen also managed to seize the championship in the very last duel of the tournament. That shocking news instantly drew all attention from the spectator stands, making Dan Li Lion suddenly feel her own glory fade like a ghost. But the string of troubles also took root from here. Thanks to the clean sweep of overwhelming victories by the Wu Lion Pavilion faction, the Evil Sect Alliance leader finally won big on his bets, taking the opportunity to make a small demand. Dao Lion, wearing a look of joy as if he had hit the jackpot, haughtily made his demand. "I order you all to quickly return Xian Wu Gang to me. He was originally a promising young talent belonging to our evil sect." Sitting proudly right in the center of the arena, he smiled savagely. "Having been kind enough to let you watch such a satisfying performance for free, I expect to receive a reasonable answer from your side." Upon hearing Dao Lion's bombshell confession, the martial artists unitedly pointed their weapons directly at Wu Gang, the sole disciple who had just made a striking impression with his wild performance representing Wu Lion Guan Dao. Did that brat actually turn out to be a spy planted by the leader of the unorthodox path? Our side had to struggle immensely to suppress the furious crowd, who insisted on dragging him out for execution after tasting the bitter betrayal. Menkai's voice broke the silence. "Are you awake?" Dazed on the bed, he kept mumbling, "How could this happen? Why did the leader of the unorthodox path do this?" Hearing this, he quickly turned around and questioned, "So the rumors are true? Gang, are you really a spy planted by Zhu Jian men?" Cold sweat dripping, Wu Gang hurriedly looked up to defend himself. "I admit I came from Zhu Jian men, but I swear to heaven and earth, I am absolutely not a spy. Furthermore, I resolved to leave Zhu Jian men right after the joint sect tournament concluded. They only agreed to let me go if I proved my true capabilities at this tournament. My master has never once broken his word. He always keeps his promises." Menkai crossed his arms, standing tall as he questioned, "So this current situation is how he fulfills that promise?" Immediately after, Menkai added, "Dan Li Lion is currently running around gathering signatures to petition for a ban on your return." With eyes burning with determination, Dan Li Lion solemnly declared, "We must do everything in our power." He continued, "Fortunately, luck is on our side as both Captain Tian and the Yue Yang branch leader have agreed to back us." Hearing these secrets, Wu Gang could only hang his head, silently calling out everyone's names in his heart. Then Menkai let out a long sigh. "It seems even the sect leader knows your origins inside out now. How unfortunate, getting unmasked on your very first day of training." The young man suddenly snapped out of it and asked aloud, "But thinking about it, where is the sect leader now?" Menkai looked exasperated and stammered, "Even I am scratching my head, unable to fathom what on earth he is planning." The scene shifts to a cold prison cell where Li Yun was sitting, his brows furrowed, hands busy working on something suspicious. As he bustled around, he grumbled, "Rubbing like this won't even cure an itch." Suddenly, a sharp, sarcastic voice echoed from behind, "Serves you right, that should teach you to stop being so smug earlier." Hearing the familiar voice, Li Yun quickly turned around and asked warmly, "Is that you, Li Zhu? Has your health improved at all?" Li Zhu put on a haughty air, crossing her arms in annoyance. "Stop acting hypocritically. The debt of you deceiving and trapping me right during the joint sect tournament is still deeply engraved in my heart." Ignoring her sarcasm, he casually rested his hands on his hips and chuckled. "Then again, thanks to your blessing, those brats finally scrambled to train hard." Hearing this, her blood boiled as she yelled, "So from beginning to end, you just saw me as a pawn to use." Li Yun reached through the cold iron bars, gently stroking Li Zhu's hair. That was a brilliant plan that would have fallen apart without your help. I only turned away for a moment, and my sister has already transformed into such an outstanding martial artist. You must have endured a lot of hardships." Li Zhu, finding his words grating, grit her teeth and screamed, "In the end, you never change." His next words made her eyes turn red, welling with tears. "Thank heaven, I finally found a logical reason to take you with me. I have been longing for this moment since forever." Just as emotions were running high, Zhai Zhu walked over with a cheerful face. "Rumors in the martial arts world say you two are always at each other's throats. But looking at this, it seems those rumors are not very reliable, are they?" Catching sight of the approaching figure, Li Zhu swiftly drew her sword in defense, while Li Yun reacted in a flash, quickly pulling his hand back. Immediately, Li Zhu gasped in shock. "Are you the sect leader?" The old man replied in a calm, leisurely tone, "My scouts reported that you wished to see me." Breaking into a cold sweat, he glanced at her and quickly instructed, "Li Zhu, from this moment on, no matter if the sky falls or the earth cracks, just put your full trust in me and wait patiently at Yi Tianmen." She frowned suspiciously, questioning him, "What kind of trick are you plotting now anyway?" He only smirked with supreme confidence and spoke aloud. "Sect leader, I, Bai Li Yun, have an extremely important matter to ask you." Echoing from the dark dungeon was the familiar, deep voice of Zhai Zhu. "It has been a long time since we last met, and now we reunite in this ironic situation. Back when you were stationed in the Tian Squadron, you always did whatever you wanted, coming and going as you pleased." Li Yun sat straight opposite him, getting straight to the point. "I apologize for my past habits, but today I ask to lay all cards on the table." He smirked arrogantly and declared firmly, "I am determined to bring Xian Wu Gang back to Yi Tianmen, because that kid has officially taken me as his master." Hearing those words, the old man gently retorted, "Do you truly believe such an outrageous matter will go smoothly?" But Li Yun's final blow left Zhai Zhu completely stunned, and Yi Tianmen will officially secede from the Wu Lin alliance. The leader of the unorthodox path insisted on taking Xian Wu Gang as a betting prize, but I see this deal as highly problematic and hard to swallow. I wondered whether to yield to his demands, execute the boy as a dog of the unorthodox path, or ignore everything and follow my own path. Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes with deep meaning, his voice dropping. "Do you think you are strong enough to bear the disastrous consequences of turning your back on the Wu Lin alliance, and also making an enemy of the leader of the unorthodox path?" With an unchanged expression, he calmly replied, "In the long run, I see this as a win-win situation." Zhai Zhu immediately questioned further, "Could the reason be the exact same as when you single-handedly founded your sect?" Li Yun broke into a sweat, timidly nodding, "Yes, that is exactly correct." Right after, he did not hesitate to reveal his thoughts. "I have one small request to trouble you with. The disciples of Wo Lion Guan Dao are completely clueless about Xian Wu Gang's true identity. They only stepped up to protect their brother out of righteousness. Please be merciful, deal with them leniently, and do not make them suffer." Zhai Zhu slowly stood up and walked away, a faint appreciative smile gracing his lips. Those young talents have fully demonstrated both talent and loyalty, entirely worthy of being the rising stars of the Wu Lin alliance. Although their actions were somewhat disrespectful, I will overlook it this time. Receiving this grace, he immediately bowed deeply and respectfully thanked him. Suddenly, the old man turned around in confusion. "But wait, even if we agree to all your demands, how on earth do you plan to escape from the Wu Lin alliance?" Li Yun merely threw a palm strike that pulverized the stone wall, smiling brightly. "As long as you keep your word, I guarantee I will vanish peacefully without causing a scene." Witnessing this, Zhai Zhu suddenly realized, "So that's it. Did you purposely turn yourself in just to have an excuse to negotiate with me?" He didn't bother to argue further, escaping from the scene as fast as the wind. "I shall take my leave now, sect leader." Zhai Zhu watched Li Yun's energetic, jogging figure and couldn't help but chuckle. The little brat who once charged into the Wu Lin alliance with murderous eyes has grown up quite a bit. You do not need to be so hasty. Li Gang, who was hiding and eavesdropping outside the wall, could only bow his head in silence, not daring to utter a word. Outside the room where Men Kai and Wu Gang were staying, harsh curses continuously echoed inside. Why keep the worthless life of that spy under the leader of the unorthodox path? Execute him immediately. Throw him out of here. I must personally chop off his head and throw it back to that wretched leader of the unorthodox path. In the heat of the moment, a panic scream ripped through the air, "Please show some mercy." Right after, the wooden door suddenly shook violently like an earthquake. An unlucky guy took a devastating kick from Li Yun, slamming hard against the wall to the young boy's utter astonishment. Recognizing his savior, Wu Gang gasped, sect leader of Yitian Men, while he grinned broadly and cheerfully announced, "I came all this way to bring you home, Xian Wu Gang." Wu Gang huddled in the corner of the bed, his face filled with torment. "But my identity is—" Li Yun immediately reached out with a warm hand and firmly interrupted, "Who dares to stand in my way of bringing my own disciple home?" The young boy looked up in shock, while he playfully invited, "Pack your things and let's go back to Yitian Men." Just at that moment, Menkai standing nearby also gave a thumbs up in encouragement. Seeing that support, Wu Gang's eyes shone with determination as he firmly replied, "I will definitely follow you." He trotted after the figure ahead, constantly muttering with concern, "Is doing this really going to be all right?" Li Yun casually took long strides, urging, "Let's quickly slip away from this place of trouble." The scene outside was a suffocating mess of noise and chaos. The moment he met the trio standing there, he cheerfully waved, "Hello, sister and brothers." But before he could finish his words, a thunderous shout boomed from behind, "Freeze right there, sect leader of Yitian Men." Hearing the noise, Li Yun turned his head to look. Throwing the previous warning to the wind, he declared in a loud voice, "From this moment on, Xian Wu Gang is officially a member of Yitian Men. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on Xian Wu Gang, I will consider it an act of war against all of Yitian Men. Anyone who is unsatisfied can come knock on Yitian Men's door to find me at any time." Witnessing this cool yet slightly over-the-top performance, Wu Gang was completely speechless, standing still like a stone statue. The scene shifts to another direction, where Dao Lion's anxious voice rang out, "This move is indeed much more brilliant than I imagined. Do you agree, great evil sword? But is it really fine to just let your beloved disciple leave like that?" Dazhu only curled his lips into a faint smile upon hearing this. "As long as that kid is happy, anything goes." The old man standing nearby couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Wu Gang's smile, bright as the morning sun, lit up the frame at that exact moment. Zhaizu reached out his hand, his voice filled with rare excitement. Although they have completely severed ties with the Wu Lin alliance, thanks to Zhang Tianmen stepping forward to bear the burden, we managed to secure this truce treaty. Everyone must remember this immense favor deep in their hearts. As sect leader, I officially declare a pardon, clearing all charges against Zhang Tianmen and Xian Wu Gang. At this exact moment, the system sound chimed, confirming that the development path of the sect had been unlocked, opening the way for multi-generational inheritance. At the same time, in a terrifyingly dark corner, Jiang Yi screamed in mad resentment, "Alas, all of you, you fools have all been led by the nose. That guy is absolutely not. How on earth could that creature be human?" Li Yun enthusiastically contemplated the newly updated data from the sect development system panel, based on integrating 100 schools of martial arts. This would be the cradle for producing countless talents, a place where each individual could forge their own path of martial arts, absolutely unbound by cliché traditional rules. The system also thoughtfully unlocked a series of auxiliary talents, providing massive growth stats if disciples trained in the specific martial arts compatible with their innate constitution. In particular, through annual martial arts spars, a great source of motivation would be generated, driving breakthroughs to unprecedented higher realms of martial arts. Li Yun stroked his chin and nodded with satisfaction. "Perfect. This is precisely the savior that Yitian Men needs most at this moment." Began to piece everything together. My unique martial art relies on lightning energy as its core. This style is extremely picky. Only those who can balance dual cultivation of yin and yang stand a chance of grasping it. It's funny how just a moment ago, I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to guide these disciples, who possess both unique talents and conflicting development paths. Li Yun strolled leisurely while doing some mental math. Assuming those brats find their true martial passion to fully unleash their God-given talents, their potential limits will be squeezed to the absolute maximum. As his thoughts reached that point, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "This scenario sounds incredibly satisfying." Zhu Hua, following closely behind, asked curiously, "What are you so excited about?" Li Yun immediately brushed it off, "Just some nonsense. Well, we have arrived at our destination." Li Yun looked towards a shabby forge. "Just as agreed, today I will take you to forge high-quality bound weapons for each of you." The system chimed, indicating that it had scanned a potential partner, classified as a first-class target. Li Yun smiled as he introduced him. "Allow me to introduce, this is Elder Tian, the #1 blacksmith in the Shangshan area." Tian he shot a glaring look at the group, crushing their hopes with a blunt statement, "I am not free. Get the hell out of my sight." The disciples were completely stunned by the cold reception, and even Li Yun's face stiffened in embarrassment. "We are very sorry to have bothered you." Tian he angrily pointed his finger at them, roaring in rage, "You have quite some nerve to ask me to forge weapons for you. Brat, take these noisy kids back home, accumulate enough karma first, and only then show your face here to pay respects to me. Bringing such a pathetic level here, I will tell you straight that you won't even get a single chance of consideration." The system screen suddenly flashed. The questline named Retribution had been activated. The interface attached a brief note. "The law of cause and effect spares no one. The fate of every life is governed by the karma they carry." Throughout the quest, the divine weapons crafted by Elder Tian himself would be buffed with exclusive effects, their power depending entirely on the amount of accumulated negative karma. The completion time limit is 90 days. The minimum requirement is to reach the lower middle karma threshold. Note that karmic force is only calculated from the moment the quest officially begins. Li Yun grimaced as he processed the information. "To sum it up, the more karma I bear, the more overpowered the dropped gear will be. That is definitely how this game works." However, a mocking voice suddenly echoed, Well, where did that arrogant attitude from when you dared to declare war on the entire Wu Lin alliance go?" The crowd gasped in surprise. "Oh, Zhu has arrived." Li Zhu raised her chin haughtily, saying casually with pursed lips, "A promise is a promise, credibility is everything." Her face darkened as she unleashed a torrent of scolding that left Li Yun unable to defend himself. "Stop daydreaming. Don't think my presence here means I've forgiven all your sins. I will personally dig to the bottom of whatever shocking conspiracy that brain of yours is hiding. As for you daring to run away without leaving a single parting word, I will settle that blood debt with you later." But in contrast to her harshness, what answered her was a sudden, tight hug from Li Yun. He whispered into Li Zhu's ear, freezing her in embarrassment. "Having you appear here already brings immense relief to my heart. I swear from now on I will never play the vanishing game without a parting word again, so just stay by my side obediently, okay?" Fragments of memories from their childhood days suddenly flooded back. "Brother, carry me on your back for a bit." Li Yun grinned teasingly. Oh Zhu, with legs that long you should walk yourself." Li Zhu clung to his arm and whined, "No, brother, carry me." Li Yun gently stroked the young girl's hair. "You have really grown into a young lady, Zhu." In the blink of an eye, Li Zhu put her harsh, sharp mask back on and yelled, "By the way, even if the Wu Lin Alliance sect leader was merciful enough to spare your life, with your stinky reputation, your future is basically ruined. Have you figured out a backup plan to feed yourself yet?" She scanned the tools around her and asked, "What is this pile of scrap paper for? I've stared until my eyes are sore and it looks nothing like martial arts manuals, just some dry, dogmatic theories. Are you planning to brainwash these kids to take the scholar exams?" Li Yun only grinned playfully and replied, "We've only been apart for a short while, yet your mouth has become quite productive, hasn't it?" Li Zhu roared in anger. "What did you just dare to say?" Li Yun frowned slightly, plotting in his mind. Since defining the path of integrating 100 schools of martial arts, the core and most shortcut task now is to forge a basic foundation of martial arts, essentially to elevate all the individual strengths of the disciples to their peak. The system immediately ran the analysis of foundational martial arts. Li Yun began to carefully evaluate each prodigy. As for Zhu Hua, she carries a harmful pure yin constitution. My task is to craft a specialized blue path to stimulate and pump more surging yin energy into her meridians. Switching to Xian Wu Gang's case, establishing a red path would be optimal. as that brat already has years of smoothly circulating vital qi and blood in his internal organs. As for Wang Ba, his qi sensitivity is rather poor, forcing me to invent a tailor-made adverse internal cultivation manual to compensate for his weakness. Li Yun was filled with satisfaction with his strategy. I will roll out the red carpet for these brats to break through by sacrificing myself as fertilizer. Just as his thoughts were soaring, reality slapped him in the face. Damn it, the bad luck is that I spent the entire month's living expenses just to bring back this pile of books. Could there really be internal turmoil brewing within the family? Why is the burden of money suddenly crushing my spine like this? While Li Yun was lost in thought, the system thoughtfully activated the soundproofing mode around him. Beside him, Li Zhu continued to chirp endlessly like a sparrow. At this rate, I might have to drag myself to kowtow and apologize to that old Wu Lin Alliance sect leader immediately. At that exact moment, Li Yun suddenly turned around with a mischievous smile. Well, it's hopeless. At a dead end, I have no choice but to go extort Li Liang. Li Zhu stared blankly, asking back in disbelief, have you gone crazy? In a flash, the scene shifted to the Hai Yun Chamber of Commerce. Li Liang grimaced, awkwardly bringing up the topic. People are saying you were bold enough to declare war right in the main hall of the Wu Lin Alliance. Looking thoughtful, he probed, I heard you even took the young master of Zhu Jian Men as your direct disciple. Li Yun cut through the chatter and went straight to the point. So in short, did you come to find me to toss some lucrative business my way? Li Liang startled and stammered, my goodness, you just provoked the entire Wu Lin Alliance to treat you as an absolute enemy. Do you think this old man still dares to? With a blank face, Li Yun repeated his words clearly. I have made it clear I am craving a commission from Hao Jia. Hearing this, Li Liang's face darkened as he sank deep into a mess of thoughts. A power molded from the mud of the bottom of society, gathering all sorts of ruffians, beggars, and professional swindlers. Although not a single genuine master could be found in their ranks, these people controlled the entire underworld intelligence network, mastering the art of digging up and trading the darkest corners of the world. Li Liang suddenly shifted tone, his voice becoming sharp and solemn. What you just said sounds sweet, but is your back strong enough to bear the consequences behind it? He slowly warned, once you take my favor, the rule of the game is that you must give something back in return. Li Yun didn't hesitate for a second, replying curtly, the seat of the family head of Hao Jia. He questioned arrogantly, is that steep price enough to satisfy you? Isn't that the destination you desire and crave most? Li Liang, currently holding the position of Hao Jia vice leader, finally raised the white flag in surrender. Good heavens, I am truly speechless, completely defeated by your sheer stubbornness. Li Yun pressed his advantage, showing off his sharp insight. I saw through you long ago. When you suddenly threw a huge sum of money at me, even before our sex sign was hung up, you yourself admitted it was a gamble placed entirely on me, didn't you? Hao Jia has always been starved for top-tier underworld henchmen, so it is only natural that you targeted someone who likes to swim against the current like me. Hearing this, Li Liang slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. As expected of Bai Li Yun, it seems birds of a feather really flock together. I won't hide it from you, I have a few profitable jobs waiting for you. Li Yun put on a proud air again, mocking him, boasting about these petty things. Compared to Hao Jia's prestigious reputation, this is barely enough to fit in the gaps of my teeth. Li Liang snapped back in annoyance. Excuse me, thanks to the earth-shattering drama you just caused, the information that I am dealing with you behind the scenes has been completely exposed to the public. With that, he swiftly slid a commission contract across the table. It seems my scheming senior brother is finally making a move. With your abilities, you won't starve, so instead of plunging into high-risk, multi-billion tasks, it's best to settle on a safe and relaxing deal. Finding those words grating, Li Yun brushed them aside. Put that idea away. He screamed as if his tail had been stepped on, losing all composure. Choose the deal that drops the most silver for me right now. My disciples are eating us out of house and home. Li Liang hurriedly backed down to soothe him. Oh heavens, calm down, calm down. If you're passionate about getting rich quickly, I have a deal that was born just for you. Pushing the paper forward, he explained, this is an urgent order from Fei Long Men over in Anhua County. They are crying out for us to stop Zhu Yang Chun Zhuang. Li Yun frowned in doubt. Wait, if I remember correctly, aren't all of them just scum from the unorthodox path? Li Liang hurriedly educated him that Fei Long Men group walks on a tightrope, on the thin line between orthodox and unorthodox. They love acting like self-proclaimed heroes, doing vigilante justice outlaw style, but their reputation in the community isn't too bad. However, the Zhu Yang Chun Zhuang group is a genuine unorthodox nest, evil and wicked. The sins they committed are as numerous as autumn leaves, to the point that I thought the unorthodox alliance would eventually step forward to clean up this garbage, but who would have thought? Li Yun gradually guessed the plot after hearing this. In short, you want to use my hands to clean up that trash, hoping to save the gold mine of Fei Long Men before they are wiped out, right? Li Liang's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. Actually, I am aiming for a much bolder move. Why not absorb them as a sub-branch of your sect? This old fox had calculated carefully long ago. Considering the tragic current situation of Zhengtian men, money is trickling in slowly. If you swallow this deal, you will receive a steady protection commission. Keeping this up and adding more satellite branches, how could the Zhengtian men brand not rise like a kite in the wind? Li Yun frowned slightly and fell silent. Li Liang continued to coax him. Your Zhengtian men is currently isolated, facing obstacles in everything you do. You don't need to rush this deal, just take a trip down there, test their character, and then decide. Suddenly, a beeping sound from the system echoed in his brain, flashing a red signal indicating that this quest contained risks. The difficulty was assessed as moderate. Li Yun's eyes widened, muttering blankly, "This matter is a bit intense." Later, Li Yun put his hands behind his back, making a serious face as he announced to his disciples, "Our sect just received a commission specifically naming Zhengtian men. The objective is to provide security for a territory, but smelling it, this deal is quite problematic. That's why I hesitated whether to drag you deadweights along. After some consideration, I decided to turn this job into a survival test for each of you." Li Zhu puffed her cheeks in protest. "Hey, why does this lady have to be involved in this test?" Li Yun brushed aside all complaints and bluntly laid down the term, "I will give you exactly 1 week." Having said that, he took a step back, standing majestically on the hilt of his sword. "If the 4 of you know how to coordinate smoothly and just manage to touch the tip of this Tian Jian." Li Yun winked contemptuously. "I will make an exception and drag all of you along with me." Li Zhu pouted, smiling smugly. "Is that all? Too easy." The group behind gasped in panic, "Wait, sister." But she was already like an arrow shot from a bow, aggressively charging forward and launching a kick. Li Yun only needed to borrow the momentum to spin slightly, parrying that sharp attack with a flick of his hand, leaving all the disciples gaping in shock. What on earth? He did that with just a bare hand. Wu Gang's battle lust boiled as he rushed forward. "I won't let you steal the spotlight, sister." Zhu Hua frantically reached out her hand to stop him. "Stop! Dealing with a strong opponent, we must use our brains to plan a strategy." But before she could finish, Wang Ba had already drawn his sword and charged, "If you're brave enough, take me on." Zhu Hua gave up, completely speechless. Has even the kid Wang Ba lost his mind? She watched in distress as her brothers charged like moths to a flame, fighting chaotically. To put it bluntly. Having no other choice, Zhu Hua also had to close her eyes and join the fray. If I can find any opening created by my juniors and deliver a critical strike, maybe there's a chance. In the end, 4 days passed, and the entire squad lay defeated and scattered on the ground like stale fish. Meanwhile, Li Yun remained as bright as a flower, strolling casually around the defeated bodies. "These rookies, with this pathetic way of fighting, when will you manage to touch my sword within a week?" Zhu Hua lay exhausted, breathing weakly. This terrible strategy is completely ruined. Covering her face, she shed tears of regret. If only I were a bit stronger, if only I possessed abundant internal qi, enough to sacrifice myself to cover the opening for the whole team, I would be content. If that were possible, would this useless team stand a glimmer of hope for victory? Hearing those heartfelt words, Li Yun suddenly paused, standing still in thought. Li Zhu looked visibly annoyed, complaining, "Clearly the rule is just to touch the tip of the sword to win, so how on earth is it as far away as plucking stars from the sky?" Zhu Hua replied dejectedly, "Ultimately, it is because our strength is too poor." Li Zhu frowned, racking her brain, But I don't believe that old fox would go out of his way to set an impossible trap to trouble us. If this test hides a trump card, it must be you, Zhu Hua. Zhu Hua looked dumbfounded, pointing at her own nose. Me? Are you kidding? Li Zhu slapped her thigh and declared decisively, besides you, who else in this godforsaken place knows Bai Li Yun's current face better? Honestly, this is the first time I've reunited with that nemesis of mine after 15 long years. She eagerly continued to coax her. Try to search your memory. You've always been the first lifesaver he clings to whenever something happens, right? Looking at everyone, only you are capable of tuning in and seeing things on the same wavelength as him. Zhu Hua blinked, murmuring in a daze, on the same wavelength. Li Zhu frowned and glared at the surrounding battlefield, casually saying, "Are you guys planning to band together and tear this manor down to the ground?" Zhu Hua muttered to herself. The one who cleaned up this bloody battlefield was definitely him. She scratched her head and replied honestly, "I don't really remember what happened clearly either, but when I opened my eyes, everything had been cleaned spotlessly." Li Zhu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. "What on earth is that? Wait, don't tell me this manor is haunted by some bad luck." Zhu Hua calmly recounted the old legend. Rumors in the martial world say this area was originally haunted by a horde of wronged spirits. Right at that moment, Li Yun appeared slowly. He spoke in a stern voice, "Perk up your ears and listen carefully." He put on his gravest face to report the situation. There is a major turn of events today. The Yi Tian sect's treasured heavenly sword has been stolen by a band of bandits. Li Zhu lost her temper upon hearing this and snapped. In the end, who on earth orchestrated this cliché drama? Li Yun patiently explained further. Because of that, I have decided to upgrade this test. His tone and gaze suddenly became as cold as ice. The time limit is exactly 2 days. If after 2 long days you are still useless and cannot reclaim the heavenly sword, then the precious sect-protecting treasure of the Zhang Tian sect will vanish from this world forever. Li Zhu froze instantly, sinking into a pool of utter panic. The system chat box immediately popped up. The ultimate trial of fire exclusively for the disciples of the Yi Tian sect has officially begun. Objective: reclaim the sacred sect-protecting treasure. A clinking pouch of silver was tossed onto the ground with a final word. "Shoo, this pocket change can be considered full payment for that brilliant idea just now." At the same time, over in Anhua County in Hunan, Li Tian sat casually by the roadside and asked warmly, "Will you make it through this month, brother? Didn't you complain before that Zhu Yang Manor is pressing their quota and forcing you to cough up more protection money?" That person was the chief disciple of the Chuan Tian Long sect, Wei Yan. He showed extreme curiosity. "I obediently wrote the letter requesting aid to the Hao sect, just as you said. It's truly unbelievable how you read us like a book and predicted our predicament without missing a single beat. In the end, who on earth are you under that disguise?" Li Tian grinned wryly. "This humble one is merely a wandering blind fortune teller making a living." Having said that, he nodded in praise and offered a piece of advice. "But thinking about it, you acted very smartly, brother, saving a good chunk of silver compared to throwing money at those Zhu Yang Manor people. Besides, a storm is about to hit, so it's best to start preparing." Wei Yan looked up blankly at the clear sky. What storm in what godforsaken place? The other guy dropped a multi-level marketing-like maxim. "If I have to point it out, it's actually brewing from deep underground." His voice suddenly turned eerie. "Evil deeds shaped by mortal hands will surely be crushed by mortal hands, a massive, inescapable loop of karmic retribution." Li Tian accidentally caught sight of a suspicious dark shadow gliding past. Whoever is unfortunate enough to step onto this Anhua land will be backed into a corner to face a judgment. Will it be a hypocritical mask for the greater good, or a self-indulgent display of personal ego? He rubbed his hands in excitement. Let's just sit back and see which trump card the Hao sect sends down to quell the chaos. Let's see if that guy has enough power to clean up this whole mess. The scene shifted to a brand new territory, Hong Wang Camp, a bandit stronghold perched on the peak of Mount Mu, with a force of around 200 men. A grand fortress emitted a soaring dark miasma. Although its polished signboard sounded majestic and imposing, in reality, its scale was merely that of a street gang. Unfortunately, it was a link under the jurisdiction of the Lu Lin 72 camps. Li Zhu's explanatory voice kept pouring into their ears. That's the location where they must regularly pay their protection fees. The next shipment of blood tax is scheduled to depart within the next 2 days. Most likely, the Zhengyi sword is packaged somewhere inside that hot mess, isn't it? She weighed her options carefully. If we play our cards openly and charge straight in, we'll be walking into a trap. We might as well use dirty tricks to wear them down or slip away quickly from their encirclement. Zhu Hua immediately proposed a plan. Why don't we use guerrilla tactics, hit and run, even without face-to-face slaughter? As long as we keep our worthless lives and avoid getting captured, we win. Li Zhu immediately poured cold water on the idea to warn her. Those bandits are masters of fighting outnumbered. They are top-tier survival experts, knowing every single dirty trick in the martial world. So, with just a few scattered souls like us, we just end up as fish bait. Wu Gang scratched his head, cursing in frustration. Damn it, in this critical moment when we need all the manpower we can get, why did the sect leader ruthlessly leave that brat Wang Ba out of this deal? Li Zhu maintained her cold demeanor and judged. Maybe he estimated that his level is still too green, not old enough to handle this test. She conjured up another conspiracy theory, or perhaps that Brat was exempted from the exam in the first place. Rewinding to the past, Li Yun had boldly issued an imperial-like decree to Wang Ba. You are strictly forbidden from showing your face at Hong Wang camp. Stay obediently under cover at the manor for me. Having said that, he pointed his gaze toward the mountain of piled-up books. In return, I will hand you a specialized VIP mission. It will be the key to unlocking that messy reverse chi technique in your body. Wang Ba looked dumbfounded, staring at the library collection in confusion. What is this pile of scrap paper for, master? Li Yun smiled warmly, acting like a diligent teacher. Your current chi sensing sense is useless. You're not yet skilled enough to analyze chi attributes. But with the help of these treasures, it's a different story. The performance will be continuously buffed, activating a 10x grinding speed buff and a 9x spiritual chi gathering buff running in the background right here. Wang Ba clenched his fists, biting his lip and swearing to himself that he would grind day and night, shedding sweat and blood 100,000 times more than anyone else. Li Yun took this opportunity to outline the battle plan. The golden window for us to strike is when the sword is transported to the upper camp. The enemy is definitely scared too and won't want to make a big fuss, so they will likely only dare to send an elite squad of lackeys to make a stealthy run. Wu Gang nodded in agreement. I'm on the same page. What do the rest of you think? Seeing Zhu Hua as silent as a stone, Li Zhu nudged her gently. Zhu Hua, do you have any brilliant ideas? She startled and stammered, I'm fine. I also vote for that plan, 10 out of 10, no questions asked. Li Zhu lightly tapped her head, repeating the same old song. I've told you so many times already. He threw this task to you because he put his full trust in your head, silly Zhu Hua. Carrying the title of eldest senior sister on your shoulders, if you don't want to become a useless tail trailing behind him, then get off your butt and prove it with actions. Digesting those words of wisdom, Zhu Hua finally cast aside her self-doubt, her gaze turning sharp. Li Zhu smiled warmly in encouragement. Just relax and do your thing. We will always be your solid backup supporting your every decision. Only then did Zhu Hua clear her throat and speak slowly. In that case, I would like to venture a bad idea. Li Zhu clapped her hands enthusiastically. Approved. Lay it on us. Immediately, the girl smirked and said with excitement, let's go big and set fire to burn down this entire peak of Mount Mu. Wu Gang panicked upon hearing this and rushed in to shut her up. Using fire tactics sounds powerful, but where's the money to buy the kindling? Zhu Hua analyzed calmly. The weather has been extremely dry lately. Dry wood catches fire easily, just a single spark and it will blaze up instantly. Wu Gang scratched his head in worry. But what if innocent commoners get caught in the crossfire? Zhu Hua brushed off his concern. There's nothing to worry about. The bandits' nest is in the middle of nowhere. There's no way any ordinary citizens would show their faces there. She swiftly pointed her finger at a spot on the sandbox map. Moreover, right next to the stronghold is an underground spring running across, forming a water barrier that tightly encloses all 4 sides. Zhu Hua was extremely confident in her layout. By my calculations, we can clear the surrounding perimeter before lighting the fire. That way the flames will be contained and won't be able to spread anywhere else. While Wu Gang was still standing there dazed and confused, Li Zhu slammed the table hard. I completely agree. Wonderful, you finally know how to use your brain and map out a proper battle plan. While praising Zhu Hua, she hesitantly questioned further. Using fire as a smokescreen to retrieve the sword is indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, we are completely in the dark about which corner the Zhengyi sword is hidden in. Wouldn't it be safer to lie in wait and hijack the goods when they start moving to deliver the tribute? Zhu Hua turned to Li Zhu to prompt her carefully. Assuming they line up to pay the protection fee, does that mean the Lu Lin gang is the boss behind the scenes receiving bribes from Hong Wang camp? Li Zhu nodded instantly. Absolutely correct. Zhu Hua immediately put forward a hypothesis. But do you guys think those bandits have any concept of trust? From the perspective of the Lu Lin power, they must display their might to intimidate their subordinates by sending experts to inspect periodically, right? Li Zhu followed that line of thought to dissect it further, and that inspection timeframe unfortunately coincides perfectly with this collection round. Considering the worst-case scenario, what if a few formidable fighters from the Lu Lin faction drop in to block us? What do we do then? Zhu Hua delivered a knockout blow with a final question. With our worn-out bodies, does our side have enough power to fight them head-on and eat them alive? Wu Gang scratched his head, still unable to untie the knot. I can vaguely guess your point, sister, but the key is that we still have to hunt down which hole that Zhengyi's sword is hiding in. Zhu Hua smiled faintly and waved her hand, dismissing it. Why waste time with such a tedious task? She smirked, concluding with immense confidence. We just need to sit back, reap the benefits, and force them to deliver the treasure to our hands, then it's game over. Li Liang was now accompanying Li Yun to observe the situation. Just like the script you laid out, that bunch of disciples from the Zhengyi Tian sect automatically found their way over, and this old man only leaked a few scraps of intel about the Hong Wang camp. What other shocking conspiracy are you brewing? Don't tell me you personally handed the Zhengyi heavenly sword to the Hong Wang camp. Li Yun remained completely unfazed, leisurely answering the question. Just before finalizing the commission, I designed a small test for the disciples. Those amateurs can't even draw up a simple strategy. They just push responsibilities onto each other at every turn, and their teamwork is utterly garbage. Therefore, I had to throw them into the middle of a fierce battlefield to force their survival instincts to awaken. Li Liang frowned upon hearing this, unable to digest it. But there's no shortage of training grounds. Why anchor them at Hong Wang camp of all places? That lid is too big for the Zhengyi Tian sect's pot without your backing. They might have slightly superior martial arts, but in this kind of fight, they will fail 9 times out of 10. Li Zhu's trio had already launched their operation. Li Yun narrowed his eyes with determination, concluding, what they desire most in this life-or-death moment is the ability to steer their own course and create a miraculous victory in their own name. His gaze was extremely firm, even if the chance of failure is as high as 99%. This isn't mere luck, but the capability to carve out a path of survival amidst countless adversities. Having said that, he gently added, since this is the trial that decides the future of the Zhengyi Tian sect and the Hao sect, please watch them closely. However, Li Liang, being sharp, immediately exposed the truth. You say that, but you've certainly calculated a safety margin to clean up the mess yourself if anything goes wrong. Just admit you're worried sick already. The two of them quietly hid in the distance like that to monitor the situation. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Hong Wang camp, the bandits were chatting animatedly. Boss, there's news that the Lu Lin people will arrive today or tomorrow. He replied, good, tell them to come straight in. The deputy chief Zhao Yi suddenly grew suspicious and asked, but boss, didn't you find this morning's matter fishy? The chief Qin Mo replied casually, fishy? Where? It was as easy as taking candy from a baby. He racked his brain, recalling the moment Zhu Yu offered the sword at dawn. That weapon, how could a wet-behind-the-ears brat get his hands on such an exotic item? Besides, he offered it as submissively as a puppy, so he probably just stole it from some corner. Thinking of this, Qin Mo triumphantly pointed to his own chest. All in all, it's because the majestic awe of us Hong Wang camp heroes scared him out of his wits. Zhao Yi was still worried. That item is engraved with the words, Zhengyi Tian, I'm afraid it's a treasure of an orthodox sect. What if they come to settle the score? Qin Mo replied arrogantly, once we offer it to Lu Lin, even with 10 times the courage, no sect would dare touch us. Do you think we pay grease money to the Lu Lin 72 camps just for show? Having finished his sentence, he suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, so go and clean up to welcome the Lu Lin people properly, you forgetful idiot. Xiao Yi scrambled away in a hurry. Yes, boss. Despite his bold words, deep down Qin Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He snapped irritably, damn it, you kept cursing with bad luck, making bad vibes fly everywhere. Go to the camp gate right now and scatter salt to ward off evil, hurry up. Xiao Yi scratched his head in confusion. We're still worrying about our daily meals. Isn't it wasteful for you to scatter precious salt, boss? Qin Mo, from behind, kicked up a fuss. Just do what I told you to do, cut the chatter. At that exact moment, Xiao Yi suddenly stared at the spreading red flames. Where is this thick, burning smoke coming from? Is someone roasting sweet potatoes in the camp? Qin Mo panicked and yelled, roast your head. It's a fire. Go put it out, hurry up. If the forest burns down, what travelers would dare use this path? He kept cursing, bring water here quickly if you don't want us all to starve. The band of bandits immediately scrambled, grabbing buckets and pots, and rushed to extinguish the fire. Qin Mo, his face pale as a ghost, prepared to throw water on the fire. Don't dawdle, hurry up. In an instant, the bucket in his hand suddenly exploded into pieces. What on earth is this? He still shouted to urge them. Put out the fire quickly, you useless bunch. Yet, one wooden water barrel after another kept shattering. Qin Mo flew into a rage and screamed, who is hiding in the bushes? What do you guys want by playing this game? Li Zhu's trio had been in ambush for a long time. Zhu Hua spoke, cutting straight to the point. Do you want to extinguish this fire? If so, hand over our sect leader's sword immediately. Qin Mo stammered in a panic. The sword, that sword, yes, that sword. All right, please help us put out the fire first, and then we can sort things out. However, all he received in response was a powerful blast of inner energy slamming straight into the ground. Qin Mo shrieked in fury, trying to make a deal. You little brats, if you're so tough, come down here and face me. If you win, I'll return your item. He continued to provoke them. As martial artists, you surely won't refuse a challenge unless you are cowards. In reality, he was hatching a dirty scheme in his mind, wanting to lure just one of them down and capture them as a hostage. Zhu Hua maintained her sharp, cold attitude. What nonsense are you babbling? You are just a petty mountain bandit. Why should we lower ourselves to go down there? If you don't want this nest to turn to ash, bring that item up here immediately. Qin Mo's heart burned with anxiety. He had already boasted to his superiors about having a premium item for tribute. He begged tearfully, we are also in a tight spot. If we lose that sword, our lives will be forfeit too. Oh right, Silver, I'll compensate you with silver, how about that? Li Zhu coldly threw down another warning blow. What are you rambling about? What does your life or death have to do with us? Xiao Yi's legs turned to jelly from fear. Boss. Only then did Qin Mo grit his teeth and order, bring that sword out here quickly. His voice trembled with terror. Bring it quickly, before this entire mountain turns into a roasted pig. Xiao Yi hurriedly clutched the treasured sword and ran over as fast as his legs could carry him. At that exact moment, an invisible fist suddenly struck him straight in the face. Accompanied by a cunning voice ringing out, laughable young heroes, how could I just stand by and watch that happen? Ma Yan leisurely snatched the treasured sword. He arrogantly sneered, I believe this is the tribute that I was meant to receive. Zhu Hua immediately narrowed her eyes, raising her guard. Despite the Lu Lin bandits crying out in agony amidst the blazing sea of fire. The fire raged, but from Li Yun's perspective, this was a masterpiece of art. Zhu Hua is as brilliant as ever, isn't she? The way she handled the situation is truly sharp. Li Liang was speechless upon hearing this and questioned, are you kidding me? Setting fire to their house, extorting the bandits, and even stopping them from putting out the fire. He flashed a bright smile and smugly explained, this place is a bandit stronghold. There are no commoners around. The bandits will just have to bear all the losses from this fire themselves. Even though it went slightly off my script, it is indeed a lethal move. The old man asked curiously, then if it were you, how would you have handled it? Li Yun's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, If it were me, I would puff out my chest and walk straight through the front gate, declaring myself a member of the Zhengyi Heavenly Sword. Because the Wulin Alliance's subjugation squad is the biggest nemesis of mountain bandits. We just need to casually mention that our sect leader once served as the captain of the subjugation squad, and even if they grew wings, they would automatically hand back the treasure to avoid bringing disaster upon themselves. Li Liang sighed in admiration. Anyone who has traveled the martial world for even a few days would surely think of this trick. Honestly, I find that cleverness quite attractive. Li Yun kept his eyes on the scene below while analyzing clearly. To me, the core qualities of a chief disciple are not simply encapsulated in possessing peerless martial arts or a superhuman intellect. That person must have the courage to pioneer paths where no one has stepped before, dare to voice arguments that others shrink from, and constantly engage in self-awakening. Taking all these factors together, Zhu Hua fully fits the position of chief disciple. While he was still immersed in pride, the old man beside him suddenly poured cold water on his thoughts. Is that so? But how did you calculate this? Aren't the three characters, Zheng Yitian, clearly engraved on the sword blade? Normally, the bandits should have known full well that this item belongs to the Zheng Yitian sect. Li Liang chuckled mockingly. It seems our sect's reputation is still not enough to reach the ears of these local bandits. He suddenly realized the old man was absolutely right, so he flew into a rage and shouted, "These uneducated mountain bandits! This seat must personally go down and teach them a lesson." This made the old man break out in a cold sweat, holding him tightly to stop him. Calm down, master." Suddenly both of them froze. Li Liang's face changed as he sensed an anomaly. Li Yun, it seems someone has just appeared. Ma Yan spun the treasured sword in his hand, a half-smile of appreciation appearing on his face. "Quality goods, I like it. Zheng Yitian, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before." He turned his head toward the youths and raised his voice in challenge. "Why don't you little martial world brats up there obediently come down here? Or would you prefer this master to personally climb up and fetch you?" Zhu Hua evaluated the situation with a grave expression, secretly blaming herself. "I was too conceited to assume everything was still within my grasp. This guy arrived much earlier than the move I planned." Qin Mo frowned in resentment upon seeing the group. "What on earth is this? Are they really just wet behind the ears brats?" Ma Yan smirked, a cruel idea flashing in his mind. "Before forcing a confession, should I send one of them to meet the King of Hell to show some authority?" The camp chief shuddered slightly at that cold-blooded idea, quickly offering gentle advice. "They are still just kids. If we accidentally kill them and their sect leader comes to seek revenge, won't that backfire on us? Why don't we just break their arms and legs to scare them instead?" Suddenly, the opponent simply swung a ruthless kick, stomping Qin Mo flat under the sole of his shoe. Ma Yan ground his heel down hard, growling, "Don't you see the core problem? Even a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears brats dare to pluck the whiskers of the Lulin tiger. We must strike terror into the world." He grew more and more irritable, glaring backward and shouting, "Put out the fire quickly, you useless bunch. Are you trying to roast this entire mountain to a crisp?" His subordinates cowered and immediately obeyed. "Understood, boss." Ma Yan scratched his head, speaking heartlessly. "I couldn't care less about this tiny camp, but if the tribute silver is short by even a single coin, my life will be on the line too." His voice rose, heavy with killing intent. "All right, now you little brats, start talking to persuade me. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't wring your necks." Seeing Li Zhu suddenly charge into the danger zone, Zhu Hua shrieked in panic. "Li Zhu." She frowned and gritted her teeth. "Either way, we already anticipated this disastrous scenario. He is the only powerful boss here." Li Zhu unleashed a sword strike that tore the ground, sending up a dense cloud of dust. But just as she was about to praise his swift agility, a cold aura of killing intent from a blade pressed tight against her skin. Seeing this, Wu Gang charged forward in a rage and screamed, "You dirty dog, you scoundrel!" Ma Yan not only did not loosen his grip, but also almost ended her life right then and there. He had no choice but to swallow his resentment and slip to another corner to dodge the lethal blow. Wu Gang's blood boiled even hotter as he cursed, "Despicable coward, you dare use a woman as a shield." In the blink of an eye, he appeared out of nowhere and squeezed his face tightly. "Despicable, you say?" A terrifying inner force instantly crushed Wu Gang's entire body, forcing him down onto the ground. Ma Yan curled his lips in delight, mocking him. "Are you deluding yourself about your strength, kid? This is no stage for gentlemen to fight one-on-one. The one stepping on your face is a genuine bandit, young master." He suddenly swung his vicious blade toward Zhu Hua and laughed teasingly. "Little beauty, do you agree with me too?" She had extremely quickly grabbed her opponent's wrist, instantly releasing a freezing magic that spread across Ma Yan's skin. He glanced down and broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of heretical sorcery is this? The two of them immediately retreated to maintain their distance. Ma Yan ran his tongue along the cold frost, his wicked smile deepening with satisfaction. "You've got some skills, kid, ruthlessly using even your friends as bait. I bet this house-burning, smoke-choking stunt was orchestrated by you as well, wasn't it?" She retreated into a defensive stance, her hands clutching the treasured sword tightly. He stood proudly before the group, murmuring in admiration. "Each of you uses a unique style of martial arts, pretty interesting, especially combined with this scheme. Do you guys really wear the robes of the orthodox sects?" Ma Yan's pupils flashed with a deadly blood-red light, his lethal blade unsheathed. "If I let you return like this, my life will be tedious in the future. Seeing how your sect only sent a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears brats for this mission, that sect leader of yours is probably just a useless parasite too." He brandished his blade, slicing through the air to show off, then shouted loudly, "Then this master will send you off first, and then personally carry my blade to visit that sect leader." Zhu Hua broke out in a cold sweat, gritting her teeth as she pondered. "His strength is far beyond my control. If caught in this situation, how would master turn the tables?" She unconsciously dazed and repeated, "What would the sect leader do?" From the depths of her mind, a truth suddenly shone brightly. "That's right, this is only a trial," which means at this life-and-death moment from some hidden corner. Before her, Ma Yan had gathered his maximum inner energy, preparing to unleash his finishing technique. "Taste this strike. If you're still breathing afterward, I'll consider sparing your lives." Wu Gang gritted his teeth at the dire situation. "He's charging." Suddenly, Zhu Hua's voice rang out, eerily calm. "There is no need to go to such lengths." She raised the treasured sword with both hands above her head and said clearly, "I surrender." A bright smile appeared on her lips, as if she had just performed a miracle to save all living beings. He sensed danger nearby. "What kind of dirty scheme are you trying to pull now?" Chinmo crawled over, laughing mockingly. "Do you delude yourself into thinking that if you obediently fold your hands and surrender, we will generously let you go? You think far too highly of the morals of us bandits." But as his laughter died down, Li Yun descended like an angry god, stomping his body flat against the ground. He glanced sideways and asked knowingly, "Should I assume that you have raised the white flag in this trial?" Zhu Hua obediently explained, "I did reclaim the Zhengye heavenly sword, but I was indeed helpless against the strength of that evil bandit." She bared her heart. "I couldn't push my companions to a useless death just because of my stubborn ego." Li Yun fell silent for a moment before starting to question, "Then why were you so confident that I was hiding nearby?" Zhu Hua stammered slightly, "Well, it's because." Then she confidently stated her reasoning. "You said beforehand that this is a trial, so I was sure that if it were master, you would absolutely not have the heart to watch us get torn to pieces." He slightly curled his lips in great satisfaction. "You have passed." Zhu Hua looked completely blank. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Li Yun maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "Wait until this master cleans up this battlefield, then we shall chat further." Chin Mo, whose guts were being stepped on, still tried to shout with all his might, "Boss, finish them off quickly, huh?" But Ma Yan's figure had already vanished ages ago. He circulated his inner energy to perform the Feng Lin steps to flee, cursing in his mind. What kind of damn treasure did those brainless fools steal in the end? At all costs, I must escape from the sight of that monster as quickly as possible. The corner of Ma Yan's mouth curled up with extreme arrogance. When it comes to light body techniques, nobody in this world can catch up with this master. Suddenly, a haunting voice echoed directly in his ears. "Is that so?" Li Yun, like a god of thunder tearing through space, suddenly pressed heavily onto the enemy's body. He bent down, wearing a sunny smile, and spoke, Let this seat ask you a quick question." Yet the brighter his smile, the more it radiated a soaring aura of killing intent. "Just now, whose neck did you say you were going to wring?" The scene shifted to a dense, dark forest. Chu Xing, standing hidden behind, called out, "Hey, Luo Sha." He only slightly turned his head and asked indifferently, "What is it?" The other calmly reported, "Lately, the neighboring territories are showing signs of instability. I am wondering if you intend to accelerate the process for our grand plan." Suddenly, Chu Xing's arm was cleanly severed by a sharp streak of dark sorcery. Luo Sha leisurely stood up and spoke, "Instability? Are you referring to that fuss over at Zhu Ying Manor? Even if the unorthodox alliance is eyeing it, they are merely ants. 5 long years have flown by since the day I buried those seeds in the ground. We must wait for the soaring resentment to fully gather before we can hope to reap the sweet fruit." He pulled off his hood, smirking triumphantly as he boldly promised, "The moment our grand enterprise begins will not waver by even a single day. Wait obediently, bloodthirsty hungry ghosts. I will use the most primal fear to shred this defiled body and purify everything. With a soul as rotten and ruthless as Hai Yi, using fresh blood to cleanse, this mortal realm is as easy as turning over a hand." His dignity trampled, Ma Yan roared furiously to show off, "Do you think you can live in peace after touching me? I am the captain of the Feng Lin Patrol, an elite corps member of the Lu Lin's 72 camps, the great master Ma Yan." But Li Yun couldn't care less, still sitting comfortably on the defeated foe's back, swinging his hand to deal him a resounding blow. "This is for speaking insolently to your elders, you Lu Lin pest." Zhu Hua broke into a cold sweat, wondering if it was really all right for her master to behave this way. He casually replied, "My martial arts are peerless, so I am completely unharmed. If anyone is still dissatisfied, step up and try another round with me." Hearing this, the bandits, who were sweating profusely while doing push-ups, turned pale and replied in unison, "Yes, we have learned our lesson." She hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit dejected. "In the end, we still have to rely on master." Hearing this, Li Yun gently comforted her, "Nevertheless, you all have far exceeded my expectations." Lowering his warm voice, he explained in detail, "The core of this test is to measure your ability to defend yourselves on the line between life and death. To put it bluntly, I wanted to see if you have enough resilience and desire to survive when falling into danger without your master to back you up." Li Yun smiled warmly, showing his complete satisfaction. "And from what I have witnessed, your potential has been fully unleashed. Only when you thoroughly understand the principle of knowing yourself and others will you be clear-headed enough to choose between fighting to the death or retreating to preserve your life." He clearly concluded with a statement that made everyone beam with joy. "Therefore, congratulations on officially passing this exam. Pack your bags and let us head straight to Anhua County." At the same time, the system displayed a notification that the sacred artifact of the righteous heavenly sword had been successfully reclaimed. Li Yun turned to look at the mountain bandits with a smile so friendly that it gave them goosebumps. "Now, how should I deal with this trash?" Ma Yan, sweating profusely, cried and pleaded, "Great hero, please show mercy and spare our lives." He pondered for a moment and leisurely replied, "I have heard. Rumors say that despite being bandits, you have never taken a life." Hearing this, the bandits felt as if they had grasped a lifeline and cried out in unison, "Yes, yes, absolutely not. Even with 10 times the courage, we would never dare to kill." Seeing this, Li Yun did not bother to drive them to their deaths. "Fine, I will shatter your dantians and distribute your weapons to the common people. After all, your martial arts are insignificant anyway. From now on, you are forbidden from flexing your power." The bandits immediately bowed low to express their gratitude. Li Yun laughed and added a condition, "However, the boss and the second-in-command must carry our luggage and serve me." Qin Mo widened his eyes in shock. "What did you say?" He calmly clarified his intention, "I plan to recruit them as servants to clean for the righteous heavenly sword." Ma Yan squeezed out a bitter smile, his voice trembling with fear. "What about me? Can I also be a servant?" Li Yun flatly rejected him, deeming it impossible. "Your hands have already been stained with blood, haven't they? It would be difficult for my disciples to control someone like you." His face darkened, and he used that to ask a sharp question. "I heard rumors in the martial world that the Green Forest branch in Anhua County was recently wiped out. Was that also your masterpiece?" He looked down and calmly remarked, That is quite an interesting question. Ma Yan completely gave up, only begging for one last favor. Now that it has come to this, I hope you will end my life with a fair blow to preserve my dignity as a martial artist. Hearing this, Li Yun sneered as if listening to a joke. Your dignity as a martial artist? Why on earth should I oblige you? A sly grin appeared on his lips as he summoned surging magic around him, threatening, It seems you have quite a bit of interesting information inside you. I will force you to spit it all out. Try to endure the pain. If you are lucky, your life might still be spared. Immediately, a devastating lightning strike crashed down, accompanied by Ma Yan's piercing scream. Wait, wait. Whatever you want to interrogate me about, I will confess everything. Returning to the righteous Heavenly Sword residence, Wang Ba saw the triumphant group and hurriedly ran out to welcome them. Master is back. Did they all pass the test safely? Li Yun let out a sigh and nodded. Yes, the kids all passed smoothly. Looking at the brand new faces, he asked curiously, So who are these people? Stretching wearily, he replied, They are newly recruited laborers. From now on, you can leave all the cleaning and water carrying to them. This left Wang Ba dumbfounded. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Li Yun made a request. All right, now Wang Ba, show me the results of your cultivation. This startled him, causing him to cry out, so suddenly. Wang Ba waved his hands in a fluster, explaining, Wait a moment, master, it has only been 2.5 days. Hearing this, he smiled to reassure him, I know how resilient you are. Come on, 2 days of your hard work could easily crush a week of effort from anyone else. Li Yun seized the opportunity to organize a martial arts spar immediately. Wu Gang, step forward and spar with Wang Ba. The young boy, on the contrary, was extremely eager. Clasping his hands respectfully, he said, As you command, please show some mercy, brother. Wang Ba tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice slightly hesitant. I also hope for your guidance, brother. Wu Gang rushed forward like an arrow piercing the wind, his eyes shining with high determination. He swung his arm down, delivering a heavy strike, but Wang Ba defended like Mount Tai, easily neutralizing the attack. Pressing his advantage, he decisively swung his sword in response to maintain the upper hand, knocking Wu Gang back in sheer astonishment. But that very gap only fueled his excitement. Wang Ba really has dominant inner energy. Wu Gang's fighting spirit burned even brighter, and he immediately channeled his inner power to execute the third move of the Kai Yan technique, Origin Fire. On the other side, he silently maintained his stance, exploding with true Qi to execute the first move of the reverse Qi technique, Burst. Wang Ba was also caught up in the intensity of the moment and clearly felt the pressure of the battle. Your inner power is deep beyond imagination. Both rushed at each other aggressively, trading blows with their best techniques. Suddenly, Li Yun's voice echoed in their ears, forcing the fight to stop. That is enough. Without anyone noticing, he stood firmly in the middle, executing the flawless reflection to effortlessly block the deadly moves of both boys as light as a feather. Li Yun glanced sideways and said with a gentle smile, It seems you have not truly mastered this power yet. Wang Ba widened his eyes in surprise and cried, Master. He gently reminded him, Although I am extremely proud of your rapid progress over the past few days, you are absolutely forbidden from using unmastered techniques during a friendly spar. If you slip up, the consequences could be unpredictable. Knowing he was in the wrong, the young boy hung his head. I know my mistake. Li Yun laughed it off and comforted him. It is all right. As a master, my greatest happiness is to see you grow stronger day by day, Wang Ba. Unable to hide his satisfaction, he praised, You must have put in a lot of sweat and tears. Scratching his head, he grinned widely at the praise. Thank you, master. The system screen flashed again, reporting that the martial arts exchange process had concluded. Li Yun turned to instruct his direct disciples. It looks like you are all fully prepared. Then let us set off for Anhua County, where a commission is calling for us. Switching to the Chuan Tian Dragon Sect, a frantic cry echoed, First senior brother. The brothers patrolling our territory have vanished again. Duan Lang massaged his temples, clearly showing extreme exhaustion. What? Another person? This is already the 4th victim. Did you find any clues? None at all, sir. They have completely vanished. Suddenly Su Yu walked in, mocking in a harsh tone. I don't understand why this place always stinks every time I step in. Where is this smell of fear coming from? Causing the junior disciples to cry out in shock. First, senior brother, an outsider has broken in. The old man slowly stroked his white beard, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant. That is why I advise you brats to quickly submit to the Blood Eagle Manor. At least you will live in peace and avoid all this bad luck. Duan Lang immediately flared up and roared, "You dare open your mouth to persuade a sect leader to be a beast of burden for someone else? Do you have no manners?" But Su Yu, sensing his killing intent, quickly lowered his voice to play the good guy. "I admit your strength crushes mine, but no matter how dominant you are individually, if the disciples behind you are just useless trash, this sect will wither away sooner or later anyway, am I wrong? I am only saying these heartfelt words because I feel pity for your disciples who keep disappearing. You don't need to get so defensive." Duan Lang frowned and snapped, "Put away that hypocrisy. You only showed your face here to squeeze more protection fees from us. You are up to no good." The old man slowly turned around, a triumphant smirk appearing on his face. "In short, whether you grit your teeth to pay more taxes or ruthlessly abandon them to seek shelter with the Blood Eagle Manor is up to you. Think carefully about our manor's goodwill and let me know later." After delivering his lengthy speech, Su Yu threw his head back and laughed offensively, but before he could finish, a devastating punch landed squarely on his mouth. It turned out Li Yun had just arrived. Annoyed by the arrogant attitude, he decided to teach this annoying old man a lesson. "Why are you suddenly acting crazy? That laugh looks hideous." Witnessing her master assaulting someone again, Zhu Hua stammered in panic, "Master." Ignoring the beaten man, he went straight to the main point. "Are you the leader of the Chuan Tian Dragon Sect?" Witnessing the brutal attack just now, Duan Lang was slightly intimidated. "Yes, I am. But where did you all come from?" Li Yun greeted him with a polite smile. "We have come here upon a commission from Hao Men. I am Li Yun, the master of the righteous heavenly sword." An hour later, after hearing the whole story, he could not hide his astonishment. Someone vanished. Duan Lang began to connect the events clearly. It all started 6 months ago when a direct disciple of the Dragon Sect suddenly disappeared without a trace. Up until now, 4 lives have gone missing without a single clue. But if we count the villagers, we fear the number of victims has already reached 12. Li Yun stroked his chin, thoughtfully deducing, "If the culprit cleaned up the scene so thoroughly, I doubt it was the work of rogue evil cultists. I lean towards the hypothesis that a powerful figure in the martial world is pulling the strings." That judgment made Duan Lang feel like he was sitting on needles, worrying day and night for the survival of the sect. What if it is someone from the demonic cult? He immediately dismissed it. The probability is 0. Their code of conduct does not allow them to engage in such petty tricks. Li Yun composed his expression and focused on the core of the commission. "Wait, let us clarify the request in this document. Do you want me to stop the harassment from the Blood Eagle Manor, or do you want to find the truth behind the kidnappings?" Embarrassed, he scratched his cheek and asked in a low voice, "Then how much would the fee be for you to take on both of these cases as a package?" He decisively slapped a contract onto the table and tapped it. "Money is not the decisive factor. To shoulder both of these responsibilities, I have to take a risk." Scanning the document, Duan Lang's eyes widened in shock. An application to merge as a branch. Li Yun smiled and gently persuaded, "Once the Dragon Sect agrees to become a branch of the righteous heavenly sword, all troubles will vanish. After all, the troubles of a branch are also the responsibility of the headquarters." Suddenly, he cut him off. "Wait a minute." But he still firmly presented his plan. "The righteous heavenly sword is not a marketplace where we accept just anyone as a branch. I must personally inspect whether the Dragon Sect meets our standards." These words made Duan Lang speechless. "Are you kidding me?" He slammed his hand on the table and aggressively questioned, "What are your standards? From the way you speak, you are definitely not looking at some mediocre martial arts." Li Yun folded his arms and calmly suggested, "Exactly. To me, moral character and reputation in the eyes of the locals are the core values." Hearing his core values touched upon, Duan Lang puffed out his chest and proudly claimed, "Then follow me outside. I will show you the reputation of the Chuan Tian Dragon Sect." But as soon as he showed his face on the street, he was hit directly on the head by flying rocks, leaving a swollen bump. An old woman yelled furiously, "Get lost, you nuisance. Stop making your parents worry, pack up and go home right now." "What?" Duan Lang bitterly argued back. "Grandma, how long are you going to treat me like a child? If I do not stay here, who will stand up and defend this village?" Cheng Zhen, watching from a distance, laughed while holding his stomach. "Did you get scolded by Grandma again, uncle?" Making him roar in anger even more, though deep down he cared deeply. "Cheng Zhen, you little brat, I told you to carry less, or you will ruin your spine." The kid was not afraid at all and cheekily argued, "But you told me to train and get stronger before you would let me join the dragon sect." Duan Lang's face flushed red as he snapped, "A brat like you should wait another 10 years. But in the end, he still explained with a gentle smile, "Although Anhua County is vast, the population is sparse. Since this is my birthplace, I know the family tree of every household. Basically, everyone in the village is an acquaintance. I treat everyone here like my own family, so I must shoulder the responsibility to protect them." Hearing this, Li Yun smiled and concluded, "You have passed." Only then did Duan Lang seriously draw a line. "As I have stated, I am not the type of person who is willing to submit to others, and honestly, I have never even heard of the name Righteous Heavenly Sword." Slightly annoyed but maintaining a polite attitude, he replied, "If that is the case, I will clean up this mess first. Including the trouble with the Blood Eagle Manor and the missing people, I will clear everything up. Once that is done, you can make your choice." Stroking his chin with a playful grin, he asked, "Are you so sure about counting your chickens before they hatch? What if we rely on your help and then back out of our promise?" Li Yun immediately erupted with true qi, calling down a surging bolt of heavenly lightning. The smile on his face sent a chill down the other man's spine. "Do you naively think that is possible?" Duan Lang was so frightened he shrank back. "I was just joking. You are far too short-tempered." In the end, he yielded, and the handshake between the two laid the foundation for a strong alliance. "Then let us settle it according to your wishes." The system chimed, displaying a notification that the quest had begun. Li Yun leisurely added a core rule, and once officially merged as a branch, you must contribute this much for monthly maintenance fees. Looking at the number, Duan Lang screamed in shock. "What on earth? This price is even steeper than the blood tax we pay to the Blood Eagle Manor." Holding out the contract, he said, "However, considering that you are the first branch of our sect, I will discount it to this level." Bowing his head to calculate for a moment, he calmed down a bit. With such a massive discount, won't you suffer a loss? If you favor us this much, I am truly grateful to you."